After being roused from unconsciousness by a powerful punch, Molin discovered himself to be a prisoner of war. Initially, he believed he had awakened in a world akin to the eve of World War I, only to find a reality far more dire than he had anticipated. Why? As a soldier of the Empire, was he allied with the volunteers of the International Brigade? The assault soldiers wielding sword and shield like iron cans, the diesel and magic hybrid armored knights, and the accompanying mages. All these elements signaled to Molin that something was profoundly amiss in this world. Yet at that moment, his foremost concern was how to survive in this war, dubbed the war to end all wars. Chapter 1. What is your mission here? Bang, what is the true mission of your military observation group in Sevilla? Molin regained full consciousness only after receiving a solid punch to the face. As the haze cleared from his eyes, he beheld a tall, imposing figure clad in some antiquated military uniform, with a fierce expression etched upon his features. Confusion enveloped him. Why am I here? Did I fall asleep after a long-awaited break? This thought raced through Morin's mind, yet the throbbing pain in his cheek and jaw brought him back to the stark reality that he was not merely dreaming. He had indeed been struck with considerable force. The intimidating figure before him began to speak in an unfamiliar language, uttering a stream of words that Molin had never heard before. Strangely, he realized he understood the meaning of those words, as if they were being conveyed in his native tongue, despite the speaker's apparent lack of fluency. At this point, Molin was utterly bewildered. How had he, an officer cadet, suddenly been elevated to the rank of second lieutenant? If he were to adopt the ranks from the Slavic pantheon, he ought to be a level 98 major general at the very least. And what was this, Sevilla? It sounded like a place he had never encountered before. But DUI. As the name resurfaced in his thoughts, a chilling electronic female voice echoed in his mind. Current information collection rate. 5 intelligence management system activated. Molin felt a flicker in his vision, and suddenly a user interface reminiscent of a game appeared before him. The centerpiece was a vast map, resembling the contours of Europe, though most regions were marked as unexplored. The only area with any degree of exploration was a sizable town at the center of the map, which, according to the text, was indeed the Sevilla mentioned by the officer. Upon reflection, Molin surmised that this town likely resided in the southern part of the country known to him as Spain. He attempted to zoom out the map to its smallest scale, revealing a simple street map accompanied by a golden star that presumably indicated his own location. To the left of the map, numerous buttons resembling tabs were present, with the current selection resting on the Map tab. Below the Map tab were options labeled Information, Intelligence, and several marked with identifiers. Molin attempted to mentally select the tab, but was met with a message stating Current Information Collection Rate Insufficient, unable to open. Redirecting his focus to the Information tab, new content emerged. Sevilla, capital of the Andalusia Autonomous Community, with an urban population of approximately 110,000, is the 4th largest city in the Kingdom of Aragon. Saxony Empire, a binary monarchy federal state located in Central Europa, is a powerful empire ruled by the House of Wettin. Damn, what is this Aragon and Saxony? Isn't that just Spain and Germany? Having absorbed this information, Molin opened the Intelligence tab, which contained even less. Only a single line of text that your military observation group has been attacked and is currently in a captured state, detained in the cellar of civilian residence in Sevilla. As he processed this information, a cascade of related thoughts flooded Morin's mind, gradually sketching a somewhat indistinct memory. The original owner of this body was also named Molin, hailing from a neighboring nation to the Kingdom of Aragon, known as the Saxony Empire. His specific identity was that of a young candidate officer who had recently graduated from the Richterfeld Central Military Academy and had been promoted to second lieutenant just 10 days prior, expected to report to his assigned unit. Current information collection rate. 7. Molin attempted to organize these chaotic memories in his mind, preparing to switch the tab back to information when the reality of his situation struck him again. His hands were bound to a chair, and he was struck once more. Smack! This time he toppled over, chair and all, crashing to the ground. The interface before him abruptly closed, reverting to normal vision. Danger detected. System interface temporarily shut down. Oh, come on. Does this system lack a time-stopping feature? Thud! A military boot landed heavily on his abdomen, eliciting a series of pained whimpers from Molin. He could hardly comprehend how he had transitioned from gaming to being bound to a chair and receiving a beating in the blink of an eye. Though I managed to sneak a break and avoid the front lines, surely this isn't just punishment. The fearsome officer roughly righted his chair and then, stepping to a nearby table, wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel and a tea that moment. Molin seized the opportunity to quickly survey his surroundings. It appeared to be an interior space within a building, with low ceilings and no windows. Illumination came solely from a few oil lamps. In the dim corners, he discerned what seemed to be a wooden staircase. Molin conjectured that he was likely in a location akin to a basement or cellar. Behind the table where the officer was wiping his sweat, two other soldiers, dressed in similar uniforms, sat. To his left, another elderly officer, bound like himself, wore a different military uniform, though his field gray attire matched Morin's overall style. At this point, Molin began to grasp his predicament. Unless this was some sort of grotesque prank, he had likely encountered the much-beloved trope of being transported to another world and had landed squarely in the hellish scenario of being captured by hostile forces. The white officer tossed the damp towel back onto the table, the sweat and blood staining it glimmering ominously in the light of the oil lamps. He turned and strode back to Molin, his heavy breaths wafting a noxious blend of tobacco and sweat into Morin's face. Bang! Another punch landed squarely on Morin's left cheek, ringing in his ears and flooding his mouth with the taste of iron. I ask you once more, what is the true mission of your Saxon military observation group in Sevilla? The officer's roar echoed in Morin's ears that, you Saxons intend to tear up the agreement and officially intervene in the civil war of the Kingdom of Aragon. Molin grimaced in pain, his thoughts racing as he mentally condemned the man's ancestry. What was wrong with these people? How could he possibly respond when he had no idea what they were even talking about? He longed to shout back, but reason dictated that speaking would only lead to another beating. The memories of the original owner of this body were a jumbled mess, leaving him completely blank regarding this so-called mission. His only option now was to keep his mouth shut. Resembling a gourd with its lips sawed off, the two other officers seated behind the table merely cast a glance and continued to puff away, indifferent to the atrocities occurring in this place. What prowess is it to lose your temper at a second lieutenant? A hoarse yet robust voice resonated from beside him. If there are issues, direct them towards me. Molin strained to turn his head, seeking the source of the voice. It belonged to an elderly officer clad in the same field gray uniform as his own. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, and his face bore bruises of various shades, yet his posture remained impeccably upright, devoid of any semblance of captives. Disgrace. Upon hearing this, the white officer gradually released his grip on Molin's hair, a sinister grin emerging on his face. This is the first time I have encountered such a demand. He pivoted and sauntered over to the elderly officer, delivering a punch to his face without further ado. Bang! The legs of the chair scraped against the rough floor, producing a jarring sound. The elderly officer's head was knocked to the side, blood quickly seeping from his mouth, yet he remained silent. The white officer, seemingly unsatisfied, raised his hand, preparing to strike again. At that moment, the two officers who had been seated at the table finally sprang into action. They extinguished their cigarettes and approached point one. Appearing of a higher rank, raised his hand to stop the colleague intent on further violence. He circled around the elderly officer, scrutinizing the field gray uniform and the insignia on his shoulders. August von Mackensen. The officer spoke, his tone significantly steadier than that of his counterpart. Lieutenant General of the Saxon Empire. It is quite unexpected to capture such a prominent figure here. Molin's heart jolted. He had not anticipated that the old man beside him was a general. No wonder he had spoken with such authority. Wait, why did that name sound so familiar? Before he could ponder this recognition, another question arose in Molin's mind. How could a mere second lieutenant like himself be captured alongside a general? Meanwhile, the general referred to as Mackensen slowly raised his head. Despite the bruises adorning his face, the innate arrogance emanating from him remained undiminished. He even twisted his bleeding lips into a disdainful expression. Since you are aware of my identity, you should comprehend the nature of the military observation team. Mackensen's voice remained steady. We are here at the invitation of the legitimate ruler of the Kingdom of Aragon, Fernando VII, and possess diplomatic immunity. Your blatant assault on our military observation team constitutes a direct provocation to the Saxon Empire, which could very well be interpreted as an act of war. Diplomatic immunity? The later officer chuckled lightly, as if he had heard the greatest jest. General Mackinson, this is Andalusia, not the capital, Madrid. Given the current state of the Kingdom of Aragon, the king's orders may not necessarily hold sway here. But he paused, softening his tone and shedding his previous aggression. We harbor no intention of becoming adversaries with the Saxon Empire. However, General, you and your subordinates have appeared in a location where you ought not to be, and we merely wish to understand why. He spread his hands, adopting a demeanor of reasonableness. Upon hearing this, General Mackinson fixed his gaze on the speaking officer for a moment before emitting a cold laugh. Huh, you claim we are in a place we should not be. Then why are your Britannian forces also present here? Chapter 2. Neither sacred nor imperial. General Mackinson, we have shown you sufficient respect. I hope you can reciprocate accordingly. The questioning middle-aged officer scrutinized Mackinson, his expression somewhat unfriendly. At the very least, when referring to my nation, please address it by its full name. Mackinson scoffed in response. Full name. The Holy Britannian Empire? What connection do you have with the sacred? Neither sacred nor imperial. Well, it seemed he was also one to hold his ground in conversation. Nevertheless, this exchange provided Molin with a wealth of information in a brief span, as the mysterious voice in his mind echoed once more, updating the content of the information interface. Current information collection level 0.9, the Holy Britannian Empire, with its capital located in the Britannian Isles, occupies extensive colonies worldwide and is a despotic state ruled by the royal bloodline. This time, even without the system's prompts, Molin could deduce from the name alone that this was undoubtedly an alternate world inspired by England. Although he was unaware of the relationship between this nation and the superpower depicted in some archaic CG works. What was certain, however, was that this nation likely had a poor rapport with the Saxon Empire, IT present. Both empires had dispatched military forces to this Kingdom of Aragon for some reason, yet it seemed they had not engaged in formal conflict. The Britannian soldiers appear to have achieved the feat of ambushing a Saxon military observation team and subsequently capturing Molin and his comrades. On the other side, Mackinson's caustic remarks earned him a friendly response from his adversaries. With a series of heavy punches landing, Mackinson was sent crashing to the ground, chair and all. The three Britannian. Well, Holy Britannian officers did not forget Molin, and after a similar flurry of fists and kicks, they brought him down as well. Soon after, two pistols were thrust against the groins of Molin and General Mackinson. Our patience is limited. I will ask you once more. Are you Saxons preparing to intervene in the civil war of the Kingdom of Aragon, and what is the status of your military? Deployments? Just kill me. I truly don't know anything. Molin muttered weakly, hoping for a swift end to his suffering and to avoid the torment of a double whammy. Yet upon hearing this, the Britannian officer withdrew his weapon, a cold smirk crossing his face. Very well. Your loyalty to your country has earned my respect. However, this only reinforces my belief that you possess valuable intelligence. Lying on the ground, Molin felt a mix of amusement and despair. He turned his head to spit out a mouthful of blood and replied, No, what exactly are you thinking? I am merely a lowly second lieutenant. How could I possibly possess the military intelligence you seek? It is precisely because you are merely a second lieutenant that it seems so implausible. If you were not someone of importance or in possession of critical information, why would you be present in a group of officers where the lowest rank is a major and sharing a vehicle with a lieutenant general? Wait, is that how it is, bang? Another heavy kick landed, leaving Molin momentarily dazed. Go ahead and keep pretending. Once you are taken to a specialized interrogation room in the rear, I will ensure you are well taken care of. I hope that by then your resolve will still be as steadfast as it is now. The Britannian officer grinned, revealing a predatory smile. Just as he was about to say more, the door to the cellar swung open, and a rather young officer rushed down the stairs in a flurry. This young officer reported something to his comrades in a language Molin had never heard before. His urgency palpable. Molin was astonished to discover that he could comprehend the language being spoken. The intonation and pronunciation bore a resemblance to the English of his previous world. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently to discern the chaotic syllables, which his mind instinctively translated into meanings he could grasp. Major, the temporary outpost on the perimeter has come under attack. It's the Saxons, along with another group. Another group of unidentified armed personnel. The young officer's voice was fraught with panic. As he spoke, A series of muffled explosions and sporadic gunfire echoed from the open cellar door, far clearer than before. The atmosphere in the cellar grew tense. The leading Britannian major's expression turned grim as he kicked the chair of General Ma, Kong's senator, immediately relocate them to the rear. Hurry, yes, the young officer responded, turning swiftly to ascend the stairs, ready to call for reinforcements. However, just as he stepped on the first stair, a deafening blast erupted outside. Boom! The entire cellar trembled, dust cascading from above. The young officer stumbled, screaming as he tumbled down the wooden stairs. Before he could rise, a towering shadow leapt down from the cellar entrance. The figure landed with remarkable stability, a heavy boot striking the young officer's chest with force. The sickening crack of ribs breaking resounded. Before the officer could utter a cry, the shadow's rifle was aimed at his head. Bang! The thunderous report reverberated in the cellar, causing Molin's eardrums to throb painfully. The young officer's skull exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Following this, 3 or 4 more shadows surged in. They moved swiftly and in perfect coordination, scarcely making a sound. The remaining 2 Britannian officers, realizing the peril, raised their weapons and fired at the cellar entrance. But apart from the gunfire, the only sound were the sharp clangs and sporadic flashes of light in the darkness. In the next instant, 3 shadows charged forward with a speed Molin could scarcely comprehend. They brandished a round shield-like armor before them, absurdly deflecting the close-range gunfire and violently overturning their targets. Thud! Thud! The sound of blades tearing through fabric and piercing flesh echoed. The 3 Britannian officers collapsed into a pool of blood without even a groan. The previously boastful major, who had physically assaulted Molin and General Ma, Kong's son, now lay convulsing beside him. His eyes bulged wide open, staring unblinking at Molin, seemingly unable to believe his demise. At that moment, Molin had no time to regard the lifeless body. His entire focus was drawn to the sudden attackers. The battle concluded too swiftly, mere seconds passing. It was only then, aided by the flickering oil lamp, that Molin discerned the attacker's attire. The assailants donned the same field gray military uniforms as he and General Ma, Kong's senator. This was a piece of good news, indicating that these attackers were most likely allies. Yet, over their military garb, they wore a gleaming suit of armor, complete with breastplates, shoulder guards, and arm guards that exuded a metallic sheen. The armor enveloped their chests, shoulders, and arms, exuding an ancient yet powerful aesthetic. Appearing immensely heavy, a helmet completely obscuring the face crowned their heads. What further bewildered Molin was that one soldier drew a still-bloodied, one-handed sword from the corpse of the Britannian major, casually wiping the blade on the dead man's clothing before sheathing it at his waist. What a bizarre amalgamation of elements. Molin felt as though his worldview had been shattered anew. How could medieval heavy armor be present in such a setting? Nevertheless, he had little time to ponder as he weakly addressed the armed soldiers. I am unharmed. First, assist the general. Chapter 3. What is the name of your detachment? The armed personnel that burst into the cellar comprised more than one individual, eliminating the dilemma of whom to rescue first. However, sometimes presenting a proper attitude is of utmost importance. Before Molin could finish his sentence, a sharp dagger sliced through the ropes, binding his hands. One of the 10 soldiers wasted no time and hoisted him up from the ground. Meanwhile, General Ma Kong's son, who had previously been dealt a harsh blow for his sharp tongue, was briskly slung over the shoulder of another 10 soldier. Given his limp demeanor, it was evident he had sustained severe injuries and could hardly walk. Supported by the soldiers, Molin stumbled a few steps, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body until he steadied himself. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fell upon the 4 lifeless bodies of Britannian officers on the ground, and a thought flashed through his mind. Please wait a moment. He wriggled out of the soldier's grasp, suppressing the pain radiating from his body as he crouched down. He began to search the previously boastful major, quickly locating the officer's credentials. Next, he retrieved the identification of the other 3 officers. Finally, he slung the fallen young officer's document pouch over his shoulder. Since acquiring critical information could enhance his information collection level, perhaps the documents or maps contained within the pouch would prove useful. After completing this task, he returned to the tin soldier and signaled that he was ready. The soldier asked no questions, merely draping his armored arm around Molin once more. At that moment, Molin noticed a subtle blue glow coursing over the soldier's armor and round shield. Before he could inquire further, the obviously superhuman soldier effortlessly carried him out of the cellar. The scene outside was far more harrowing than that within the cellar. This appeared to be the first-floor hall of a residential building, but the preceding explosions had reduced everything to rubble. The remnants of furniture lay scattered amongst the debris, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and dust. Littered across the ground were a dozen or so corpses and severed limbs of Britannian. Sacred Britannian soldiers, the overpowering stench of blood nearly suffocating. Molin fought against the wave of nausea rising in his throat, closely trailing the rescue team as they exited the building. Outside, night had fallen and the streetlights remained unlit, illuminated only by the cold moonlight and distant flames. In that dim light, Molin discerned the situation outside. In addition to the soldiers who had stormed the cellar, there was another half-platoon of similarly armored soldiers standing vigilant in the shadows of the street. The strength and stamina of these armored soldiers were evidently distinct from those of ordinary soldiers. Despite wearing heavy armor, they carried swords and shields while wielding larger caliber rifles. One soldier even hefted a weapon resembling an MG-08/15 machine gun. Meanwhile, the surrounding Saxon soldiers, clad in the same field gray uniforms as Molin, appeared more conventional. Numbering around 30, their weaponry primarily consisted of bolt-action rifles. They took cover behind the buildings lining the street, establishing a makeshift defensive line. Additionally, there was another group of individuals. Their attire varied widely, featuring old military uniforms, workers' clothing, and even some dressed in waistcoats and shirts, their weapons equally diverse. Molin immediately recalled the young officer's report about another group of unidentified armed personnel. The IT seemed they were the culprits at that moment. A Saxon soldier swiftly dashed towards the commanding officer at the end of the street, crouching low. He reported in a hushed tone, "Captain, the Britannians have reacted. They're shifting their main forces towards us, disregarding the feigned attack on their flank. Our allied skirmishers are nearly overwhelmed." No sooner had he finished speaking than the distant streets echoed with a cacophony of gunfire, the whistling of stray bullets slicing through the night air distinctly audible. Nearby Saxon soldiers immediately aimed their rifles in the direction of the gunfire, the atmosphere tightening to an unbearable intensity. Understood. The officer, referred to as the captain, appeared remarkably composed. "Have the skirmishers hold their ground a little longer. Once we retreat, they are to withdraw along the original route immediately. If the Britannians are intent on coming to their aid, they will not concern themselves with them." Soon, Molin was hastily escorted, weaving through the alleys alongside the main force as they retreated towards the outskirts of the city. Along the way, he observed several officers clad in field gray, being carried on stretchers amidst the throng. They appeared to be survivors from the military observation team, though it remained unclear where they had been detained previously. The group sprinted for approximately 2 blocks when suddenly, Molin heard a chilling shriek overhead. Whoosh! Boom! Before he could react, a thunderous explosion resounded from the town they had just fled. After they had covered a short distance, a second explosion reverberated behind them. Molin glanced back, noting that the flames from this detonation were alarmingly close to the street he had just vacated. That artillery adjustment? It seems there are observers directing the fire. But from where? Boom! As the third explosion echoed, Molin had already turned his gaze towards the direction they had just departed, this time the impact appearing perilously near a civilian residence. Will they continue to adjust fire? Or? A question flickered through Morin's mind, but he did not have to wait long for an answer. That a series of piercing shrieks zipped overhead, followed momentarily by a thunderous barrage, the artillery firing in a coordinated volley that lasted 5 rounds. Even at a considerable distance, Molin felt the ground shudder beneath his feet. He instinctively looked back, witnessing the rising flames, and a wave of dread washed over him. The captain raised his hand, glancing at his pocket watch by the flickering light, then spoke in a calm tone. "These artillerymen are quite punctual, it seems." The mere utterance of this statement sent a shiver down Morin's spine. He suddenly comprehended the Saxon soldier's strategy. Had the recent rescue operation failed or been delayed by a mere minute or two, he, along with General Mackinson and their captured comrades. Potentially even these rescue troops could have been obliterated by this punctual artillery fire, vanishing from this world alongside the enemy. How ruthless! A general of the army simply declaring no, and it is done. Molin silently lamented. The procession did not falter amidst the bombardment, maintaining a rapid march towards the safety zone at that moment. The captain briskly approached a group of armed individuals clad in a hodgepodge of attire, locating a middle-aged man with a bushy beard who appeared to be there. "Leader, we are immensely grateful for your support, my friends." The captain's voice carried a tone of genuine appreciation. "However, we require additional time. We hope you can provide cover for a while longer. We must ensure General Mackinson reaches safety." Molin perked up, his curiosity about this mysterious group heightened. He listened intently as the commander continued. "Please convey to your command that the Saxon military will remember the invaluable assistance provided by the International Brigade this evening." "Wait, did you just say brigade?" When the term International Brigade reached Morin's ears, it felt as though his mind had been struck by a heavy artillery shell, leaving him momentarily blank. If his meager historical knowledge did not fail him, the Saxon Empire he was part of resembled a version of the German Second Empire, a dual monarchy federal state. So, how was it possible for such an obviously leftist force as the International Brigade to fight alongside an empire that epitomized right-wing militarism? Was this the First World War or the Second? What absurd trajectory had this world taken? Chapter 4. A powerful matron. Molin felt utterly dazed. He sensed that since his arrival in this world, his worldview had been repeatedly shattered, reshaped, and shattered once more. First, he was subjected to a brutal beating, then encountered a system akin to a cheat code, followed by being equipped with a plate armor sword, capable of withstanding fire in close quarters. Now, even the International Brigade had emerged. How could these evidently communist or anarchist leftist fighters become entangled with the Saxon Empire, a feudal empire with unmistakable right-wing militarism? The trajectory of this timeline was utterly ludicrous, almost as if Kaiser Wilhelm II and Lenin were hand in hand, singing the Marseillaise together, infused with a surreal sense of magical realism. As Molin grappled with this confusion, he was supported by a tin soldier, trudging alongside the main force in retreat. His body ached profoundly, leaving him with little energy to delve into the ideological issues of this world. For now, survival was paramount. The procession navigated through the night, swiftly reaching the outskirts of Sevilla. Behind a dense thicket, several retro-styled military trucks lay hidden in the shadows. Nearby, bicycles and tall horses were tethered, with some soldiers remaining vigilant, watching their surroundings. The entire scene exuded an odd atmosphere, a peculiar blend of industrial and agricultural elements reminiscent of the First World War. Upon arrival, there was no time to waste. Molin, General Mackinson, and a few rescued injured soldiers, along with several heavily armored tin soldiers, were prioritized for transport on the trucks. The remaining Saxon soldiers and the armed members of the International Brigade adeptly mounted their steeds or hopped onto bicycles. With the roar of engines and the neighing of horses, this mixed cohort surged towards the distance, away from the city center. Inside the truck's cargo area, there were no seats, forcing Molin and General Mackinson to recline on a cold metal floor strewn with hay, jostling with the vehicle's movements. By the moonlight, Molin discreetly observed the countenance of the general beside him. Mackinson appeared unwell, with dried blood at the corner of his mouth, yet he sat upright, his gaze sharply fixed on the swiftly passing nightscape outside the truck. Molin noted that the general's gaze occasionally flickered towards him, imbued with a sense of something more, no longer merely the scrutiny of superior toward the subordinate. Just as Molin was attempting to recall the original owner's memories to discern their connection, Mackinson suddenly spoke. "The last time I saw you was at the soiree in Dresden." Mackinson's voice bore a tinge of weariness, his gaze still directed into the distance. "Back then, you were much like those fallen noble scions, surviving on the shadows of your ancestors, with a gaze steeped in emptiness and apathy." Upon hearing this, Morin's expression shifted slightly, realizing that this general seemed to have a history with the original owner of this body, or perhaps with the owner's ancestors. "However, today, your performance has surprised me." Mackinson finally turned to face Molin, his eyes piercing as they met his. "I initially believed that once the fist of the Britannian struck your face, You would divulge everything. You knew within 3 blows. Molin tugged at the corner of his mouth, remaining silent. What could he say? That he genuinely knew nothing at that time? That his mind was consumed with thoughts of just kill me already? Hurry up, don't delay my rebirth? If he were to voice such sentiments, it was likely that this general would promptly kick him off the truck. Mackinson seemed to interpret Molin's silence as a form of acquiescence, nodding his head with a hint of approval in his tone. It appears that the blood of your forebears still courses through your veins, the valiant blood of a Saxon soldier, albeit long obscured by your previous dissolute existence. However, what Mackinson said next caused a jolt of apprehension within Molin, but this does not imply that I shall lower my expectations of you. The general's tone turned frigid once more, laced with unmistakable ire. On the eve of the military observation group's departure, a telegram from the homeland bypassed the layers of command and landed directly on my desk. There exists a certain noblewoman of considerable influence. Mackinson accentuated the term with palpable disdain and contempt. She wishes for me to look after you, preferably by assigning you to a non-combat position in the rear, ensuring your safety. At this juncture, Mackinson emitted a cold snort, forcing himself to lean closer despite his injuries, almost pressing his face against Molin's as he enunciated each word. What? Does she think the army is? Is it her private garden or a sanatorium? My greatest aversion is to such parasites who regard the military as a gilded sanctuary, and those fools who attempt to meddle in military command through nepotism. He fixed his gaze on Molin, the oppressive weight of his stare nearly stealing Molin's breath away. Thus, I shall do the opposite. Not only will I refuse to reassign you to the rear, but I shall also position you at the front lines, specifically in the foremost assault units. I intend for you to experience firsthand what war truly entails, to witness whether those bones softened by alcohol can harden once more. The truck jolted violently, sending a tremor through Molin's heart. He refrained from speaking, chiefly because the pressure exerted by Mackinson was overwhelming, leaving him uncertain of what to say. Additionally, in his memories, the original owner's parents had long since passed away. Even if they were alive, given the current state of the family's decline, it was clear that his mother could hardly be considered a noblewoman, let alone possessing the ability to send telegrams directly to the front lines. Thus, he found himself at a loss as to whom General Mackinson was referring. After uttering those words, the old general hissed as he drew in a breath, reclining back once more. The convoy continued to traverse the bumpy dirt road, enveloped in a heavy silence between the two. Feeling the awkwardness of the situation, Molin turned his head and spotted several enormous dark silhouettes silently suspended in the night sky. They were massive observation balloons, concealed in the darkness, nearly impossible to detect without careful scrutiny. It seemed that the previously precise and lethal artillery fire had been directed by these aerial sentinels. After traveling several kilometers, the convoy finally slowed, ultimately arriving at a large, well-established camp. Molin turned to observe his surroundings. It appeared to be a camp set against the hillside and woods, quite substantial in scale. Soldiers clad in field gray uniforms moved busily between the tents, and further back, he could see the cannons of towed artillery, although they were not yet deployed. From the conversations of the surrounding officers, Molin discerned that this was indeed the assembly area and temporary command post for the Saxon Empire's army in this region. Once the truck came to a halt, Molin jumped down from the back, intending to assist the old general in disembarking. However, the old man was surprisingly spry. Ignoring Molin's outstretched hand, he leaped down effortlessly. At this, several eager staff officers rushed over, while General Mackinson disregarded Molin entirely, striding toward the largest tent in the center of the position amidst the throng of aides. The soldiers and officers around them busied themselves with urgency, and a military medic hastily attended to Molin's wounds before departing in a hurry. In that moment, Molin found himself to be the most leisurely, or perhaps the most idle person in the area, utterly perplexed by the situation. Yet he still sought to occupy himself. After finding a corner to sit, he retrieved the officer's credentials and documents he had found on those holy Britannian officers. The text on the credentials was in English, a language Molin was well acquainted with, yet the contents rendered him somewhat unsettled. MI9. Intelligence personnel from Section 9? the 4th Battalion of the Northumberland Rifle Brigade, and a major, no less. As for the documents within the folder, while they did not reveal much critical information, they did provide Molin with a clearer understanding of the enemy situation. As he continued to peruse the materials, flashes of insight coursed through his mind. Information collection rate, 10. New intelligence gathered. Please refer to the relevant entries for details. Information has been updated. Please check the relevant entries. Once he confirmed that he had collected all the information, Molin made his way to the entrance of the tent where General Mackinson and the staff were gathered, requesting guard to assist in delivering the items inside. Then he returned to his previous corner, reclining on the ground to begin clearing the red dots. During this process, he quickly grasped the current situation and awakened numerous memories of the original owner of this body. This individual, also named Molin, was indeed, as Mackinson had mentioned on the truck, descended from a lineage of Junker military nobility. Molin's grandfather had once served alongside Mackinson in the Death Cavalry Regiment, forging a profound friendship between them. Even after Molin's grandfather fell in battle, and his father squandered the family fortune, leading to their decline and eventual demise from alcoholism, Mackinson had continued to provide support for Molin and other relatives. He even recommended Molin for military school, demonstrating remarkable generosity. Molin did not squander the opportunity afforded by the old general. After successfully graduating from military school, he was assigned to the Saxon Empire's army, specifically the 9th Infantry Division, 16th Infantry Brigade, 33rd Infantry Regiment. Under normal circumstances, Molin would have become a platoon leader in this infantry regiment, just like his seniors, serving as a junior officer in the Saxon Empire. However, the issue arose with the regiment to which he was assigned. Almost simultaneously with the issuance of his transfer orders, the 16th Infantry Brigade received orders to mobilize southward into the neighboring Kingdom of Aragon. Chapter 5: A distinctive early 20th century, according to the hazy recollections of the original master. The Kingdom of Aragon found itself embroiled in an extraordinary civil war decades ahead of its time due to issues of royal succession and national development. The national army, supported by the Saxon Empire, faced relentless setbacks against the Kingdom Army, which was backed by the Holy Britannian Empire. Increasing intelligence indicated that the forces of the Holy Britannian Empire were also landing via sea in the territory controlled by the Kingdom Army, preparing to intervene personally to bring the civil war to an end. Witnessing the imminent threat to Saxon imperial interests within the Kingdom of Aragon, Emperor Albert II of the Saxon Empire could no longer remain passive. He promptly ordered the general staff to dispatch 6 brigades, totaling 12 infantry regiments, under the pretext of aiding allies to stabilize the situation, to advance into the Kingdom of Aragon. Moreover, additional divisions began to mobilize gradually, poised to follow suit into Aragon to bolster the national army. In this world, the Kingdom of Aragon possessed significantly more territory than the Spain remembered by Molin, particularly near the Mediterranean. This additional expanse of land successfully established a border between the Saxon Empire and the Kingdom of Aragon. Molin was assigned to the 16th Infantry Brigade, consisting of 2 infantry regiments, which were among the units requisitioned by the General Staff. Therefore, by the time Molin received his deployment order, the 33rd Infantry Regiment he was meant to report to had already departed by military train. Ultimately, Molin had no choice but to heed the station staff's advice and await the next military train directly bound for the Kingdom of Aragon. In an exquisite twist of fate, aboard this train was the military observation team, led by General Mackinson. Even more serendipitously, when the elderly general spotted the familiar figure of Molin boarding the train from his vantage point by the window, he had in his pocket a telegram delivered to him the previous day, requesting special attention for Molin and suggesting his reassignment to a rear position, perhaps reminiscing about his dearly departed friend, or perhaps wishing to carry on his friend's legacy by nurturing a descendant imbued with the Saxon tradition of iron and blood. General Mackinson resolved to train Molin rigorously. Upon the train's arrival at its destination, he promptly enlisted Molin into the observation team, assigning him as a senior aide to accompany their operations, with the understanding that he would report to his regiment afterward. Molin was not surprised by the Saxon Empire's adeptness in intelligence operations. However, Significant issues arose concerning their grasp of the Holy Britannian Empire's landing forces and the movements of the Kingdom Army. Thus, Molin found himself inadvertently embroiled in an ambush targeting the military observation team on the outskirts of Sevilla, ultimately being captured alongside General Mackinson. Regarding why an army general would lead such a sizable group of officers into an unfamiliar territory for reconnaissance, one could only attribute this to a certain military tradition within the Saxon Empire. This martial virtuelated empire was almost entirely forged through a series of continuous wars. Senior officers personally surveying the front lines is a relatively common practice among the myriad of audacious military traditions within this empire. Furthermore, since General Mackinson intended to conduct a rapid, agile reconnaissance operation without alarming the enemy, he even refrained from bringing along his somewhat cumbersome general's guard, the so-called super soldiers who had previously stormed the cellar to rescue people. However, Molin found it perplexing that such a high-ranking and strategically discreet military observation team would have its movements compromised, leading to a well-prepared ambush. Thus, he harbored reasonable suspicions that there was likely a traitor within the empire who had leaked intelligence about the observation team. As for the possibility that the Holy Britannian Empire excelled in intelligence operations, given that this nation evidently bore the marks of a reincarnated Britain, Molin remained skeptical. However, before Molin could comprehend why Emperor Albert II was so eager to support the national army, this relatively tranquil period abruptly came to an end. He observed a dozen soldiers, clutching leather document bags and seemingly messengers, hastily entering the tent where General Mackinson resided. Shortly thereafter, they exited the tent and sprinted towards the camp's periphery at an even swifter pace. One of the messengers, upon spotting Molin's solitary figure, dashed directly to him, coming to a halt and saluting. "Are you Second Lieutenant Molin?" "Indeed, that is I." Molin nodded, gazing curiously at the noticeably youthful messenger, and finally offering a polite smile to the latter. The young messenger reciprocated with an innocent grin. "Second Lieutenant Molin, please follow me. I must relay orders from the regiment's headquarters to the 1st Battalion of the 33rd Infantry Regiment, as the general instructed me to escort you there for your reporting." The 16th Infantry Brigade had yet to officially enter combat, and this area remained under the control of the National Army, allowing for a concentrated encampment of the entire brigade. The headquarters of the two subordinate infantry regiments, along with the 16th Brigade headquarters and an artillery regiment and cavalry regiment assigned to support the brigade, were all stationed within the recently established encampment. The two regiments, representing the primary combat forces, comprised a total of 6 infantry battalions, arranged in a semicircular formation facing Sevilla, serving as a protective screen. The Saxon Empire's regimental units, as it appeared, had not yet been equipped with wired telephones, so commands from the regimental headquarters were conveyed through messengers manually. Following the young messenger, Molin exited the confines of the brigade's encampment, making his way toward the location of the 1st Battalion of the 33rd Infantry Regiment under the moonlight. "Second Lieutenant, after you disembarked from the train, you were supposed to report to the regiment's headquarters and proceed directly to your assigned company. Yet, who would have thought you were whisked away by the military observation team on the same train and then encountered this predicament? Thank heavens you returned unscathed. The regiment's personnel were abuzz with rumors, claiming that you, Second Lieutenant, are a relative of General Mackinson, which is why he allowed you to accompany the military observation team. Is it true that General Mackinson is your adoptive father?" The young messenger, named Schmidt, clearly possessed a loquacious nature, exuding the vitality characteristic of youth. Thus, upon engaging in conversation with Molin, he quickly opened up when he discovered that the seemingly unassuming second lieutenant had survived a harrowing ordeal. However, as Schmidt's gossip grew increasingly outlandish, Molin promptly interjected. "Ahem, your claims are becoming increasingly absurd. If General Mackinson were indeed my adoptive father, how could I still be here? You do have a point, but why would the general allow you to accompany the military observation team?" Schmidt inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Well, the general does have some connections with me. You see, I knew you were no ordinary person," Schmidt exclaimed excitedly, as if he had stumbled upon something monumental. Molin could only smile wryly at the back of the young man's head, and after a moment of contemplation, he curiously inquired, "Schmidt, have you ever pondered why we have come to the Kingdom of Aragon? Of course, we are here to break the energy monopoly imposed by the Britannians, enabling all nations to share in the advancements of industrial technology. Schmidt replied without hesitation, catching Molin off guard. Listen to that. Such words from a lowly soldier in an imperial nation? Molin had initially assumed that the young messenger would only regurgitate answers akin to obeying superior orders as the soldier's duty. However, the response from the other party clearly exceeds the perspective expected of a mere messenger. This indicates that the Saxon Empire has undoubtedly engaged in propaganda in this regard, at least popularizing such messaging among the lower-ranking soldiers in the army. The notion of breaking energy monopolies and sharing technological advancements lingered in Molin's mind as he reflected on the key elements of the young messenger's words, feeling as though he had grasped a thread that could explain the emergence of international brigades within this peculiar worldview. As the information acquisition rate steadily improved, Molin's understanding of this world began to sharpen. This world, strikingly reminiscent of the early 20th century, currently finds itself at a pivotal historical juncture. Unlike the world Molin was familiar with, this realm genuinely possesses magic, or rather, magical technology. Previously, when those candlelight general's guards stormed into the cellar to rescue individuals, they relied on the enchantments on their armor and shields to deflect bullets fired at close range. In a certain sense, the Saxon Empire cannot be regarded as a traditional powerhouse of magical technology. This nation is more advantageous in mechanical and conventional heavy industry, as per Molin's knowledge. The true strongholds of magical technology in this world, based on intelligence gathered, are primarily the Holy Britannia Empire, which boasts vast colonies across the globe, and the Gallic Republic, which has consistently competed with the former for colonial dominance. They are, in essence, the otherworldly counterparts of the long-standing English and French rivals. The magical technology in this world relies on magic crystal mines, which are remnants of ancient meteorites that struck this planet multiple times, and their distribution is rather sparse. Thus, the two established colonial empires, Britannia and Gaul, have swiftly risen to prominence by leveraging their global mining advantages, compounding the Saxon Empire's hardships. The magic crystal mines in Europa predominantly lie within the territories of Britannia and Gaul, with only scant deposits found within the Saxon Empire itself. This has resulted in a natural disadvantage in the development of magical technology for this alternate world. Fortunately, the amusing law of German technology being the best in the world appears to hold true here as well. Consequently, the Saxons have forged a thorny path in conventional technology, a path that diverges from the familiar fuel technology route known to Molin in this world. Diesel is not derived from subterranean petroleum, but rather from a unique or known as huijenquang. Although Molin is unaware of how the Saxons convert or into fuel, it suffices for him to understand that huijenquang is equivalent to oil in this realm. Perhaps it is fate that within the Saxon Empire's borders, as well as in the regions of Lorraine and Alsace acquired from the Gallic Republic, there lie abundant deposits of huijenquang. This is one of the significant reasons why the Saxon Empire excels on this technological path. Over the years, although the nations represented by these two technological lines have experienced continuous conflicts, no large-scale confrontations have occurred. Unfortunately, during the year Molin found himself transmigrated, the situation underwent slight changes. Lieutenant Molin, we have arrived. Just as Molin was engrossed in his thoughts, the messenger, Schmidt, interrupted him. Upon looking up, Molin noticed a vast expanse of tents in the distance. This was the temporary encampment of the 1st Battalion of the 33rd Infantry Regiment. Chapter 6, Your Majesty. This is a slap in the face. Saxon Empire, Potsdam, Palace of No Worries. This Rococo-style palace, often referred to as the Versailles of Saxony, appeared serene and solemn beneath the night sky. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. A coded telegram from the front lines of the Kingdom of Aragon had finally reached Emperor Albert II of the Saxon Empire after 2 hours of transmission and translation. Along with the telegram came the hurried figure of the Imperial Chief of Staff Helmut Ludwig von Mauchi and the Imperial Chancellor Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg. Notably, the young Mauchi's uncle was the legendary military god of the Saxon Empire, Old Mauchi. Though young Mauchi's demeanor was relatively timid, he had, since his appointment as Albert II Aide-de-camp, outperformed many more capable individuals and ultimately ascended to the position of Chief of Staff of the Saxon Army. In the study, the flames in the fireplace flickered quietly, casting light upon the Emperor's somewhat fatigued visage. Albert II took the telegram handed to him by his aide and quickly perused its content. as his gaze swept across the first half of the telegram. The expression of the highest ruler of the empire darkened instantaneously, his fingers gripping the paper, turning pale from the force. However, as he continued reading, the tension in his facial features gradually eased, and the attendants standing by could even hear the emperor's relieved whisper. "It is good that they have been rescued. It is good that they have been rescued." Albert II placed the telegram on the table, leaning back in his chair with a sigh of relief. An Imperial Army Major General had been captured by hostile forces in a foreign land. This was not merely a military setback. It could escalate into a dire diplomatic disaster and a storm of public opinion. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario did not unfold. "Your Majesty, this action by the Britannians is a blatant affront to the dignity of the Empire." Young Mauchi's voice shattered the brief silence in the study. Although not particularly tall, his sharply tailored gray uniform lent him an imposing presence. To ambush our military observation team without a declaration of war is not only an insult to the Saxon army, but also a challenge to your authority as Emperor of the Empire. Young Mauchi stepped forward, his tone laced with unabashed fury. "We must make them pay. The Kingdom of Aragon is pivotal for our southern expansion of influence. It must not fall into the hands of the Britannians. If the forces they support emerge victorious, the reach of Britannia will extend right to the doorstep of the Empire." At this moment, the previously silent Imperial Chancellor Holweg also spoke, his tone more measured than Mauchi's, yet his words carried immense weight. "Your Majesty, the Chief of Staff is correct. From a political perspective, Crown Prince Alfonso, who once studied in the Empire and advocated for adopting our industrial development model, is indeed our ideal ally. More importantly," Holweg paused, dropping a bombshell. "The latest exploration report indicates that a vein of Huijianquang, potentially the largest reserve in all of Europa, has been discovered in the southern mountainous region of the Kingdom of Aragon. Thus, the nature of this civil war in Aragon has fundamentally shifted." Huijianquang. Albert II's eyes sharpened instantly. He understood the implications. The Huijing technology route that the Saxon Empire relied upon to contend with Britannia and Gaul was intrinsically linked to this, or a vein of the largest mineral deposit in Europa could entirely alter the balance of power across the continent. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the emergence of this deposit was precisely why the Britannians had intervened in the civil war of the Kingdom of Aragon. It could even be said that if the Gauls were not currently preoccupied with quelling the recent large-scale uprisings in their colonies, this neighboring nation would undoubtedly also engage. As for why two nations pursuing magical technology would suddenly lust after Huijianquang, the answer was simple. Mines get depleted, and the magical crystal mines, remnants of extraterrestrial meteorites, are no exception. Their reserves are already significantly lower compared to indigenous ores on this planet. After years of unrestricted extraction by the Britannians and Gauls, the reserves of magical crystal mines have long since dipped to critical levels. Thus, these two great nations of magical technology had long contemplated adjusting their technological development trajectory. The mineral vein discovered by the Kingdom of Aragon appeared to them as a pillow offered during a moment of drowsiness. Albert II furrowed his brow, momentarily withdrawing these thoughts, and directed his gaze towards his chief of staff. "Hermann, if I were to grant you free rein, what degree of confidence would you possess? Moreover, if we were to take the initiative and launch an attack, would that be tantamount to declaring war on Britannia?" Upon hearing Albert II's inquiries, Xiao Mauchi pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. "Your Majesty, please have faith in the training, bravery, and discipline of our imperial soldiers. As for the declaration of war, since the Britannians have opted for a covert conflict, why must we be shackled by such hypocritical formalities?" On this matter, Albert II held no significant dissent. Over the years, the Empire's colonies on the African continent had been embroiled in relentless conflicts with Britannia and Gaul over resources and territory. Bloodshed had become a commonplace occurrence. If every skirmish necessitated a declaration of war, it was likely that the entire Europa would have descended into chaos long ago. "Proceed," he commanded. "Yes, Your Majesty. Should we indeed embark on an offensive, the forces dispatched into the Kingdom of Aragon will engage in combat alongside our national army and the International Brigade." At the mention of the International Brigade, Xiao Mauchi's lips involuntarily twitched. As Albert II spoke of this contingent, a complex glint flickered in his eyes. "I recall you recently mentioned that the 11th batch of volunteers for the International Brigade has already crossed into the Kingdom of Aragon by land after completing their assembly." "Indeed, Your Majesty." The current strength of the International Brigade within the Kingdom of Alagon has reached the scale of 7 brigades. Xiao Maoqi nodded, feeling a similar complexity within himself as Albert II. These volunteers, responding to the clarion call to dismantle hegemony and share the fruits of civilizational progress, though not professional soldiers, commanded Xiao Maoqi's respect and a tinge of apprehension due to their indomitable fighting spirit. While this international brigade was organized by the Saxon Empire and had effectively monopolized the demands for basic armaments, logistics, and transportation, they maintained a closely knit alliance. Yet, he could not help but ponder whether one day, these workers, farmers, and educators, so-called progressives, might turn their weapons against the Saxon Empire for some unforeseen reason. At this moment, the Imperial Chancellor, Hallwig, stepped forward. Your Majesty, recently, due to the extensive coverage of the International Brigade by various newspapers, the Social Democrats leading this matter have become increasingly ostentatious, even organizing large-scale parades in several cities. I must remind you that these leftists remain a ticking time bomb for the Empire. I am fully aware of this, but for now, we still require these international volunteers to maintain stability in the Kingdom of Alagon. Albert II sighed. As the heir to the Saxon Wedden dynasty, he was acutely aware of the threats posed by these leftist forces within the nation. Let the Social Democrats have their moment longer. We must first focus our energies on the situation in the Kingdom of Alagon. With this, Albert II resolved firmly. He rose from his chair and approached the vast map of Europa, his gaze fixating on the border between the Kingdom of Alagon and the Saxon Empire. I hereby authorize the troops already within the Kingdom of Alagon to collaborate with our allies and undertake necessary military actions. Let us show the Britannians our resolve. At once. Your Majesty. Xiao Maoqi snapped to attention, his eyes gleaming with excitement. However, Albert II shifted the topic, lightly tapping on the map at Sevilla. I regret allowing General Mackinson to command the operations in the Kingdom of Alagon. In my name and that of the General Staff, draft an order for him to return home for recuperation. Xiao Maoqi was taken aback by the Emperor's decision to recall the valiant Mackinson at this juncture, as changing commanders in the face of battle was considered a significant military taboo. Before he could voice his confusion, Albert II continued. General Mackinson is not merely a general of the Empire. He is the Empire's most precious living relic. He should be utilized in a true total war, rather than in this localized conflict. The Emperor's voice was calm and resolute. Moreover, we cannot afford to lose such a general in the Kingdom of Alagon. This is a minor-scale conflict that does not necessitate reckless assaults. Rather, it requires a more prudent approach to prevent the situation from deteriorating further. Albert II turned to Xiao Maoqi. My Chief of Staff, who do you propose as the new commander for the expeditionary forces in the Kingdom of Alagon? After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Maoqi promptly provided his suggestion. General Maximilian von Prittwitz, Your Majesty. Are you certain he is capable? Indeed, while he may not possess the exceptional qualities of General Mackinson, his commanding style is steady and composed, adept at defensive counterattacks. He should be more than capable of managing the situation in Alagon. Prittwitz, Albert II repeated the name, ultimately nodding in agreement. He shall do. Immediately issue his appointment and direct him to proceed to the front lines in the Kingdom of Alagon to succeed General Mackinson. Chapter 7. A military academy student in a foreign world, as Albert II engaged in discussions with the two powerful ministers within the worry-free palace, Molin, having greeted Schmidt and the sentries, entered the encampment of the 33rd Infantry Regiment, 1st Battalion. This temporary camp of the combat troops was considerably louder and more chaotic than the regimental headquarters. The air was thick with the mingled scents of damp earth, sweat, and inferior tobacco, while oil lamps flickered in the night breeze, casting the soldiers' shadows in distorted shapes. Here, one could sense the ruggedness and simplicity reminiscent of World War I that Molin was all too familiar with. Despite the late hour, the troops were evidently still on standby, not yet having settled down for the night. Soldiers, donning classic peaked helmets, gathered in small groups, some cleaning their rifles, others engaged in hushed conversations. However, many simply sat in silence, their vacant eyes fixed on the flickering flames. Clearly, not everyone could comprehend, like Messenger Schmidt, the rationale behind their presence in a foreign land for battle. The majority were merely following orders as soldiers. Schmidt guided Molin through the temporary camp, his lively demeanor seemingly dampened by the oppressive atmosphere. Soon, The two halted before a slightly larger tent. "Lieutenant, this is the command post. Major Thomas is inside." Schmidt indicated the tent before lifting the heavy flap and stepping inside. Morin took a deep breath, adjusted his somewhat wrinkled and stained military uniform, and followed suit. Inside the tent, a single oil lamp provided dim illumination, casting a somewhat yellowish hue. A robust, middle-aged officer, sporting the standard Saxon mustache, stood before a map-laden campaign table, his brow furrowed in concentration. Hearing the flap being lifted, he looked up, first meeting Schmidt's gaze before shifting to Morin. Upon noticing Morin's visibly bruised face and the bandages peeking from his collar, the major's eyebrows involuntarily arched. Schmidt stepped forward, handing over a file folder while succinctly recounting Morin's plight. Morin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that General Mackinson would allow others to divulge this matter. "Such is the situation, Your Excellency. General Mackinson has instructed me to bring 2nd Lieutenant Morin directly to you for reporting." Upon hearing this, Major Thomas scrutinized Morin once again, his expression somewhat complex. "You certainly have a significant assignment," he remarked as he opened the document pouch, glanced at the order, and nodded. "Understood. You may return and report back." "Yes, Major," Schmidt replied with a crisp salute, promptly turning to leave the tent. Major Thomas casually set the order aside and gestured toward a nearby ammunition box, his tone softening considerably. "Please have a seat, 2nd Lieutenant. Your experiences are quite remarkable." For a moment, Morin was at a loss for words in response to Major Thomas's comment, managing only a sheepish smile before sitting down. Meanwhile, the Major opened the documents brought by the messenger, quickly scanning them before letting out a sigh. "Morin, given your prior experiences and current state, I should have you rest for a while. However, the situation has changed, and the troops are likely to commence operations soon." "I am fine, sir." Morin was keenly aware that, as a newcomer, he needed to make a favorable impression on his superior officers, and in this straightforward unit, doing so was quite simple. "Please give me your orders." "Excellent. Company 3 has been awaiting your arrival as their platoon leader for quite some time. I will send someone to escort you there." Major Thomas appeared quite pleased with Morin's attitude, calling out to the tent's entrance, where a soldier promptly entered. "Take 2nd Lieutenant Morin to Company 3 and introduce him to Captain Hauser." "Yes, sir." After departing from Major Thomas's tent, Morin, guided by the soldier, swiftly located the quarters of Company 3. The atmosphere here was more vibrant than at the headquarters, with a sharp-looking captain assigning tasks to his non-commissioned officers. Upon seeing Morin, the captain's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached. "You must be 2nd Lieutenant Morin. Thank goodness you finally arrived." The captain enthusiastically grasped Morin's hand with a grip strong enough to elicit a wince. "I am Karl Hauser, the commanding officer of Company 3. "Sir." Morin immediately saluted his direct superior, recalling the muscle memory of his new body. No need for formality. Captain Hauser clapped him on the shoulder, his face radiating unmasked joy. "You know, our previous platoon leader fell ill on the train to Aragon and passed away. My squad has been without a platoon leader for nearly a month, with the sergeant acting in his stead, and he has been overwhelmed." It dawned on Morin that he had been summoned to fill a gap. Captain Hauser was evidently a decisive leader. After exchanging pleasantries with Morin, he called over the company personnel and other officers. "Everyone, allow me to introduce 2nd Lieutenant Morin, our new platoon leader for Squad 3. Please make him feel welcome." Hearing Captain Hauser's words, the soldiers gathered around, and friendly introductions were exchanged. Morin took this opportunity to familiarize himself with the organizational structure of the Saxon Empire Army's basic units. In an infantry company, apart from the commanding officers like the company commander and platoon leader, there are quite a few personnel in the company. This includes a company sergeant as the core figure, a supplies sergeant to assist in managing logistics, uniforms, barracks, and other affairs, 2 clerks responsible for handling various documents and reports since the company commander is often too busy to manage the paperwork, for medics equipped with basic medical kits for battlefield emergencies and transporting the wounded to medical stations, a 6-member communications team responsible for establishing and maintaining communication with the company headquarters, and lastly, an 8-member logistics team managing the field kitchen, food supplies, drinking water, additional ammunition boxes, spare weapon parts, and tools, as well as the company's baggage. Morin even noted that among these 8 members, 2 were specialized farriers and harness makers. As the Saxon Empire's infantry companies, besides officers and messengers, were also equipped with 2 supply wagons for transporting the entire company's baggage during marches. As he mingled with everyone, the knowledge he had acquired at the Richterfeld Central Military Academy began to resurface, and his unique abilities provided a stream of information updates. Molin realized that, true to his obsessive nature, he would soon find himself engaged in a battle to clear the notifications. After others dispersed, 2 more platoon leaders, a taciturn lieutenant and a seemingly cheerful second lieutenant, approached Molin to introduce themselves. The relatively amicable atmosphere within the company eased Morin's previously tense demeanor. Following a brief exchange, a middle-aged sergeant with a serious expression and senior non-commissioned officer insignia stepped forward. Second Lieutenant, I am Klaus, the platoon sergeant of Squad 3. Hello, Sergeant Klaus. Molin nodded and extended his hand in greeting. Could you please assemble the troops? I would like to meet everyone. Yes, sir. Shortly. The soldiers of Squad 3 gathered in the open space in front of the tent. Presently, the infantry squad of the Saxon Empire consists of 9 soldiers. Each 2 infantry squads form a team. Thus, 8 squads comprise 4 teams, totaling 72 riflemen as the primary combat personnel of the platoon. Additionally, with the platoon leader, platoon sergeant for non-commissioned officers, and 2 messengers, the total number of personnel in this large infantry platoon reaches 80. Among them, aside from the platoon leader, the most crucial role is held by the platoon sergeant, alongside the 4 non-commissioned officers, typically of the rank of corporal. The platoon sergeant serves as the platoon leader's assistant and, like the company sergeant, is the soul of the platoon, acting as a bridge between the platoon leader and the soldiers. Many of the daily affairs within the platoon are often arranged by the platoon sergeant. Klaus, who will assist Molin, is a seasoned sergeant with over 16 years of service, a veritable treasure within an infantry platoon. The assembled soldiers stood in neat rows, their youthful or weathered faces illuminated by the cold moonlight, all turned toward their new commander. The strict hierarchy of the Saxon Empire army maintained an absolute silence among them. Although he had not yet reached the stage of graduating and being assigned to a company, Molin knew from the experiences of his seniors that he must not exhibit signs of nervousness or stage fright, for that would surely lead to significant issues later on. Molin sensed the subtle glances directed toward the injury on his face, and several soldiers' shoulders twitched, barely suppressing their laughter. Clearing his throat, he began, I know what you're all looking at. He pointed to his face. Feel free to laugh. Do not hold back. As soon as he finished speaking, a brief silence enveloped the group before an uncontrollable wave of laughter erupted. Molin joined in the laughter, and once the mirth subsided, he continued, from this day forth. I am your platoon leader. My requirements are simple. Obey orders, trust your comrades, and never shy away from battle. Any violations, including myself, will be dealt with severely under military law. Is that understood? Yes, sir. After discussing matters of discipline and combat, Molin dismissed the formation. Watching the soldiers depart, he was acutely aware that the earlier laughter merely bridged a superficial gap. The respect these soldiers held for him stemmed largely from his rank, and he realized that earning their genuine allegiance would be a long and arduous journey. Upon reflecting on some practical tips shared by senior officers before his time travel, Molin sought out Sergeant Klaus and 4 corporals after disbanding the squad. He aimed to briefly understand the current situation of the unit, while also fostering camaraderie between them. The group engaged in simple self-introductions and discussed their service experiences. Molin observed that aside from Sergeant Klaus, an experienced veteran, the other 4 corporals were also noteworthy, each having served for a considerable duration. This was not surprising, considering they were promoted from the ranks rather than through formal appointment procedures. This situation echoed the high proportion of competent junior non-commissioned officers in his previous world before the outbreak of the First World War, resulting in a highly capable army. However, many of these non-commissioned officers were significantly depleted in the early stages of the war, leading to a marked decline in their representation within the ranks. As the group became more acquainted, Molin sensed a palpable relaxation among Klaus and the others. One corporal, curious about Molin's origins, inquired where he hailed from. After retrieving a memory from his mind, Molin replied without hesitation, I am from Delaysdon. Oh, so you are from the capital. No wonder you possess a different demeanor. Your family must be quite distinguished. Surprised by the eager gazes of the officers, Molin paused momentarily, suddenly realizing that the capital of this country was not Berlin. However, Upon recalling that the nation had transformed into the Saxon Empire, everything began to make sense. In this timeline, it was likely not the House of Hohenzollern that ruled this land, but rather the House of Wettin. Thus, it was only logical for Dun, being the birthplace of the Wettin family, to become the capital of the Saxon Empire. After inquiring about non-combat injuries and the emotional state of the soldiers, and confirming that the squad's basic operational capability was intact, Sergeant Klaus led Molin to a small tent. This tent had just been set up by him and the supply soldier designated for the squad leader. Second Lieutenant, please rest while I fetch you some hot water. Thank you, Sergeant Klaus. Once Klaus departed, Molin sank onto the campaign bed, an overwhelming fatigue washing over him, making him feel as though his bones were about to crumble. Shortly thereafter, his young supply soldier entered, carrying a cup of hot water and some hard bread. Sir, I just checked the kitchen vehicle. It's out of fuel. Please eat something to tide you over. This hot water is from Sergeant Klaus. Thank you. You should also take a break. I can manage on my own. Molin nodded and struggled to chew on the hard black bread while sipping the hot water. The events of the day left his mind in disarray. The bewildering experience of time travel, the strange capture, the inexplicable rescue, and now, the unanticipated achievement of joining a military unit as a cadet. After hastily finishing his meal, he felt his eyelids growing heavy. Just as he was about to lie down and rest, the sudden sound of a sharp whistle pierced the air. The tent flap was lifted, and Sergeant Klaus's head popped in. Sir, orders from the company have arrived. All personnel are to assemble. We depart in 2 hours. What? Chapter 8. Mobilization. When the assembly whistle shattered the night sky, Missouri Lin's mind went blank for a fleeting moment. It felt akin to someone who had pulled an all-nighter. Just as they were about to rest their head on the pillow, only to be informed that the company had decided on a sudden all-hands-on-deck overtime. Even breakfast had to be resolved en route. The sense of helplessness mixed with resignation washed over him. Molin quickly adapted. He rubbed his throbbing temples and looked up at Klaus, who had entered the tent. Is the entire company mobilizing? I asked the messenger. It seems the whole battalion is on the move, Klaus replied. Understood. With no chance for sleep, Molin ceased to resist. He rose from a campaign bed, which was typically reserved for the squad leader, and his military training began to instinctively kick in. Klaus, go urge the squad to dismantle the tents immediately. All non-essential supplies must be sent to the company logistics unit. Yes, sir. Klaus promptly departed, his figure quickly vanishing outside. Molin's young supply soldier adeptly retrieved the gear left by the previous squad leader, including a polished rifle, a somewhat heavy pistol with a leather holster, and a distinctive Saxon Empire-style leather helmet. Since he had been captured, all his belongings except for this uniform had been confiscated by the Britannians, and even his officer's identification would need to be reissued from the rear. Thus, he had no choice but to accept the equipment left by his predecessor. Molin recognized the long, heavy rifle as the classic and precise Gu-98. The officer's sidearm was the P-08, highly coveted by weapon collectors in his former life. This indicated that the historical and technological developments of this world diverged from those of his previous life, yet many elements remained familiar. This was undoubtedly good news for Molin, as it would ease his adaptation to this world and reduce his learning curve. However, he had little time to fiddle with the weapons. Silently, he affixed the pistol and magazine to his gear strap, donned the helmet, and adjusted the chin strap. As the cold leather and metal made contact with his skin, a strange sense of familiarity surged within him. He grasped the Gu-98 rifle, pulled back the bolt, and the crisp click echoed within the small tent, dispelling the last remnants of sleepiness. Once fully equipped, Molin exited the tent. The supply soldier promptly summoned 2 soldiers, and together they swiftly packed away the squad leader's single-person tent and campaign bed. The sight before Molin invigorated him. The previously disorganized camp had transformed dramatically. The tents of each squad had vanished, leaving only traces on the ground. Aside from a small group of soldiers transporting bundled tents and supplies to the rear of the company, the rest had already shouldered their packs and rifles, assembling under the leadership of their respective squad leaders. In a nearby open area, the other 2 squads of the 3rd Company stood in neat rows under the cover of night, the commands of officers and non-commissioned officers rising and falling in an orderly yet chaotic manner. Molin cast his gaze toward the distance, illuminated by the moonlight. The entire 1st Battalion's encampment had come to life. Countless flickering oil lamps formed a constellation of lights, resembling a great beast awakening from slumber, stretching its limbs and letting out a deep growl. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of grim efficiency, making Molin acutely aware that he was one step closer to the brutal stage known as war. Meanwhile, at the rear, within the brightly lit headquarters of the 16th Infantry Brigade, the atmosphere was predictably tense and oppressive, characteristic of pre-battle jitters. Major General Mackinson stood before an open operational map, his posture erect despite bearing injuries, resembling a spear. Surrounding him were a circle of staff officers, all eyes fixated on a city marked on the map, named Sevilla. After being rescued, the veteran's immediate reaction was to counterattack, seizing the opportunity while the Britannians were still unprepared. However, after much persuasion from his advisors, he restrained his eagerness and agreed to first send a telegram to the general staff at home. Aside from the detailed report on the military observation team's encounter, the foremost priority is to seek authorization to initiate a retaliatory offensive. However, despite the established communication line along the Saxon-Aragon Railway, the telegrams will take no less than 3 to 4 hours to exchange, as the authorization has yet to arrive. Mackinson and his staff can only simulate various offensive strategies while anxiously awaiting the final decision from Potsdam. Previously, Sevilla lacked any fortifications, but it appears that the Royal Army has commenced the construction of temporary positions following their rapid advance. According to the intelligence gathered thus far, the Royal Army has deployed the 24th Infantry Division, while at least 2 battalions from the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment of the Britannians are expected to support the cavalry units in action. A major staff officer pointed at the map and analyzed, stating that in terms of conventional forces, the enemy already possesses a numerical advantage and is on the defensive. They are likely on high alert for our impending assault, which could result in significant casualties. Upon hearing this, Mackinson shook his head and indicated the markings on either side of the 16th Brigade on the operational map. We are not without allies, as both the National Army and the International Brigade have a brigade's worth of troops on our flanks, coupled with our own 16th Infantry Brigade. Theoretically, we should not be at a disadvantage in terms of manpower. The seasoned general looked at the symbols representing their adversary, the Royal Army, on the map and let out a cold chuckle. Moreover, the Royal Army lacks sufficient equipment and fighting spirit if they were to confront our forces directly. Even against the National Army and the International Brigade, they would stand no chance of victory. However, we must remain vigilant against the Britannians. Another staff officer suddenly interjected, stating that, based on current intelligence, aside from the 2 battalions of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment, a task force composed of the Highland Wizard Corps and the Order of the Guard may have also arrived in Sevilla. This remark plunged the room into silence, especially upon hearing the names of the Highland Wizard Corps and the Order of the Guard. Even Mackinson felt a chill upon recalling the powerful wizards within the Highland Corps. Mackinson has always held unwavering confidence in the combat capability of the Saxon Imperial Army. The abundance of high-quality junior officers and non-commissioned officers, coupled with the soldiers' rigorous training, forms the foundation upon which the Saxon Imperial Army maintains its combat effectiveness in the competitive landscape of this continent. Furthermore, having embarked on the path of industrialization, the Saxon Empire has made remarkable strides in military technology. Not only has it begun the mass production of various heavy artillery, but even the armored knights, once exclusive to the Britannians and Gauls, have been modified by the Imperial Academy to significantly reduce the demand for magical technology. Nevertheless, Mackinson is acutely aware that the Wizard Corps and Knight Orders of the Britannians are formidable entities that must not be underestimated. In overseas colonial battles, the Empire has suffered considerable losses due to the presence of their accompanying wizards. These individuals possess the capacity to alter the course of battle with just a handful of their kind. Not to mention the elite armored knights of the Order of the Guard, who could dominate the battlefield, standing against 100 or even 1,000 foes. Mackinson's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the scorching lands of North Africa years ago. It was a colonial conflict where initial successes exceeded expectations. His North African Corps and Saxon colonial troops, alongside loyal local auxiliary forces, advanced triumphantly, uprooting every outpost and stronghold established by the Britannians. Reports of victory flooded back to the homeland, and everyone believed that this bountiful land was on the verge of a change in ownership. Until the Britannian reinforcements arrived, a small detachment from the Order of the Guard, along with merely 3 powerful wizards from the Highland Corps. Mackinson can never forget the scene of that fateful day. as he led his troops into a direct confrontation with the main force of the Britannian Expeditionary Army. Everyone understood that this would be a decisive battle for the fate of North Africa. The battle commenced not with the roar of cannon fire, but with the legendary wizard of the Britannians standing at the rear, raising his staff to the heavens. The color of the sky shifted abruptly, the clouds were torn apart, and countless flaming meteors, trailing long tails, rained down upon the positions of the Saxon North African Corps. In the wake of the meteor strikes, a fiery storm erupted, a massive wall of flames sweeping forward, consuming the flesh of soldiers and warping the steel of their weapons. A once complete infantry regiment vanished within those few short minutes, leaving not even a single whole corpse. Soon after, the armored knights of the Order of the Guard charged forth, their singular assault shattering the formations of 2 additional infantry regiments. That moment became an indelible nightmare in Mackinson's mind. Had it not been for the valiant efforts of the accompanying Teutonic knights, who temporarily engaged the enemy's pure magical armored knights with their numerical advantage, and had it not been for Duke Ernst August of Brunswick leading the Brunswick Death Cavalry in relentless charges against the positions of the Highland Wizards, sacrificing countless lives to force the 3 wizards to halt their spells for defense and withdrawal, the entire North African Corps would have likely been lost that day. "General?" A staff member's gentle call jolted Mackinson from his painful reverie. He inhaled deeply, the mixed scents of kerosene and tobacco in the tent grounding him in reality. After a moment of silence, Mackinson resumed, inquiring about the whereabouts of the armored knights of the Teutonic Order. "They're still en route, but they should arrive at our rear station to complete their assembly before dawn." Mackinson replied, "Once they arrive, they should proceed directly to Sevilla to engage in combat. The various units of the 16th Brigade and the attached cavalry should continue according to the plan towards the attack assembly area, and the artillery units can also enter their firing positions." As he spoke, the staff officers exchanged glances, and the one closest to him cautiously spoke up. "But General, the orders from the General Staff have yet to arrive." "That is merely a matter of time." Mackinson waved his hand dismissively and continued, "Neither His Majesty, the General Staff, nor the Imperial Council can tolerate the Britannians extending their reach to our doorstep. Thus this battle is inevitable." He glanced at the somewhat anxious officers surrounding him. Most of these relatively young staff members lacked any experience in overseas combat. For them, the upcoming battle would mark their first engagement. With this thought, Mackinson could not help but sigh. As the seasoned veterans who had truly experienced war ascended to higher ranks or retired to the sidelines, the youthfulness of the Saxon Imperial Army had become an unstoppable trend. Admittedly, the new generation of young officers, who had entered preparatory military schools in their adolescence and grown up immersed in various theories of warfare, surpassed their predecessors in many respects. However, the most vital experience of battle cannot be imparted by military academies or routine training. Mackinson silently hoped that this localized war would cultivate a new generation of experienced officers for the Empire. He glanced at the commander of the 16th Brigade beside him. "I leave the specific battle deployment to you, as it is your responsibility. I will return to the Expeditionary Command once the orders from the Domestic General Staff are relayed." "Yes, General." After these words, Mackinson settled into a corner of the tent, quietly awaiting the transmission of the final orders from the homeland. As the commander of the expeditionary forces throughout the entire Aragon Kingdom, he should presently be stationed at the command center of the Expeditionary Army, which is situated closer to Saxony, overseeing the overall situation. In his mind, the map of the Aragon Kingdom gradually unfurled, revealing the troop deployments of the Saxony Expeditionary Forces, the National Army, and the International Brigade. He closed his eyes, contemplating the troop movements in other directions. After all, with the commencement of the battle in Sevilla, fighting would soon erupt along the entire front. Meanwhile, the other officers in the tent began devising various plans for the impending conflict. Agile messengers dashed in and out of the camp, delivering orders that transformed into the marching steps of soldiers and the tracks carved by the traction artillery. After approximately 3 hours had passed, an officer lifted the tent flap and hurried to where Mackinson stood, pipe in mouth. "General," a response from a general staff. Chapter 9. The Courage of Dispersed Forces. Mackinson snatched the telegram and swiftly tore open the seal, leaving only the sound of paper rustling within the tent. "Moments latte." An incredulous and peculiar expression surfaced on Mackinson's face, a blend of anger and confusion that ultimately morphed into a cold smirk. He approached a group of staff officers and slapped the telegram onto the table. "Behold, this is the decision of our general staff." The commander of the 16th Brigade cautiously picked up the telegram. After a mere glance, his expression mirrored that of Mackinson. "Authorize the expeditionary forces within the Aragon Kingdom to immediately undertake necessary military actions, but require you to return home for recuperation." This command left everyone present in stunned silence. To remove a general who had recently suffered a profound humiliation and was fervently seeking vengeance just before the battle? Was this a change of command in the face of battle? "General Priatwitz will assume your duties." The chief of staff read the subsequent content with difficulty. "Priatwitz." Mackinson repeated the name, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. That coward who only dares to fight defensively when he has the advantage? To let him command the attack. He surveyed the room, his gaze ultimately landing on the offensive plan, a flicker of unwillingness crossing his eyes. Yet moments later, he seemed to come to a realization and let out a cold snort. "Since the authorization for combat has been issued, then let us launch the attack according to your plan and drive the kingdom's army and the Britannians out of Sevilla." The voice of the seasoned general was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable resolve. "Before that fool Priatwitz arrives, I remain the commander of the expeditionary forces. Necessary military actions, indeed. I shall show them what is truly necessary." During the anxious waiting period in the brigade's tent, the 1st Battalion of the 33rd Infantry Regiment, led by Molin, had already commenced its march. The night provided the perfect cover for a large-scale infantry advance. 3 infantry companies, along with various direct units from the battalion and supply convoys, moved like a silent, gray serpent along the rural dirt roads. The basic tactical unit of the Saxon Imperial Army is the battalion, and the organization of the marching column centers around this, orderly and methodical. Apart from the crunching of gravel beneath their military boots and the occasional sound of galloping messengers, the nearly 1,000-strong contingent emitted little extraneous noise. Discipline had permeated the very marrow of this army. Molin, leading his infantry squad, walked in the marching column of Company 3. The initial tension and awkwardness dissipated swiftly once they began their march. It felt as though this body had been activated to its factory settings, instinctively recalling how to regulate breathing, allocate physical energy, and observe the condition of the soldiers with peripheral vision. These skills, characteristic of a competent junior officer, emerged as naturally as instinct, coupled with the knowledge and experiences acquired as a cadet in the strongest land army of Blue Star. Molin found he could intuitively assess whether the march's pace was uniform and whether the spacing between the soldiers was too loose or too tight. This sensation was remarkable, akin to a veteran of an RTS game who, even with a new account, retains the micromanagement and awareness etched into their DNA. At least on a physical level, he had already become a genuine Saxon lieutenant. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the branches of roadside trees, casting mottled patches of light upon the soldiers' pointed helmets. The air was slightly cool, imbued with the scents of earth and grass, intertwined with a faint hint of gunpowder, as if the wind carried ominous omens from the direction of Sevilla. After approximately 2 hours, the contingent arrived at the designated assembly area. This location was a sparse wooded area near the road, with slightly undulating terrain conducive to concealment. As Major Thomas, the battalion commander, issued orders through the messengers, the 1st Battalion swiftly transitioned from a marching state to a combat-ready posture. The entire contingent spread out in companies and squads, skillfully seeking cover and hiding spots. The low murmurs of officers replaced the previous silence of marching, as a palpable atmosphere of tension and anticipation enveloped the forest. Just as Molin was directing his soldiers to settle within the woods, Sergeant Krause approached him and whispered, "Squad leader, the messenger just came by and said they need you at the company headquarters." "Understood," Molin nodded, handing his rifle to a support soldier, adjusting his uniform and equipment, and making his way toward the dimly flickering oil lamps deeper in the woods. There lay the temporary company headquarters of Company 3, where Captain Hauser was gathered with 2 other squad leaders around a map spread out on ground. "Molin, you're here just in time," Captain Hauser called out, gesturing toward the map. "Bad news and good news. Which would you like to hear first?" This familiar opening line made Morin's lips twitch slightly. "Sir, when you ask that, it usually means both pieces of news are unfavorable." Captain Hauser chuckled at his response, but quickly composed himself, his expression turning serious. "The bad news is, the combat orders have been issued. Our 1st Battalion will be the vanguard of the entire regiment, launching a frontal assault on the village called San Isidro. He picked up a pencil and drew a thick arrow on the map, pointing directly at the village's marker. Morin's heart sank. This was indeed bad news, and quite grim at that. A frontal assault as the vanguard. These two terms together were synonymous with heavy casualties. And the good news? He asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. The good news is, Captain Hauser's tone lightened somewhat. We are the reserve of the 3rd Company. The 1st and 2nd Companies will go in first, and we will enter the fray as needed or to plug any gaps. Moore nodded, simultaneously letting out a quiet sigh of relief. To be honest, although he was gradually embodying the role of a Saxon lieutenant, he had no intention of sacrificing his life for this unfamiliar country. Had he not known that desertion was both disgraceful and carried severe consequences, he would have sought ways to slip away long ago. While serving as the reserve of the 1st Assault Echelon was not entirely safe, at least he would not be the first to charge into the fray, testing the enemy's firepower with his flesh and blood. Survive a little longer, survive a little longer. Morin silently chanted in his heart while contemplating his next course of action. However, when his gaze fell once more upon the unfolded operational map, memories belonging to the military academy began to resurface. An increasing wealth of knowledge regarding the Saxon Imperial Army, or, more broadly, the military operations of this world flooded his mind, leading Morin to realize that trouble was brewing. Observing the map, he noted that the attack vectors representing the 1st and 2nd Companies had a remarkably narrow front for their assault. The 1st Company deployed 3 infantry platoons to form a front and rear line of skirmishers, each 150 meters wide, advancing slowly with a spacing of 12 meters between soldiers, simultaneously suppressing the enemy's front line with a volley of rifle fire. Positioned approximately 100 meters behind the 1st Company was the 2nd Company, arranged in a dense column, poised to initiate a bayonet charge once a breach was created in the skirmish line. There were no flanking maneuvers, no intermingling, and certainly no tactical planning akin to modern methods involving teams alternating cover and dispersed infiltration. Disturbing memories began to flicker in his mind. He recalled the tactical theories taught to the original inhabitant of this body at military school, recounted with fervor by instructors in the classroom. The Saxon assault tactics, the courage of skirmish lines, the devastating power of regiment-level attack formations flashed through his mind. He remembered how the gray-haired tactical instructor praised the sight of soldiers forming skirmish lines, like a gray tide, marching to the beat of drums, unwaveringly advancing towards enemy positions under artillery fire. At that moment, the original inhabitant of this body, like all his classmates, felt a surge of enthusiasm, believing this was the pinnacle of Saxon military glory. Yet now, with the soul of a 21st century military student, Morin felt utterly disheartened. In this world, despite the existence of magical technology and extraordinary forces like armored knights, the evolution of conventional infantry tactics still seemed to align with the early World War I armies of Europe in his memories. They remained devoted to the courage and discipline of soldiers, clinging to the impact of dense formations. It was over. He was caught in the final act of a frontal assault in dense formation. Chapter 10. Fear not. The enemy will surely scatter at the first charge. As a former military academy student, Morin had attended lectures on military history before his crossing. The instructor had emphasized the evolution of infantry assault tactics, particularly the battles of the early war period. It was an awkward and brutal time for infantry, as soldiers still adhered to the traditional dense formations. Although the spacing between soldiers had widened to 12 meters, Morin felt it was still, in a sense, akin to lining up for execution. This situation persisted until machine guns made their grim debut, ruthlessly claiming countless lives, prompting a shift in tactics. The infantry of this world, clearly, was also caught in this awkward phase. Furthermore, it seemed that magic and magical technology posed significant threats to infantry stepping onto the battlefield. Morin was genuinely alarmed. He understood that on the battlefield, machine gun bullets treated all equally, whether officer or private, all fell to the same fate when caught in their line of fire. Striving to maintain a composed demeanor and appear as a valiant Saxon soldier, Morin tentatively inquired, "Captain, do we have any intelligence on the enemy's troop deployment in the village we are targeting?" Upon hearing Morin's question, Captain Hauser's face lit up with a knowing expression, as if he had anticipated the inquiry. The battalion had already dispatched scouts to circle the village perimeter. Captain Hauser circled the village on the map with the tip of his pencil. It was confirmed that the Kingdom of Aragon had stationed troops within, but to avoid alarming them, the scouts had not approached too closely, leaving the precise numbers uncertain. Another taciturn lieutenant added, "Sir, will there be artillery preparation?" "Certainly." Captain Hauser nodded, his tone imbued with a sense of assuredness. An artillery battalion would conduct 3 rapid barges on the village before the assault commenced, enough to instill fear in the kingdom's soldiers. At this point, Captain Hauser produced a pocket watch from his pocket and addressed the 3 platoon leaders. "It is currently 4:37 p.m. The attack will commence promptly at 5:07 p.m. Make your preparations." The impromptu operational meeting concluded, and the other 2 platoon leaders turned to leave. Seizing the moment before Molin departed, Captain Hauser approached him, patting him firmly on the shoulder. "I know you just graduated from military academy and are now facing your first real battle. Feeling nervous is entirely natural." His voice lowered slightly, conveying a sense of concern from a senior to a junior. "I see you haven't brought a pocket watch or wristwatch. That's unacceptable. As an officer, you must have a timepiece to keep track of time." Upon hearing the captain's words, Molin finally recognized why he felt something was amiss. Indeed, the original inhabitant's pocket watch had been confiscated when he was captured. After being rescued, there had been no time to retrieve it, leaving Molin without any means to measure time apart from the system interface. Captain Hauser, while speaking, summoned his orderly and instructed him to retrieve a cloth pouch from his belongings. "This is the pocket watch I used previously, but before departure, my wife gifted me a new one, so this one is temporarily unused. Here, take it." "Huh? Captain, this seems too precious," Molin exclaimed, surprised, as he regarded the pouch being handed to him, knowing that in this era, a pocket watch was considered a luxury item. "Take it. I don't want you to miss your mark, due to poor timekeeping." Captain Hauser insisted, firmly placing the pouch in Morin's hand. "Relax. The soldiers in the village are mostly conscripted farmers. Their combat will and training are considerably lacking. It is highly likely that the 1st and 2nd companies will conclude the battle with a single charge, leaving no chance for our reserves to engage. Let us hope for your words to ring true, Captain. Indeed, return and ensure the troops are prepared." "Yes, sir." Molin saluted Captain Hauser and turned back toward his platoon's rest area. He understood well that the captain's final words were half reassurance and half underestimation. However, this sentiment seemed prevalent in the Saxon army, where an almost blind confidence in their combat capabilities coexisted with a deep disdain for their adversaries. Such a mindset bolstered morale during favorable circumstances, but could swiftly devolve into catastrophic defeat when the tides of battle turned against them. Molin quickly returned to his unit's rest area, where he found Sergeant Klaus inspecting the soldiers' equipment. "Sergeant Klaus, the order to advance has been issued. We will attack in approximately half an hour." Klaus's serious demeanor showed no signs of disturbance, though his movements momentarily paused. "Yes, sir," he replied in a low voice. "I will ensure that the squad leaders conduct final checks to guarantee the soldiers are in optimal condition." This seasoned veteran understood that the unit was on the brink of its first bloody engagement in a foreign land. "Rest assured, I will assist you in commanding the troops," Klaus added, which provided Molin with a measure of reassurance. After concluding his conversation with Klaus, Molin found a relatively dry slope to sit upon, leaning against a sturdy tree trunk. The surrounding soldiers had ceased their chatter, leaving only the faint sounds of clashing equipment and restrained breaths in the forest. He closed his eyes, and the darkness before him was instantly replaced by the familiar UI interface, revealing an expansive map once more. Molin attempted to zoom in on the map, soon locating the blue markers representing the 3 battalions under the 33rd Infantry Regiment, with the marker for the 1st Battalion positioned at the forefront of the entire regiment. As he concentrated, the map continued to expand, refining the 1st Battalion's marker into 3 smaller icons representing the infantry companies, along with icons for the battalion headquarters and the logistical support unit. He could even distinctly perceive the small icons representing the 2 supply wagons of the 1st Company, resting in a relatively secure position alongside the battalion supply team at the rear. This omniscient perspective, akin to that of a deity surveying the battlefield, calmed his tumultuous thoughts considerably. He then gradually shifted his gaze towards the target of this offensive, the village of Shanyxijuo. The area of the village was enveloped in a translucent shroud, which was presumably the infamous fog of war. Unlike the real-time, dynamic troop markers of Allied units, The markers of enemy forces seemed to appear only after being reconnoitered by friendly units. At this moment, in the heart of the village, there existed but a solitary gray diamond icon, inscribed with the words Aragon Kingdom Military Unit, unknown scale, unknown armament. This corroborated the assertions of Captain Hauser, as the scouts had indeed only glimpsed from afar without acquiring any valuable intelligence. Morin attempted to mentally click on the diamond icon, but the system responded with a prompt stating insufficient information, unable to parse. His attention was then drawn to another detail on the map. 3 kilometers behind the assembly area for their offensive, an artillery position icon had illuminated. He zoomed in, discerning that it represented the next artillery battalion of the brigade. As Morin concentrated his thoughts on this battalion icon, a series of information swiftly materialized. 28th Field Artillery Regiment, 2nd Field Artillery Battalion, F-96, Na 77mm Field Gun 12. Upon noting that this 77mm field gun had a maximum range of 5,500 meters, he understood the reason for the artillery position's advanced placement. This was not the type of howitzer that fired high-arching projectiles, but rather a close support cannon, which, although lacking in range and power compared to its predecessors, excelled in mobility and flexibility. Several faint parabolic arcs extended from the icon, with the final impact points covering a substantial portion of the southeastern area of Shungyxijuo village. However, the coverage area seemed excessively broad. This was not the precise firepower strike Morin was familiar with. Rather, it resembled a fire coverage within a defined area, likely intended for fire suppression, as Captain Hauser had indicated. Well, let us hope that, as Captain Hauser suggested, the sound of cannon fire would indeed send the enemy fleeing. Chapter 11. The initial battle commences 15 minutes later. With Klaus's assistance, Morin assembled the entire platoon. The soldiers inspected their weapons and ammunition, donned their backpacks, and stood in 3 neat columns, awaiting further commands. In this brief interlude, Morin discovered a new application for the golden finger in his mind. He realized he could minimize the detailed battlefield map and fix it in a translucent form at the upper left corner of his vision. It was akin to playing an RTS game or Battlefield, providing him with a small map for reference. Although this would temporarily prevent him from switching to other tabs like intelligence or information, the advantages were evident. He could monitor the movements of both enemy and allied forces on the battlefield without fearing an abrupt closure of the entire UI due to unforeseen circumstances. Platoon leader. The company is on the move. Klaus's voice snapped Morin back to reality. Let's go. Without further ado, Morin issued a succinct order and led his 3rd platoon towards the positions of the other 2 platoons in the company headquarters. The sun had yet to rise, merely revealing a faint glimmer on the horizon, while the light in the forest remained dim. The soldiers' military boots crunched on the dry branches and leaves, producing a subtle crackling sound that mingled with the metallic clinks of their equipment, creating the distinctive melody of a march. Soon, they arrived at the assembly area of the 3rd Company. Captain Hauser stood at the forefront of the formation, while the other 2 platoons had already aligned behind him. Morin directed his unit to swiftly join the rear of the formation. A tall and serious-looking company sergeant marched briskly to Captain Hauser, standing at attention to report, all present. Sir, thank you, Sergeant. Hauser nodded, then moved to stand at the front of the company. All companies, align at the center. Quick march. The company's sergeant positioned himself behind the captain, while several other officers swiftly moved to the sides of the formation, echoing the commands and maintaining the marching order. Left, right, left, left, right, left. The nearly 200-strong contingent, excluding the supply train, transformed into a long gray serpent, silently advancing towards the designated attack preparation area under the commands of the officers and sergeants. After approximately 10 minutes of marching, the formation halted behind a thicket of low shrubs. This was the waiting area for the 3rd Company, serving as their attack preparation position as the reserve for the 1st Battalion. Through the gaps in the bushes, Morin could clearly see the scene unfolding in the open ground ahead. The soldiers of the 1st Company had already deployed a skirmish line approximately 150 meters wide. However, this formation differed from the skirmish lines Morin was accustomed to. Nevertheless, for late-stage line combat, this formation, with soldiers spaced 12 meters apart, could certainly be deemed a skirmish line. Behind them was the densely packed line of the 2nd Company. As the unit poised to rapidly penetrate the enemy's position once a breach was created, the soldiers of the 2nd Company had already affixed bayonets to their rifles. reflecting glimmers of cold light in the early morning haze. The scene was eerily silent, only interrupted by the soft whispers of the wind across the fields. Morin glanced at the pocket watch lent to him by Captain Hauser. The silver hands were steadily approaching 5:07. As the time arrived, the oppressive silence was abruptly shattered by a piercing whistle. A round of calibration artillery fire soared through the sky, detonating outside Shungyxijuo village and sending up a plume of black smoke. The artillery position icon on the upper left corner of Morin's map flickered, and a red parabolic arc accurately struck the edge of the village. Immediately thereafter, a second calibration round fell, this time landing even closer to the center of the village. Calibration complete. In the next moment, the entire sky seemed to resonate with the shrill cries of incoming shells. The 12 F-96 77mm field guns of the Field Artillery Battalion commenced rapid fire. Though merely small-caliber field guns, their combined firepower exhibited terrifying destructive capability. The explosions merged into a singular roar, engulfing Shungyxijuo village in smoke and debris. Soil, rubble, and the remnants of buildings were propelled high into the air, only to come crashing down again. In that instant, the god of war revealed its initial prowess. After 3 rapid volleys, the bombardment abruptly ceased, plunging the battlefield into a brief silence once more. Morin could sense the heavy breaths of the soldiers around him, many displaying expressions of excitement. To them, such intense preparatory fire was sufficient to obliterate the morale of the Aragon militia within the village. The moment the artillery fire ceased, a sharp whistle sliced through the stillness of the battlefield. This was the signal to advance. Beyond the thicket, the 3 lines of skirmishers from the 1st Company began to move forward slowly. The soldiers marched in perfect unison, their U-98 rifles held horizontally at their chests, with muzzles directed towards the smoke-shrouded village ahead. Their movements were deliberate and steady, each step resonating with strength, and the formation advanced with minimal disorder. The discipline of this army was vividly manifested at this moment. After the skirmish line of the 1st Company advanced approximately 100 meters, the 2nd Company began to move as well. The soldiers, arranged in a tight column, followed the same rhythm under the command of their officers, maintaining their close formation in preparation to surge into the enemy lines once the 1st Company created a breach. As the initial rays of the sun cast their golden glow upon the fields, they illuminated the sharp peaks of the soldiers' helmets and the rows of glinting bayonets atop their rifles. A gray wave of 360 soldiers surged silently toward the village of Shungyxijuo, the entire scene imbued with an eerie quietude. Aside from the rustling of military boots against the ground and the occasional low commands from the officers, no other sound could be heard. Morin crouched behind a bush, his heart involuntarily tightening. On the map in the upper left corner of his vision, the blue icons representing Company 1 and Company 2 steadily approached the gray diamond, symbolizing an unknown enemy. Everything appeared to unfold as Captain Hauser had anticipated. The defenders within the village seemed genuinely paralyzed by the earlier intense bombardment, cowering in the ruins, reluctant to reveal themselves. Company 1 and Company 2 swiftly traversed more than half the distance without encountering any resistance. Morin even noted that some soldiers from Company 3 had begun to relax, engaging in low conversations, seemingly convinced that the battle had already concluded. Captain Hauser wore a relaxed smile, even pulling out his pipe to tap it against his shoe, preparing to indulge in a moment of leisure before victory. However, this optimistic atmosphere did not persist for long. Just as the skirmish line of Company 1 approached within 200 meters of the village's perimeter, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from the ruins. Blood splattered along the skirmish line of Company 1, and several soldiers fell, writhing in agony on the ground. The defenders, having regained their senses, commenced a counterattack. A brief stir arose within the attacking ranks due to the unexpected assault, but it was quickly quelled by the sharp whistles and reprimands of the non-commissioned officers. "Halt! Raise your rifles! Aim! Fire!" At the sound of the sergeant's piercing whistle and the officer's commands, the skirmish line of Company 1 uniformly halted, kneeling on one knee, rifles raised. They then pulled the triggers towards the direction of the gunfire. Following a concentrated volley, the fire from the village's edge noticeably diminished. "Advance!" The soldiers rose again, rifles in hand, pressing forward. The sequence of halting, aiming, firing, and charging continued over the next several meters. Although soldiers fell under the relentless onslaught, the overall momentum of the company's advance remained largely unaffected. They managed to suppress the defenders' fire with the discipline instilled by rigorous training and the precise volley fire of the U-98 rifles. The scales of victory seemed to tilt in favor of the Saxons. Yet Molin remained entirely on edge. His full attention was fixated on the small map in the upper left corner of his vision. Just moments ago, a brand new red icon had emerged without warning on the perimeter of Shung-Isi de Luo village, as the soldiers of Company 1 and Company 2 approached. Aragon Kingdom Army Vickers machine gun position. Chapter 12. The moment the machine gun roared when this red icon, accompanied by a line of cold annotations, sprang onto Morin's map. He felt as if his heart had skipped a beat. The worst fears had indeed materialized. The Bretons had evidently provided weaponry support to the Royal Army, which had now established a machine gun position within this village on the outskirts of Sevilla. The rapid, piercing gunfire erupted like a chainsaw of death upon the battlefield. Through the thicket, Molin witnessed an unforgettable scene. The skirmish line of Company 1, advancing forward, was swept away as if by an invisible, colossal scythe. From left to right, soldiers fell one after another, their fragile bodies no different from cut wheat before the relentless hail of bullets. The bullets, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, traced lines of death through the ranks. In less than 10 seconds, a single machine gun had obliterated an entire platoon from the forefront of Company 1. The once seemingly invincible gray assault line crumbled in an instant. Surviving soldiers screamed in terror, huddled on the ground, paralyzed with fear, entirely disregarding the frantic shouts of their officers. Yet the Vickers machine gun did not cease its fire. The gunner calmly adjusted the aim, extending the lethal barrage towards the second and third skirmish lines of Company 1. Even the densely packed Company 2, yet to engage in battle, became a target. In the tightly formed ranks, the machine gun's lethality was maximized. Every bullet seemed to find its mark. Captain Hauser, who had been so self-assured moments ago, now stood frozen in place, his smile replaced by a pallor of shock. His mouth opened as if to speak, but no words emerged. This reaction did not surprise Molin, for he understood that the current Saxon army, much like the European armies before the Great War, had yet to grasp the terrifying capabilities of the machine gun, perceiving it merely as a cumbersome weapon suited for defense. This was why the entire 33rd Infantry Regiment had only a single machine gun company equipped with 8 MG-08 heavy machine guns, which had not even reached the front lines. The assault of Company 1 had been utterly dismantled. The surviving soldiers lay prostrate on the ground, clutching their heads tightly, too fearful to move. Any attempt to stand and retaliate or retreat would be met with the wrath of the deadly fire, swiftly turning them into lifeless corpses. Company 2, trailing behind, fell into utter chaos. The leading officer desperately blew his whistle, attempting to disperse the troops or order them to lie down. But the discipline of the soldiers was rapidly disintegrating under the machine gun's onslaught. Originally maintaining a compact formation, Company 2 became a tightly clustered target, the perfect mark for the machine gun. Bullets rained down like water upon the mass of humanity, each sweep claiming multiple lives. While others were paralyzed by the horror unfolding before them, Morin's mind raced, his gaze fixated on the small map in the upper left corner. The red diamond icon, representing the Vickers machine gun position, was accompanied by a fan-shaped red area, indicating its field of fire, which encompassed the entire front of the assault. The soldier icons of Company 1 and Company 2 were situated squarely within this deadly arc, confirming the general location. Molin retrieved the binoculars designated for the officers from their case and peered towards the direction marked on the map. Indeed, behind the seemingly unremarkable second-floor window of a farmhouse, he caught glimpses of flickering gunfire. Just as Molin intended to relay this information to Captain Hauser, he noticed Major Thomas, the battalion commander, speaking to a messenger in the makeshift forward command post at the other end of the bushes. Moments later, he observed one of the messengers mount a horse and gallop toward the rear. Molin speculated that they were likely contacting the artillery positions for continued fire support. However, even if all went smoothly, it would take at least several minutes for the shells to arrive. In that time, the machine gun and other defenders would have ample opportunity to annihilate the exposed Company 1 and Company 2. Yet Molin soon realized that he had little time to concern himself with others. He spotted another messenger racing toward his company. This cannot be good. They wouldn't want to send the reserves in, would they? Molin anxiously focused on the approaching messenger, who sprinted directly to Captain Hauser, breathless and gasping, exclaiming, "Captain, Major Thomas commands. Company 3 is to immediately engage from the front." Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the officers, including Molin, changed dramatically. This was no different from willingly jumping into a meat grinder. Captain Hauser's face immediately turned a deep shade of purple, and he seized the messenger by the collar. "Are you certain that was the command? Has Major Thomas lost his mind? Did you not see the situation ahead?" "Yes, sir, those were the Major's exact words." The messenger replied, nearly in tears. "Damn it." Captain Hauser cursed, but ultimately released his grip. Military orders are as immovable as mountains. He could not defy Major Thomas's command. For doing so would be tantamount to cowardice and could land him before a military tribunal facing execution. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face his subordinates. His gaze swept over the anxious and fearful faces, finally resting on Molin and the other 2 platoon leaders. "You all heard that." Captain Hauser's voice had grown heavy with the weight of his mood. "Prepare for battle. 3rd platoon to the left, 1st platoon center, 2nd platoon to the right, spread out into skirmish lines. Alternate covering fire as we advance." Having witnessed the devastating defeat of the dense formation firsthand, he refrained from issuing the foolish command to charge in formation again. Nevertheless, Molin understood that this was still a suicide mission. Until that machine gun was neutralized, any frontal assault would be futile, and the number of undiscovered enemies in the village remained unknown. Molin's heart sank. He did not wish to perish here, and certainly not for the cause of this quintessential imperialist state. Moreover, he still had a full 80 men under his command, and he could not lead these vibrant lives into a battle destined for failure. Yet the grim reality was that he had no choice. The only glimmer of hope lay in finding an alternative approach to attack, to dismantle the machine gun position that had been claiming the lives of his comrades. Just as Captain Hauser prepared to signal the charge, Molin stepped forward. "Sir." Captain Hauser halted, turning to regard Molin with a furrowed brow. "What is it, Lieutenant Molin? Do you wish to defy military orders?" His tone was impatient, tinged with a hint of menace. The recent calamity and the strict orders from headquarters had frayed his nerves. "No, sir." Molin quickly shook his head, striving to sound as persuasive as possible. "I request to lead the 3rd platoon in an outflanking maneuver from the left." This proposal left the surrounding officers and sergeants momentarily stunned. "Outflank?" Captain Hauser echoed, skepticism filling his eyes. "What do you intend to do?" "Sir, I observed through my binoculars that the enemy's machine gun position is established within a 2-story farmhouse, with a fixed line of fire." Molin explained rapidly, gesturing towards the left side of the battlefield. "There is a dry riverbed and several small bushes that can serve as natural cover. My platoon can utilize the terrain to maneuver to the side of the village and launch an attack from there. Even if we cannot eliminate it immediately, merely diverting their attention could create an opportunity for the main force." Captain Hauser fell silent, scrutinizing Molin as if weighing whether this fresh graduate from the military academy was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts. Chapter 13. Reserves Advance. Another platoon leader from the 3rd Company, upon hearing Molin's apparent alternative to a direct assault, chimed in, "Sir, the casualties from a frontal attack would be too great. Perhaps Lieutenant Molin's plan deserves consideration." Time slipped away second by second, the anguished cries of the survivors from the 1st and 2nd Companies, along with the intermittent staccato of the Vickers machine gun, lashed at everyone's nerves like a whip. Moments later, Captain Hauser seemed to arrive at a resolution, his hand slicing through the air decisively. "Very well, Molin. Take your men from the left flank. If your plan fails, regardless of how you fare, you are to immediately regroup with the main force. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." A great weight lifted from Molin's heart. Without hesitation, he turned to his men. "3rd platoon, follow me." He offered no further words, swiftly moving along the edge of the bushes towards the more complex terrain to the left. Corporal Klaus was the first to react, shouting, "Follow the platoon leader. Move it." The 4 sergeants and squad leaders immediately urged their soldiers, and the 80-strong unit quickly broke away from the main company, following Molin into the challenging landscape on the left. Upon entering the woods, Molin promptly issued his first genuine combat order in this world. "Attention, entire platoon. Advance in squads spread out. Maintain distance. Do not bunch together." This directive was entirely foreign to the Saxon soldiers. Fortunately, Morin's voice was clear and resolute, and with Corporal Klaus and the 4 sergeants quickly grasping his intent, they repeated the commands. Although the soldiers were somewhat flustered, they complied. First squad, halt at that dirt slope 50 meters ahead. If there are enemies approaching from other directions, open fire to cover us. Morin pointed to a location, addressing one of the sergeants. Yes, sir. The sergeant swiftly led the first squad's 2 sections to the dirt slope, using the trees and slope for cover. The rest of you, follow me. Cross the riverbed. Morin took the lead, sliding down the more than 1-meter drop of the dry riverbed. The other soldiers followed closely behind, moving swiftly under the cover of the riverbed's depression. The roar of the Vickers machine gun continued to ravage the right side, yet its attention was wholly drawn to the frontal battlefield, entirely oblivious to the small unit stealthily closing in from its blind spot. After sprinting nearly 150 meters within the riverbed, Morin glanced at the small map, realizing they were nearing the village's flank. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the dirt slope where the first squad was positioned. He signaled for the entire unit to halt and lower themselves in the riverbed. Klaus, following closely beside him, even without a command, cautiously peered over the edge of the riverbed. Lieutenant, there are a few enemies approaching from the direction of the village. The first squad is engaging them and has managed to suppress their advance. Good. Morin nodded, then turned earnestly to his squad leader. Klaus, you and the second squad establish a support point here. If we are forced to retreat, cover our withdrawal to the riverbed. Lieutenant, you should stay here. The attack is too dangerous. Klaus hesitated, clearly reluctant to see Morin put himself at risk. Enough chatter. That is an order. Klaus no longer hesitated, promptly leading another sergeant and 2 sections of soldiers to stealthily ascend the slope by the riverbed. Meanwhile, Morin continued with the remaining 2 squads of over 40 soldiers, keeping low and advancing along the riverbed. Perhaps due to the first squad's cover, the subsequent advance faced no further interruptions. Morin soon led his men to the junction between the riverbed and the village. The 2-story farmhouse, serving as the machine gun position, was now exposed before them, less than 100 meters away, as indicated on the map. Private Jonah. Morin raised his hand, summoning one of the remaining 2 sergeants. Upon hearing his name, the latter approached with his rifle in hand. Do you see that 2-story farmhouse? Ido, Lieutenant. I will lead the 3rd squad in an assault. You take the 4th squad and keep watch on the doors and windows facing us. If you see any movement, fire to suppress the enemy and prevent them from attacking us. Can you manage that? Rest assured, Lieutenant. Morin nodded and, with the last sergeant and 2 sections of soldiers, charged up the riverbed towards the farmhouse. The commotion did not go unnoticed by the enemy. As the diligent Private Jonah kept watch over the farmhouse, he noticed a shadowy figure appear at a 2nd-floor window. Without hesitation, he raised his Gu-98 rifle, aimed at the window, and pulled the trigger. 2nd-floor window of the farmhouse. Free shot. Fire. The sharp crack of a gunshot rang out, followed by the simultaneous discharge of 20 rifles around him. Renowned for its precision, the Gu-98, combined with the rigorous shooting drills of the Saxon soldiers, ensured that all 20 bullets found their mark, splintering wood and causing the silhouette behind the window to vanish. A wave of relief washed over Private Jonah, and he shouted, Squad 7, continue firing. Do not give them a moment's respite. Squad 8, cover the other doors and windows. He pulled the bolt, ejecting a hot shell, and chambered another round. Meanwhile, Corporal Klaus, lying on the gentle slope by the river, observed the actions of Morin and his squad, puzzled as to why the newly appointed squad leader chose to remain at this location. Just as he contemplated this, he spotted soldiers in black uniforms of the kingdom's army emerging from the right side of the farmhouse and rushing toward Morin's position. Everyone, aim at the enemies approaching the farmhouse. Fire. The air erupted with a cacophony of gunfire as the soldiers, strategically placed by Morin, unleashed a torrent of accurate and sustained rifle fire, sending the advancing kingdom soldiers tumbling to the ground. In that instant, Corporal Klaus finally grasped Morin's intention. Visibility. The position on the riverbank allowed them to cover the 2nd-floor farmhouse and surrounding buildings. Should the enemy attempt to launch an assault on Morin and his men, they would inevitably pass through their line of fire. As long as they held their ground, the enemies within the village would find it arduous to threaten Morin's advance. On the other side, Morin, accompanied by 2 squads, swiftly approached the farmhouse. Corporal Baumann, you and Squad 5 keep an eye on the village. Squad 6, follow me. Prepared grenades. After issuing orders to the last sergeant, Molin dashed to the side of the farmhouse door and took his position against the wall. 2 runners from Squad 6 mimicked him, positioning themselves on either side of the entrance. Throw grenades into the second-floor window, and for the brave, toss one into the machine gun's firing window. Although 2 members of Squad 6 carried fewer rifle rounds, they were equipped with 4 spherical grenades. Following Morin's command, they threw the grenades through the second-floor window. One particularly bold soldier, after peeking around the corner to ensure no enemies were present, stealthily moved to the base of the machine gun firing window, pulled the pin, and accurately tossed a grenade inside. Boom! 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 Explosions reverberated from the second floor of the farmhouse, and the red marker, representing the enemy machine gun position on Morin's tactical map, was marked with a cross. The terrifying roar of the machine gun ceased at last. Chapter 14. Spoils of War. As the sound of the Vickers machine gun came to an end, the first to react was Captain Hauser, who had been pinned down at the front. He sprang to his feet, drew his sidearm, and bellowed at the soldiers behind him, who were equally suppressed and unable to raise their heads. Get up! The enemy's machine gun has fallen silent. Charge with me. Upon hearing his command, the officers of the 1st and 2nd squads immediately sounded their whistles, and the soldiers, previously crouched on the ground, scrambled to their feet, brandishing their fixed bayonets and charging forward. The survivors of Companies 1 and 2, who had managed to endure the machine gun's onslaught, hesitated momentarily, lifting their heads only after confirming the deadly gunfire had indeed ceased. A wave of exultation and pent-up fury washed over them all. For the Empire, charge! It was uncertain who among the officers first shouted this rallying cry, but soon all remaining soldiers of Companies 1 and 2 surged to their feet, joining the frenetic charge of the soldiers from Company 3. Just moments ago, they had been mercilessly mowed down in the open ground by that machine gun, helplessly watching their comrades being turned into targets. This pent-up fury now found an outlet, with the machine gun position no longer providing suppressive fire and Morin's assault from the left flank disrupting enemy formations and drawing the attention of some kingdom soldiers. The rifle fire from the edge of the village was utterly inadequate to halt the advancing tide of hundreds of Saxon soldiers. Having learned from their previous misfortunes, all officers and sergeants of the 1st Battalion, including Captain Hauser, now shouted for their soldiers to spread out, avoiding clustering together. A loose skirmish line reformulated, and the soldiers no longer sought neat formations but instead rushed forward with the utmost speed, using their rifles and bayonets to claim the lives of the enemy. As Morin noticed his comrades on the front lines recommencing their assault, he redirected his focus back to the farmhouse. Although it seemed likely they would soon breach the farmhouse, the battle was far from over. Remnants of the enemy still awaited clearance within the village. With this thought in mind, he tapped a runner beside him and pointed towards the riverbank, ordering, "Return along the original path to inform Corporal Klaus and the other squads to provide alternating cover as they advance to join the main force." The runner immediately took off to fulfill his orders. "Keep low, bullets don't discriminate." "Yes, sir." Watching the runner crouch and scurry away, Morin turned back to his squad. The soldiers, having been stifled by the machine gun fire, now showed signs of eagerness to charge into the farmhouse. Morin raised his hand to halt their impulsive advance. "Do not rush to your demise." His voice, though soft, immediately calmed the few hot-headed soldiers. "Grenadiers, come forward." 2 soldiers who had just silenced the machine gun stepped forward. "Listen carefully when I open the door crack. Throw your grenades through the gap." The unorthodox command left the 2 grenadiers puzzled, but trust forged in recent moments quelled any hesitation as they readied their spherical grenades. Taking a deep breath, Morin ensured everyone was prepared before carefully pulling the farmhouse door open slightly. Almost simultaneously, the 2 grenadiers activated their grenades and rolled them through the opening. Morin quickly shut the door and retreated. Boom! Boom! The dull explosions echoed from within the farmhouse, accompanied by the sound of splintering wood and the thud of something heavy hitting the floor. Big Guy kicked the door. A tall soldier, receiving Morin's signal, wasted no time in delivering a powerful kick, completely shattering the already precarious wooden door. Fire! At Morin's command, the soldiers behind him unleashed a volley of gunfire into the darkened doorway. The sharp sounds of gunfire resonated in front of the farmhouse, bullets striking walls and surrounding wooden implements, sending dust and debris into the air. The soldiers swiftly took cover behind the wall, cycling their bolts as hot shells clattered to the ground. When they peered back to shoot again, they discovered that the first floor of the farmhouse had fallen silent. 3 soldiers in black uniforms of the Kingdom's army lay sprawled on the ground and at the base of the staircase leading to the second floor. Molin, holding his firearm, led his companions slowly into the room, drawing closer to examine the 3 soldiers of the Kingdom army. Their bodies were riddled with bullet holes and shrapnel wounds, making it evident that their survival was impossible. Grant them a swift end, Molin sighed faintly before issuing the command. The 3 soldiers stepped forward and mercifully ended their suffering with bullets. Be cautious, ascend to the second floor. Upon hearing the new directive, the soldiers accompanying Molin aimed their weapons at the upper level and treaded carefully up the creaking staircase. When the lead soldier peeked into the hallway, he was met with an even grimmer scene on the second floor. In the confined space, the power of the grenades wielded by the grenadiers was unleashed to its fullest extent. Particularly, one grenade, thrown through the machine gun shooting window, exploded right at the feet of the gunner, resulting in the machine gunner, his assistant, and 2 riflemen overseeing the perimeter lying lifeless in a pool of blood, devoid of breath. Conversely, the Vickers machine gun appeared relatively unscathed, seemingly having absorbed the majority of the grenade's damage through its 2 operators. Molin knelt beside the window to conduct a brief inspection of the Vickers machine gun, although it was coated in dust and with shavings. The water cooling component and the receiver seemed to be free of fatal damage. This brought him some relief, barring any unforeseen issues. This Vickers machine gun could be considered the first trophy of the 3rd platoon. Though the compatible ammunition might be insufficient, a weapon like the Vickers, often hailed as the most formidable derivative of the Maxim, was always a welcome addition in this era. Bring the machine gun and the ammunition box downstairs, and pass through the side of the window with your heads down, lest our allies outside mistake us for foes. Molin instructed the 3 soldiers before leading his men downstairs. Outside the farmhouse, 3 small teams scattered along the riverbank had been called back by the messenger and were now reuniting with the remaining soldiers. A crowd of over 50 gathered around the farmhouse, each face radiating evident jubilation. The squad led by Sergeant Klaus was even boasting about their recent accomplishments to fellow comrades. Observing the chaotic scene, Molin felt his temples throb. Should the enemy suddenly counterattack or a shell land among them, the casualty count would surely soar. Chapter 15. A Pyrrhic victory. What are you all shouting about? Has the battle concluded? Scatter, disperse. He stepped forward and unceremoniously kicked a soldier in the rear. Private Jonah, Private Bowman, and you. He pointed at another private. Lead your squads. Advancing in alternating cover. Eliminate the remaining foes in the village. Remember, unless resistance is met, do not fire upon civilians. Understood? Yes, Lieutenant. The 3 privates, jolted by his shout, realized that now was not the time for celebration and promptly led their respective units into the urban combat within the village. As the main force initiated a close-quarters assault, the Kingdom Army's resistance swiftly crumbled. These poorly trained and organized troops could manage firing from a distance, but no one expected them to muster the courage to engage the fierce Saxon soldiers in a bayonet fight. Some soldiers, sensing the dire situation, had already fled from the village before the battle had reached its conclusion. The remaining soldiers, either caught and killed on the spot or surrendering by dropping their weapons, faced a grim fate. St. Isidro village ultimately fell into the hands of the Saxons. After the battle, the casualty report was quickly submitted to the battalion headquarters, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Indeed, the fighting spirit of the Kingdom Army was notably weak, barely surpassing that of troops who fire aimlessly at the sky upon the enemy's arrival. Yet this very force, which had been underestimated by many Saxon soldiers prior to the conflict, inflicted heavy losses on the leading 1st and 2nd companies during their charge. The command structure of these 2 companies faced a severe breakdown, with officer casualties exceeding 25% and soldier losses surpassing 35%, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. This meant that on the very first day of battle, Major Thomas's 1st Battalion had nearly lost half of its infantry company. In stark contrast, Captain Hauser's 3rd Company, particularly the 3rd Platoon, led by Molin, miraculously sustained no combat casualties throughout the entire left-wing assault. Only 2 soldiers twisted their ankles while crossing the riverbed, and 1 soldier tripped in excitement during the final charge, which, in a sense, equated to 0 casualties. Furthermore, post-battle statistics indicated that they had accounted for at least 40 enemy soldiers, including those from the Kingdom Army infantry who had attempted to provide support. A 0-40 exchange ratio was nothing short of extraordinary. When Captain Hauser entered the village with his staff and found Molin, the rugged captain could no longer contain his emotions. He rushed over, enveloping Molin in a hearty embrace, vigorously patting his shoulders while repeatedly exclaiming, "Well done. Excellent work, Molin." The soldiers of the 3rd Company looked upon the newly appointed platoon leader with a mixture of awe and admiration. Previously, their respect for the young lieutenant stemmed more from his rank than anything else. Now, however, that respect had transformed into something pure and sincere. The military, especially during wartime, often gravitates towards those who demonstrate strength. No amount of eloquence could rival the impact of securing victories that allow more lives to be spared. Due to the losses endured by the 1st and 2nd Companies during the offensive, urgent rest and medical treatment were necessary. Thus, after the main force had cleared the village, the responsibility of establishing outer defensive positions naturally fell to the currently least affected 3rd Company. Captain Hauser led the main force to construct a defensive line facing the direction of Sevilla, where the enemy might counterattack, utilizing the remnants of buildings and low walls for support. During this period, infantry had yet to develop the concept of trench warfare on a large scale, and Molin did not observe any soldiers equipped with shovels in the company. Thus, their makeshift defenses relied primarily on existing structures and earthen walls. Molin, meanwhile, directed his 3rd Platoon in charge of the village's left flank defense, drawing from the knowledge acquired in the 2 military academies, supplemented by the assistance of a system map. He swiftly led the soldiers in fortifying their positions. "Sergeant Klaus, please drag that captured Vickers machine gun over and set it up on the platform of the mill to the right. If there are grain sacks nearby, stack them in front of the machine gun. Private Jonah, take the 1st squad and establish a crossfire point at the gap beside those residential buildings. Private Bowman, the 2nd squad will be responsible for our left flank and the interior security of the village. Ensure the villagers remain indoors and do not venture out." A series of clear and concise orders flowed from his lips in an organized manner. Additionally, Molin established outer observation posts and light and dark sentries. Although these Saxon soldiers had never encountered such setups, they quickly grasped his intentions after Molin patiently explained his commands and requirements. The platoon members, including Sergeant Klaus and several privates, executed Molin's orders unconditionally, immediately setting to work. Before long, a defensive position centered around the captured Vickers machine gun, supported by multiple dispersed fire points, had taken shape on the left flank of the village, providing a substantial depth and overlapping fire. At this moment, Molin couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of an 80-man supersized infantry platoon. Whether establishing defensive positions now or during the previous offensive, he felt remarkably at ease. The ample troop strength allowed him to lavishly implement various tactical arrangements. Once the arrangements were complete, Molin and Sergeant Klaus proceeded to the location of the Vikes machine gun position. The latter had previously been fortunate enough to use this heavy machine gun of the Britannians during prior exchanges between the 2 armies. Thus he was able to instruct other soldiers in its operation, albeit limited to the basics of ammunition feeding, aiming, shooting, and fundamental obstacle clearance. As for maintenance and repair techniques, they were of little importance at this moment. After all, the ammunition for this captured heavy machine gun was exceedingly limited, and Molin estimated that a proper defensive battle would deplete the ammunition, much like a reward weapon in a game with finite ammo. Following Sergeant Klaus' inspection, he determined that the machine gun was indeed unaffected and could function normally. He then began to instruct 2 temporarily assigned shooters, striving to ensure they could master the use of the machine gun in the shortest time possible. Meanwhile, Molin directed 4 corporals to arrange the shifts for each squad and ordered the majority of the soldiers to seize the opportunity to rest. Shortly thereafter, the command post of the 1st Battalion also relocated to a small chapel at the center of the village, which was still relatively intact. Accompanied by Captain Hauser to the battalion headquarters, Molin noticed that Major Thomas, the battalion commander, bore a rather grim expression. Although they had successfully captured the village, the cost was indeed substantial, leaving the commander in a difficult position to explain to the brigade headquarters. Nevertheless, upon meeting Molin, he mustered his spirits, offered words of encouragement to the outstanding young officer, and promised to commend him. After a brief exchange, Major Thomas instructed Captain Hauser and the 3rd Company to prepare. For the capture of the village of San Isidro was not the conclusion, but rather the commencement of this battle, signaling that more intense combat lay ahead. This news further amplified Morin's pressure. San Isidro, a village on the outskirts of Sevilla, was clearly intended to delay the advance of the Saxon soldiers. However, such a village had already established a machine gun position, indicating that the defenses of Sevilla were only becoming more formidable. Chapter 16. Battlefield meals as the main forces solidified their position in the village. The logistics convoy of the battalion cautiously entered a concealed area on the outskirts of the village. The HF-11 field kitchen vehicles of each company soon began to emit plumes of smoke. Having subsisted on merely a few pieces of dry bread since yesterday, Morin was already ravenously hungry. Thus, after parting ways with Captain Hauser, he eagerly followed the first batch of soldiers returning from their meal rotation to the kitchen vehicle of the 3rd Company. The staple food of the Saxon Imperial Army was black bread, accompanied by thick soup or stew, with occasional canned meat. Therefore, the folding tables beside the field kitchen were piled high with military-provided black bread, known as Amisbrot, the fresh aroma of which indicated to Morin that they must have just been baked. However, Morin was not surprised, for he had learned that the 16th Infantry Brigade was equipped with a field bakery company, a unit typically found at the division level, which delivered freshly baked bread to the field kitchens of the various companies. Indeed, the field bakery company, consisting of over 100 bakers, primarily supplied black bread to the entire division under normal circumstances. Among these bakers, more than 10 were skilled artisans who had been professional bakers for years before joining the army. Hence, supplying bread for an infantry brigade was a trivial task for a field bakery company capable of producing over 20,000 loaves daily. Morin swallowed hard as he gazed at the bread, then noticed a plump cook beside the kitchen vehicle seemingly slicing something resembling sausage into a pot. Oh, there's sausage to eat. Morin's eyes lit up. He knew that in the Saxon army's cuisine, several dishes featured various sausages, all of which were quite palatable. Lieutenant, I could have simply brought food to you. There was no need to come personally, remarked the orderly accompanying Morin, observing the ravenous demeanor of his platoon leader. No. I must eat at the earliest opportunity. Morin shook his head and, seizing his picnic lunchbox from the orderly, joined the line, eagerly awaiting his meal without cutting in. However, when he saw the cook ladling a spoonful of slightly sticky, grayish-white thick soup from a large pot, accompanied by 2 pieces of black bread that could serve as ballistic plates, Morin felt utterly despondent regarding the battlefield rations. Upon noticing the discarded sausage packaging on the ground, he immediately understood. Ah, herby sausage, then it's nothing to worry about. Not all sausages are true sausages, or rather, the Saxons refer to most elongated food packages as sausages. The renowned herby sausage, known in both worlds, is one such example. This mixture of bacon, onions, peas, and dehydrated vegetables bears no resemblance to the sausages Morin was familiar with. The correct way to consume it is to slice it into thick pieces and dissolve it in hot water to create a thick soup. By the way, in the world before Morin's transmigration, the inventor of herby sausage eventually sold the patent to a company named Giallo. This company's most famous product is the concentrated soup cube. However, for someone as famished as Morin, the flavor of the food was of little consequence. The warm, thick soup at least provided a semblance of comfort. Moreover, Morin had long wished to taste the flavor of herby sausage, but regrettably, Giallo ceased production of this century-old product in 2018. Thus, this serves as a means to fulfill that regret after traversing through time and space. After receiving the soup and bread, Morin and the orderly seated themselves against a tree. Following the example of other soldiers, he forcefully tore the hard black bread into small pieces, soaking them in the thick soup until they absorbed the broth and softened, then devoured them ravenously. Saxon-style bread soup. Indeed, after a hearty meal, Morin finally alleviated the hunger gnawing at his stomach. Once the delightful lunch hour concluded, Morin and the orderly returned to the position of the 3rd platoon. As the soldiers in the platoon gradually finished their meals, Morin summoned Sergeant Klaus for corporals and 8 squad leaders. When these individuals gathered around him, their faces bore expressions of confusion, assuming there was yet another combat task to be assigned. However, Morin cleared his throat and informed everyone that there was no urgent situation at hand, and it was an opportune moment to hold a combat debriefing. Upon hearing this, The veterans and non-commissioned officers present were taken aback, exchanging perplexed glances, momentarily unsure of what this entailed. In their experience, combat consisted of obeying orders, winning or losing, and then awaiting the next command. They had never encountered a situation where, after a battle concluded, they would sit down for a meeting. Molin found their reaction unsurprising. He offered no further explanation and directly inquired whether anyone had thoughts on the morning's battle or if they believed certain aspects could be improved. This only deepened their confusion, as the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. They were all experiencing such a scenario for the first time, and with Molin being the newly appointed commander, no one dared to speak first. Eventually, it was a young squad leader who had followed Molin at the forefront during the assault on the farmhouse who hesitantly spoke up. "Lieutenant, I found the physical exertion to be much greater than I had anticipated." The young squad leader scratched his head somewhat sheepishly, especially during our detour through the riverbed. We sprinted several hundred meters across complex terrain, and by the time we reached the wall of the farmhouse, several of my men were already panting heavily. Molin nodded approvingly. "You articulate it well. The foundation of all tactics lies in physical fitness." He felt gratified to engage with those who could respond meaningfully and pose significant inquiries. Given the current training regimen and provisions of the troops, it was evident that physical fitness was indeed a shortcoming, a point he would duly remember. In future assignments, he would strive to incorporate considerations of the troops' physical endurance. With the first person daring to break the ice, others became less restrained, engaging in a lively exchange of ideas. "Second Lieutenant, your suggestion to advance in squads does indeed circumvent enemy attacks, making it less likely for us to be entirely overwhelmed," one soldier remarked. However, another private voiced a concern. Yet once the gunfire erupts, it becomes challenging to manage a dispersed unit. Sometimes, orders are inaudible. A sergeant echoed this sentiment, adding, "Indeed, especially when separated from the main force and unable to see you, we feel somewhat uncertain about our next steps." Molin attributed these issues to one fundamental reason: insufficient relevant training. These were new tactics, and it was natural for everyone to feel unaccustomed. With more practice and mutual understanding, conditions would improve significantly. He explained patiently while inwardly lamenting the task-oriented command system of the Saxon Empire, which suited him splendidly. The higher-ups merely set objectives, and as long as the lower units did not contravene military law, there was minimal interference. The renowned stormtroopers had developed their tactics under such circumstances, offering Molin significant command latitude. This was also the primary reason why Captain Hauser ultimately consented to allow him to operate independently with a platoon. The debriefing lasted nearly half an hour, with the atmosphere growing increasingly animated. Before everyone dispersed, Molin took special care to remind the 8 squad leaders to find time to converse with their soldiers, to listen to their thoughts and difficulties. Once the gathering had concluded, Sergeant Klaus lingered behind. The seasoned veteran regarded Molin with genuine admiration. "Second Lieutenant, today has been an eye-opener for me," Klaus sincerely expressed. "From last night until now, I have learned so much from you that I had never encountered before." "You flatter me, Sergeant Klaus. I merely shared some of my experiences in the hope of minimizing casualties in battle." Establishing rapport with such a highly esteemed soldier within the platoon was beneficial for Molin, signifying an increased command influence over the unit. As they chatted, a messenger from the battalion hurried over. "Second Lieutenant Molin, Major Thomas requests your presence." Upon hearing the messenger's words, Molin felt a jolt of apprehension. He was uncertain whether the battalion's orders would bring fortune or misfortune. He instructed Klaus to temporarily take command of the troops, ensuring vigilance against potential enemy counterattacks, and then followed the messenger briskly towards the small chapel at the village center. When Molin entered the chapel, which had been temporarily requisitioned as the battalion headquarters, he immediately spotted his company commander, Captain Hauser, alongside Major Thomas, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back at a long table covered with maps. The atmosphere within the chapel felt oppressive. Major Thomas's expression remained grim, evidently burdened by the heavy casualty report from the morning, which weighed heavily upon him. Although they had successfully captured the village, the cost had been exorbitant, and a significant reduction in manpower severely constrained his subsequent tactical maneuvers. However, upon noticing Morin's arrival, he managed to adjust his demeanor, forcing a semblance of smile. "Second Lieutenant Molin, you are here." He gestured towards an empty seat beside Captain Hauser. "Please come over." "Major, Captain, Molin saluted before taking his place beside Captain Hauser. Major Thomas wasted no time on pleasantries and directly addressed the matter at hand. We have just received a report from the brigade. The offensive by our flanks, the National Army and the International Brigade, has proceeded relatively smoothly. The brigade and regiment have indicated that we cannot linger too long in this village. We must advance towards Sevilla swiftly. Molin and Captain Hauser exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. Major Thomas's words implied that their brief respite was about to end, and more grueling combat lay ahead. However, before the next assault commenced, Major Thomas's gaze fell upon Molin. I need to dispatch a team to conduct reconnaissance in the area ahead. At this, an alarm rang in Morin's mind. He realized that his battalion commander intended to assign him this responsibility. Yet, he was perplexed, although the troops of this era lacked specialized reconnaissance units. Such tasks were typically entrusted to seasoned officers. Why choose a newly assigned infantry platoon leader instead? Seemingly sensing his confusion, Major Thomas sighed, his voice laced with resignation. The losses among the officers of Company 1 and Company 2 in this morning's battle were significant. We have very few officers available to deploy. He paused, casting an expectant look at Molin. Moreover, your judgment and responsiveness demonstrated during combat have proven you more suitable for this task than others. I need you to ascertain the situation ahead. I do not wish to see my soldiers charge blindly into enemy machine gun nests again. Listening to Major Thomas, Molin fell silent. The reconnaissance before an assault was a perilous task that he had no desire to undertake. However, he recognized that, in his previous efforts to survive the offensive, he had already displayed considerable capability. This had garnered the attention of his superiors, implying that Major Thomas would assign him more responsibilities. After all, discovering an officer with strong operational capabilities amidst the chaos of war would naturally lead a commander to prioritize such individuals for future assignments. It was akin to a domino effect. Once the first domino fell, the rest would inevitably follow. Faced with a direct order from his superior, Molin found no grounds for refusal, nor could he disobey. Yes, Major, I assure you I will complete the task. Ultimately, with a well-managed expression, Molin stood at attention and responded, Excellent. Just what we need in the Saxon army. Major Thomas's demeanor softened somewhat as he pointed to the battle map on the table, indicating Morin's focus. Look here, the primary direction of our battalion's forthcoming offensive is this way, advancing along this road to the northwest. Your mission is to scout this route and the area within 500 meters on either side. I need to know the movements of the enemy, particularly whether they have established new defensive positions or ambushes. Molin did not reply immediately, based on his prior knowledge. He understood that reconnaissance of an unknown area would typically necessitate deploying an entire platoon to gather vital information for higher command. During this operation, his platoon would need to be divided into command, reconnaissance, alert, rescue, and monitoring teams. However, the current state of his troops' training did not support such detailed task divisions. Moreover, the 3rd Platoon was still responsible for defensive duties, making it impossible to divert resources. Thus, this mission would inevitably be a small-scale, rapid operation akin to a scene from an action film. Once he comprehended this, Molin leaned closer to study the map diligently. He traced the route with his finger, glancing at the scale in one corner of the map, quickly calculating the distance in his mind. This reconnaissance route would encompass approximately 10 kilometers round trip, with a complex terrain featuring farmlands, forests, and scattered villages along the way. Running on 2 legs is inefficient and can easily lead to fatigue. However, riding a horse would indeed enhance mobility and reduce exhaustion. Yet the concern is that the target is too large and easily detectable by the enemy. Major, Molin raised his head. I need to borrow a few bicycles from the battalion headquarters. Bicycles? Yes, Major, bicycles are quiet and fast, allowing us to traverse open terrain swiftly, and they facilitate a quick retreat when necessary. We can ride to a concealed position and then proceed on foot for reconnaissance. Major Thomas pondered for a moment and then nodded. A splendid idea. He promptly took a piece of paper and a pen from the table, quickly scribbled an order, and handed it to Molin. Go find the supply squad and tell them what you need. Molin took the order from Major Thomas, and Captain Hauser, standing nearby, patted his shoulder, his eyes conveying both encouragement and a hint of concern. Be careful, Lieutenant Molin. Don't worry, sir. Leaving the temporary headquarters, Molin hurried back to the 3rd Platoon's position. He first called Sergeant Klaus aside and briefly explained the reconnaissance mission. I need to select a few individuals to accompany me. Morin lowered his voice and said, "This mission is not to engage in battle, but to serve as our eyes and ears. So the number of people must be few but skilled." He intended to take only 5 people, more than that would hinder movement and increase the risk of exposure. Sergeant Klaus immediately understood Morin's intention, nodded, and asked, "Sir, do you have any specific requirements?" "Good physical condition, accurate shooting, and most importantly, quick-wittedness. One must not panic in emergencies." Morin outlined his criteria. Klaus quickly ran through the candidates in his mind and soon identified several individuals, including the young squad leader, Corporal Bowman, who had been the first to speak at the battle summary meeting, and 3 soldiers who had performed admirably during the morning attack. They were not only brave in combat, but also maintained their composure amidst chaos. Morin was very satisfied with Klaus's selections and immediately called the chosen individuals over. He did not deliver a lengthy motivational speech, but clearly stated the nature and dangers of the mission. "Our task is to conduct reconnaissance for the main force, not to eliminate the enemy. Therefore, at all times, concealment is paramount. Unless ordered by me, no one is allowed to fire unless discovered by the enemy and unable to escape." Morin solemnly scanned each young, resolute face. "Do you all understand?" "Understood, sir." Chapter 18 Hans, your coffee is truly dreadful. After Morin briefly outlined the task to the others, he turned to the seasoned Sergeant Klaus beside him with a serious expression. With this veteran present, although he would not directly command the troops, Morin felt a sense of reassurance. It is akin to having an elder at home, a treasure in its own right. "During my absence, the troops will be entrusted to you, Sergeant Klaus. Keep a watchful eye and be cautious of enemy counterattacks. Rest assured." "Lieutenant." Klaus nodded firmly. After the morning's battle, he had no doubts regarding Morin's orders. Once everything was arranged, Morin turned to find the young orderly, Hans, who was seated nearby. He felt as if his eyelids were weighed down by lead, and his legs felt as though they were encumbered with heavy weights. The tension from the previous day and the intense physical exertion had nearly drained him. Morin even thought that maintaining himself until now was a testament to his extraordinary physical constitution. "Hans." "Yes, Lieutenant." The young orderly immediately stood up. "Go to the kitchen truck and fetch me a cup of coffee." Morin rubbed his temples. The stronger, the better. "Yes, Lieutenant." Hans responded and quickly jogged off. After the orderly left, Morin, along with Corporal Bowman and the 4 selected capable soldiers, made their way toward the concealed area where the supply squad was stationed, situated behind the village. The artillery preparation provided by the 77mm field guns from the Field Artillery Battalion before the morning attack had significantly damaged the village, although Morin was unaware of the casualties inflicted on the kingdom's army. As Morin and his team traversed the village road littered with shell craters and debris, they soon located the concealed area that served as the temporary encampment for the supply squad. A dozen heavy 4-wheeled wagons and several trucks, which Morin had previously traveled in, were cleverly hidden at the edge of a small grove, with the horses unbridled and leisurely munching on fodder. The supply officer of the 1st Battalion of the 33rd Infantry Regiment, a middle-aged captain sporting a Prussian-style mustache, was counting supplies along with the soldiers of the supply squad. Upon receiving Morin's order, he paused for a moment, then his mustache twitched upwards. "Lieutenant Morin?" The supply officer scrutinized him. "Was it you who executed that splendid flank assault this morning?" "Just fortunate, sir," Morin humbly replied. "Luck is also a part of skill," the supply officer stated earnestly, and his demeanor towards Morin shifted, as he readily accepted the order and gestured to the soldiers beside him. "Go. Select 6 bicycles in the best condition for Lieutenant Morin and his team." He turned back to Morin and cautioned, "Lieutenant, the rural roads here are rather treacherous, uneven, and burdensome for the bicycles, so be sure to exercise caution while riding." "Thank you for the reminder, sir." Just as the soldiers began to retrieve the bicycles, Morin's gaze was drawn to the rear of the supply squad's camp, where an isolated area caught his attention. There stood 2 colossal figures. They resembled enlarged, heavy, armored knights, towering over 3 meters, silently kneeling on one knee, equipped with weapons racks holding armed swords, kite-shaped shields, and massive rifles, cannons, imparting an unspoken sense of oppression to Morin. In contrast to their massive and weighty torsos, their limbs appeared somewhat short, creating an oddly disproportionate appearance. It was as if they were a fusion of the Onion Knight, Sakura Wars, and Sensuality, an exceedingly abstract representation. Their entire bodies were cloaked in garments adorned with black and white cross insignias, with only thick metallic pipes protruding from the seams, and the exhaust pipes extending from their backs suggested they were powered by some form of internal combustion engine. At that moment, many individuals similarly clad in black and white cloaks, albeit without weapons, were bustling around these two steel behemoths, engaged in maintenance and supply. My goodness, is this what armored knights look like? Corporal Bowman, following closely behind Molin, could not help but exclaim in awe. The other soldiers stretched their necks, their eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment. Like most Saxon soldiers, they had only seen vague photographs of these steel constructs in newspapers, and this was their first time witnessing them in person. The cold metallic texture and immense size imparted a visual impact far beyond the black and white photographs in newspapers for people of this era. The supply officer, following their gaze, smiled knowingly. It seems that this is your first encounter with the treasures of the Teutonic Knights. He approached Molin, lowering his voice. The brigade headquarters heard about our significant casualties this morning and specifically sent these two Siegfried-type armored knights, along with an entire squad of knightly attendants, to reinforce us. The supply officer seemed to hold a favorable impression of Molin, the brave officer, and elaborated. With these two giants, the upcoming assault will be much easier. When we encounter enemy machine gun positions, they will take the lead in clearing them out, which is far better than sacrificing our men or putting you in such perilous situations again. Molin felt a stirring within. He was well aware of how foolish and brutal it was to assault machine gun positions at the cost of lives. The morning's battle still vivid in his memory. This unit, akin to the mechas he understood, would undoubtedly be a boon for infantry if it could effectively counter enemy fire points. He was immensely curious about how such a contraption operated on the battlefield. Could its armor withstand machine gun bullets? If faced with cannon fire, could it also provide effective defense? Yet, he understood that now was not the time to indulge in curiosity, for reconnaissance tasks loomed large. Thank you for the information, sir. Molin withdrew his gaze and expressed his gratitude once more to the quartermaster. Off you go and good luck. The group pushed their brand-new bicycles away from the supply depot, and not long after setting off, the orderly Hans came panting up, holding a steaming tin cup. Lieutenant, your coffee. Molin accepted the cup, and an odd aroma, a blend of burnt and bitter scents, wafted towards him. He took a sip, and the taste was indescribable. Akin to a concoction of charred beans and some herbal brew, a bitter and astringent potion that nearly scraped his tongue raw. He frowned at his orderly Hans. The name, along with the coffee in his hand, made him feel as if a jest was perched at the edge of his throat, ready to burst forth. Hans. Yes, Lieutenant. Your coffee is truly dreadful. With that, Molin tilted his head back and gulped down the noxious beverage in one go, then thrust the empty cup back into Hans's hand before mounting his bicycle. Let us set off. Chapter 19. A Linguistic Prodigy? Molin and his party of 6 pedaled swiftly away from the confines of the village of San Isidro. The aftertaste of the invigorating drink lingered unpleasantly in his mouth. A bitter haze mixed with a burnt scent that made him want to stick out his tongue repeatedly. He had truly never encountered such a vile coffee before. The country road was bumpy and uneven as the wheels crunched over gravel and clods of earth, emitting a series of squeaks. While cycling, Molin divided his attention, keeping a watchful eye on the small map in the upper left corner of his field of vision. Perhaps due to the information gleaned from the military map at the headquarters, his personal system map had also updated its information. The area extending toward Sevilla now displayed specific details, albeit obscured by a translucent layer of war fog. As they advanced, the fog, representing the unknown roads, gradually receded, revealing clearer topographical details. This sensation was quite extraordinary, reminiscent of playing a real-time strategy game, personally directing reconnaissance units to explore the map. Do not become solely engrossed in the journey. Molin lowered his voice to remind those behind him. Keep an eye on the forests and heights on either side of the road and report any anomalies immediately. Yes, sir. Corporal Baumann replied promptly. The others also lifted their heads, scanning the surrounding environment with vigilance. They assumed this was merely the squad leader's routine caution, unaware that each of their gazes was providing Molin with invaluable information, refreshing the content on the small map. From previous encounters, Molin had roughly discerned the information update mechanism of this system map. All units appearing within a line of sight of friendly troops would be displayed on the map, regardless of whether the friendly troops were aware of or recognize them. You see, in terms of overlays, the system map indeed performed commendably. The first objective of Morin's journey was the next village marked on the map, named Alcolia. Morin's plan was to first scout the outskirts of the village. If it appeared safe, they would venture inside to assess the situation and allow this makeshift reconnaissance team to acclimate. Depending on the circumstances, they would then proceed to scout towards Sevilla. Perhaps luck was on their side, as the journey thus far was tranquil, with not a shadow in sight. When they were still over 200 meters from Alcolia, Morin raised a hand signal, and everyone immediately understood to slow down and stop. Dismount, push the bicycles, and seek a place to conceal yourselves. They turned into a dense thicket at the roadside, carefully laying the bicycles down behind the underbrush and using some branches and fallen leaves for rudimentary camouflage. Remember this location? Morin gestured towards a nearby dead tree that looked as though it had been struck by lightning. We will need to return here later. He unscrewed his water bottle and took a sip, signaling the others to hydrate quickly. After a brief respite, the 6 men, rifles at the ready, formed a loose formation and stealthily advanced towards the village. Morin led the way, his eyes darting between the village entrance and the surrounding houses, his finger instinctively resting on the trigger guard. He glanced back and noticed Corporal Ballman and several other soldiers had their fingers poised on the triggers, ready to fire at a moment's notice. A wave of concern washed over him, and he quickly gestured for everyone to halt. Remove your fingers from the triggers and place them on the guard. Remember this, he said sternly in a hushed tone. I do not wish to be shot in the backside because of some clumsy fool's misfire or expose us all. Upon hearing Morin's words, though a few soldiers were initially taken aback, they promptly complied. They crept along the shadow of the earthen wall, cautiously infiltrating the village. To their surprise, the village was serene. Children frolicked along the dirt paths, while women chatted by the well, washing clothes. A few elderly folk lounged at their doorsteps, basking lazily in the sun. There was no hint of war shadow here, as if they had stumbled into an isolated paradise. This unusual tranquility heightened Morin's alertness to its peak. He decided to inquire with a villager, which also fell under the category of civil reconnaissance. Morin exchanged glances with Corporal Baumann, who understood and approached an old farmer passing by with a hoe. However, unexpectedly, upon seeing the armed soldiers, the old farmer appeared surprised but not alarmed. Corporal Baumann pointed towards Sevilla, gesturing several signs and uttering a few words that were not in Saxon. The old farmer looked at the tall foreign soldier with a bewildered expression, muttering in another language while gesticulating wildly. Sir, he does not understand the Aragonese language, Baumann said, returning with a look of helplessness. Are you certain you spoke Aragonese? Morin frowned and glanced at the others. They all shook their heads, indicating that apart from a few officers who could manage simple dialogues, the rest of them had no knowledge of Aragonese. This posed a dilemma. Just as Morin was preparing to abandon the effort and survey the village for further clues, the old farmer began to speak a long string of words. What occurred next was astonishing. This time, the farmer's rapid and unfamiliar syllables, upon reaching Morin's ears, seemed to be automatically translated, and he comprehended the meaning entirely. If you're looking for those soldiers in black uniforms, they left a while ago. Morin was taken aback. He instinctively opened his mouth, and fluent Aragonese spilled forth. Good sir, are you saying that there were soldiers in black uniforms in the village before? As soon as the words left his mouth, both the farmer and Morin were momentarily stunned, as were Corporal Baumann and the others behind him, who widened their eyes in disbelief. Hey, Lieutenant, you can speak Aragonese. Immediately, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind. In the resplendent banquet hall of Dresden, the capital of the Saxon Empire, the original owner of this body held a goblet as he flirted with a noble lady from Aragon, employing fluent Aragonese. At an artistic salon, he engaged in discourse about the latest artworks with a painter's wife in Gaulish, and during a holiday in Vienna, he managed to converse in the local dialect, albeit clumsily, enough to charm a maid. This original owner, whom General Markinson had described as a person whose bones were softened by alcohol, had indeed dedicated himself to mastering several foreign languages in order to allure the elite at soirees and salons during peacetime. For this dandy, language was not merely knowledge, but a key to unlock the tender embrace of diverse cultures. What a remarkable talent! Molin silently commended the original owner. Though his motives were not entirely pure, this skill was nothing short of extraordinary in the current circumstances. Do you speak our language? The old farmer, surprised by the fluent Aragonese, responded affirmatively. A little, Molin reassured him, gathering his composure to further inquire in Aragonese. Do you know how many of those soldiers in black passed by and in which direction they headed? About an hour ago. Several hundred passed through the eastern side of the village, making quite a ruckus and even stealing several chickens. The old farmer lifted his wrinkled hand, pointing towards the direction of Sevilla. With this crucial information obtained, Molin kindly asked a few more questions regarding the village and the surrounding terrain, to which the old farmer answered diligently. In the end, Molin had Corporal Bauman hand over a piece of unfinished black bread, stuffing it into the farmer's hand. "Apologies for the disturbance, good sir," he said before swiftly departing the village with his men. Upon returning to the hidden vehicle location in the forest, Corporal Bauman could no longer contain his admiration, not for the bread, but for the commander's unexpected linguistic prowess. "Sir, you speak Aragonese? My goodness, what did you learn?" Molin could not confess that it was for the pursuit of women and instead cleared his throat, adopting an air of profundity. "Just a bit. Merely a required course at military academy," he fabricated, quickly shifting the subject to a serious note. "The situation has changed. A regiment of several hundred from the kingdom's army departed from here about an hour ago, toward Sevilla." Molin unfolded a makeshift map, indicating a specific location. "However, it remains unclear whether they are returning directly to Sevilla or planning an ambush on the outskirts. Thus we must scout further ahead." Chapter 20. A bit too deep. Molin and his party resumed their journey on bicycles, racing in the direction indicated by the farmer regarding the disappearance of the kingdom's forces. The dirt road bore clear signs of the marching troops and their wagons, making it unnecessary to search diligently. "Sir, look," Corporal Bauman exclaimed, pointing to a military cap caught in the roadside brush. It was a tattered cap of the Aragonese kingdom's army, its brim caked with mud, evidently dropped by a soldier during the march, who had been too careless to retrieve it. Molin merely glanced at it before pedaling onward. Not far ahead, they encountered an abandoned ammunition box, empty and carelessly discarded in the middle of the road. Further along lay heaps of untreated horse manure, scattered like markers along the path. Molin could not help but chuckle inwardly. This was hardly the conduct of a disciplined army. It resembled more a disorganized group on an outing. Such a level of military conduct was inferior even to that of university students he had trained with in his previous life, who at least understood the importance of cleaning up after themselves. It seemed they were indeed returning directly to Sevilla. Molin called back to Corporal Bauman. "From these remnants, it is clear that their marching direction is quite straightforward, with no indications of splitting up or setting ambushes." He pondered their misplaced confidence, believing that the Saxon would not catch up so swiftly. However, this overconfidence or ignorance provided exceptional cover for Molin and his companions, allowing them to advance southward unimpeded, following the very path left by the kingdom's forces. As they drew nearer to Sevilla, the terrain began to rise gently. Ultimately, when they reached the crest of a small hill, the view ahead brought all movement to a halt. Approximately 2 kilometers away, the ancient outer buildings of Sevilla became discernible. On a high ground outside the city, a regiment was regrouping, with a flag of the Aragonese kingdom's army fluttering in the breeze atop the elevation. "We have located them," Molin stated, removing his binoculars from around his neck and adjusting the focus. Through the lenses, he could distinctly see the soldiers clad in black. The numbers matched those reported by the farmer, likely the same regiment that had passed through Alcolia village. Assuming their organizational structure was similar to that of the Saxon Empire, this would amount to roughly half a battalion. On the high ground, scattered tents and makeshift shelters were already established. The soldiers in black uniforms wandered about in small groups, some even igniting fires at the front lines, exhibiting no signs of vigilance. Molin's gaze swept across the high ground until something peculiar caught his attention. Positioned further back on the high ground were several oddly shaped cannons. They bore no resemblance to any artillery used by the Saxon army and differed significantly from the cannons Molin was familiar with. The barrels appeared unusually thick and short, reminiscent of a type of howitzer, with their mounts seemingly embedded with some luminescent crystals. Just as Molin pondered this, a semi-transparent window from the system interface appeared in his mind. As his gaze focused on the peculiar cannons, new information materialized. Detecting special unit information, parsing, belonging to the Aragonese Kingdom's magical crystal cannon position. Weapon model, Brittany Comet Type 1 magical crystal cannon. Effective range, 4,500 meters. Ammunition type, high effect magical crystal shells. Fragmentation, magical crystal shells. Magical crystal cannon. Molin silently contemplated this term, an ominous premonition washing over him. This device was evidently no ordinary weapon. It likely represented a unique product of magical technology in this world. He redirected his gaze to his system map, noting two distinct red military markers appearing on the high ground they had just discovered, representing both the half-battalion of infantry and the magical crystal cannon position behind them. What was even more alarming was that, as he continued to observe the surroundings with his binoculars, additional red diamond-shaped markers indicating sizable troop formations began to emerge in the southeast direction of Sevilla on the map. This suggested that the kingdom's forces and the Britons believed that merely relying on the surrounding villages would not suffice to thwart the advance of the Saxon and the National Army, along with the International Brigade. Therefore, they had directly contracted their defensive line to the city's outskirts, constructing a complete defensive perimeter bolstered by these enigmatic magical crystal cannons. At this moment, their six-man reconnaissance team found themselves deep within the belly of this defensive ring, having crossed all peripheral villages. On the map, the small golden star symbol representing their team stood isolated amidst a vast expanse of red, signifying enemy territory. "Damn it," Molin muttered as he lowered the binoculars, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. They had overstepped. They had ventured too deeply. Due to the absence of checkpoints established by the Kingdom Army along the route to Sevilla, Molin and his companions traveled unimpeded, their pace exceeding even Molin's expectations. The surrounding soldiers remained blissfully unaware of the imminent danger, marveling instead at the scale of the enemy's encampment and the unfamiliar weaponry. Only Molin, with the omniscient perspective granted by the divine map, grasped the gravity of their predicament. The silver lining was that their reconnaissance mission had yielded valuable intelligence, poised to assist subsequent forces in their offensive. However, the downside was that their current situation was perilously precarious. "Commander, Corporal Bowman has noticed the change in your expression," he remarked, leaning in with palpable tension. Molin inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. As the backbone of this unit, his panic would serve no purpose. It would only lead them all to certain demise. He hastily concealed their bicycles behind a slope and lowered his body, signaling for discretion to the others. "We may have ventured too far. What now, Commander? Should we retreat?" Corporal Bowman and several other soldiers gathered around, their faces etched with anxiety. Molin refrained from responding immediately. He crouched on the hillside, raising his binoculars to scrutinize the distant enemy positions while his mind raced. Retreat? Absolutely not. Having come this far, how could they return without gleaning more information? Although the Kingdom Army's defenses appeared formidable, the lax demeanor of their soldiers revealed numerous vulnerabilities. "We have come this far," Molin uttered, invoking a classic adage from the Celestial Empire. Since they had already entered the lion's den, retreating now would be a disservice. Fortune favors the bold. High risks often yield high rewards. As long as they could acquire valuable intelligence to facilitate a smoother subsequent assault and minimize casualties, the chances of survival would correspondingly increase, rendering this risk worthwhile. Chapter 21. There is no shortage of scoundrels in any world. Molin's gaze swept across the system map, where the moving icons representing enemy patrols were vividly visible. This unilateral transparency of information was their greatest advantage. "No, we shall press onward," Molin proclaimed, making a surprising decision that left everyone astounded. "Commander?" Corporal Bauman's voice quivered. "Follow my orders," Molin replied, his tone low yet imbued with unwavering determination. "We will avoid the main roads and navigate through these rural paths and woodlands, approaching the city's periphery for a better assessment." He indicated the gaps between the patrol icons on the map, mentally charting a new course. "Everyone, conceal your bicycles. We shall proceed on foot. Remember, not a sound." The soldiers exchanged glances but ultimately chose to comply. Under Molin's leadership, the six-man squad moved like phantoms through the outskirts of Sevilla. The closer they drew to the city, the more palpable the tension in the air became. Molin concentrated intently on the small map before him. At that moment, several moving red diamond icons flickered at the edge of the map. "Kingdom Army Patrol, size 12, stop. Conceal," Molin commanded sharply, his voice barely above a whisper. The group immediately crouched in a half-height irrigation ditch, which, overgrown with weeds, effectively concealed their presence. Half a minute later, a group of lethargic kingdom soldiers ambled past on the field ridge, smoking cigarettes and complaining vocally, completely oblivious to the imminent danger. Only after the red dots had receded from the map did Molin exhale in relief and signal for the group to advance. The admiration in Corporal Baumont's eyes deepened. The squad leader seemed to possess a third eye, always foreseeing danger. What they did not realize was that this seemingly miraculous foresight was merely the result of Molin having access to the complete map. The enemy's movements were almost transparently clear to him. Leveraging this informational advantage, they stealthily circumvented several patrols, successfully infiltrating the suburbs of Sewillia. Upon entering the outer residential area, Molin's perception of the army's depravity reached new depths. In the streets, clusters of kingdom soldiers lounged against walls, basking in the sun. Some brazenly entered a nearby cafe, seizing coffee and pastries from the terrified proprietor without paying a single coin. Nearby, a group of soldiers gathered to play cards, their raucous laughter echoing through the air. This was hardly a military unit poised for battle. They resembled nothing more than a band of marauding bandits. At that moment, an even more outrageous scene unfolded. For men in finely tailored officer uniforms laughed heartily as they forcibly dragged three young girls passing by, ignoring their screams and struggles. They dragged them into a seemingly requisitioned two-story building. The surrounding soldiers displayed indifference, some even whistling and laughing. When the girls' families and outraged citizens rushed forward to confront the soldiers, the latter promptly raised their rifles, the dark muzzles aimed at their unarmed compatriots, effectively barring their passage. This sight profoundly shocked Molin, who hailed from a peaceful era. It was difficult for him to reconcile the notion of such bullying, lawlessness, and the soldiers' willingness to turn their weapons on their own people with the concept of an army. Rather, it evoked memories of the dark times in his homeland, where warlords and reactionary forces likely behaved in a similar manner. Amidst his anger, a bold idea took root in his mind. These arrogant officers presented a golden opportunity. He noted that while the soldiers were obstructing civilians, none dared to approach the two-story building, clearly unwilling to disrupt their superiors' revelry. This implied that the building had become a relatively isolated and secure target. A glint of cold determination flickered in Molin's eyes. Having witnessed the light, how could one tolerate the darkness? He gestured to Corporal Bauman and the others, indicating the rear of the building. Instantly, they understood. Silently, they circled the street, using the buildings for cover, and soon reached the backyard of the small structure. As Molin had suspected, there were no guards present. The low courtyard wall posed no obstacle, allowing them to scale it with ease. Within the yard, only a few hens huddled against the wall, oblivious to the presence of these unexpected guests, as if they had acquiesced to the unfolding events. The cries of the girls and the raucous laughter of the men above ignited a fire of indignation in Corporal Bauman and the others, providing the perfect cover for their actions. Molin signaled for everyone to position their rifles behind their backs. He adjusted the sling of his GU-98 rifle to its shortest setting, ensuring the weapon remained snug against his back, using his hand to stabilize it, minimizing noise and movement. In open terrain, this nearly 3-meter rifle was a lethal instrument. In the confines of such a narrow interior, it became a cumbersome liability. The others quickly emulated his example. Bayonet, Molin ordered in a hushed tone. A series of faint metallic sounds echoed as all 6 individuals, including Molin, drew their S-1898 bayonets from their sheaths. The standard-issue bayonet of the current Saxony Empire army exceeded half a meter in length. Rather than a mere knife, it resembles a short sword, glimmering with a chilling light in the dim ambience. Molin was acutely aware that this world had yet to be scarred by the trenches of warfare. Thus, the development of cold weapons for the infantry remained stagnant, prior to the advent of specialized combat knives and military daggers. This had been the finest weapon available for their close-quarters combat indoors. He led the way to the back door of the building, discovering it was merely ajar. Gently, he pushed it open a crack and listened intently for a moment, confirming the absence of anyone below before swiftly slipping inside. A mingled scent of alcohol and cologne assaulted his senses. They crept cautiously to the staircase on the second floor, where the sounds above grew louder. What are you struggling for? With your rural background, you wouldn't even make it to my bed if you were tossed to the north. It is your honor to serve us. You ought to be grateful. We are risking our lives assisting you against the rebels and the Saxons. So you better serve us well. Listen, is this even human speech? Chapter 22. The Wheel of Fortune. Molin Molin's gaze turned colder, transcending the notions of nation and identity. He was solely driven by the desire to eliminate these scoundrels who exerted their power over the weak. Peering cautiously from the staircase, Molin noticed 3 abducted young women, seemingly led into different rooms. The deranged officers had not even bothered to close the doors, their faces betraying a blatant invitation for death. Ascending the stairs, Molin quickly surveyed the second-floor corridor, instantly comprehending the situation. In the rooms to the left and right, officers were forcefully pinning young women to tables and floors, tearing at their garments. The room directly facing the staircase was even more horrific, as 2 officers struggled to drag a desperately resisting young woman towards the bed. Molin withdrew, employing a straightforward system of hand signals to swiftly issue combat orders. He indicated the 2 rooms on either side, then pointed to 4 soldiers, signaling them to pair off and handle the situation. Subsequently, he gestured towards himself and Corporal Bowman, directing them to the central room. Everyone nodded in understanding. Molin inhaled deeply, his eyes sharpening, raising 3 fingers and retracting them one by one. At the moment the last finger was lowered, he made a decisive downward motion. 6 figures, akin to leopards, silently pounced upon their respective targets. Inside the central room, the 2 officers of the kingdom's army were lost in the thrill of their imminent conquest, entirely oblivious to the arrival of death. When one sensed an oddity behind him and instinctively turned, it was already too late. Molin appeared behind him like a wraith, his left hand darting out to firmly cover the officer's mouth and nose, stifling any sound. Simultaneously, the cold blade of the bayonet was pressed against his throat. This fortunate soul was to remain alive temporarily, as Molin and his companions had numerous inquiries for him. Meanwhile, Corporal Bowman took a more direct and brutal approach. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he forcefully slammed another officer to the ground. Before the officer could react, the bayonet in Bowman's grasp had cleanly pierced his throat. The officer didn't even have time to scream. His body convulsed a few times before falling silent, akin to a butcher slaughtering a pig. The battles in the other 2 rooms concluded with equal swiftness, with a 2-to-1 advantage. The other 2 isolated officers had no chance to resist and were dispatched nearly simultaneously. The entire ordeal unfolded in less than 10 seconds, as swift as a silent film played at double speed. Molin did not immediately dispose of the captive in his grip. Instead, he tapped the back of the bayonet against the officer's neck, indicating for him to remain compliant. The 3 rescued young women huddled in a corner, their tattered garments rendering them trembling with fear and confusion. Molin instructed 2 soldiers to retrieve blankets from the room and drape them over the women, then led them to a nearby empty room to offer comfort. He and Corporal Bowman then began interrogating the officer who had been granted a temporary reprieve. The wheel of fortune had turned. 2 days prior, he had been the one bound to a chair and subjected to questioning. Now, he found himself in possession of another's fate. The officer, under Molin's control, trembled violently at the sight of his fallen comrade and felt the icy touch of the bayonet against his neck, his trousers rapidly becoming soaked. "I will ask, and you will answer." Molin spoke coldly in fluent Aragonese. "If you attempt any tricks or fail to satisfy me, I will slit your throat without hesitation. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Molin's words, the officer nodded frantically like a chick pecking for grain, his eyes filled with the relief of survival. "Name, rank, unit number." Molin's voice bore no trace of emotion. He regarded the officer as though he were a mere corpse. "Juan de Rivera," the officer replied hoarsely and trembling, his voice laden with a heavy sob. "Lieutenant Colonel of the 1st Battalion, 126th Regiment, 48th Brigade, 24th Infantry Division of the Kingdom Army." Surprised by the answer, both Molin and Corporal Bowman exchanged glances. They had initially believed they were merely eliminating a few ordinary officers, only to discover they had ensnared a significant prize, a genuine lieutenant colonel. However, observing the man before him, who was quaking in terror and devoid of any semblance of military demeanor, Molin felt a sense of skepticism. "Lieutenant Colonel? You?" Molin lightly tapped the blade of the bayonet against the officer's cheek, perplexed. "You don't seem to fit that description." At his words, one shivered and hastily replied, "I bought it, sir. This military position was purchased. I was merely a noble from the north, and upon hearing that the allies of the Holy Britannian Empire were coming to assist, I believe the war would soon conclude. Thus, I wish to spend money to join the army for future prospects. This revelation eased Molin's previous frustrations. To expect integrity from a careerist who climbed the ranks through wealth was a fool's errand. Very well, your honesty is commendable. Molin nodded and continued. Has the entire 24th Infantry Division already stationed in Sevilla? Yes, indeed. The entire division has arrived, stationed within the city and surrounding positions. What is your mission in Sevilla? Juan, fearing any semblance of concealment, divulged every piece of information he possessed. Our mission is to leverage the city alongside the friendly forces of the Holy Britannian Empire to repel your advance. And the Britannians? Where are they? They have also arrived. Their forces are in the city. It seems there are 2,000 or 3,000 of them, claiming to be the elite troops of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment. As he spoke, Juan seemed to recall something crucial, urgently adding for his life, Sir. Sir, the Britannians have also dispatched over 10 rogue mages. Mages? Molin's heart sank. Yes, I encountered them while visiting the headquarters and senior officers. It seems they intend to assign these mages to various units to assist in combat. Are you aware of the specific operational plans? Sir, I am merely a lieutenant colonel. How could I possibly know the operational plans of my superiors? The captured officer grimaced, but upon seeing the cold glint of the bayonet at his throat, he quickly added, All I know is that the higher-ups instructed us not to initiate any attacks, but to defend within Sevilla. Beyond that, I truly know nothing. Thank you for your cooperation. Molin approached the officer, smiling as he placed a hand on his shoulder and gave it a gentle pat. You're welcome, Commander. It is my honor to serve you. The kingdom's lieutenant colonel forced a grim smile, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation in his chest. He looked down to find a slender bayonet plunged into his heart. Chapter 23. Thank you, villain. Molin slowly withdrew the bayonet, and the colonel, who had just been grateful for his life, collapsed limply to the ground, his face frozen in disbelief. He wiped the congealed blood from the bayonet with Juan's relatively clean military uniform before sheathing it once more. The entire sequence of actions was fluid and natural, executed without a hint of hesitation. Throughout the process, Molin felt no discomfort. Perhaps it was due to the target's utter depravity, which left him devoid of any psychological burden. Only a sense of tranquility akin to clearing away refuse. We have acquired something of great value. Our harvest is substantial. Molin turned to Sergeant Bowman, his voice remarkably calm, entirely unlike someone who had just taken a life. However, it was time to consider how to return. The two turned back to the adjacent empty room. The 3 rescued young women remained huddled together, instinctively shrinking back at their entrance, their eyes filled with lingering terror. Molin fully understood their fear. After all, they appeared quite young, and it would be concerning if they were not frightened by such an ordeal. Fortunately, their swift actions had prevented the officers from inflicting further harm. The girls had only experienced tremendous fright. Molin slowed his approach, crouching a few steps away from them, striving to soften his tone. Do not be afraid. The villains have been dealt with, and no one will harm you again. The 3 young women fell silent for a moment at his words, and one bolder girl lifted her head to timidly inquire, Are you from the Guominjin? Molin shook his head. The girl seemed taken aback for a moment before gathering her courage to ask, Then are you from the International Brigade that the adults speak of, here to help? Molin shook his head once more. The girl hesitated. She observed the unfamiliar military uniform on Molin, and then glanced at the silent, towering figure of Sergeant Bowman behind him. Finally, in a voice barely above a whisper, she asked, Are you a good person? This question rendered Molin's companions momentarily speechless. However, Molin smiled and countered, What do you think? The 3 girls exchanged glances and gently nodded. The leading girl whispered, You look fierce but must be good people. No. Molin continued to shake his head, yet the smile on his face did not wane. In truth, I am not a good person. This response left the girls utterly bewildered. They could not comprehend why the person who saved them would not acknowledge himself as a good person. Sergeant Bowman and the others were equally stunned, their confusion mirroring that of the 3 girls. Then why did you save us? Because I cannot bear to witness such things occurring, Molin replied earnestly, and I must honor the red scarf and party emblem I once wore. The unfamiliar terms he uttered only deepened the girls' confusion. Yet for some reason, his deliberately serious and peculiar response alleviated their fear, and their taut nerves began to relax. Now, listen carefully to what I am about to say. Molin set aside his playful demeanor and spoke gravely. What you must do now is quietly return to your families immediately. Then find a way to leave this city together with them or seek refuge in a safe place. He paused, emphasizing his words. Although these scoundrels are dead, I suspect their comrades will soon come looking for trouble. Staying here will only put you in greater danger. Do you understand? The girls nodded, albeit with some uncertainty. Molin stood up and approached the window, cautiously drawing back a corner of the curtain to observe outside. On the street, the citizens who had been driven back by gunpoint had long since dispersed, and the soldiers of the kingdom's army had returned to their posts. They clustered together in small groups, smoking, chatting, playing cards, and eating free meals, paying no attention to the two-story building. Once he confirmed it was safe, Molin turned around and extended his hand to the 4 soldiers beside Bowman. Hand me 2 grenades each. Although the soldiers were somewhat puzzled, they promptly retrieved the spherical grenades secured to their belts, a total of 8, and handed them to Molin. Under the curious gazes of the others, Molin began to busy himself. He found some fine thread for sewing in the room and removed a few thin iron wires from the damaged furniture. Carefully, he concealed the grenades beneath the corpses in the stairwell and the middle room. He cleverly connected the grenade pull rings with the stair railing and even the corpses themselves using the thread and wire. "Commander, what are you doing?" Bowman inquired, approaching with a puzzled expression. Without looking up, Molin replied, just leaving a little surprise for those who come later. After completing his preparations, Molin and his team silently exited the 2-story building through the back door, leading the 3 still trembling young women. Utilizing the comprehensive map provided by the system, they easily evaded the gaze of nearby kingdom soldiers, weaving through several alleyways until they reached a relatively safe neighborhood. Molin said, "All right, there are no soldiers from the kingdom nearby. Do you all know how to return?" The 3 girls nodded in response to his words. "Then remember what I said. Hurry home to a safe place with your families," Molin urged the young women. Gratefully, the girls bowed to them and, supporting one another, walked toward the opposite end of the alley. The bolder girl turned back to look at Molin, finally showing a hint of smile. "Thank you, villain." Silently watching their retreating figures, Molin waved his hand and led his team in the direction away from the city. "Commander, why do you refer to yourself as a villain?" Just before leaving the city, Sergeant Bowman could no longer contain his curiosity. Molin replied, "After all, for the common people of the Aragon Kingdom, we foreign troops are theoretically invaders as well." Bowman was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such an answer. After a moment, he hesitantly asked, "But did we not come to this country to break Brittany's energy monopoly and allow all nations to share in the progress of industrial technology?" "Well, you are correct. Perhaps that is indeed the case." Molin nodded. Then, noticing the conflicted expression on Bowman's face, he smiled and patted his shoulder. "Oh dear, why do you think so much? As a soldier, your duty is to obey orders and complete your tasks. Do not overthink it." Having assuaged Bowman's doubts, the group quickened their pace. Nevertheless, a complex expression lingered in Molin's eyes. A typical imperialist nation, intervening in other countries through force for its own benefit, meddling in their internal affairs. For Molin, it was indeed difficult to align with such military actions. The so-called righteousness was merely a grand power struggle. All Molin could do was lead his men and find a way to survive in this war. Thanks to the virtually non-existent roadblocks and vigilance of the kingdom's army, their escape route was remarkably smooth. Before long, the group returned safely to the hillside where the bicycles were concealed. As Molin pulled the bicycles from the underbrush, he did not immediately order a departure. "Bowman, let us go back up and take another look." The 2 individuals stealthily ascended the hilltop once more. Molin raised his binoculars for a final survey of the distant enemy encampment, seeking any signs of movement. Once again, his gaze fixated on the elevated terrain where the Mo Jing Pao were stationed. It appeared that there were several more figures present than before. His 6-fold binoculars revealed that these were high-ranking officers of the kingdom's army, along with a few individuals clad in simple robes, exuding an air of distinctiveness. However, at that moment, the system map within his field of vision began to flicker wildly, presenting a series of highlighted icons and information. Key target detected: General Jose Santo of the 24th Infantry Division of the Aragon Kingdom. High-level Mentor Eldridge of the Holy Britannia Empire's Highland Mage Corps. Mage Apprentices X3. Direct Staff of the 24th Infantry Division X4. In an instant, Morin's heart skipped a beat. This was not merely an increase in personnel. It resembled an extravagant feast of significant proportions. Chapter 24, Highland Mages. The Highland Mage Corps. Molin felt a surge of excitement. His previous insights from the Golden Finger and the memories of the original owner had revealed to him the existence of magic in this world. The Holy Britannia Empire, renowned for its profound mastery of magic and magical technology, was now graced by the presence of a formidable high-level mentor. Along with the commander of the 24th Division and a plethora of staff and mage apprentices, all congregating at this small artillery position. While Molin was uncertain why the commander of the 24th Division had suddenly appeared at the front line alongside the Britannian mages, he recognized that this was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. He lowered the binoculars and handed them to Corporal Bowman, his voice tinged with excitement. "Bowman, do you see those officers and the robed figures?" Corporal Bowman adjusted the focus and observed for a moment, nodding. "I see them, sir. They appear to be important figures. And the robed individuals resemble the Britannian mages we were instructed to identify before our departure." Molin inquired, "Do you think you can take them out from this distance?" Corporal Bowman hesitated, surprised by the ambitious request of his squad leader. He raised the binoculars again, carefully calculating the distance, and, moistening his finger to sense the wind direction, he reluctantly shook his head. "Sir, it's too far, approximately 400 meters. Our rifles are accurate, but without scopes and relying solely on mechanical sights. The chances of hitting a specific target at this distance are slim, at best 30%. Molin, though initially disheartened, called over several other soldiers who were all sharpshooters chosen for their skills. After observing, they all concurred that this distance exceeded their usual training range. Hitting a target would be considered lucky, let alone executing a specific target. Morin's fervent impulse was doused by this cold reality. He forced himself to remain calm. Bowman and the others were correct. The distance was too great, and the risk of missing was too high. Moreover, in Morin's understanding, mages, as unique units, likely possessed peculiar protective measures. If a shot failed to eliminate them, it could expose their position, jeopardizing the lives of the 6 of them. Impulsiveness is a devilish trait. Molin sighed, reluctantly abandoning this enticing notion. He raised the binoculars one last time, intending to catch a final glimpse of this substantial target. However, as he focused on the leading mage, an alarm rang within him. He noticed that the robed man seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his head and fixing his gaze directly upon their hillside. Though separated by 400 meters, Molin felt as though he were being targeted by a ferocious beast, every hair on his body standing on end. "Retreat, quickly!" Molin scrambled down the slope, disregarding his appearance as he urged the others to follow suit. Although Bowman and the others were bewildered, they quickly recognized the urgency in Morin's expression and sprang into action. The 6 of them swiftly mounted their bicycles and pedaled away without looking back. Meanwhile, atop the hillside outside Sevilla, high-level Mentor Eldridge of the Holy Britannia Highland Mage Corps furrowed his brow, gazing at the seemingly unremarkable small hillock in the distance. Moments ago, he had sensed a watchful gaze upon him, tinged with a faint hint of murderous intent. Though fleeting, his keen mental acuity had captured the moment. Could it be scouts from a national army, or perhaps Saxons? He pondered whether to employ a third-tier eagle-eye spell to investigate the situation. Just then, a courier from the kingdom's army hurriedly approached, whispering urgently into the ear of General Jose Sancho of the 24th Division. The general's expression darkened visibly, his brow furrowed in anger. Was it that fool, Juan, causing trouble again? A voice laced with disdain and impatience belonged to Mentor Eldridge. He did not need to strain to hear the courier's murmurs. They reached his ears clearly. A flicker of embarrassment crossed General Sanjuo's face. Indeed, that fool Juan had caused him considerable trouble, yet he had turned a blind eye due to the substantial financial contributions received annually. But what time was it now? With war imminent, the rebels and the so-called International Brigade, along with the main force of the Saxons, could strike at any moment. And this imbecile was stirring up scandals in the city. The general, suppressing his fury, explained to Eldridge, "I will send someone to retrieve that incompetent fool and ensure he is dealt with severely." With that, he promptly ordered the soldiers nearby to lead a detachment to apprehend Colonel Juan de Rivera and his companions. Shortly thereafter, several officers, accompanied by a contingent of kingdom soldiers, stormed towards the 2-story building where Juan and the others had been. They kicked open the front door and barged in with reckless abandon. The leading captain, cursing under his breath, rushed up the stairs, eager to drag Juan, the drunken buffoon, out and report back to the general. However, as he stepped on a third step, he felt something subtly trip him. A round, black object rolled from the crevice of the stairs, accompanied by a faint hissing sound. The dimly lit corridor concealed the nature of the object from the captain, who instinctively bent down to pick it up. The scythe of death hung over him for a full 35 seconds. Boom! After 35 seconds of suspense, a Saxon-made spherical grenade erupted in the narrow stairwell. The shockwave and flying shrapnel instantly engulfed the entrance. The captain and the two soldiers following closely behind fell lifelessly into a pool of blood without uttering a sound. The remaining soldiers, stunned by the deafening explosion, struggled to regain their composure. As they finally managed to rise, witnessing their fallen comrades, they immediately fled the seemingly monstrous building in terror. Outside, the tremendous explosion incited widespread panic, causing nearby residents, previously filled with indignation, to scream and scatter in all directions, while the surrounding kingdom soldiers nervously raised their weapons, encircling the small building. Shortly thereafter, a Highland mage apprentice, having received word of the incident, arrived at the scene accompanied by several attendants. "Make way," he commanded, pushing aside the soldiers obstructing his path. Peering through the open doorway at the horrific scene on the staircase, his brow furrowed in concern. After a moment of hesitation, he executed a specific gesture accompanied by a brief incantation, causing a faint blue luminescence to radiate from him. The spell, life sense, waned, and he lowered his hands, addressing the anxious soldiers surrounding him. There are no life signs on the second floor, a few remain on the first, but their condition is grave. Upon hearing this, several braver soldiers finally summoned the courage to rush into the building and drag out the moaning wounded. The young mage apprentice, along with his attendants, stepped over the bloodied floor and entered, witnessing the gruesome demise of 3 soldiers from the kingdom's army. A flicker of revulsion crossed the apprentice's face as he directed the soldiers to clear away the bodies and debris before ascending to the second floor with the others. In the corridor on the second floor, 3 closed doors loomed like silent mouths. Chapter 25. The Small IED Shock. The soldiers hesitated, unsure of the dangers concealed behind the doors. There are no living beings inside. The mage apprentice interjected impatiently, trailing behind the soldiers. Only then did the soldiers cautiously approach, preparing to push open the doors. The apprentice, maintaining a calm demeanor, cast mage armor upon himself, enveloping his form in an almost imperceptible magical shield. 3 soldiers approached the 3 doors, exchanging glances before simultaneously exerting force to fling them open. This time, the anticipated explosion did not occur. The sight within the rooms elicited gasps of shock from all present. In the left and right rooms lay the bodies of officers sprawled in pools of blood, their conditions harrowing. In the central, larger room, 2 bodies were entangled in an indecorous manner, one of which belonged to the sought-after Colonel Juan. "Something has happened. Inform His Excellency the General at once." An officer bellowed at the soldier nearby. The soldier, obeying the order, scrambled down the stairs. The mage apprentice and the other soldiers, after carefully surveying the remaining areas of the room, ventured into the central chamber. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of blood, alcohol, and a peculiar cologne. "Separate them," the fastidious apprentice commanded, pinching his nose in distaste. The officer nodded to the other soldiers, and 2 of them stepped forward, struggling to pry apart the bodies of Juan and the other officer. Just as they exerted force, intending to fully separate the rigid corpses, they felt a fine thread snap. Immediately, a cacophony of hissing erupted, though none could discern its source. When the bodies were finally separated, 7 round iron objects tumbled from between them, clattering to the floor. All eyes widened in astonishment. The young mage apprentice's complexion drained of color, leaving only a singular thought in his mind: run. However, it was too late. Boom! As the second, more violent explosion detonated, the high-ranking Minter Eldridge and General Astra of the 24th Division, who had just arrived outside the building, witnessed flames and smoke billowing from the second-floor window. The ferocious explosion shattered every window in the room, leaving only the apprentice alive. The remaining soldiers and attendants of the kingdom were lost. Thanks to the mage armor, the unfortunate apprentice did not perish instantly. Had Molin known this outcome, he would have lamented and mused that the 50 grams of gunpowder in a single grenade was still too conservative. Simultaneously, he would deeply regret not leaving behind the remaining grenades. Although he survived the initial blast, the apprentice's condition was far from favorable. The countless shrapnel from the simultaneous detonation of 7 grenades easily breached the defenses of his spell. The shockwave hurled him like a rag doll against the wall, embedding him with fragments, rendering him unconscious, teetering on the brink of life and death. Observing the somber countenance of the high-ranking mentor beside him, General Sanhua felt a chill run down his spine. The loss of a few unruly soldiers did not trouble him. In fact, the vacant positions were likely to attract others. However, the death of even a mere apprentice from the esteemed High Mage Corps of the Holy Britannian Empire was not a matter to be resolved lightly. Seal off the entire city. Search every house. Arrest anyone suspicious. General Sanhua roared, his voice echoing with urgency. He was determined to apprehend the perpetrator quickly, seeking to provide an explanation to the enraged Britannians. This command set the entire kingdom's forces in Sevilla into motion, focusing their efforts on the apprehension of suspicious individuals within the city. Consequently, Molin and his party, along with 3 young ladies and their families, found their escape route remarkably smooth and secure. As Molin and his reconnaissance team hastily returned to the temporary camp of the 1st Battalion of the 33rd Infantry Regiment, dusk had begun to settle. They had no time to refresh themselves with water before rushing to the command center. Major Thomas, the battalion commander, was engrossed in a map with other officers when he breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Molin and his team return safely. Shortly thereafter, Captain Hauser arrived at the command center, and upon seeing Molin and Corporal Bowman unscathed, he embraced each of them heartily. "So, how did the reconnaissance go? Did you uncover any enemy ambushes?" Major Thomas quickly shifted into a state of inquiry, asking the question that weighed heavily on his mind. "Sir, based on our reconnaissance, the enemy has not set up any ambushes, but has entirely consolidated into the city of Sevilla." Molin paused, then boldly declared, "Thus, we have entered the city of Sevilla." The command center fell into an immediate silence. Major Thomas and Captain Hauser exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions conveying disbelief. "I merely instructed you to scout the periphery for ambushes, and you went straight into the heart of their city. Do you think this is a rural market?" Major Thomas felt as though he was listening to a fantastical tale. Meanwhile, Captain Hauser, having developed trust in Molin after the morning's battle, could not help but voice his skepticism. "Lieutenant, do you realize what you are saying?" "Sir, I am fully aware of what I am stating." Molin refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he succinctly relayed his observations, detailing the defensive deployments of the kingdom's forces outside the city, the presence of magical crystal cannons, the arrival of the 24th Division and the Britannians, and their experiences within the city. Upon hearing Morin's account, the expressions of Thomas and Hauser shifted further into disbelief. The narrative was indeed compelling. Just as Major Thomas prepared to voice his doubts, Molin produced an officer's identification and a silver officer's insignia from his pocket, placing them upon the table. "This belongs to Colonel Juan de Rivera, the commander of the 1st Battalion of the 126th Regiment of the Aragon Kingdom." He then took a finely crafted revolver from Corporal Bowman and placed it on the table as well. "This is his sidearm." In the command center, all doubts and disbelief were quelled by 2 objects. Major Thomas picked up the blood-stained officer's identification and perused it. He then grasped the heavy revolver, the standard sidearm of a Britannian officer, which had also been supplied as part of military aid to the Kingdom of Aragon. At that moment, all skepticism dissipated. He lifted his gaze and reassessed the young lieutenant before him, realizing he had never truly recognized him. Chapter 26. The Efforts of Molin after a considerable pause. The air in the command center began to flow once more. Major Thomas and Captain Hauser exchanged glances, both perceiving a shared sentiment of serendipity. The young lieutenant before them was not only quick on his feet in emergencies, but possessed an extraordinary level of competence that surpassed even some seasoned veterans. Even disregarding his outstanding performance during the morning battle, the intelligence and artifacts he had brought back from behind enemy lines were of immense value, far exceeding their expectations. Moreover, the morning's battle could not be overlooked. Consequently, Major Thomas's admiration for Molin had evolved into an unreserved regard. Meanwhile, Captain Hauser's expression resembled that of a man who had just encountered a captivating beauty, a metaphorical comparison, of course. Clearing his throat, Major Thomas interrupted Hauser's fervent gaze and turned to Molin. Lieutenant Molin, please mark the reconnaissance findings on the map. Yes, sir, Molin replied without hesitation, accepting the pencil offered by a staff officer. Instead of immediately working on the large map in the command center, he first retrieved a well-worn hardshell notebook and a folded map from the inner pocket of his uniform. This was his personal backup. Molin was not one to place all his eggs in one basket. Thus, he did not entirely trust that his good fortune would remain unchallenged. Following the operational standards of the Saxon army, he had already transcribed key information from the system map during his reconnaissance. This action perfectly explained how he managed to retain such intricate intelligence, avoiding unnecessary suspicion. After all, if he could recall everything effortlessly and recreate extensive enemy deployments, Major Thomas and the others would certainly question its authenticity. Molin unfolded his map and notes, then began marking on the larger operational map in the command center with pencil. His cartographic skills were commendable, both before and after his crossing into this world. Thus, red symbols representing enemy fire points and troop concentrations quickly took shape under his hand. As the red markings multiplied on the map, the expressions of Major Thomas and his companions grew increasingly grave, particularly when Molin delineated several positions of the magical artillery stationed on the high ground. Silence enveloped the room. The senior officers were aware that the Britannian's magical artillery had a range of approximately 500 meters. The locations Molin had indicated covered much of the area they were about to assault, and the destructive power of the magical artillery posed a catastrophic threat to infantry formations. Once Molin completed all the markings, the officers of the battalion surrounded the map, rendered speechless. The defensive arrangements of the Kingdom of Aragon and the Britannian expeditionary forces in Sevilla were far more formidable and intricate than they had anticipated. Major Thomas scrutinized the map. His brow furrowed. After a while, he lifted his head to look at Molin. Molin understood it was now his turn to speak. Sir, I believe we should refrain from launching an immediate attack. His voice, though modest, resonated clearly in the quiet command center. The enemy's current stance is unmistakable. They are consolidating their defenses behind the city and those magical artillery pieces, aiming to lure us into a frontal assault. Morin's finger traced the densely marked red area on the map. If we were to attack rashly now, even if we were to capture Sevilla in the end, the casualties we would suffer alongside our allies would be substantial. And if the enemy were to mount an effective counterattack, whether we could hold our ground would remain uncertain. His argument was articulated with clarity and logical rigor. Any rational commander, upon examining the map before them, would have to earnestly consider this possibility. Major Thomas's expression indicated he had been swayed. Seizing the moment, Molin added, Sir, after witnessing the battle this morning, I trust you would not wish for the troops to repeat that fate. This final remark struck home. Of course, Morin's extensive discourse was not solely for the sake of grand tactical considerations. He had his own motives. Having witnessed the defenses of Sevilla firsthand, he understood that the forthcoming siege would undoubtedly become a brutal slaughterhouse. Yet, he had no intention of sacrificing his life for the glory of the Saxon Empire. It was absurd. Who would lay down their life for a country they had only been in for less than 24 hours? If the attack could be delayed by a day, he would gladly see it postponed. If it could be avoided altogether, all the better. His current endeavor was to exert every effort to postpone an assault that was almost certainly destined to result in a river of blood. You make a valid point. After a lengthy silence, Major Thomas finally spoke, exhaling heavily. He had been convinced by Molin, yet a hint of resignation crept onto his face. However, Lieutenant Molin, I am merely a battalion commander. The decision to attack or not is not mine to make. He paced the command center for a few moments before making a resolute decision. Come with me. We shall visit the regiment and brigade headquarters. Major Thomas lightly struck his fist on the map. Convincing the regimental and brigade commanders was another matter entirely, but at the very least, they must be made aware of the true situation in Sevilla. He glanced at Molin, his eyes imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. Prepare yourself. We depart immediately. Soon, Major Thomas selected several skilled cavalrymen as escorts, and accompanied by Molin, they galloped swiftly towards the brigade headquarters in the rear. The sound of hooves thundered, stirring up clouds of dust. By the time Molin and Major Thomas arrived at the headquarters of the 33rd Infantry Regiment, dusk had fallen. They wasted no time. Upon locating the regimental commander, Major Thomas succinctly conveyed the gravity of the situation. After hearing the report and glancing at the evidence Molin had brought back, the commander's expression darkened considerably. Without hesitation, he took it upon himself to escort the two men to the 16th Infantry Brigade's headquarters, located in the core area of the camp. The atmosphere inside the command tent of the brigade was solemn, as Molin once again stood before the expansive operational map. He noted that this brigade-level map was far more detailed than the battalion's. Moreover, scattered red enemy symbols were already marked around Sevilla's periphery, indicating that reconnaissance missions had been dispatched beyond their small team. Before the brigade commander, staff officers, and several liaison officers from the National Army and the International Brigade, Molin showcased his exceptional cartographic skills, meticulously marking the intelligence he had gathered. Subsequently, he recounted his observations in Sevilla, detailing everything from the enemy's defensive deployments to the discipline of their soldiers. Finally, he reiterated his recommendation, urging the command to carefully consider postponing the attack. Chapter 27. Continuing the assault, Lieutenant Molin, is it? The brigade commander of the 16th Infantry Brigade, Brigadier General Carl Paulo, finally spoke. He was a man in his 40s, with a stern countenance. No wonder General Markinson assigned you to the military observation group. I initially thought it was due to some unclear nepotism, but it appears you possess genuine capabilities. Upon hearing these words, Molin found himself momentarily at a loss for a response. He was acutely aware that his admission into the military observation group had little to do with his own capabilities. It was purely due to General Mackinson's desire to nurture the son of his close friend. In a certain light, one could argue that he had indeed benefited from nepotism. However, at that moment, he was not inclined to dwell on such thoughts, instead standing silently as he awaited the final decision from the brigade commander. You have brought back intelligence of immense value, Lieutenant Molin, Brigadier Paul remarked, scrutinizing the annotations on the map with an approving tone. This information will provide us with significant assistance in our forthcoming operations. Upon hearing this, Morin's ominous foreboding intensified. The statement did not suggest any intention of canceling the offensive. Indeed, the next word from Brigadier Paul chilled him to the core. However, the assault plan will not change. At this declaration, not only Molin, but also Major Thomas and the commander of the 33rd Regiment altered their expressions. Indeed, Commander, a liaison officer from the International Brigade stepped forward, his emotions slightly agitated. We must act swiftly while the reinforcements from the Britannians are still establishing their position. We must seize Sevilla in one fell swoop. This is the key to liberating all of Andalusia. Just moments ago, Lieutenant Molin had also mentioned that the Royal Army was wreaking havoc in Sevilla. We cannot afford to wait any longer. A liaison from the National Army immediately echoed, yes, we cannot delay any further. The longer we wait, the stronger the enemy's defenses will become. Major Thomas and the commander of the 33rd Regiment attempted to voice their dissent, arguing that launching an assault with insufficient intelligence would be excessively risky. Nevertheless, many staff officers from the brigade maintained that the intelligence gathered prior to the battle was sufficiently detailed, particularly concerning the locations of the devastating magic crystal cannons that had been pinpointed. Based on previous encounters with the Britannians in overseas colonies, their magic crystal cannons had a range of less than 5 kilometers. In contrast, the field artillery battalion assigned to the 16th Infantry Brigade, whether employing 77mm cannons or 105mm howitzers, vastly surpassed the Britannians in range. Thus, it was entirely feasible to deliver a devastating strike on these magic crystal cannon positions prior to the offensive. Once the support of the magic crystal cannons was eliminated, dealing with the remaining Royal Army and Britannian infantry would not pose a significant challenge. The proponents of the assault and those advocating for a delay stood firm in their positions, but ultimately, Brigadier Paul made the final decision, announcing in an irrefutable tone that the attack on Sevilla would proceed. The debate within the tent abruptly ceased. Major Thomas glanced at Molin, subtly shaking his head, his expression conveying a silent message. Do not act impulsively. It ends here. Molin clenched his fists, then gradually relaxed them. He understood well that the arguments presented by the proponents of the assault held merit. Given the robust intelligence and the artillery range advantage, the offensive was indeed feasible. Yet, he also recognized that once the attack commenced, casualties would inevitably occur. However, he realized that nothing could be altered now. This impromptu military meeting concluded amidst a stifling, yet resolute atmosphere. As Molin departed the brigade headquarters tent, he remained reluctant to give up and sought to approach General Mackinson for a final effort. He was informed, however, that General Mackinson had already departed on a military train earlier that afternoon, returning to the command center of the expeditionary force located in the rear. His last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Molin and Major Thomas rode side by side on their return to the camp, their silence reflecting their heavy hearts. Upon arriving at the first company camp, they were greeted by faces filled with concern and anticipation. Captain Hauser was the first to approach. "How did it go, Major? What did the brigade headquarters say?" Major Thomas wearily shook his head, remaining silent. The other officers in the camp, witnessing the captain's expression, felt a chill of despair wash over them. Seeing the disheartened faces of his comrades, Molin felt a bitter pang in his heart. He knew he had done his utmost. Yet, individual efforts seemed insignificant against the vast war machine and the will of those at higher echelons. The offensive plan remained unchanged. Major Thomas addressed the gathered officers. "I suspect the official orders from brigade headquarters will arrive in a couple of hours. We are expected to break camp and move to the attack positions by late night, launching the assault on Sevilla tomorrow morning." Molin was uncertain of what more he could do. Perhaps the only thing left for him was to fulfill his duty as a junior officer, leading his platoon to survive as best as they could in this brutal conflict. "Everyone, return and rest." Major Thomas finally spoke, his voice resolute. "You are all soldiers of the Saxon Empire, and our duty is to obey orders and fight for the Empire. Ensure you are well rested. We have a hard battle ahead of us, understood?" "Yes, sir." The officers responded in unison, standing straight with a sharp salute. In the main tent of the 16th Infantry Brigade, most personnel had already departed, leaving only the brigade commander and his chief of staff. "You have your own reservations about this offensive, do you not?" The chief of staff inquired gently, observing Brigadier Paul's weary profile. "I am curious as to why you ultimately decided to proceed with the assault." Brigadier Paul remained silent for a long while before exhaling deeply. He did not respond immediately, but instead turned to retrieve a telegram that had been handed to him just prior to the meeting. He handed it to the chief of staff. "You may read it for yourself." The telegram originated from the Imperial General Staff. Its contents were succinct and direct, containing clear orders for the 16th Infantry Brigade to, without regard for cost, capture Sevilla in coordination with Allied forces within the specified time frame, ensuring firm control over the city. As the Chief of Staff was still processing the General Staff's stern directives, his gaze fell upon the final paragraph of the telegram. That line of text caused his breath to catch in his throat. The General Staff had ordered the Zeppelin-class armored airship L-30, stationed in the Mediterranean airspace, to provide support after completing its maritime resupply. Armored airship. The Chief of Staff held the telegram with trembling hands, incredulous at the revelation. He could hardly fathom the extent to which the General Staff prioritized the city of Sevilla, even willing to deploy one of the Empire's strategic assets, the armored airship. It was a true aerial behemoth, capable of raining down firepower upon the enemy from above. "Now you understand?" The brigade commander resumed his seat, massaging his temples. "For me, this is not a choice, it is a direct order." The Chief of Staff gently placed the telegram back on the table, his previous confusion resolved, replaced by a complex mix of excitement and reverence. "I understand, sir, but why Sevilla? What is it that draws us to this city?" "The recently discovered crystal vein is located underground near Sevilla." The Chief of Staff immediately grasped the implication and ceased his inquiries. The brigade commander gazed up at the tent's ceiling, as if he could see through the canvas to the stormy night sky that was soon to unfold. After a moment, he glanced at his pocket watch and addressed his Chief of Staff. "In 2 hours, have a messenger deliver the combat orders to each company. The brigade headquarters and other subordinate units should also prepare to advance." Upon returning to his assigned position in Company 3, Lieutenant Molin found Captain Hauser waiting for him. "Molin, do not overthink it. Sometimes, as soldiers, we simply need to execute orders." "I understand, Captain." "That's good." Hauser patted him on the back. "You have done enough for today. Go get a good night's sleep." Molin nodded, bid farewell to Captain Hauser, and returned to his tent. As soon as his head touched the pillow, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, completely eclipsing everything else. Just as he was plunging into a deep slumber at lightning speed, a new line of information appeared in the Systems Intelligence tab. Detecting friendly strategic unit information analysis. Saxon Empire Air Force Zeppelin-class armored airship L-30. Status: undergoing maritime resupply. Estimated arrival time: 15 hours, 21 minutes. Chapter 28. The long range allows for absolute freedom. The profound fatigue enveloped Molin, and he fell into a deep sleep until a protest from his stomach forcefully awakened him. He opened his eyes to find the tent shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of a lantern hanging outside. "Squad leader, you're awake?" A subdued voice called from the tent entrance. It was his orderly, Hans. "How come I feel like I've been asleep for ages? What time is it?" "Just past midnight. You should eat something." "Why is it so late? Did I really sleep that long?" Upon seeing Molin awake, Hans immediately handed him a meal box warmed by the embers of the fire and a piece of dark bread. Molin accepted the still-warm meal box, and as he opened it, a rich aroma of meat stew wafted up to greet him. It seemed that the battlefield kitchen had provided an extra serving for dinner, as the hearty stew contained canned beef. Having not eaten anything substantial since the pre-scouting meal earlier that day, Molin paid no heed to his appearance and swiftly devoured the food alongside the dark bread, consuming it with remarkable speed. Hans observed his squad leader's voracious appetite, further solidifying his impression of Molin as the regiment's voracious eater. "By the way, squad leader, the company messenger stopped by an hour ago and said we need to break camp promptly at 4:30 a.m. "What?" Molin exclaimed, raising his head in surprise. After wiping his mouth, he asked, "Why didn't you wake me when the messenger arrived?" Hans scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "The enlisted soldier said you were too exhausted and needed your rest. The messenger also mentioned that Captain Hauser specifically instructed that if you were still sleeping, we should let you rest undisturbed." Morin's hand paused with the empty meal box as he realized that within this still familiar military, there seemed to be something quietly taking root beyond mere discipline and orders. "Thank you all. However, since I am the commanding officer of the 3rd Squad, you must awaken me next time a messenger arrives." "Understood?" "Yes, squad leader." After finishing his meal, Molin did not choose to rest further. Instead, he rose and exited the tent. He first circled around the temporary camp of the 3rd Squad, checking the sentries' posts. After confirming that several soldiers, including Corporal Bowman, who had been with him during the day, were resting well in their tents, he felt reassured enough to return to his tent for additional rest. At 3:50 a.m., enlisted soldier Klaus appeared punctually outside his tent, just as Molin was climbing out of his campaign bed. After exchanging a few brief words, they blew the assembly whistle at 4:10 a.m., rousing the still sleeping soldiers to gather their belongings and dismantle the tents. By 4:30 a.m., the 3rd Squad had assembled at the designated location without delay. Soon, all soldiers of the company merged into the vast marching column of the 1st Battalion, moving silently under the cover of night like a dark river flowing towards the predetermined assault position. At this moment, Molin also noticed the new intelligence line that had appeared in the Systems tab. "Wait, an armored airship? What kind of unit is this? Do we have war behemoths entering the fray?" The first light of dawn began to break. On a highland outside the city of Sevilla, the morning call of the kingdom's army shattered the dawn's tranquility. Soldiers at the magic crystal artillery position grumbled as they crawled out of their makeshift shelters, beginning their maintenance work for the new day. "Damn it, this thing is harder to handle than my wife." An old soldier complained while carefully wiping the intricate runes on the cannon's body with a cloth soaked in a special solution. Another soldier checked and cleaned the core magic crystal, ensuring it remained uncontaminated. These soldiers remained oblivious to the fact that approximately 4 kilometers away, behind a slightly elevated forest, a Saxon field artillery company had already set its sights on them. On a hastily constructed earthen mound, the captain of this Saxon field artillery company stood atop a 2-meter-high observation vehicle, utilizing a binocular artillery scope for final distance calculations. After obtaining rough distance and location information, he instructed his messenger, using a makeshift short-distance telephone line, to relay this information to the howitzer firing position. The artillery position was lined up with 4 LuFH 9809 type 105mm howitzers, along with an artillery officer responsible for direct fire command and another messenger tasked with receiving observational data. When the artillery officer relayed the direction and distance information provided by the captain, the gunner of the first howitzer on the far left immediately focused on the indirect fire aiming scale, rapidly adjusting the elevation and direction controls. As the moments ticked away and the preordained time approached, the artillery officer vigorously waved the red flag in his hand. "Howitzer 1, test fire, fire." Boom! The leftmost howitzer erupted with a roar, the thunderous sound of the shell, leaving the barrel shattering the morning calm. Moments later, a small plume of dust rose from the distant hillside. At the kingdom's magic crystal artillery position, chaos ensued. Through the observation scope, it appeared as if a swarm of ants had suddenly sprung into action. Too far. Keep the angle. Reduce the range by 100. The captain, engrossed in the observation scope, shouted without looking up. Correction information quickly relayed back, and the gunners swiftly adjusted their elevation angles, reloaded, and the second cannon fired in quick succession. This time, the shell landed in front of the magic crystal artillery position. Got it. The artillery captain's lips curled into a smile. After 2 test fires, he had determined the target's precise range lay within 100 meters. Keep the angle. Increase the range by 50. All units, simultaneous fire. Shortly after the command was given, the 4 105mm howitzers fired in unison. The shells whistled through the still damp morning air, striking the now complaining kingdom's magic crystal artillery position with deadly precision. Amidst the violent explosions, earth, rubble, and human remains were propelled into the sky. The foremost, well-maintained magic crystal cannon was utterly destroyed in the first round of fire, reduced to twisted scrap metal. The captain observed through the scope that the average impact point had slightly advanced, prompting him to make a final adjustment. All units, increase the range by 25. Rapid fire. 3 rounds. Boom, 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 boom. This time, the entire highland was engulfed in flames and thick smoke. The surviving kingdom's magic crystal artillerymen completely collapsed, abandoning their weapons and precious magic crystal cannons, fleeing chaotically towards the rear of the position, losing all semblance of order. And this was merely the overture to the entire battle. On the outskirts of Sevilla, all magic crystal artillery positions marked by Molin and other reconnaissance teams were sequentially subjected to devastating bombardments from 2 battalions of 77mm field cannons and 3 companies of 105mm howitzers. The Saxon artillery proved through action that truth resides solely within the range of cannons. Perhaps the power of Brittany's magic crystal artillery was indeed formidable, but in terms of range and artillery tactics, they remained woefully behind the Saxon Empire. In the initial wave of targeted assaults on the magical crystal artillery positions, the artillerymen of the Kingdom Army, trained by the Britannians, failed to mount any effective countermeasures. Meanwhile, the forces of the Saxon Empire employed an expansive 105mm howitzer position, which utilized an observation vehicle to direct its fire. In contrast, the artillery positions with limited visibility were supplemented by several enormous observation balloons. These colossal entities floated nearly 300 meters above the ground, not only providing precise target guidance for the Saxon artillery, but also enabling the observers in their baskets to survey the entire battlefield. At this moment, the Kingdom Army troops on the outskirts of Sevilla appeared to the observers as ants scurrying on a hot pan, frantic and disorganized. One observer directed his telescope towards the more distant horizon. Between the fields, forests, and winding rural paths, a vast gray arc emerged, composed of soldiers clad in field gray uniforms and various other fatigues. This arc, akin to a noose, slowly but inexorably converged toward Sevilla. Chapter 29. Such a wonderful beginning? General Jose Sanjurjo, commander of the 24th Division, was a man of remarkable sleep quality. As the thunder of artillery echoed outside Sevilla, he remained ensconced in a realm of gentle slumber. It was not until his chief of staff burst into his personally requisitioned cottage, roughly awakening him from the embrace of his mistress, that the general became aware of the enemy's offensive. Upon learning from his chief of staff that 70 artillery positions outside the city had been struck with pinpoint accuracy, he was momentarily rendered speechless. He violently pushed his mistress off the bed and sprang upright, disbelief etched across his face. What did you say? 70% of the magical crystal artillery positions are lost. Indeed, General, the enemy's fire is astonishingly precise, and for reasons unknown, they possess an uncanny knowledge of our artillery positions. Sanjurjo felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. He had intended to force the enemy's main force to converge and initiate an attack by retreating to Sevilla, thereby employing the formidable counter-battery capabilities of the magical crystal artillery to inflict significant casualties. This tactic had yielded excellent results against the National Army and International Brigades on other fronts. The Britannians had also assured him that even the Saxon infantry would suffer severely when faced with the bombardment of the magical crystal artillery. However, what the Britannians failed to disclose was that the Saxon artillery would not be suppressed. Just as the battle began, his most critical heavy firepower had already suffered grievous losses, leaving Sanherho in a state of uncertainty about how to proceed. He forced himself to regain composure and nearly roared at his chief of staff, "Relay my orders. All units, immediately assume their designated positions. Organize defenses as per the original plan. We must not allow the enemy to approach Sevilla." The chief of staff nodded, about to speak, when suddenly the door swung open with a crash. A messenger tumbled in, breathless and with a quaver in his voice. "General, it's dire. The enemy's ground forces are launching a full-scale assault on our southeastern line." As the last echoes of artillery fire faded, the shrill sound of a charge pierced the brief stillness of the battlefield. "Company advance." Captain Hauser's voice rang out across the position of the 3rd Company, swiftly followed by a surge of soldiers in field gray uniforms leaping from their concealed positions behind earthen mounds and shell craters. 3 companies from the 1st Battalion spread out in a skirmish line, each soldier maintaining a distance of 45 paces from one another. The entire formation resembled a slender gray line, surging forward toward the still smoldering heights. On this front outside Sevilla, the Saxon Expeditionary Force, along with the International Brigades and National Army, comprised a total of 20,000 troops participating in the assault. The 1st Battalion of the 33rd Regiment, to which Molin belonged, was merely one tactical unit within this grand offensive. As Molin surveyed the horizon, soldiers surged forward, their battle cries, officers' commands, and the heavy thuds of marching feet melding into a symphonic war anthem. Molin was but a single note in this symphony, experiencing for the first time such a large-scale charge since arriving in this world. In the era of military technology and regulations prior to his crossing, such a massive charge was virtually unseen. Until the moment of his crossing, Molin had envisioned a career of rigorous training in the army after graduating from military academy, honing his professional skills and competencies step by step, ultimately commanding the mightiest heavy combined arms battalion of Blue Star on the battlefield. Yet, here he stood clutching a long, heavy, outdated rifle, charging into the fray with the constant threat of bullets whizzing past, adorned with that accursed, non-protective, poorly ventilated peaked helmet. He gripped his rifle tightly, his heart racing in his chest, unable to distinguish between anger, anxiety, and excitement. In the upper left corner of his vision, the system map displayed countless blue arrows representing the 16th Infantry Brigade and Allied forces, combing through the land outside Sevilla like a massive comb. The 33rd Infantry Regiment occupied the extreme left flank of the brigade, with their 1st Battalion positioned at the regiment's far left. Having already suffered casualties, the 1st Battalion was tasked with securing an artillery position that had previously come under fire. The effectiveness of the 105mm field howitzers was evident, as they encountered little in the way of resistance while ascending the heights. The shattered artillery position bore witness to the contorted bodies of Kingdom Army soldiers and weaponry reduced to fragments. The air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder, mingled with the earthy scent of soil and blood. Molin, accompanied by the soldiers of the 3rd Company, quickly occupied the recently contested ground, which had been the domain of the enemy. The once formidable magical crystal artillery now lay as twisted heaps of smoke-emitting metal, no longer a threat. Cautiously, Molin approached the heights near Sevilla, where the view opened up magnificently. With the aid of the system map, he could clearly discern the dynamics of the battlefield, experiencing for the first time what it was like for a 20,000-strong army to launch a frontal assault. In the center, the Saxon Army's 16th Infantry Brigade, as the main attacking force, lined up its 3 infantry regiments like a sharp blade, piercing directly into the Kingdom Army's defenses. Approximately 600 meters to the left of the 1st Battalion, another force was launching a similarly fierce assault, that of the International Brigade. Their uniforms were a colorful patchwork, equipped only with outdated rifles provided by the Saxon Empire, lacking heavy machine guns or mortars for fire support. Yet their fighting spirit was astonishingly fierce. "Attention, companies! Establish a defensive line on the spot. Hold this high ground." Just as Molin was stirred by the fervor of the International Brigade's assault, the orders of Major Thomas, the battalion commander, were swiftly relayed to every company through the messenger. This decision perfectly aligned with the current Saxon military doctrine. This high ground offered an excellent vantage point, overlooking a vast area, serving as an ideal observation post for artillery and a stronghold for fire support. It would even allow for artillery deployment to cover all of Sevilla. Thus, it was imperative to maintain firm control over it. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, utilizing the existing craters and discarded crates to rapidly construct makeshift defenses. Within Molin's heart, there surged a profound sense of unease. He was acutely aware that the prior reconnaissance had likely failed to identify all of the enemy's artillery positions. Therefore, despite the impressive execution of the counter-battery operation, it was highly probable that not all of the adversary's long-range fire points had been obliterated. Given that this location had previously served as the kingdom's magic crystal cannon stronghold, the enemy undoubtedly possessed precise coordinates and geographical information of this elevated terrain. Now that the Saxons had seized control of it, the surviving artillerymen, if they were not foolish, would inevitably target this very spot in their forthcoming bombardments. Presently, the 1st Battalion had concentrated nearly all its forces in this confined area, effectively broadcasting an invitation for an impending strike. Chapter 30. The counterstrike of the magic crystal cannon troops. Disperse immediately. Maintain at least a 20-meter distance between squads. Ensure space between individual soldiers. Detecting the imminent threat, Molin bellowed his orders, gesturing fervently for the surrounding soldiers to spread out. Although Klaus, the squad leader, did not comprehend the rationale behind this urgency, he had developed an almost blind trust in Molin and immediately sounded the whistle, vociferously relaying the command. The soldiers of the 3rd Squad sprang into action, forming a loose defensive formation under the puzzled gazes of the soldiers from other companies. After issuing commands to his troops, Molin contemplated instructing Major Thomas to disperse the other units as well. Time was of the essence. Leaving no room for further deliberation, he swiftly approached Captain Hauser, who was directing the soldiers in preparation for defense. "Captain, we cannot cluster here." Molin's tone was laced with urgency. "The enemy surely has the coordinates of this high ground, and their surviving artillery could target us at any moment." Captain Hauser paused momentarily, glancing at the busy soldiers around him before meeting Molin's earnest gaze. "Your concerns are valid, but we must prepare for defense. This high ground is crucial, and the enemy will undoubtedly counterattack. I understand, but I hope the troops can at least spread out a bit. This way, if we are targeted by enemy artillery, the casualties will not be so devastating." Hauser hesitated for less than 2 seconds before nodding decisively. "Very well, I shall remind the Major. But you must also ensure your troops are ready to withstand the enemy's counteroffensive." After alerting Captain Hauser, Molin returned to the location of the 3rd Squad. Once he saw his soldiers had complied with his request to spread out, he found a shell hole to lie in. Yet, his heart remained lodged in his throat, and he could only hope his foreboding was misplaced. Regrettably, his instincts proved accurate. Just as the soldiers of the 1st Battalion had hastily constructed rudimentary defensive works using the shell holes and were preparing to catch their breath, an eerie shriek pierced the air from the distant horizon. The sound was markedly different from the typical whistle of ordinary shells, sharper and more jarring, reminiscent of some monstrous bird-esque cry. Following this, a dazzling blue orb materialized in the sky above the high ground, only to explode violently moments later. There was no earth-shattering roar, just a dull thud. Boom! An invisible, terrifying force radiated from the epicenter of the orb, as countless glimmering shards of unknown material rained down like a torrential downpour, instantly engulfing a vast area at the center of the high ground. Boom! Boom! Another pair of explosions echoed, as 2 additional blue orbs detonated in succession above different locations on the high ground. Molin felt a ringing in his ears as he pressed himself firmly into the shell hole, acutely aware of the sound of shrapnel embedding itself into the surrounding earth. He had no way of knowing if he had been struck by debris. All he knew was that he was still alive for the moment. After the 3rd round of airbursts, the high ground transformed into a hellish nightmare. The air was filled with piercing screams and wails, replacing all previous sounds. Molin, grappling with a sense of dizziness, struggled to rise from the ground. Upon confirming that he was uninjured, he turned his gaze towards the 1st and 2nd companies situated at the center of the high ground. The area was littered with mangled corpses and moaning casualties, blood staining the charred earth a deep crimson. The scene of devastation indicated that these two companies had been nearly completely enveloped in the deluge of shrapnel. The final explosion's radius had even encroached upon the third company and the battalion headquarters. On the system map, the blue markers representing the 1st Battalion flickered wildly, and Molin, even without glancing at the system annotations, understood that it signified they were under attack and suppression. He quickly deduced that this must have been an assault from the magic crystal cannons. The destructive power and precision of this magical weaponry originating from Britannia left him utterly astonished. The enemy had not even required preliminary calibration. They had unleashed a direct barrage upon this high ground, achieving a perfect strike. So, this is why the magic crystal cannon can match the mobile howitzer in terms of combat effectiveness, he thought, marveling at the extraordinary accuracy of the attack. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, a concealed magic crystal cannon position was preparing for its next round of fire. A multitude of kingdom artillerymen and magical technicians were meticulously maintaining the magic crystal cannon that had just completed its firing, inspecting the runes and crystals for any signs of damage. Above this artillery position, an altitude of approximately 200 meters, a figure clad in the robes of a Highland mage floated serenely. 127 high, ground suppression successful, preparing to switch targeting. Received. Magic crystal cannon temporary maintenance complete. Please provide targeting information. 125 high ground, target. Rebel infantry cluster, fragmentation magic crystal artillery shell, commence guidance upon loading completion. This mage apprentice from the Highland Mage Corps gazed coldly at the location designated as the next target. To him, it represented not merely an enemy, but a passport to elevate himself from apprentice to a fully fledged mage. Although he was already an apprentice of the Highland Mage Corps, he understood that only through successful advancement could he rightfully bear the title of Highland Mage. He expressed gratitude towards the kingdom's artillerymen for their incompetence. Had it not been for their lackluster performance, failing to unleash the true potential of the magic crystal cannons, High Mage Eldritch would not have dispatched them to assist in targeting guidance. The bracelet adorning his left wrist vibrated, indicating that another wearer of a matching bracelet on the ground was transmitting a message. While the Highland Mages possessed long-distance communication capabilities, their spells were often hindered by various limitations, rendering them less adaptable. Moreover, the limited daily spell slots precluded the inclusion of numerous communication spells. Thus, this more affordable, short-range magical communication bracelet had become an indispensable tool in guiding the magic crystal cannons. Fragmentation magic crystal artillery shell fully loaded. Understood, beginning guidance. The mage apprentice's gaze fixed upon 125 high ground, his right hand raised with his thumb positioned as a sight. A surge of magical energy emanated from his fingertip. Soon, the magic crystal cannon on the ground roared once more, and the shells streaked across the sky, beginning their descent after reaching their apex. An unseen force commenced correcting their trajectories, directing them straight towards 125 high ground, ultimately achieving an airburst less than 10 meters above the target. On the opposite side, at 127 high ground, Molin remained awestruck by the magic crystal cannon, yet he recognized that in this world imbued with magic and magical technology, many phenomena remained inexplicable. At that moment, the system, in response to the recent trajectory of the attack, had reverse calculated the general location of the magic crystal cannon position and marked it accordingly. Molin promptly retrieved his binoculars and scanned the area, quickly identifying this elusive target. That was a concealed stronghold hidden within the farm. Judging by the abundant dead branches and wheat stalks scattered around the Bujing Pal, its camouflage was exceptionally effective. No wonder it had evaded previous reconnaissance efforts. However, once discovered by Molin, the system map accurately marked its position. Messenger. Molin beckoned to a similarly disheveled soldier nearby. As the soldier hurried over, he swiftly retrieved his notebook and pencil from his pocket, hastily inscribing the detailed coordinates and terrain description of the hidden Mujingpao stronghold on the paper. Ensure this is delivered to the artillery command post in the rear with utmost urgency. Inform them that this is an untouched enemy Mujingpao stronghold. The young messenger nodded vigorously upon receiving the note and dashed back towards the rear without hesitation. Organize the defense. Prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the surviving officers on the heights roared to rally the dazed soldiers who remained. Below the heights, A swarm of kingdom soldiers had initiated a counterattack. All squads, report casualties. Molin's voice trembled slightly. He understood that the third squad had undoubtedly suffered losses this time. Squad soldier Klaus and several sergeants quickly tallied the results, their faces etched with sorrow. Squad leader, the second squad is all gone. For casualties in both the first and fourth squads. 2 minor injuries in the third squad. 1 severe injury and 2 minor injuries in the fifth squad. The other squads, being farther away, have yet to report any casualties. Chapter 31. The heavy machine gun on the flank, although the soldiers in his squad had only been with him for less than 48 hours. Molin's heart bled upon hearing the casualty report. Yet he knew this was not the time for sorrow. After ordering the squads to treat the wounded, he rushed to the edge of the heights and raised his binoculars once more. Through the somewhat blurred lens, he could see at least a battalion of kingdom soldiers forming a dense line, advancing toward the heights. He glanced at his own position. The first and second companies had already suffered heavy losses the previous day, and the recent artillery barrage had only compounded their woes. Countless soldiers had been killed instantly by shrapnel from the Jingpao, and most of the survivors bore wounds. The medical team, organized by the company medic, was utterly overwhelmed, and the morale of the entire battalion had plummeted to its nadir. Major Thomas and 3 company commanders were vocally rallying the others, and under the officer's urging, soldiers began to crawl up to the edge of the heights, raising their rifles. However, Molin was acutely aware that, given the current state of the 1st Battalion, it was nearly impossible to withstand a full charge from the enemy's battalion head-on. Their only hope lay in inflicting sufficient casualties to repel the enemy's assault in the initial wave. Otherwise, the heights would surely fall today. His gaze swept across the enemy's line of attack, and a bold yet reckless idea rapidly took shape in his mind. Klaus, Corporal Yona, Molin shouted. Yes. You two, along with the heavy machine gun team, take all remaining personnel from the 1st and 4th squads. Follow me. He pointed to a relatively complex slope on the left side of the heights. We will flank them and hit them hard. Squad soldier Klaus and Corporal Yona showed no hesitation, immediately calling the designated soldiers to follow. The Vickers machine gun team currently had 5 soldiers assigned. 3 of them worked together to lift the already assembled machine gun, while another carried 2 ammunition boxes and the last bore the weighty cooling tank. When they seized this machine gun, Molin's soldiers had scavenged less than 500 rounds of ammunition from the 2nd floor of that cottage. This amount was insufficient for sustained fire from a heavy machine gun, and Molin initially intended to conserve it, as ammunition for the Vickers was not easily obtainable, although it shared the same caliber. 303, commonly referred to as the British 77, Molin and his men had not managed to gather much in a short time. However, he could not afford to dwell on this now. Buman, Fese, Male. You 3 stay here with the remaining personnel. Assist Captain House C in holding the front. Until we open fire, do your utmost to delay the enemy. Understood, squad leader. After issuing instructions to the other 3 corporals, Molin no longer hesitated. He led the 2 squads and the heavy machine gun team swiftly down the left slope of the heights. Their movements had to be quick and sufficiently discreet. Fortunately, the undulating terrain and the landscape riddled with shell holes provided them with natural cover. The gray uniforms of the soldiers blended into the smoke-filled battlefield of autumn, offering a level of concealment far superior to that of the red-panted Gaolu soldiers. Molin sprinted at the forefront, his mind racing as the system map continuously adjusted within his field of vision, charting the safest and quickest route for him. This operation was fraught with peril. Should they be discovered by the enemy, this small detachment would be at risk of encirclement, with dire consequences. Fortunately, all of the kingdom's attention was focused on the frontal defense of the heights, and no one noticed this small unit stealthily maneuvering to their flank. After about a minute, Molin and his team arrived at the designated location. This was a massive crater created by artillery fire, forming a perfect natural machine gun position. From here, they could clearly see the long, unprotected flank of the kingdom's attacking forces struggling to ascend the gentle slope. As the saying goes, it is easier to strike down than to strike up, especially when infantry is tasked with a feigned attack. Normally, commanders would deliberate extensively before issuing such an attack order. However, the kingdom's commanders were so eager to reclaim these heights that they had not considered the implications. They simply ordered their troops to charge up. Quickly, set up the machine gun. Molin lowered his voice, issuing commands to the machine gun team. The soldiers deftly positioned the heavy Vickers machine gun and the loader. Though somewhat inexperienced, clumsily began to load the canvas ammunition belt. The rest of you, establish a circular defense around the machine gun. Prepare for battle. The soldiers quickly spread out, taking cover on the ground, pulling back the bolts of their rifles, and pointing their dark muzzles toward the advancing kingdom forces. Vigilant for any potential threats, Molin crouched beside the machine gun, raising his binoculars. The first wave of the kingdom's attack had commenced. Just as he had witnessed with the Saxon soldiers' advance, the kingdom's troops formed three relatively dense lines, shouting as they charged toward the summit of the heights. Behind these three lines, another company of soldiers marched in tightly knit columns. At this moment, the foremost kingdom soldiers were less than 200 meters away from the front-line positions defended by the 1st Battalion. Sporadic gunfire erupted from the heights, as the 1st Battalion soldiers attempted to slow the enemy's advance with precise rifle fire. Squad leader, may we open fire? The machine gunner licked his cracked lips, his voice tinged with excitement. Though it was his first time firing, he seemed to anticipate the devastating impact their attack would have on the enemy. Wait a moment. Molin's voice remained steady as he placed a reassuring hand on the machine gunner's shoulder. Let them advance a little further. We must strike when they cannot easily retreat. Time seemed to stretch interminably at that moment. Every second felt like a century. Molin could hear the heavy breaths of himself and the soldiers around him. 150 meters, 120 meters, 100 meters. Now, fire. Molin slapped the machine gunner's shoulder decisively. The Vickers' heavy machine gun roared to life, unleashing a torrent of fire. The searing bullets sliced through the air like the scythe of death, ruthlessly sweeping towards the unguarded flank of the kingdom army. The soldiers, valiantly charging forward, could scarcely fathom the sudden emergence of such a lethal fire point at their side. Caught in a precarious position, they found themselves in a state of limbo, and soon, the 303 rounds effortlessly tore through their tightly packed ranks. Many soldiers had no time to react, falling to the ground as the bullets struck them. The assault from the flank rendered the advancing enemy infantry a mere target in the eyes of the machine gunners, who needed little adjustment to their aim to encompass a whole squad within their firing arc. The roar of the machine guns mingled with the anguished cries of the kingdom soldiers, reverberating across the battlefield. Fire. Prioritize their officers. After the machine guns opened fire, Sergeant Molin bellowed commands to the riflemen beside him. With over 20 rifles discharging simultaneously, the precise bullets of the U-98 mercilessly picked off those officers attempting to seek cover or rally a counterattack. The officers' uniforms bore a distinct difference from those of ordinary soldiers, adorned with silver embellishments on their dark attire, making them prime targets for Molin and his comrades. In that instant, the entire offensive formation of the Kingdom Army collapsed utterly. Chapter 32. Encounter with the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment. The lateral assault of the heavy machine guns proved devastating for the densely packed infantry. They were entirely exposed to the machine guns' line of fire. Moving forward meant death. Retreating was equally fatal, and lying still was no escape. The gentle slope before the heights transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Corporal Klaus and Private Jonah wore expressions of shock and fervor. They mechanically pulled the bolts, aimed, and fired, sending bullet after bullet into the bodies of the enemy. They had never imagined that combat could unfold in such a manner. Morin's decision was nothing short of genius. No one had ever thought to advance tactically with cumbersome machine guns. In the minds of the Saxon soldiers, machine guns were purely defensive weapons, unsuitable for offense. The Kingdom Army's initial charge ended in a complete rout after over 70 soldiers from the front three ranks fell in an instant. The tightly packed column following those three ranks even attempted to launch a charge towards Molin and his men, but their dense formation only facilitated the machine gunner's task, with a single 303 bullet occasionally piercing through two enemies. Mere seconds after the machine guns unleashed their fire, the entire column disintegrated. Molin, initially anxious before the onslaught, now wore a grim smile that reflected the thrill of firepower dominance. In the face of the machine gun's relentless suppression, the surviving soldiers of the Kingdom Army were utterly demoralized. They cried out, casting aside their weapons, scrambling backward in panic, their morale shattered. A few officers, determined to maintain order, raised their sabers in a futile attempt to halt the retreat. Indeed, the officers of the Kingdom Army still adhered to the tradition of carrying their sabers. However, Such conspicuous actions were swiftly brought down by the precise marksmanship of Corporal Klaus and his comrades. The tide of Kingdom's soldiers surged forth, only to ebb back down the slope like a receding wave. Witnessing this, Molin exhaled in relief, instructing the gunners to cease fire. Enough. Conserve ammunition. There will be more to fight. He then scanned the surroundings, ensuring everyone checked for injuries and assessed their ammunition. Soon, it was confirmed that no one was hurt, and the Kingdom army had failed to mount an effective counterattack. However, each person had expended nearly 1/6 of their ammunition, and the Vickers machine gun was nearly out of its first belt. The machine gun company should have been deployed to the front line. Their numbers were already sparse, and now they were not being utilized. Molin lay down, allowing his tense body to relax slightly, while he could not help but voice his complaints. "Sergeant, what are our next steps?" Klaus asked, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. "We need to prepare to relocate. We've just revealed our firepower, and the enemy's next assault may target us," Molin replied, rising to his feet and focusing on the system map to find a temporary position for their machine gun. Remarkably, he found a more suitable location. It was a bit farther from the summit, but several trees, uprooted by artillery fire, lay scattered, providing natural cover. He immediately dispatched a soldier to return to the summit to ascertain the status of the others in the camp and relay his intentions to Captain Hauser. Having completed this task, Molin, with the remaining men, quietly began the transfer, carrying the heavy Vickers machine gun. The panicked Kingdom soldiers continued to scatter down the slope, oblivious to the movements of their small squad, and the entire transfer proceeded with an almost uncanny smoothness. Upon reaching the new temporary position, Molin swiftly directed everyone to spread out, find cover, and check their weapons. Drink some water and take a moment to catch your breath. We are likely facing another hard fight soon. Molin himself took a swig from his canteen and, seizing the rare moment of respite, immersed his attention in the system map situated in the upper left corner of his vision. As friendly forces advanced across the board, the fog of war that had shrouded the vicinity of Seville dissipated considerably, revealing the entire situation along the front lines. Red markers representing the Kingdom Army units flickered and vanished, centered around the 16th Infantry Brigade. The main assault force had captured all the open high ground to the southeast of Seville. Most of those vantage points had changed hands. The markers for two 77mm field artillery battalions were also slowly advancing, preparing to occupy new positions for closer fire support in the ensuing assault. Meanwhile, three less mobile 105mm howitzer batteries remained in place, continuing their bombardment. The overall battlefield appeared auspicious. If this momentum continued, it seemed only a matter of time before the Saxons would completely breach the outer defenses of Seville. Yet, an unsettling feeling grew stronger within Molin. He vividly recalled that the intelligence he had brought back explicitly mentioned several elite enemy units: the Highland Mages, the Order of the Knights of Cad, and the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment. The enemy who had captured him upon his arrival belonged to the 4th Battalion of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment. Yet, to this moment, none of these Britannian elite units had appeared on the map. Could it be that they truly intended to abandon the outer defenses and stake everything on urban warfare? The thought crossed Morin's mind, only to be immediately dismissed. Such a strategy was utterly incongruous with the prevailing military doctrines of the era. Relying on fortified city defenses for street fighting would only be a choice made under dire circumstances. However, before Molin could contemplate this further, new developments arose. "Sergeant, they're coming up again." Klaus, stationed behind a fallen tree, trunk on watch, whispered urgently. "The retreating soldiers have been intercepted by their officers and are regrouping." Almost simultaneously with Klaus's report, a fresh battalion emerged in Morin's line of sight from below the heights. Their uniforms were a sandy yellow, starkly contrasting with the Kingdom Army's black attire. A lively and rhythmic sound of trumpets, mingled with the beats of military drums, echoed from the hillside below. The melody was unmistakably that of the Grenadier March. A sudden pang of realization struck Molin as he rushed to Klaus's side, raising his binoculars. Through the lenses, he beheld the newly emerged Britannian forces, nearly identical to the British Army he remembered from the Great War. Dressed in khaki uniforms and adorned with the iconic saucer helmets favored by directors of Hong Kong films. The only notable difference was the line of heavily armored soldiers at the forefront of their ranks. Some wielded massive two-handed swords, while others held a kite shield in one hand and a sword in the other, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. The system map promptly displayed detailed information about this regiment. Holy Britannian Empire, Northumberland Flare Gun Regiment, 4th Battalion, officers, 30 soldiers and NCOs, 997. Upon observing this nearly 1,000-strong reinforcement battalion, Molin could not help but scoff at the sheer scale of this regiment. The number of troops in a single battalion nearly surpassed that of the Independent Brigade, led by Oldley in earlier days. This also meant that the already decimated 1st Battalion on the Heights would soon face an enemy force several times their number, and yet they were elite troops. Frankly, upon witnessing this battalion, even Molin felt a flicker of despair. The early strategy of each nation's army, where battalions were deployed in full force, had now devolved into a dire struggle for numerical advantage. His hand was out of cards. The Vickers machine gun had only one last belt of ammunition left, utterly insufficient to reverse such a stark disparity in forces. What to do? Morin's mind raced, and after a few moments of contemplation, he clenched his teeth. Adjust the machine gun's direction, he commanded, pointing towards the assembling Britannian troops. Aim at those Britannians. As for the soldiers of the Royal Army, leave them to the riflemen. Then trust our allies on the heights. Following Morin's orders, the machine gun crew hurriedly repositioned the gun. The drumbeats of the grenadier march grew increasingly intense as the two enemy forces completed their assembly at the foot of the hill. The dark mass of troops beginning to advance slowly upwards. Listen up. Morin's voice was unusually grave as he instructed the others. When a machine gun runs out of ammunition, we will retreat from the rear of the heights. Do not foolishly charge up the hill. That will be nothing more than offering ourselves as targets to the enemy. Understood. Platoon leader. Below the hill, the reorganized soldiers of the Royal Army clearly harbored lingering fears from the recent flank attack. Morin could see them casting wary glances back towards their previous machine gun position as they advanced. Yet, they could never have imagined that the very machine gun that had claimed numerous comrades' lives had silently relocated and was now targeting their allies from a different angle. Morin instructed everyone to keep as low as possible, using fallen tree trunks and shell holes to conceal themselves perfectly. The enemy's two armies drew closer. Morin's heartbeat quickened, synchronizing with the rhythm of the drums. Truthfully, he harbored no certainty. During his captivity, he had witnessed his side's heavily armored units withstand close-range handgun fire. Thus, he was somewhat concerned about the effectiveness of the Vickers. 303 ammunition against those Britannian ironclads. Suddenly, the tempo of the military music accelerated, and the ranks of the two enemy forces began to jog forward. At the summit, the remaining soldiers of the 1st Battalion had started firing sporadically, attempting to slow down the enemy's advance. The Royal Army soldiers also raised their rifles to return fire, albeit in a sparse manner. The moment had arrived. Morin hesitated no longer. Fire! With a command, the silence of the makeshift position was instantly drowned out by the sound of gunfire. The Vickers heavy machine gun unleashed its remaining ammunition without reservation, transforming into a deadly whip of fire that lashed out at the ranks of the Northumberland Flare Gun Regiment. Simultaneously, Klaus and the other soldiers fired over 20 Gu-98 rifles. The precise bullets traversed the short distance of less than 200 meters, striking those Royal Army soldiers charging upwards. Just recently, the Royal Army had been shattered by the heavy machine gun's flank fire, and now they faced yet another familiar assault. Although this time only a mere 20 rifles were involved, the lethality was far less than before, yet the side-on strike, which could not be effectively evaded, still threw their advancing formation into disarray. Soldiers at the front fell one after another, while those behind instinctively sought cover, causing the entire charge to falter. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted from the top of the heights, indicating that the remaining soldiers of the 1st Battalion had begun to consciously coordinate with Morin, creating a crossfire. However, Morin's primary focus was on the situation at the other end. The bullets from the machine gun struck the armor of the front-line heavily armored soldiers of the Northumberland Flare Gun Regiment, producing a flurry of sparks and a metallic clanging sound, momentarily halting their advance. Effective, Morin felt a surge of joy, but soon his heart sank again. The lethality was far too low. Those heavy armored units only wavered and fell after enduring multiple direct hits from the machine gun. Morin could even see through his binoculars a soldier wielding a two-handed sword, whose chest plate withstood 5 or 6 bullets before finally shattering. Only then did the machine gun's bullets penetrate his body. Such minimal damage was hardly significant against a force of nearly 1,000. Following a brief uproar, The soldiers of a Northumberland flare gun regiment did not retreat. Instead, they quickened their charge. The khaki tide surged towards Morin's position with an unstoppable momentum. Machine gunners, stop the spray fire. Target them one by one. Focus on those ironclads. Upon hearing Morin's words, the machine gunners ceased their sweeping fire and began to aim at the heavily armored soldiers individually. However, the rapidly depleting ammunition belt indicated that this assault could not last much longer. Yet in this moment of despair, a turning point in the battle emerged in an unexpected manner. Out of the corner of Morin's eye, he noticed on the system map that the emblem representing the International Brigade's Eastern European Europa Division, 2nd Regiment, 1st Battalion was swiftly approaching his position. Given that the two sides were already within a distance of approximately 600 meters, the several hundred soldiers of the International Brigade appeared almost instantaneously at the rear flank of the Northumberland Flare Gun Regiment. Following this, a resounding call echoed from that direction. Charge! Hurrah! A cacophony of war cries ensued. This sudden turn of events clearly caught the charging Britannians off guard. They were compelled to divert a portion of their forces, hastily turning to confront this unexpected cavalry. The clarion call to charge ignited not only the spirit of the International Brigade volunteers, but also sent a surge of fervor through Morin's veins. Click, click, click. The machine gunners finally exhausted the last bullet in the canvas belt. Second Lieutenant, should we still retreat? Klaus inquired, posing a crucial question. However, all soldiers, including him, had already anticipated the answer, their hands instinctively reaching for the sheaths at their waists. Fixe bayonets, Morin nearly shouted as he swiftly affixed a bayonet to his rifle. The icy sensation in his palm helped to steady his frenzied thoughts. It was evident that the soldiers of the International Brigade had come to their rescue. In such circumstances, Morin resolutely could not make the decision to abandon them and retreat. The battle had reached this critical juncture. They could only fight to the end. Charge! Without a moment's hesitation, Morin was the first to leap from behind the barricade, armed with a bayonet rifle. He led his remaining 20 or so soldiers in a counter-assault against the enemy down the slope. As the distance between the two sides narrowed to about 50 meters, Morin shouted once more, "Grenadiers, throw your grenades." A few soldiers carrying spherical grenades immediately ignited the fuses and hurled those deadly iron spheres with all their might. Thanks to their advantageous position, these grenades flew far beyond usual distance, landing precisely within the front ranks of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted, sending the heavily armored soldiers at the forefront and their infantry comrades behind them tumbling in disarray. Although their heavy armor shielded them from most of the shrapnel, they were not invulnerable like the Astartes. Sharp fragments still pierced through the gaps in their armor. More importantly, the immense shock and sound generated by the explosions at close range threw these armored warriors into a brief state of confusion and disorientation. Now it was the moment. Morin and the volunteers of the International Brigade surged forth like two sharp daggers, stabbing fiercely into the formation of a Northumberland Flintlock Regiment from two directions. At the summit, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion, who had been holding their ground with great difficulty, also witnessed the unfolding battle. As the soldiers of the Royal Army charged to within 100 meters of the position, Major Thomas drew his pistol and issued a thunderous shout. Warriors of Saxon, for the glory of the Black Hawk flag. Counterattack. Chapter 34. With all our might, we can prevail. The remnants of gray uniforms converged into a torrent of determination. Surging down from the heights, the gray tide collided violently with the black tide. On the other side, a mix of colors and a small number of field gray soldiers intertwined with a large mass of khaki. A brutal and bloody melee battle commenced. The commander of the 2nd Battalion, International Brigade, clearly noticed the charge of Morin and his small contingent. They quickly moved to this side to reinforce, preventing Morin's forces from being overwhelmed in an instant. Previously, Morin had been perplexed about what a heavily armored unit wielding cold weapons could accomplish on a battlefield filled with flying bullets. But now he understood. He watched as the Breton armored soldiers disregarded the gunfire, crashing into the formation of the International Brigade, causing the frontline soldiers to be thrown into disarray. The might of their broadswords in close combat was evidently far superior to that of the bayonets on rifles. With each swing of their swords, heads and limbs flew, as if no one could halt these armored behemoths. As Morin plunged into the enemy ranks, he felt as though his blood was ablaze. The splattering of blood and the chilling screams around him became his most effective stimulant, fueling his courage. He could not comprehend why this body felt exhilarated by the bloody melee, but this very exhilaration became the key to his survival in the fray. The assassination techniques learned at Saxon Military Academy bizarrely melded with the stabbing skills he had acquired earlier. A Royal Army soldier charged at him, brandishing a rifle, with the bayonet aimed directly at his chest. Instead of retreating, Molin advanced, slightly turning his body, raising his rifle in a defensive posture, and expertly deflected the opponent's bayonet. The soldier, overexerting himself, left his chest wide open. Seizing the opportunity, Molin flicked his wrist, driving the sharp bayonet deep into the enemy's chest. Without a moment's pause, he kicked the corpse aside, withdrew the bayonet, and aimed at an enemy not far away, pulling the trigger. Bang! The enemy collapsed. In a short span, having dispatched 2 foes, Molin quickly drew the attention of other enemies. 2 more adversaries rushed toward him, seemingly intent on launching a combined assault to deny him any chance to defend himself. Observing this, Molin let out a cold snort and swiftly drew his P-08 pistol. Bang! 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 The ruthless gunfire rang out, and the 2 enemies fell. Times have changed, my friend, relying on the tactics of ranged and close combat. Interspersed with shooting during the melee, Molin swiftly eliminated several foes, only to find himself targeted by a more formidable opponent. It was a heavily armored soldier wielding a greatsword, roaring as he charged at Molin, the ground trembling beneath his heavy footsteps. Molin raised his hand and fired several shots until his pistol was empty. However, the bullets merely left shallow dents on the opponent's breastplate, bouncing off helplessly. Indeed, they could not penetrate the armor. This seemingly enchanted heavy armor rendered the pistol's attacks completely ineffective at close range. Molin dared not engage directly. Instead, he relied on his superior agility to maneuver around the armored giant. He first aimed and fired his Gu-98, striking the opponent's head. Although the round did not pierce the armor, the force of the impact still left the enemy dazed. As the heavily armored swordsman closed in, he began his assault. His sweeping strikes powerful and accompanied by a whistling sound, yet the weight of his gear severely hampered his speed. The bayonet was obviously inadequate to parry the blows of the greatsword, so Molin gritted his teeth and continually dodged, searching for an opening. Finally, after the opponent missed a powerful horizontal slash, Molin seized the fleeting opportunity. He surged forward, driving his bayonet like a venomous serpent into the gap beneath the opponent's armor. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was unmistakable. The armored soldier emitted a painful grunt, momentarily halting his movements. Without hesitation, Molin stepped forward, pressing the muzzle of his Gu-98 against the wound and pulling the trigger. Bang! The point-blank rifle shot was muffled yet lethal. A 7.92mm bullet surged through the wound torn open by the bayonet, unimpeded, into the body of the armored soldier. The massive armored figure trembled violently before crashing to the ground, the heavy armor clattering loudly. Molin did not dare to be complacent. After reloading his rifle, he fired another shot at the exposed neck of the fallen foe. Finally feeling at ease, with this significant threat neutralized, Molin had no time to catch his breath before turning to rejoin the fray elsewhere. Meanwhile, the situation on the heights underwent a decisive transformation. The Royal Army soldiers, already demoralized for being battered by Molin and his men with machine gun fire, were already on their last legs. Now, faced with the invigorated soldiers of the 1st Battalion charging down from the heights, they were nearly on the verge of collapse. In the melee, they were no match for the well-trained Saxon soldiers, quickly losing their helmets and armor, and were once again routed. After shattering the enemy in front of him, Major Thomas keenly noticed that Molin's contingent was embroiled in a hard-fought battle. All soldiers of the 1st Battalion, follow me, to support the left flank. Acting decisively, he rallied his troops and charged towards the flank of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment. With the main force of the 1st Battalion joining in, the pressure on Molin and his companions, who had been at a significant numerical disadvantage, suddenly diminished. The disparity in numbers between the two sides was rapidly closing. However, the combat tenacity of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment soldiers far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even when besieged on 3 sides, these elite soldiers from Britannia still did not falter. They swiftly contracted their formation, centering around the heavily armored soldiers to create small circular defensive circles, resolutely resisting the onslaught from all directions. The clash of bayonets and long swords echoed, accompanied by the resounding strikes of rifle stocks against shields, interspersed with the sporadic gunfire of rifles. The battlefield transformed into a colossal and sanguinary meat grinder, ravenously consuming the lives of soldiers from both sides. Every second witnessed the fall of yet another warrior. Molin, consumed by fury, gripped his rifle tightly, exerting all his might with each thrust aimed directly at the enemy's vital points. Beside him, his comrades, Sergeant Klaus and Private Jonah, fought with equal fervor, employing the most straightforward and direct stabbing motions, repeatedly plunging their bayonets into the bodies of their foes. The battle descended into a bizarre stalemate. Although the Saxons and the International Brigade began to gain numerical superiority, they could not completely shatter the tenacity of the Britannian forces. Time passed inexorably, and Molin felt his strength rapidly depleting. His arms ached from the relentless blocking and thrusting. He could not comprehend why the battalion had deployed 2 armored knights behind the 1st Regiment. Yet these elite units did not come forth to provide support at this critical juncture. What were they waiting for? Just then a rapid and dense sound of hooves, like rolling thunder, approached from the far side of the heights. Molin instinctively turned towards the sound. There, on the opposite side of the heights, a black eagle flag of the Saxons fluttered in the wind. Beneath the banner was a dark mass of cavalry, clad in field gray cavalry uniforms, wearing metal-tipped helmets, and brandishing 3-meter-long lances. They were the 52nd Cavalry Regiment of the Saxon Empire. The commander of the cavalry led the charge, his lance pressed downward, tracing a dazzling arc in the air. Charge! At the command, hundreds of cavalrymen surged forward simultaneously. The earth trembled beneath their iron hooves, and the overwhelming momentum left everyone breathless. The 4th Battalion of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment, entangled with the Saxon infantry and the International Brigade, found their rear utterly exposed to this deluge. The resolve and determination etched on the faces of these Britannian soldiers were swiftly replaced by terror and despair. They wished to turn and reorganize their lines, but it was too late. The tide of cavalry arrived in an instant. The leading cavalrymen leveled their lances. The sharp tips gleamed with lethal brilliance in the morning light, effortlessly piercing the bodies of the Britannian soldiers. The tremendous force lifted them high before crashing them down to the ground. The subsequent cavalrymen wielded sabers, striking from above, claiming lives in the fleeting moments of their engagement with the enemy. Even though numerous heavily armored soldiers swung their great swords, bringing down both horse and rider, they could only shatter the portion directly in front of them, unable to halt the encroaching tide. As the cavalry completed a sweeping charge along a curved trajectory, the 4th Battalion of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment appeared as if bitten by a sudden shark, leaving a gaping void. The last straw had finally arrived. The line of the 4th Battalion disintegrated in an instant under the cavalry's onslaught. Chapter 35. The elite emerged several hundred meters away from this bloody height. In a wooded area, a pair of eyes silently observed the unfolding events on the battlefield through binoculars. Ludwig knelt atop the shoulder of an armored knight, the steel behemoth emblazoned with the Teutonic Order's black cross insignia, which Molin had previously seen. Ludwig, if we do not act soon, this infantry battalion will be annihilated, his companion William urged, lowering his binoculars, anxiety creeping into his voice. Their casualties can yield greater value. The driver of the armored knight, referred to as Ludwig, replied calmly, his gaze unwavering through the binoculars. If we charge now, we'll merely entangle ourselves with the infantry and fall into a passive position. Patience is our greatest weapon. So when do we wait until? William questioned, puzzled, unable to maintain the same composure as his comrade. Soon. Do not keep me in suspense. Speak. Hearing his comrade's anxious tone, Ludwig lowered the binoculars and said, the 4th Battalion of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment has half its men remaining. The Britannian commander cannot idly watch this distinguished unit be entirely wiped out, so he will surely send reinforcements. When that happens, whether it be the Highland Mage, their armored knights, or another fully staffed battalion of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment, that will be the prey worth our intervention. With that, Ludwig raised the binoculars once more. As if to validate his words, the battlefield soon transformed dramatically. just as the 4th Battalion of the Northumberland Flintlock Regiment was on the brink of disarray under the relentless assault of Molin and the cavalry's repeated charges. 4 elegantly designed white armored knights emerged from their rear. Surrounding these armored knights were 12 knights clad in magical power armor, the elite forces of Britannia, the Guard Knights. Ludwig's eyes sparkled with excitement as he set the binoculars down, unable to contain his exhilaration. "We've struck gold. All units prepare for battle. Squires, fire 3 red signal flares." With the command given, he and William deftly leaped into the cockpits of their respective armored knights. The thick front armor closed once more, and without waiting for the cockpit to be illuminated by the magical crystal, Ludwig and William swiftly initiated the startup of their armored knights through muscle memory. Beneath the armor plates, several magical conduits connected, activating the magical muscle bundles embedded within their torsos and limbs. As all magical conduits completed a self-check, the view before Ludwig and William transformed from the darkness of the cockpit into an approximately 180-degree external perspective. They then completed the final startup procedures. In the quiet forest, the internal combustion engines, the primary power source of the 2 steel behemoths, emitted a deep rumble, while plumes of thick black smoke billowed from the exhaust pipes behind the knights. Around them, 6 squires, also clad in the standard magical power armor of the Teutonic Order, rose to their feet. 3 of them quickly raised signal guns and pulled the triggers towards the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 dazzling red orbs ascended into the sky, standing out prominently above the battlefield. Meanwhile, amidst the brutal melee, Molin noticed the newly appeared white armored knights and their companions, who were equipped with superior gear compared to the heavy armored soldiers. The system map promptly displayed red troop markers and detailed information. Audi Britannian Empire, Garde Knight 100. George Type 3 Magical Armored Knight X4. Quasor Type 2 Magical Power Armor, Knight Squires X12. Anti-infantry, anti-armor, high threat units. No, the magical armored knights are one thing. But how could they even deploy power armor? Is this even the same style as our equipment? The information provided by the system left Molin dumbfounded. These units were undoubtedly beyond the capacity of infantry to contend with. Moreover, aside from a few expended grenades, Molin and his companions possessed no heavy weaponry, let alone any anti-armor weapons. Rifle bullets barely scratched the heavily armored infantry, let alone these imposing figures that exuded formidable defensive capabilities. The remaining soldiers of the Sci-Fi's 4th Battalion erupted in thunderous cheers upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, their spirits instantaneously rejuvenated. It was as if they had been invigorated by a potent elixir, launching into a fervent counterattack that threatened to shatter the previously advantageous lines of the Sakersun Bubang and the Boji Zongduri. However, at this critical juncture, 2 piercing sounds sliced through the air. Boom! Boom! 2 shells landed with precision amidst the ranks of the Sci-Fi's resurgence, unleashing violent explosions that scattered flesh and earth in all directions. Molin instinctively turned to look back. He noticed, not far behind him on the slope, 2 armored knights painted in black and white, belonging to the Teutonic Knights of the Sakersundigua. One of the knights was kneeling, wielding what appeared to be a rifle, but was, in fact, a weapon with a caliber akin to that of a field cannon, smoke billowing from its muzzle. The other knight had just finished reloading, expertly pulling the bolt back to eject a massive brass shell before aiming once more at the enemy below the slope. The 2 armored knights, now reloaded, unleashed a barrage of cannon fire upon the ranks of the Sci-Fi, scattering the hard-won formation once again. The direct fire support from these heavy units swiftly quashed the recently ignited morale of the Sci-Fi. Down the slope, the 4 armored knights of the Dechi paused their rescue efforts, hastening towards the 2 firing Teutonic knights. An eerie silence enveloped the battlefield at that moment. The fierce skirmish between the infantry on both sides seemed to receive some mute command, leading them to disengage with an unsettling synchronicity. They had no time to gather their fallen comrades, retreating hastily to their rear. The cavalry of Sakura-sun, having completed their final charge, turned their steeds without hesitation and galloped away from the battlefield. Molin followed their retreating direction and realized it was towards the concealed Bujingpal position he had previously marked. However, he had no time to ponder the cavalry's movements. He was directing his own troops to fall back to the high ground. Quickly, follow us. Back to the heights. Molin, Mindful of his comrades in the Gwajadinduri, called out loudly to the somewhat dazed soldiers of the International Brigade as they began their retreat towards the summit. Once the 1st Battalion and the remaining forces of the International Brigade, totaling less than 600, reached the heights, a bearded man, presumably the commander of the International Brigade, extended his hand for a shake with Molin. The soldiers then laid low on the high ground, akin to spectators, anxiously observing the impending clash of armored knights below. On the other side, just as the 4 armored knights of the Hichigan prepared to charge and eliminate the 2 troublesome foes, they abruptly halted. Molin and his comrades, now safely atop the high ground, watched in confusion as the answer soon revealed itself. From various concealed positions around the battlefield, more armored knights of the Teutonic Knights emerged, their dark muzzles pointed ominously towards the Jenichison, forming a loose encirclement. Chapter 36. The Civil War of Armored Knights. A peculiar silence fell over the battlefield. Smoke still lingered in the air, the scent of blood pungent, yet gunfire and cries had ceased. On the heights, the infantry of Fakatan and the soldiers of the Bojingdert gripped their weapons tightly, fixated on the impending clash of steel below. Meanwhile, the retreating forces of the kingdom and the Bubang also paused, glancing back towards their champions. The battleground, previously a slaughterhouse for infantry, had transformed into an exclusive stage for armored knights. The armored knight at the forefront of the Jenichison seemed unperturbed by the encirclement, stepping forward confidently. It raised its right hand and struck the left arm's kite shield with a resplendent sword. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal resonated across the battlefield, akin to an ancient challenge or an unabashed provocation. Molin, observing the spectacle through his telescope, could not help but scoff at the ceremonious display. However, the next moment, the white armored knight was met with a straightforward and brutal response from the Teutonic Knights. Boom! Ludwig fired first at the ostentatious Britannian armored knight, without a hint of hesitation. Following his lead, the 11 assembled armored knights of the Teutonic Knights simultaneously aimed their artillery at the central foe. Boom! 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 11 direct-fire cannons erupted almost in unison, their shells shrieking as they descended upon the Jenichison position. The relentless explosions shook the earth, dust and smoke billowing upwards, completely engulfing the 4 white figures. However, mere moments later, the 4 white armored knights surged forth from the haze, forming a tight diamond formation, undeterred by the barrage targeting them, and charged directly towards Ludwig and William. Molin, with his keen eye locked onto them, could distinctly see that each white armored knight was enveloped in a shimmering protective shield. When the Teutonic Knight's shells struck the shield, they exploded into rippling blue waves. Clearly, some form of protective magic was at play. Yet this protection was not invincible. It had a discernible threshold. Under the relentless bombardment from the 12 handheld cannons, the foremost armored knight of the Jenichison exhibited increasingly vigorous ripples, the shield's color growing darker. Eventually, after another shell struck, the shield shattered like glass, allowing subsequent shells to strike its white armor unimpeded, leaving charred craters and momentarily halting its advance. However, the damage from the ranged assault was limited to breaching the shield. As the distance between the 2 forces narrowed to 100 meters, Ludwig was the first to discard his handheld cannon. The other 11 armored knights of the Teutonic Knights likewise relinquished their cumbersome ranged weapons, drawing various melee armaments from their backs or waists. There were traditional greatswords, massive 2-handed battle axes, and formidable flails, but predominantly a heavy-spiked mace designed for breaching armor. The black and white clad armored knights revved their engines, brandishing these savage weapons as they surged toward the Jenichison. Simultaneously, their squire knights flanked from both sides, crashing into one another with great force. Boom! The moment steel clashed against steel sent a jolt through the hearts of all onlookers, as if they had skipped a beat. The scene was utterly astonishing. These colossal metallic creations, born from arcane and industrial ingenuity, collided in the most primal and savage manner, cleaving and striking. Each impact ignited dazzling sparks, each swing cutting through the air with a piercing roar. Soon, Molin discerned the differences between the 2 sides. The Jenichison armored knights boasted smoothly contoured, exquisite outer armor, their movements graceful and swift. There were no exhaust pipes emitting smoke from their backs, evidently a product of pure, arcane technology. In stark contrast, each armored knight of the Teutonic Knights bore two exhaust pipes belching black smoke from their rear. The movement of these iron canisters is evidently more mechanical, characterized by grand gestures that embody the violent aesthetics of heavy industry. It resembles a meticulously crafted specialized machine being besieged by a host of robust, mass-produced counterparts, symbolizing a clash between magical technology and hybrid internal combustion engines. In the world prior to Molin's traversal, the internal combustion engine was the challenger. Yet in this realm, it has paradoxically become a form of new energy. Furthermore, due to the variance in fuel, the internal combustion engines in this world possess a significantly higher power output than the initial models familiar to Molin, thus enabling them to propel these enormous iron canisters. Observing the fierce combat, Molin quickly comprehended the reasoning behind the Teutonic Knights' decision to engage in this battle with a threefold numerical advantage. The disparity in performance between the armored knights of both factions was glaringly apparent. Were it not for their numerical superiority and specialized weaponry, the outcome of this conflict would likely be drastically different. Once the armored knights collided, the battle escalated into a frenzied intensity. The Teutonic Knights abandoned all superfluous movements, relentlessly smashing their armor-piercing melee weapons against their opponent's armor. Although the Knights of the Jada Order initially toppled two Teutonic Knights due to their superior equipment and agility, their relatively conventional armed swords were clearly more suited for targeting vulnerable spots, rather than engaging effectively in a melee. In this internal conflict among armored knights, faced with flanged mace weapons designed purely for armor penetration, the armed swords proved woefully inadequate. Oftentimes, the blade of a sword striking the thick armor of an armored knight would leave only superficial scratches, while the opposing flanged maces could effectively shatter their outer plates, creating terrifying breaches. As the harrowing attrition unfolded, the balance of power began to slowly tilt. One armored knight from the Jada Order, having withstood a series of attacks, found its left arm shield cleaved off by a battle axe. Subsequently, two flanged maces struck simultaneously from either side against its breastplate. Accompanied by the sickening sound of metal distorting, the once finely adorned breastplate was brutally smashed, leaving two gaping holes. This white knight staggered backward, its movements noticeably slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Ludwig drove his machine forward, violently colliding with the knight before him, raising his flanged mace high, and bringing it down forcefully upon the damaged cockpit of the Jada Knight. With a resounding thud, Ludwig's flanged mace deformed the cockpit entirely. When he withdrew the weapon, remnants of flesh and blood clung to it. The elegant white armored knight before him struggled feebly, swaying twice before ultimately kneeling on one knee, succumbing to silence. After eliminating one target, the Teutonic Knights intensified their offensive. They paid the price of 4 armored knights down and nearly half of their knightly attendants perishing. Yet they managed to obliterate all the attendant knights and topple another Jada Knight. Through Molin's binoculars, he observed that the fallen armored knight was quickly surrounded by 3 Teutonic Knights, who relentlessly pounded its limbs and front armor with their magically imbued flanged maces and battle axes. This was a brutal clash between armored knights, a fight devoid of mercy. Presently, only 2 armored knights from the Jada Order remained, struggling to hold their ground. They fought while retreating, evidently contemplating escape, as they began to push towards a weaker point in the encirclement. However, Ludwig, having gained the upper hand, would not relinquish the opportunity to annihilate them. He charged forth with his weapon raised. Other armored knights, inspired by his advance, followed suit, intent on capturing these final quarry. Just as the Teutonic Knights seemed poised for a complete victory in this hunt, a figure clad in a mage's robe swiftly approached from the distant sky. The figure suddenly halted in midair in a manner defying the laws of physics, overlooking the battlefield from above. Witnessing this scene, Molin was struck by an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Soon after, the system's alert sounded, this time accompanied by an unsettling alarm. Holy Britannia Empire Highland Mage Corps, Senior Mentor Eldritch. This was the Highland Mage who had nearly crossed paths with Molin during his reconnaissance. Molin understood that the only reason this individual had appeared at this moment was to support the armored knights of the Jada Order. As he pondered the intentions of this enigmatic Highland Mage, he observed Eldritch slowly raising both hands in a downward motion, intoning an obscure incantation. He then pointed towards the ground beneath the pursuing Teutonic knights. 5-ring spell. Transform rock. In an instant, chaos erupted. The solid scorched earth beneath the feet of the Teutonic knights transformed as if it had become a flowing mire. Large expanses of land rapidly softened and liquefied, morphing into a quagmire that should not have existed. The heavily armored knights and their powered armor-wearing attendants lost their balance, their massive forms uncontrollably sinking into the muck. "Damn it!" Ludwig's furious shout echoed within the cockpit as he desperately maneuvered his machine, attempting to extricate it from the mire. But the roaring internal combustion engine only hastened its descent. The situation on the battlefield had undergone a complete reversal in mere seconds. The 2 surviving armored knights from the Jada Order, initially hesitant, unhesitatingly changed course towards the direction indicated by Eldritch, swiftly vacating the area. Molin gazed at the figure in the sky, resembling a deity, and felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness akin to being crushed by idealism. Was this the caliber of spellcasters in this world? With a mere gesture, they could alter the terrain and sway the outcome of a localized battle. The presence of these armored knights rendered the plight of the infantry utterly futile. They seemed destined to be mere fodder. As Molin's mind raced, a thought flashed through him. No, he could not allow the mage to continue casting spells. He understood the critical importance of the Teutonic knights' armored knights to the Saxon infantry. Should these armored knights perish here, the infantry would face dire consequences. Molin glanced at the system map, noting the mage's special insignia alongside an accompanying line of information and a shield icon. Status: continuous casting, interruptible, mage armor current durability, 100 indeed. How could there be no weaknesses? Life for mages must have been too comfortable, allowing them to brazenly cast spells from the battlefield sky, reflecting how fearful infantry had been of mage units in the past. With this information in mind, Molin felt a surge of confidence. After all, if a mage's casting could be interrupted, that would be entirely unbalanced. 3rd row. All personnel, target the mage in the sky. Open fire. Free shooting. Molin commanded his soldiers with fervor. The soldiers lying in wait on the high ground were momentarily stunned, but quickly sprang into action, taking aim at the figure over 300 meters above. With a resounding crack, Molin fired first, and dozens of Gu-98 rifles erupted in flames, shattering the brief silence of the high ground. Molin's actions ignited the fuse. The soldiers of the International Brigade surrounding him quickly reacted to the situation. They understood that they could not allow this mage to annihilate their armored knights without resistance. Under the command of the bearded commander, they all raised their rifles and opened fire. Shortly thereafter, Major Thomas, the commander of the 1st Battalion, and other officers, including Captain Hauser, also responded. The remaining 300 combatants of the 1st Battalion aimed their weapons skyward. A formidable network of gunfire, composed of hundreds of rifles, was unleashed upon Eldritch. Although hitting a target the size of a human from over 300 meters posed a challenge for mechanically sighted rifles, the sheer volume of fire would inevitably lead to significant results. A considerable number of bullets found their mark amidst the dense barrage. A transparent shield enveloped Eldritch, rippling in response to the onslaught. This was the effect of mage armor. He had intended to maintain his incantation, to bury those accursed Teutonic knights entirely and achieve a tactical victory, thereby converting this triumph into a momentum. However, the relentless assault from the 792 full-power rounds caused an increasing number of cracks to mar his shield. Eldritch's expression darkened. Mage armor was not invincible, fundamentally. It was merely a first-tier spell. Although the mage armor he cast at his level boasted a significantly higher defensive threshold than that of lesser mages, it still had its limits. In his days as an apprentice at the Mage Tower in Scotland, he had heard the warnings of elder mages in class. While we can easily deal with mortal soldiers, we must never attempt to confront firearms with our flesh. Nor should we presume that casting protective spells renders us immune to their attacks. The most notable example was a tragedy over 20 years ago when a Highland archmage faced enemy artillery head-on with mage armor and was reduced to mere flesh by the combined assault. However, in previous battles where he supported the colonies, mere mortal soldiers would often flee in terror upon his arrival on the battlefield, let alone dare to attack him. But today, that perception was shattered under the onslaught of the Saxon soldiers. He had not anticipated that these mortals, whom he considered as insignificant as ants, could threaten him in such a manner. Ultimately, just before his shield was about to shatter, he was compelled to abandon his casting and began to evade in midair. The mud on the ground quickly solidified once more, but half of the Teutonic knights were already trapped within, unable to move. Eldridge cast a fierce glare at the soldiers below, who continued to fire, preparing to unleash another spell from his repertoire to make these ants regret their audacity to shoot at him. Yet, the white signal flare rising from the city of Sevilla abruptly interrupted his actions. That was the signal for the coalition's retreat. These useless fools, Eldridge cursed under his breath, ultimately recasting a shield spell to protect himself, then turned away and soared toward Sevilla. Chapter 38. A temporary victory. The mage's figure vanished awkwardly into the sky, shattering the silence of the highlands in an instant. "We drove him away," someone shouted first, and soon the thunderous cheers reverberated across the hillside. The soldiers, whether Saxons or volunteers from the International Brigade, leaped from their cover, waving their rifles. Some even tossed their pointed helmets into the air, though this act was quickly curtailed by the officers, who reprimanded them sharply. Nevertheless, all the soldiers expressed their excitement and elation in the most primitive ways. The joy of this victory was far more intense than merely defeating a battalion of Northumberland riflemen. Molin was naturally swept up in the atmosphere, filled with exhilaration, yet his heart brimmed with confusion. How could a high-tier mage be repelled by a volley of rifles? The perceived prowess of mages in this world seemed less formidable than he had imagined. Initially, he had feared that Highland mages were akin to Lucio, masters of meteor spells, but it appeared they were not invincible after all. With reasonable tactical planning, it seemed there was a chance for resistance. He hoped he was not merely deceiving himself. As Molin observed the soldiers around him engulfed in jubilation, the tension within him gradually eased. "My heavens, Lieutenant Molin, we actually drove away a high-tier mage," exclaimed the bearded commander of the International Brigade, his face flushed with excitement. He vigorously patted Morin's shoulder, his tone filled with disbelief. "In all my battles, this is the first time that we ordinary riflemen could make those lofty mages falter." Only then did Molin realize how extraordinary their actions had been in the eyes of the people of this world. Mages had long held a status near the top of the battlefield food chain, leading many ordinary soldiers to develop a stereotype that they were insurmountable beings. Yet today, a group of ordinary soldiers on the 127 Highland temporarily shattered that stereotype with their rifles. At that moment, a sound emerged from the area below, where spells had turned the ground into a quagmire, signaling the opening of a metal cockpit. The armored knight of the Teutonic Order, trapped the deepest, had his cockpit slowly open, revealing Ludwig, who stood up. He removed his helmet, exposing a handsome face smeared with some grease. He looked up at the jubilant soldiers on the Highland, searching the crowd for the one who had fired the first shot. However, after a brief moment, he abandoned that notion, raising his right hand high and giving a thumbs up to everyone on the Highland. This simple, yet powerful gesture sent the soldiers' spirits soaring once more. The cheers became more fervent, and some even began chanting slogans in praise of the Teutonic Order. "Well, isn't he a bit ostentatious?" Molin thought as he observed the noble driver receiving adulation below, realizing that the armored knights of the Teutonic Order were akin to battlefield celebrities among the Saxon troops. "Stop gaping. Quickly descend and assist." Major Thomas's voice rang out, commanding the soldiers to rush down the Highland to help free those armored knights still trapped in the mud. Molin prepared to follow his subordinates down. At that moment, a breathless messenger returned from the artillery command post. "Squad leader, I couldn't find the artillery command post, but I encountered a squad of our cavalry on the way." The messenger's face still bore the glow of excitement. "I informed them of the position of the magic crystal artillery site you marked, and the cavalry's commander said they would handle that trouble." Molin suddenly realized this must be the Saxon cavalry that had charged earlier. No wonder they had retreated in that direction. They were off to execute a new combat mission. Yet, he wondered if their assault would be successful. Down the slope, rescue efforts were underway in earnest. Logistics trucks from the Teutonic Order and a multitude of draft horses soon arrived at the scene. Soldiers dug vigorously with shovels and spades procured from the supply train, while thick ropes were tied around the armored knights, and the trucks and draft horses combined their strength to pull them free. The two armored knights, which had become mired only slightly, swiftly extricated themselves and after the swift repairs conducted by the Knight's technicians, they reignited their internal combustion engines and joined the rescue efforts. Standing aside, Molin observed this scene, reminiscent of giant potatoes being unearthed from a field, yet an unease lingered in his heart. What if at this moment, the enemy's magic crystal cannon unleashed another barrage? Fortunately, his greatest concern did not materialize. Perhaps the cavalry had indeed succeeded in neutralizing the enemy's magic crystal artillery positions. In any case, the magic crystal cannons of the kingdom's forces fell silent thereafter. As the last vehicle, that of Ludowici, was successfully pulled from a mire, cheers erupted once more. Ludowici leaped from the cockpit, instantly surrounded by fervent soldiers. Even Major Thomas solemnly removed his pointed helmet to salute the noble armored knight commander. Amidst the raucous crowd, Molin stood at a distance, his face adorned with a polite smile, clapping along with those around him. Under normal circumstances, Molin, blending into the throng, would not draw attention. However, his calm demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the surrounding exuberance, soon caught Ludowici's eye. Ludowici's gaze lingered on Molin for a few seconds, his brow furrowing slightly, as if recalling something. "Colonel, this is Second Lieutenant Molin, the first to order us to fire upon the mages in the sky." Lieutenant Hauser proudly introduced Molin, noticing Ludowici's attention. The confusion on Ludowici's face swiftly transformed into astonishment as he re-evaluated Molin, his expression akin to that of someone who had encountered a revelation. He remembered seeing this young man at several noble soirees prior to the war, a figure who had mingled among the gatherings. Relying on his ancestral connections and a rather audacious demeanor, charming naive noblewomen with his handsome face and smooth tongue. He had been a minor celebrity in the Junker aristocratic circles, but how had he found himself here, undertaking such a courageous and astute action? Despite his internal questions, Ludowici suppressed his noble arrogance. He strode purposefully toward Molin, rendering a formal military salute. "Second Lieutenant Molin, I represent the Teutonic Knights and all your comrades whom you have saved, extending to you our sincerest respect." His voice was resounding and heartfelt. "The courage you displayed in the face of formidable foes is truly commendable." "You are too kind, Colonel. This was not solely my achievement," Molin replied, acknowledging Ludowici's rank with a salute before continuing. "Without the collective efforts of Company 1 and the International Brigade, we could not have forced that mage to retreat." Once the Teutonic Knights were freed, their forces began to collect the fallen and attend to the wounded. Meanwhile, a messenger galloped in, finally halting before Major Thomas. "Report, Major. Orders from the regiment. The enemy is in full retreat. We are to pursue immediately." Chapter 39, Dinner Time. With the orders issued, the troops, still basking in the triumph of victory, promptly regrouped. The atmosphere on the battlefield shifted back to one of tension and order. The bearded commander of the International Brigade approached Major Thomas, and after a brief discussion, they decided to temporarily advance together with Company 1 toward the city of Sevilla. Ludowici expressed that the Teutonic Knights had come to collaborate, thus they would also accompany the advance into the city. The attitudes of these two leaders relieved Major Thomas. Otherwise, he would have felt apprehensive leading the heavily damaged Company 1 forward alone. Seizing the moment, Molin quickly assessed the casualties within his platoon. Observing the sparse ranks before him, his heart sank. After the grueling Highland assault, his once full 3rd platoon was now reduced to a mere 48 men. The valiant Corporal Jonah, who had previously fought bravely at his side, had also succumbed during the final melee, never to rise again. The brutality of war was starkly presented to Molin at that moment. It was his first visceral experience of the loss of soldiers under his command. After leaving a nearly decimated platoon to await the arrival of medical officers and stretcher bearers, Major Thomas commanded the troops. And under the coordination of the International Brigade and the Teutonic Knights, they advanced toward the direction of the city of Sevilla, following the remnants left by the fleeing enemy. Although it was a pursuit, to everyone's surprise, they encountered no resistance as they progressed. Major Thomas also dispatched a messenger to report the real-time developments to the regiment's headquarters. Molin did not know the specifics, but he heard Major Thomas exclaim, "Our company is moving unimpeded." Unimpeded. It was not until the International Brigade sent a vanguard of over 10 men that they trod upon the cobblestone roads at the edge of Sevilla, encountering no opposition whatsoever. The enemy had not merely retreated as per the regiment's orders. They had outright abandoned the entire city. Something felt amiss. This was not how battles were fought. Molin gazed upon the eerily tranquil city, his brow furrowed. According to his prior reconnaissance, the Royal Army and the Britannians had stationed heavy forces here, establishing a formidable defensive line, poised for a decisive confrontation with the Allied forces. How could they so readily forsake the city merely due to a single setback? This was utterly irrational, unless it was a trap. Molin intended to seek out his immediate superior, Lieutenant Hauser, but after a lengthy search, he was unable to locate him. Ultimately, he approached Major Thomas, who was conversing with the bearded commander of the International Brigade, and voiced his concerns. "Major, I believe this could very well be a trap. The enemy is clearly attempting to lure us into the city." "Molin, your concerns are valid," Major Thomas interjected. "However, I believe it is more likely that the enemy was ill-prepared for urban combat within the city. After we breached their defenses, it became meaningless for them to hold the city." The bearded commander nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ludowici, who had been checking the damage to the armored knights with his aides and technicians, approached and overheard their conversation. "I believe their losses were too great." Ludowici's voice captured the attention of the three, setting aside the casualties of those ragtag forces of the Royal Army. Just the Britannian Northumberland Flintlock Regiment suffered over half a battalion's losses on the high ground at your hands. More crucially, they lost 2 armored knights and all their knight attendants. This is an unprecedented defeat for the self-important Britannians. Ludowici paused before continuing his analysis. "I do not believe they will simply concede defeat with this retreat. It appears more like a tactical withdrawal. They will likely regroup their forces outside the city and launch a counterattack against us." Hearing Ludowici's words, Molin furrowed his brow, questioning. To voluntarily relinquish the advantages of defense only to mount an attack with even greater losses? Ludowici replied, "This indicates that they are confident in doing so, and they have grasped a point we cannot refuse. The significance of Sevilla to us prevents our retreat as easily as theirs." Major Thomas, realizing the implications, interjected, raising his gaze to Molin. "This also signifies that we are pinned here, Second Lieutenant Molin. Your concerns are indeed justified. It seems we must remain vigilant, for more arduous battles may lie ahead." Ludowici concluded with a final assessment. Soon, the forces of the Kingdom Army, the International Brigade, and the subsequent troops of the 16th Infantry Brigade gradually entered the city, conducting a thorough sweep within its confines. After some time, it was ultimately confirmed that the enemy had indeed retreated entirely. Once the city was deemed secure, supply units, field hospitals, and mobile kitchens swiftly followed suit, establishing a camp in a vacant area on the outskirts of the city. Molin first instructed that several severely wounded soldiers, who had only received emergency treatment, be sent to the field hospital, which reduced the number of able-bodied men under his command to a mere 42. He then called over Private Klaus. "Klaus, please assess the ammunition consumption of each squad, and take a few men to the company quartermaster to replenish our supplies." "Yes, sir. Especially grenades. Find a way to secure more, as they will be invaluable in any forthcoming urban combat." Private Klaus quickly left to fulfill his orders. "Corporal Baumann, yes, you are responsible for compiling a detailed list of all our fallen and injured personnel. Ensure it is meticulous, and then submit it to the company clerk." Molin gazed intently at the young corporal, his tone growing markedly serious. "Be thorough. Do not overlook a single name, not even a letter. This is crucial for the fallen soldiers' families to receive their compensation. Do you understand?" "I understand. Rest assured, sir." Corporal Baumann nodded emphatically, and the soldiers around him, including some volunteer fighters from the International Brigade who were eavesdropping nearby, exchanged glances filled with a subtle shift in sentiment. Once these mundane tasks were completed, Klaus returned with ammunition and a pair of grenades, and Baumann and the others gradually rejoined their ranks. An enticing aroma wafted from the nearby field kitchen, swiftly dissipating the soldiers' grief over their fallen comrades. Although stark, it was indeed a reflection of life on the battlefield. If one could not eat in the face of loss, then there would be no war to fight at all. Molin surveyed the remaining, famished soldiers of the 3rd Platoon and finally raised his hand decisively. "3rd Platoon, gather round. It's time to eat." After an entire morning of fierce combat, both Molin and his men were exceedingly famished. Today's battle meal far exceeded everyone's expectations. A rich soup made from urbina sausage was enhanced with chunks of potato, which, after prolonged simmering, had thickened beautifully. The staple black bread and hot coffee were plentiful. And in addition to these staples, the field kitchen extravagantly prepared fried sausages, ensuring each soldier received an entire sausage. At this moment, the Saxon Empire had evidently not yet entered a period of material scarcity. Thus, the supply of military provisions was abundant. Unlike the alternate timelines Germany, where the blockade led to shortages, forcing frontline soldiers to consume bread mixed with copious amounts of sawdust. The Saxon Empire's fried sausages were not intricately prepared. The chefs simply placed whole sausages in a skillet, sizzling them in butter until the skin turned golden and crispy. This method maximized the retention of the sausage's internal juices and fats, ensuring the purest flavor. As the self-proclaimed king of the mess hall, Molin, after serving himself, eagerly found a place to sit. He gently blew on the steam, rising from the sausage before taking a hearty bite. The crunch was met with a burst of hot meat juices mingled with a rich meaty aroma, instantly revitalizing his weary body and spirit with its unparalleled taste. He soon discerned that this was a classic Thuringen sausage, one of the German sausages that resonated well with the tastes of the Tianqiao populace. Observing their platoon leader savoring his meal with sheer delight, the surrounding soldiers could not help but swallow hard, feeling their appetites thoroughly whetted as they dug into their own rations. Chapter 40. The Loquacious Noble and My Downfall, downing a sausage alongside the softened black bread, followed by a generous portion of thoroughly stewed potatoes, and concluding with yet another cup of the still unpalatable coffee. Molin finally felt revitalized. Yet the unease within him lingered. Wiping his mouth, he sought out Private Klaus and his aide, Hans. "Come, follow me." Molin led the two to borrow 3 bicycles from the supply unit and rode directly to the city's sole cathedral, the highest point in the area. He intended to ascend the bell tower to survey the situation outside the city. The cathedral had remained unscathed during the previous battles, exuding an air of solemnity. After explaining their purpose to a somewhat anxious priest at the entrance, who spoke Saxon, the priest hesitated briefly before leading them to the base of the bell tower staircase. Klaus, Hans, conversed with the priest to gather an overview of the city's current situation and identify any anomalies. After giving these instructions, Molin ascended the spiral staircase leading to the tower's summit alone. The stairs were narrow and steep, cloaked in dimness. Upon pushing open the small door that led to the top, he discovered he was not alone. Colonel Ludwig of the Teutonic Knights was present, accompanied by another armored knight, driver whom Molin did not recognize. The former was peering through binoculars, seemingly observing the activity outside the city. Upon noticing Morin's arrival, Ludwig lowered his binoculars and exchanged a few words with his companion. The driver, named William, cast an unexpected glance at Molin before nodding and descending the stairs. At the tower's pinnacle, only Molin and Ludwig remained. Molin remained silent, offering a respectful nod to Ludwig before stepping to the wooden railing and raising his binoculars to gaze towards the northeastern direction of Sevilla. The cities of this era lacked towering buildings, and the church bell tower afforded an unparalleled panoramic view. The plains, forests, and roads beyond the city unfolded clearly before him. However, he saw no indications of a large-scale mobilization by the kingdom army. Everything appeared excessively tranquil. Their retreat seemed orderly, devoid of any chaos. Ludwig's voice broke the silence beside him. "It does not resemble a rout. It feels more like they are regrouping, preparing for a more powerful strike. Your concerns are indeed warranted." Molin lowered his binoculars and turned to face him. Ludwig was also gazing at him, his expression imbued with inquiry and curiosity. "Honestly, it is quite difficult for me to reconcile the current version of you with the Molin I saw at the Stuttgart ball." Taken aback, Molin realized this was yet another acquaintance. "You seem surprised?" Seeing Morin's unfamiliar expression, Ludwig chuckled lightly. "It is not surprising. After all, at the ball, you were flitting among the various noble maidens and would not have noticed me. My apologies, Colonel Ludwig. I shall be sure to pay more attention to you next time." Ludwig had not anticipated such a response from Molin. His barrage of words was suddenly stifled. Nevertheless, he continued to scrutinize Molin. "However, I truly cannot fathom how someone like you can exhibit such bravery and acumen on the battlefield. Was he probing for my background, or was it mere curiosity?" Morin's mind raced, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Although fragments of the original owner's past had trickled back to him, there remained significant gaps in his memory. Thus, he opted for the most prudent course of action. Silence is golden. Ludovici seemed to have no expectations of a reply from him, leaning against the railing and rambling on like a chatterbox. However, this was for the best. What the imperial army truly required were valiant warriors like you, rather than mere wastrels who could only boast at banquets. Ah, and what of Lady Zixalia? I wonder how she will react upon learning of your transformation into your current self. I have heard she sent a telegram directly to General McKingson's command, which infuriated the old general. He continued his incessant prattle, entirely unconcerned with whether Molin responded. Molin was astonished by the extent of Colonel Ludowicki's knowledge. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent, quietly absorbing the information regarding the former owner, particularly noting that the noblewoman who sent the telegram was named Zixalia, although the nature of her relationship with the former owner remained unclear for now. By the way, it appears that my conceited sister has misjudged the situation as well. You have a sister? Ludowicki's expression shifted through various phases before settling into calmness. It seemed that Lieutenant Molin had swiftly emerged from the shadow of rejection, forgetting about Patricia with surprising speed. Upon hearing Patricia's name, a vague image of a blonde girl flickered in Morin's mind, and, as Ludowicki had mentioned, she seemed to have some acquaintance with him. However, Ludowicki did not pursue this topic further and soon diverted the conversation to other matters, revealing that this noble driver was quite the talker. The two lingered at the bell tower for quite a while, only departing one after the other after confirming that there were no unusual movements outside the city. Upon Morin's return to the outskirts of the garrison, he found the scene significantly transformed. The residents of Sualia, upon realizing that the National Army and their allies had entered the city, emerged from their homes in droves. It was evident that the National Army and the International Brigade enjoyed considerable popularity among the populace of the Aragon Kingdom, at least within Sualia. The enthusiastic citizens spontaneously produced what little bread, cheese, and wine they had at home to reward the soldiers who had liberated them from the rule of the royal army. Consequently, their Saxon Empire allies also basked in this goodwill. The soldiers of the National Army and the International Brigade accepted the food offered by the citizens with modesty, their faces adorned with genuine smiles, filling the square with joyous laughter and a vibrant atmosphere of peace. Nevertheless, the Saxon soldiers remained somewhat wary. After all, this was another country for them, and the royal army soldiers they had previously battled were, in essence, composed of Aragonese civilians. Thus, Molin understood their apprehension. His studies of military history in his past life had discussed how the German forces, during their invasion of Belgium in World War I, had encountered guerrilla attacks and hostility from some Belgian citizens, leading to a state of heightened paranoia, coupled with the pressure from multiple early defeats in the war. Some German units had resorted to attacking civilians and breaching military discipline upon entering towns. Just as Molin contemplated whether he needed to maintain discipline within the ranks to prevent similar occurrences, his fears materialized. A commotion erupted in a distant street, civilians shrieking as they fled, while soldiers hurriedly converged on the scene. Upon arriving, Molin felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. How could it be that what he feared would come to pass? He saw several Saxon soldiers at the entrance of a civilian house, confronting the nearby soldiers of the National Army and the International Brigade with their rifles raised. They were adorned with cheese and cured meats strung together with ropes, evidently seized from the very abode. Listening to the intermittent shouts from both sides, Molin pieced together the events leading to this confrontation. These disruptive Saxon soldiers were also part of the 33rd Infantry Regiment, specifically from the 2nd Battalion. The 2nd Battalion had suffered severe casualties during earlier offensives. Much like the 1st Battalion, they had not only endured the bombardment of magic crystal artillery, but had also faced overwhelming enemy numbers. With their battalion commander and 2 company commanders, alongside numerous officers, having perished on the battlefield, only a single captain remained as the highest-ranking officer in the battalion. Lacking officer oversight and having just survived a bloody battle, these soldiers were, as Molin had previously analyzed, in a heightened state of tension. Furthermore, the 3 field kitchens of the 2nd Battalion had yet to deliver rations, ultimately leading these famished soldiers to commit acts of looting against the civilian residents. The soldiers of the National Army and the International Brigade had evidently been summoned by the fleeing civilians. Upon their arrival, they caught the Saxon soldiers in the act of their pillaging. Given that the basic soldiers on both sides did not fully understand each other's languages, combined with the recent battlefield adrenaline, tensions flared and weapons were aimed. As onlookers multiplied, more Saxon soldiers rushed to the scene. Yet, witnessing the situation, everyone was momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. With the atmosphere thickening with hostility and fingers nearly on triggers, Morin recognized that he could wait no longer. The battle for Sualia was not yet concluded. If they were to turn against their own comrades here, there would be no point in continuing the fight. No one desired to see their faction suffer defeat, especially since his current identity was that of an officer of the Saxon Empire, which inherently required him to maintain order among the troops. Thus, in the absence of other officers, he had to devise a means to quell the situation. Ensuring his approach left no room for criticism. He could neither allow the conflict to escalate further nor neglect to provide the local civilians with a satisfactory resolution. Would executing the disruptive Saxon soldiers be a straightforward solution? While such a crude and rapid measure might swiftly calm the situation in the long term, it would only exacerbate tensions, leading the Saxon soldiers to feel bullied by their allies, which would dampen morale. A different perspective was necessary. With this thought, Morin no longer hesitated, parting the crowd of onlookers as he strode confidently between the ominous gun barrels. The 2nd Battalion soldiers, upon seeing a Saxon officer approach, momentarily brightened, thinking salvation had arrived. However, no one anticipated that Morin would approach without uttering a word, instead directly shoving aside the rifle of the leading soldier, his gaze fierce enough to seem predatory. "What in the blazes are you doing?" As he spoke, Morin delivered a swift kick to the soldier's leg, causing him to stagger as the previously belligerent atmosphere dissipated instantly. The soldiers of the National Army were taken aback, the soldiers of the International Brigade were stunned, and even the surrounding Saxon soldiers stood in shock. Even Major Thomas and Colonel Ludowicki, who had hurriedly arrived with reinforcements, were momentarily taken aback by the unfolding scene. The kicked soldier straightened himself, disbelief etched on his face. He had not expected Morin to be anything but a protector of his comrades. "What are you staring at?" Morin glared at the others, swiftly delivering kicks to their legs as well, causing them to crumble. "And you, lower your weapons." These actions thoroughly bewildered the raucous soldiers. With none daring to resist, the anger that had previously burned within them extinguished. They instinctively lowered their rifles, and the soldiers of the National Army and the International Brigade followed suit, lowering their weapons as well. Only then did Morin feel a slight relief. At least, the worst outcome had been temporarily averted. He pondered upon the political skills he had acquired from his predecessors before his arrival in this realm, rapidly transforming them into rhetoric imbued with the distinctive essence of the Saxon Empire. Maintaining a demeanor of authority, Morin addressed the soldiers before him. "I ask you, after traversing countless miles from the Empire to the Kingdom of Aragon to engage in battle, what is your purpose?" A few soldiers hung their heads, hesitant to respond. Is it merely to seize a few morsels of cheese or strips of salted meat? Is it to aim your rifles at the very civilians who perceive us as liberators, or at allies who have bled alongside us? Morin's voice rose sharply as he pointed to the food they bore and then gestured toward the conflicted soldiers of the National Army and the International Brigade before them. When your parents, wives, and children sent you off on that train, did they not hope for you to become heroes, to win glory for the Empire? Did they not yearn for your safe return adorned with medals? His voice thundered, "But what are you doing now? You are tarnishing your uniforms. You are staining the Black Eagle banner of the Empire. Do your actions honor the hopes of your distant families? Do they honor your comrades who have perished on the battlefield?" Each of his words struck deeply. Morin did not expound upon grand principles. His words were not solely directed at these errant soldiers, but were intended for all Saxon soldiers present. He understood that discontent was not confined to these few individuals. It had merely erupted in them first, providing an opportunity to reign in the others. The soldiers in question had acted out of fear and hunger, and now, faced with Morin's admonishment, their inner defenses crumbled. One of the youngest Saxon soldiers, with tears welling in his eyes, burst forth, "Sir, we were wrong. We were simply too hungry. We shall not err again." They hurriedly untied the cheese and salted meat that had been strung around their bodies and placed them neatly at the doorstep of the dwelling, bowing their heads like a group of children caught in wrongdoing. Observing this scene, Morin's ire diminished significantly. He turned to face the soldiers of the International Brigade and the National Army, solemnly saluting them. "To my esteemed allies, I extend my apologies on behalf of these young soldiers for their actions, which have impacted both you and the residents of Sevilla." He spoke in fluent Aragonese, ensuring that all present comprehended his words. The Saxon army will address this matter with the seriousness it deserves. Please trust that this is but an isolated incident. I assure you that we will maintain strict discipline henceforth, and such occurrences will not be repeated. I believe these soldiers did not intend to act in such a manner. Just moments prior, they were charging at the enemy's positions with bayonets, suffering heavy losses, with their officers nearly all fallen, which led to their momentary lapse. I assure you once more that we will impose stringent controls on our forces moving forward. The anger on the faces of the National Army and International Brigade soldiers gradually dissipated. They were simple folk, and witnessing Molin, a Saxon officer, not shielding these soldiers, but rather addressing the situation with sincerity, coupled with the acknowledgement of the Saxon soldiers' own grim losses, quelled their wrath. At that moment, Major Thomas and Colonel Ludwig approached at just the right time. Major Thomas nodded at Molin before addressing the crowd with a resounding declaration. As Lieutenant Molin has stated, these soldiers will face military discipline. However, I also hope that everyone grants them an opportunity for redemption. He emphasized, just as Lieutenant Molin had, that any actions violating Saxon military discipline and jeopardizing our relations with allies would be met with the severest of penalties. Molin promptly translated his words into Aragonese. Following this, Ludwig added fluently in Aragonese, "The Saxon Empire stands resolutely with the National Army and the International Brigade. Our common enemy is the Royal Army and their Breton masters. Anyone attempting to undermine this friendship is our foe." The declarations of the two senior officers effectively brought this tumultuous incident to a close. The personnel from the 2nd Battalion soon arrived to escort the dejected soldiers away. While they would not face execution, punishment was inevitable. The owner of the dwelling was also brought out. After accepting some Saxon fenny as compensation, he expressed forgiveness. Thus, a potential crisis that could have incited internal conflict was deftly diffused by Morin's words. Once the crowd dispersed, Major Thomas patted Molin on the shoulder. His eyes filled with commendation. Colonel Ludwig, gazing at Molin, appeared to regard him anew, his expression reflecting a mixture of inquiry, curiosity, and a newfound genuine respect. Even the officers of the International Brigade and the National Army regarded Molin differently, comprehending that his ability to swiftly identify the crux of the issue amidst chaos and resolve it effectively was far beyond the capacity of an ordinary young officer. However, before the crowd could fully absorb the resolution of the situation, a messenger galloped forth, dismounting adeptly before hastening to Major Thomas and Colonel Ludwig. Urgent military dispatch. Brigadier General Paul commands all officers of battalion rank and above to assemble immediately at the command post within the city. Colonel Ludwig, you are also required to attend the meeting. Chapter 42. Bad news 10 minutes prior. The temporary headquarters of the 16th Brigade was situated within a relatively intact structure in the southern part of Sevilla, where the scars of battle were faintly visible upon the walls. At this moment, in the largest room of the building, Brigadier General Paul was vigorously massaging his temples, his brow furrowed in distress. Before him lay a casualty report indicating over 37 losses across the brigade, with several severely affected battalions nearly disbanded. Additionally, a few urgent intelligence reports had just been delivered by reconnaissance scouts, and the Chief of Staff was briefing him on this information. The Royal Army and the Bretons had not retreated far. They had paused just under 8 kilometers outside the city, regrouping. Furthermore, they had received substantial reinforcements, with preliminary estimates indicating at least 2 to 3 additional regiments. This news was already dire, but worse lay ahead. The Chief of Staff hesitated, seemingly a loss for words. We have confirmed that the enemy's Order of the Knight of Cadre has increased their armored knights from 2 to 8. 8. Brigadier General Paul abruptly lifted his head, feeling as if he had been struck. This meant that the previously slight numerical advantage of their Teutonic knights had been entirely obliterated. In prior engagements, Ludwig and his men had faced the enemy with a threefold advantage in numbers and had barely managed to eliminate 2 of their armored knights at the cost of half their own. But now, their armored knights had been surpassed in number by the enemy. Should another confrontation arise, General Paul dared not contemplate the outcome. "General, should we consider a temporary withdrawal?" a young officer timidly suggested. "Withdraw?" Paul scoffed, slamming his palm against the table. "Where are we to retreat to? We are situated in the recently captured Sevilla, a crucial stronghold in southern Aragon, and a primary objective for the Empire. Abandoning it would render all our previous sacrifices futile and destabilize the entire southern front. He rose, pacing the room, the sound of his boots echoing heavily against the floor. We cannot retreat, not even a step. General Paul halted, his gaze sharpening with resolve. Send a telegram to the Expeditionary Force Command and the General Staff to report the situation. At the same time, inform them that the 16th Brigade will steadfastly defend Sevilla until the armored airships arrive. He surveyed his subordinates, his voice resolute. Order all officers of company rank and above to convene immediately for an urgent military meeting at the brigade headquarters. The command was swiftly disseminated. Soon, Major Thomas and Colonel Ludwig, who had just dealt with disciplinary issues alongside Molin, received word from a messenger. They exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity in the other's eyes, and without a word, promptly made their way to the brigade headquarters. Meanwhile, at the temporary encampment of the 3rd Platoon of the 1st Regiment, Molin was conducting the second battle debriefing since his arrival in this world. Unlike the first meeting, which was marked by a sense of restraint, this time the atmosphere was notably more animated. Having just survived a brutal battle, the soldiers were bursting with thoughts to share. Platoon leader, I believe the flanking firepower is incredibly effective, exclaimed a sergeant, his excitement evident as he spoke. Especially that heavy machine gun. Positioned there, it was like a slaughterhouse. The soldiers of the kingdom fell like wheat in rows. His remarks resonated with the others. Indeed, we used to think of the heavy machine gun as a cumbersome tool meant only for defense, but during the attack, we discovered that, given the right position, it could wield tremendous power. Another soldier chimed in. Yes, we used to crowd too closely, and when the shells detonated, it was devastating. This time, after hearing the platoon leader's advice, we spread out. It may look chaotic, but the casualties were significantly reduced. The soldiers engaged in spirited discussion, each sharing their insights to varying degrees. Molin listened with satisfaction. This was the outcome he desired. These soldiers were no longer mere puppets following orders. They were beginning to think independently and reflect on their experiences. This enhancement of initiative was far more profound than simply winning a battle. However, someone soon raised a question that silenced the room. What about the heavy armored troops of the Britannians? How we deal with them? A soldier, who had survived close combat, spoke with a quiver in his voice. Our bullets are ineffective against them. The previously lively atmosphere instantly chilled. Everyone recalled the heavily armored soldiers charging across the battlefield like iron cans, a shiver running through them. Molin turned to Sergeant Klaus. Klaus, how did your unit handle such situations in the past? Klaus furrowed his brow and thought for a moment before shaking his head. Platoon leader, to be honest, our regular infantry rarely faces such enemies. As I've heard, it's usually dealt with by several regiments of the Saxon Royal Guards. Some of those guards are also equipped with heavy armor, capable of engaging in equivalent combat. I've never heard of ordinary infantry being ordered to confront them head-on. Molin had anticipated this response. After all, it was unrealistic to expect that the Saxons could entirely counter the heavy armored troops. Just as armored knights require units that can match their strength, it appeared that in this world, elite units were designated specifically to combat other elite units, existing within a clear hierarchy of unit types. Just as everyone was at a loss, a messenger on horseback rode up, reining in at the temporary gathering place of the 3rd Platoon. Is Lieutenant Molin here? Major Thomas commands you to report to the battalion headquarters immediately. Molin stood up without hesitation. The summons to the battalion headquarters indicated that Major Thomas had received urgent news to convey. Klaus, continue organizing the discussion and document all the questions. Yes, platoon leader. After instructing Klaus, Molin wasted no time and swiftly followed the messenger toward the battalion headquarters, a foreboding sense of urgency swelling within him. He hoped it was not bad news. Upon arriving at the temporary battalion headquarters, Molin found it crowded with people. All surviving company and platoon leaders had gathered in the makeshift command post constructed from folding map tables. Each face bore a hint of exhaustion, with several individuals still bandaged from wounds. Major Thomas stood before the map, his expression grim, indicating that the news from the brigade headquarters was far from favorable. Acknowledging Morin's arrival with a nod, he signaled for him to find a place to stand. Once everyone was assembled, Major Thomas cleared his throat and spoke plainly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received news from the brigade headquarters. The enemy has not fully retreated. Instead, they have regrouped and received significant reinforcements. The brigade anticipates that once they are fully assembled, they will launch a counteroffensive. Chapter 43. Molin, a true tactical wish machine, the temporary battalion headquarters, erupted in uproar. What? A counteroffensive? They just retreated. How can they recover so quickly? How many reinforcements are there? The officers murmured anxiously, the unease spreading rapidly. Silence. Major Thomas bellowed, quelling the commotion with a deep breath. The order from the brigade is clear. We must hold Sevilla. We need to keep the enemy here until our armored airships arrive to provide support. The command to hold Sevilla fell upon the room like a heavy shroud, enveloping it in silence. Numerous officers exchanged glances, unsure of how to maintain the defense. For these Saxon officers, accustomed to open field combat, the notion of conducting defensive operations within a city was somewhat foreign. In fact, for the armies of this era, most battles concluded outside urban centers. Furthermore, the primary conflicts between the empires occurred in overseas colonies, which typically lacked significant urban areas, let alone battles within cities. Observing the reactions of his subordinate officers, Major Thomas felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He too was at a loss. In the past, both in military training and in the field, they had been taught how to command troops in open warfare, but never how to engage in urban combat. At this moment, due to the Saxon army's habitual command structure, the brigade had provided no specific tactical guidance to the regiments or battalions, merely stating the need to hold Sevilla. As for how to accomplish that, it was left to their own ingenuity. They were simply expected to fulfill the order. However, one individual's reaction stood apart from the rest, Molin. While others felt bewildered and uncertain upon hearing the command, Molin was nearly overwhelmed. Is this truly a precursor to urban warfare? First, we face frontal assaults, then close-quarters combat, and now urban fighting? Am I to confront the most brutal forms of warfare all in such a short span? In the midst of this stifling silence, someone first directed their gaze towards Molin, standing in the corner. Then a second, a third, more and more individuals subconsciously turned their attention to the young lieutenant, who had wrought miracles on the battlefield. Captain Hauser, several other company leaders, and even Major Thomas himself ultimately focused their hopeful, reliant, and almost blindly trusting gazes upon Molin. Molin, sensing the collective attention, nearly lost his bearings. What is happening? Why is everyone looking at me? Am I some kind of tactical wish machine? Just shake me, and I'll provide a solution. At this moment, Molin could distinctly sense that the officers of the 1st Battalion, having undergone a series of previous battles, had unconsciously developed a certain path dependence on him. His demonstrated calmness and tactical acumen, surpassing that of others, made him the first person they thought of when confronted with challenges. It was ultimately Major Thomas who broke the silence. You have just graduated from military academy, having learned the latest military theories. What are your thoughts on urban warfare in this city? All eyes were fixed intently on Molin, eagerly anticipating his potential revelation of extraordinary tactics. At this juncture, Molin realized he could not evade the spotlight. He understood that this was not the time to conceal his insights. The lives and well-being of hundreds, including himself, depended on it. If he failed to articulate something, the officers from Saxon might lead the troops into a catastrophic situation. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly reviewed all the knowledge he had gleaned from military academy, as well as various histories and cases of urban warfare, in his mind. He then reorganized this information into a language comprehensible to the people of this world. Major Thomas, esteemed colleagues, since you all trust me, I shall share some humble opinions. Molin stepped forward, took the pencil offered by the staff officer, and positioned himself before the map. What we are about to face is urban combat. Urban combat, indeed, it refers to the battles that take place in the maze-like streets and alleys of the city. First and foremost, we must abandon traditional combat thinking. Molin's initial statement immediately captivated everyone's attention. The city is not the wilderness. There are no open battle lines or secure rear positions. Every building and street can become an independent battlefield. Molin picked up a pencil and marked a circle on the area of the map assigned to the 1st Battalion. Thus, my first suggestion is to decentralize our forces. Decentralize? Major Thomas furrowed his brow. While he understood the term, its specific meaning eluded him. Yes, decentralization, Molin affirmed. nodding as he quickly sketched several diagrams representing positions on the map. We can no longer rigidly construct a defensive line based on companies. We must disperse our troops into smaller teams and squads, embedding them in every critical building. He looked at the others, explaining, "Our objective is not to hold a line, but to control an area. Each building we occupy becomes an independent strongpoint, mutually supporting one another and forming an extensive web of crossfire. If the enemy charges blindly, they will suffer heavy losses to advance. They must eliminate our strongpoints one by one. In doing so, we can maximize their attrition and delay their assault." Dispersing the troops into buildings? Captain Hauser stroked his chin, voicing the doubts shared by others. What about command? If the troops are scattered, how do we issue orders? What if a position is surrounded by the enemy, and we have no knowledge of it? This brings me to my second point. We must change our mode of movement. Molin drew a line between two adjacent buildings on the map. We must resolutely avoid the streets whenever possible. The streets are lethal zones for both sides. Our troop movements and supply transport must occur internally within the buildings. I have observed that there are many contiguous buildings on the streets of Sevilla, all brick and tile structures, which can be dismantled swiftly even without explosives. So, we should create openings in the walls of adjacent buildings to connect the entire block. Create openings in the walls? One of the squad leaders exclaimed. Is that feasible? Why not? Montaklin counted. We have engineers and tools, and the supply team has brought explosives. The officers exchanged glances, and Molin's proposed ideas completely upended their understanding. This was no longer warfare. It was akin to demolishing buildings. However, upon contemplation, they found Molin's reasoning to be quite compelling. The most perilous aspect of urban combat was the open streets. If they could avoid them and navigate freely within the buildings, their safety and mobility would undoubtedly increase. Nevertheless, other officers raised new concerns. Lieutenant Montaklin, what if the enemy breaches a building? Would they not then have access to other buildings? Upon hearing this question, Molin retorted, do our soldiers wield mere sticks? Do you think the enemy will refrain from firing once they enter a building? Would that not lead to indoor combat? Is there an issue with that? The enemy's forces would also be dispersed and bogged down within the buildings. Molin paused for a moment, casting a serious glance at each officer present. Gentlemen, I urge you to temporarily set aside your past experiences. Urban combat is a brutally fierce struggle. There will be no safe haven in the entire city. To achieve ultimate victory, we must forge it through blood and willpower. Chapter 44. Everyone must become skilled in urban combat. The officers fell silent. Molin's words had instilled in these professional soldiers a profound awareness of the brutality of urban warfare. Meanwhile, Molin turned to Battalion Commander Major Thomas. Major, I recommend we immediately request from the regiment to disband the heavy machine gun company and distribute its units to our various companies. Disband? Thomas hesitated. But the heavy machine guns are the regiment's most crucial support firepower, especially in a defensive battle. Furthermore, we have witnessed their effectiveness in recent days. Major Thomas answered cautiously, wouldn't concentrating the machine gun positions maximize their advantages? In urban combat, concentrated heavy machine gun positions are akin to sitting ducks. Molin countered without reservation. Not to mention the enemy may have flying mages who can attack concentrated machine gun positions at will. Even if the enemy's infantry flanks from other directions, a few grenades tossed in could spell disaster. However, if we disperse them, a machine gun team, accompanied by 2 or 3 riflemen for cover, can occupy a vantage window or a street corner with sufficient concealment for movement, employing camouflage to effectively lock down an entire street. Machine gun positions must not be fixed in one location. Such a strategy makes them easy targets for the enemy. Once a precarious situation is sensed, they must be promptly relocated to a backup fire point. We must utilize everything at our disposal to construct barricades. I recall the supply team brought barbed wire, correct? Let's not hold back. We should lay it across the streets. Molin rapidly articulated his knowledge, while the officers, including Major Thomas, had already taken out their notebooks to record his insights. Lastly, there are our artillery units. Molin gazed toward the edge of the city. Once urban combat commences, our 77mm field guns and 105mm howitzers will struggle to provide accurate indirect fire support, as we will become intermingled with the enemy. Rather than letting them remain idle at the rear, we should bring them into the city. This proposal was even more audacious than all previous suggestions, leaving everyone in the command post utterly astonished. Bring the artillery into the alleys? Is this young man out his mind? Lieutenant Montaklin. Major Thomas's voice had taken on a strained tone. Artillery is a precious asset. Deploying them into urban combat would result in significant casualties. Major, I understand this is perilous. Molin steadfastly and patiently explained to his battalion commander. However, in urban warfare, leveling the artillery is our most potent weapon, especially those 77mm field guns. I know they are equipped with old-fashioned shrapnel shells, but if we fire them flat, a single shell can sweep an entire street. The 105mm howitzer serves as a mobile battering ram. As one of my esteemed colleagues recently remarked, what should we do if our adversary seize control of a structure? The solution is straightforward. Bombard it with 105mm high-explosive shells. If the brigade headquarters aims to defend this city, it must first consider how to hold its ground before contemplating future reconstruction efforts. A profound silence enveloped the temporary command post, with only the sound of heavy breathing echoing among the officers. All the military personnel, including Major Thomas, were utterly astounded by the fresh perspective on warfare that Molin had presented. The tactics of breaking into smaller units, utilizing buildings for cover, moving through interior spaces, locking down streets with machine guns, and employing bayonets on artillery created a cohesive and robust urban combat system. Though they had never encountered such strategies before as professional soldiers, they grasped the feasibility and immense power of this approach almost instantaneously. A genius, indeed. You were born for warfare, murmured Captain Hauser, his gaze toward Molin now tinged with a hint of reverence, for it is rare for a normal individual to conceive such ideas. Major Thomas, as if belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, trembled with excitement, grabbing Morin's arm with fervor. Molin, we must head to brigade headquarters immediately. I need to present your proposed strategies to the Colonel and General Paul. If we require a plan to secure Sevilla, it is precisely the tactics you have outlined. Without allowing Molin a moment to respond, he dashed out of the command center, clutching his hastily scribbled notes like a whirlwind. Once Major Thomas departed, the remaining officers eagerly surrounded Molin, bombarding him with inquiries about various tactical details. Lieutenant Molin, how do we deal with potential enemies lurking in the shadows? What is the most effective way to establish fire points within a room? What if the enemy learns from us and creates breaches in the walls? Encircled, Molin felt overwhelmed. Yet he patiently addressed each question, understanding that the deeper their comprehension of urban warfare, the greater their chances of survival, thereby strengthening the entire defense of Sevilla. He had to ensure that this unit remained operational until the arrival of the armored airship, for that would enhance his own survival prospects. At long last, after managing to disperse the crowd, Molin finally caught his breath. He sat casually atop an empty ammunition crate, yet a new dilemma emerged in his mind. His tactical framework was predicated on conventional thinking, grounded in infantry versus infantry engagements. However, the enemy possessed mages and armored knights. Setting aside the mages, who currently seemed to fear the onslaught of firearms, how was he to contend with the 8 armored knights of the Order of Guard? In open terrain, they were formidable charging instruments, yet in the confined environment of urban warfare, they would become nearly unstoppable mobile fortresses. Given their previously displayed power, they could effortlessly breach walls, crush barricades, and disregard infantry firepower entirely. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down Morin's spine, prompting him to ponder whether infantry in another world felt similarly perplexed upon encountering tanks for the first time. Resolving that he needed to devise a solution, Molin recognized that his seemingly flawless urban combat system would be rendered as fragile as a paper lantern before those armored behemoths. Relying on infantry to deploy grenades or military explosives, setting aside the question of whether they would be sufficiently powerful, Molin surmised that infantry would likely never get the opportunity to approach a rampaging armored knight. The latter's agility far surpassed that of early tanks, rendering anti-tank maneuvers ineffective. The weapons wielded by the knights and their accompanying squires would shred any infantry attempting to close the distance. What about artillery? This was the only feasible option Molin could conceive. He had just suggested positioning artillery for direct fire. Would these cannons pose a threat to the armored knights? He found himself unable to answer this question. Thus, he needed to consult someone knowledgeable about armored knights. Upon recalling the name Ludwig, Molin hesitated no longer and promptly made his way to the station of the Teutonic Knights. The camp of this contingent starkly contrasted with the usual temporary encampments of infantry. There was no clamor of soldiers. Instead, technicians and squires donned in oil-stained work attire busily went about their tasks with quiet efficiency. 6 armored knights that had survived previous battles were parked in an open area, with technicians climbing up and down, conducting urgent repairs. The sounds of tools clanging filled the air, mingling with a peculiar blend of scents. As Molin entered the camp, he caught the attention of one individual. Lieutenant Molin? It was Ludwig's voice. Following the sound, he saw Ludwig perched on the shoulder of his armored knight, wielding a wrench. Upon noticing Molin, Ludwig displayed a flicker of surprise before elegantly leaping down from the 3-meter-high machine and landing gracefully on the ground. What brings you here? Are you looking to discuss Patricia again? Ludwig approached Molin, wiping grease from his hands, his tone imbued with a familiar warmth. Molin held a certain admiration for him. Despite being involved in the maintenance of armored knights, Ludwig appeared impeccably refined, with no oil stains visible except for his gloves. However, Molin found Ludwig's shift in demeanor somewhat disconcerting, but this was not the time to dwell on such matters. He decisively posed his urgent question. Colonel Ludwig, I have a pressing issue I need your insight on. Upon noticing Morin's serious expression, Ludwig's smile faded, and his demeanor turned earnest. Speak. Can our 77mm field guns and 105mm howitzers pose a threat to the armored knights of the Guard Order when firing at close range? Chapter 45. Morin's battlefield modifications. Ludwig paused at the question, his expression shifting to one of complexity as he scrutinized Morin, seemingly attempting to glean something from his face. It appears you have also considered this matter. He sighed before continuing, I just returned from brigade headquarters a few minutes ago. Brigadier Paul convened another urgent meeting, and your proposed urban warfare tactics have been transcribed and disseminated to the military commanders of each battalion. To be honest, that strategy truly opened my eyes. Isn't efficiency paramount when the flames are licking at one's eyebrows? Ludwig nodded, then shifted the conversation. However, as you have surmised, the greatest flaw in that strategy lies in its inability to counter armored knights. Penetrating the frontal armor with field artillery is virtually impossible. The St. George III model of the Guard Order has been enhanced with advanced enchantments, yielding exceptional kinetic resistance. Our shells consist solely of high explosive and shrapnel rounds, which cannot inflict structural damage. Moreover, a skilled armored knight operator can react far quicker than an average individual. At several hundred meters, they can perform evasive maneuvers the moment they see the flash of the cannon's muzzle. By the time the shell reaches them, they would have already vacated the area. The only vulnerability lies in the relatively thinner armor of the rear, yet navigating through narrow streets to reach their backs is nearly impossible. Oh dear, this meant that our artillery would have little to no effect against the enemy's armored knights. Furthermore, based on Ludwig's description, it appeared this world had yet to develop armor-piercing rounds, or perhaps no one had considered using artillery to target armored knights. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that if the armored knights possessed the extraordinary ability to evade cannon fire merely by perceiving the flash of the muzzle, then the artillery would indeed be rendered ineffective. Of course, there are objective reasons at play. The current muzzle velocity of artillery is not particularly swift. However, should the projectile velocity increase in the future, the scenario may be quite different. Unyielding, Morin pressed on with his inquiries. Why are the weapons of your Teutonic Knights, such as the mace, capable of inflicting damage upon them? Ludwig replied, Our melee weapons have also been enchanted, specifically designed to breach armor. This is magic countering magic. Morin pondered this statement, his gaze dimming slightly. Did this imply that ordinary infantry, lacking magical capabilities and enchanted weapons, were destined to be mere cannon fodder? In the midst of his frenzied thoughts, a spark of inspiration ignited in Morin's mind. What if there existed a weapon that could continuously adhere to the armor, burning through the gaps and seams to reach the interior? Ludwig interjected, Are you suggesting a Molotov cocktail? Has it already been utilized? Morin inquired, surprised. Indeed, it appeared that the presence of armored knights in this world had propelled advancements in offensive and defensive technologies. The personnel of the International Brigade should be well acquainted with this device. Our infantry had also briefly employed it. And even the Britannians had developed fire scrolls to combat our armored knights. Ludwig paused and continued, however. The new generation of armored knights from various nations have undergone targeted upgrades. In active mode, the cockpit and critical magical power furnace are completely isolated from the external environment. Additionally, there are forced extinguishing and cooling magical units capable of swiftly extinguishing flames. Currently, the only armored knights vulnerable to Molotov cocktails would be the older generation. Nonetheless, using Molotov cocktails against infantry is also quite effective, particularly in the narrow confines of urban terrain. I surmise that the personnel of the International Brigade are likely gathering materials for their production as we speak. Ludwig rambled on, leaving Molin in a state of bewilderment. If even Molotov cocktails were ineffective, it would indeed pose a significant challenge for infantry to contend with armored knights. Just as he felt at a loss, a scene abruptly caught his eye. Not far away, a technician was holding a large metallic funnel, preparing to replenish the coolant of an armored knight. Wait, a funnel? The conical, hollow metallic object left Molin momentarily stunned. In his mind, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, a term that had altered the course of armored warfare in his previous world surged forth from the depths of his memory. Colonel, Molin exclaimed, abruptly grasping Ludwig's arm, his eyes sparkling with an almost terrifying fervor, startling Ludwig in the process. Pray tell, what is the thickness of the main armor of the Jada Knights? If converted to ordinary steel plates? Ludwig, taken aback by Morin's sudden outburst, instinctively replied, their main armor plates incorporate magical crystal powder during the smelting process and undergo enchantment. Though they may not appear thick, the equivalent defensive thickness is approximately 60 to 70 millimeters of steel armor. Upon hearing this figure, Molin not only felt relieved, but also displayed a smile that left Ludwig utterly perplexed, even somewhat eerie. Sufficient. 60 to 70 millimeters is ample. What do you mean ample? Ludwig asked, utterly bewildered. Molin, what are you implying? Molin raised his head, gazing intently at the bewildered noble colonel, and articulated, Your Excellency, I believe I may have devised a means to counter them. If you're willing to assist me, I can present results within 2 hours. What did you say? Ludwig furrowed his brow, questioning his own hearing. You have a method? To confront the Jada Knights armored knights? He scrutinized Morin's expression, filled with skepticism about whether this young man had lost his mind. A mere infantry second lieutenant proposing a set of urban warfare theories was already astonishing. Now, he claimed to possess a solution against the world's foremost armored knights. Molin, I acknowledge your talent, but this is not the time for jest. Ludwig's tone turned serious, his demeanor becoming exceedingly stern. Do you comprehend what you are saying? That is the Jada Knights, the pride of the Britannians, a war machine crafted through the tireless efforts of countless magical engineers and sorcerers. I am aware, Molin replied calmly, his confidence unwavering. Colonel, I am not jesting. However, I require your assistance, materials, and some expertise. Ludwig fell silent, gazing into Morin's eyes, searching for any hint of madness or deception. Yet all he found was calm resolve. This young man had commanded troops to repel high-level sorcerers on the battlefield. In the conference room, he had conceived theories capable of transforming warfare dynamics. Time and again, he shattered Ludwig's perceptions. What other knowledge did this young man harbor? Ludwig's mind waged a fierce internal battle. Logically, Morin's words sounded like sheer fantasy, yet emotionally, the preceding events compelled him to consider believing. The situation had deteriorated to a point of no return. The enemy's counteroffensive loomed, and they were powerless against the enemy's elite units. Perhaps it was worth attempting his proposal. A desperate gamble? Even if it failed, the situation could hardly worsen. Very well. Ludwig gritted his teeth, reaching a decision. I will take the risk. Speak, what do you require? Anything within my means, I shall procure. Splendid. Morin's spirits soared. First, I require artillery shells, at least 10 rounds of 105mm high-explosive shells, intact. Additionally, I need a substantial quantity of copper. The more, the better. Expired shell casings would be the ideal source. No problem, Ludwig promptly agreed. The artillery has already moved to the southern part of the city. I will personally lead a team to borrow some supplies on behalf of the Teutonic Knights. I also need several experienced artillerymen, preferably veterans familiar with ammunition structures. That is manageable. I will bring some from the artillery battalion. Ludwig handled matters with efficiency. Finally, and most crucially, I require specialized technicians. Technicians? I need someone knowledgeable in chemistry, along with a few skilled artisans, preferably those experienced in casting. Ludwig encountered a challenge here. Their knightly order comprised magical engineers, knights, and drivers, but lacked such technical personnel. Morin smiled. Leave that to me. Within 10 minutes, Ludwig showcased his prowess as an imperial noble and Teutonic knight. He personally drove a military truck belonging to the order, accompanied by several attendants, directly into the artillery encampment. In the face of the artillery officer's skepticism, he merely revealed his identity as a Teutonic knight. Then, in an irrefutable tone, he declared that this was for a highly classified weapon test crucial to the outcome of the war, authorized by General Paul. The artillery officers were momentarily taken aback. Although filled with doubts, none dared to impede a colonel of the Teutonic Knights. Ultimately, Ludwig returned triumphantly. The truck laden not only with a dozen brand-new 105mm high-explosive shells and 2 large boxes of yellowed shell casings, but also accompanied by 3 bewildered veteran artillerymen. Chapter 46. The abundance of talent in the International Brigade. Meanwhile, Morin had located the temporary encampment of the International Brigade. He navigated the familiar path to the bearded commander, Andrei, who had previously fought alongside them in close combat as the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Eastern European Europa Brigade. As Ludwig had surmised, Andrei was indeed overseeing a group engaged in the crafting of Molotov cocktails. Andrei, my friend, are you indeed assembling Molotov cocktails? Morin inquired as he approached him. Indeed, Morin. However, we have gathered insufficient soap and rubber tires, which will compromise the effectiveness of our thickening agent. Andrei sighed, setting down his work and casting a curious glance at Morin. Lieutenant Morin, your visit at this juncture must signify something of importance? Well, I do require your assistance. Morin replied candidly. Speak, Lieutenant Morin, as long as it is within my capacity. Andrei, a genial Slav, responded, embodying the quintessential traits of his heritage. Having fought side by side and witnessed Morin's handling of military discipline, he had developed a fondness for this young lieutenant, who diverged from the traditional Saxon soldier. I need a few individuals, Morin stated directly. In your ranks, do you have anyone who was previously a chemistry teacher, or perhaps a blacksmith or a foundry worker? The more skilled, the better. A chemistry teacher? Craftsman? Andrei stroked his thick beard, his expression bemused. My friend, we are a volunteer army, not a university or factory. Yet, now that you mention it, I believe there are indeed a few candidates. He turned and called out several names, and shortly thereafter, a few individuals were brought before Morin. At the forefront stood a bespectacled, middle-aged man with a scholarly demeanor, his expression tinged with fatigue and melancholy. The bearded commander introduced him as a chemistry professor from a university in Silesia who had been pursued for his anti-war statements and had fled here. Behind him were several robust men with calloused hands, reputed to be seasoned workers familiar with metallurgy and casting. Taking a deep breath at the sight of this ad hoc assembly of specialists, Morin felt the weight of success or failure resting upon this moment. Andrei, observing the peculiar gathering, became increasingly intrigued. So, Lieutenant Morin, what exactly do you intend to do? I aim to create a can opener for the Britannian's white tin cans. Morin declared as he led the group back to the Teutonic Knights encampment, where Ludwig had already arranged the borrowed equipment from the artillery battalion. He found a table and swiftly sketched a peculiar object on paper before addressing the assembly. Gentlemen, I need your assistance to construct the item depicted here. Morin gestured to the shells and projectiles on the ground. The professor adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the blueprint with furrowed brows, while the workers gathered around the shells, their eyes filled with curiosity. Ludwig stood nearby, observing the scene as an outsider. He watched Morin methodically directing the assembly, uniting Saxon artillerymen, an International Brigade professor, and workers, disparate individuals from varied backgrounds, and felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness intensifying within him. How could this notorious playboy from Dresden harbor such an eclectic array of ideas? As he witnessed Morin arranging the shells, casings, and unusual blueprints, he suddenly thought that Morin resembled an alchemist more than a Saxon officer. All right, gentlemen. Morin clapped his hands, capturing everyone's attention. Time is of the essence. Let us begin our work. Thus commenced an unprecedented alchemical endeavor within this makeshift workshop. Morin assumed the role of the director. The chemistry professor from Silesia became the technical advisor, and the workers served as the core executors. The first step, and also the most perilous, was the disassembly of intact 105mm artillery shells. The Lu FH 9809 model shells were the separate loading type, and Molin required the explosive charge within, the yellow explosive known as picric acid. This task was entrusted to several seasoned veterans from the artillery battalion. They carefully unscrewed the LAS-23 fuse of the high-explosive shell, methodically rotating it counterclockwise to detach it. Beads of sweat formed on each forehead. For disassembling shells was a task seldom undertaken, and even then, it was done in a safe and professional environment, not as they were now. In the midst of a war zone. Slowly, take your time, one veteran murmured, as if caressing his wife's cheek. Ludwig, standing at a distance, suddenly regretted his decision to follow Molin into this spectacle. He would have preferred to charge forth in an armored knight against 10 armored knights from the Order of St. John then remained in this precarious situation. Molin, however, remained remarkably composed, keenly observing the artillerymen's actions while absorbing their techniques for separating the shell from the casing. When the first shell was successfully dismantled and the yellow explosive was extracted intact, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group, while the artillerymen disassembled the shells. The chemistry professor and workers heated a massive crucible belonging to the knightly order. Their task was to melt the brass casings and cast hollow metal cones, according to the specifications on Molin's blueprint. Bellow, increase the airflow, a worker shouted, his dark skin glowing red in the furnace's light. Flames roared forth as the meticulously cleaned casings, now trimmed, began to melt into a golden liquid under the intense heat. Meanwhile, another worker fashioned conical molds from clay. His hands flew over the material, swiftly creating precise conical molds. The chemistry professor observed the worker's actions while conversing with Molin. Lieutenant, as far as I know, the majority of artillery shells used in most countries are made from a copper-zinc alloy. And since zinc has a lower boiling point than copper's melting point, melting copper directly will result in the loss of zinc. Isn't that a good thing? Molin replied, a hint of surprise in his tone. I specifically desire pure copper hollow cones. Any impurities would adversely affect the outcome. Is that so? Now I understand. The chemistry professor nodded. After confirming these details, he began calculating the equivalent of the explosives and the optimal angle for the cone based on Molin's description. Initially, he had harbored skepticism towards Molin's theory. Hollow, to focus the explosive energy through a void. This contradicts traditional demolition theory. Energy should disperse, not converge, he insisted, adjusting his glasses. Molin patiently explained, Professor, think of it like light. We can focus sunlight to a point using a concave mirror. The shock wave from an explosion disperses along the normal. And in some respects, it follows the same principle. Having gleaned from previous hints, Molin suspected that the Monroe effect had yet to be discovered in this world. Thus he could only describe it in the simplest terms. The professor remained skeptical, but picked up paper and pencil, beginning to calculate fervently. He was captivated by this novel theory. Academic curiosity overwhelmed his established understanding, and for a moment, he felt as though he had returned to a university lecture hall. In this makeshift workshop beside the Teutonic Knights' encampment, once everyone realized that this endeavor involved their lives, operations commenced with remarkable efficiency. The artillerymen took charge of disassembly. The workers focused on melting and casting. The professor provided calculations and theoretical support, while Molin served as the cerebral connector of all processes. Initially, there existed a certain distance among these individuals hailing from diverse nations and social strata. The Saxon soldiers were discontented with the lackadaisical demeanor of the International Brigade workers, while the workers remained wary of these imperial soldiers. However, as their tasks progressed under a shared purpose and the effective organization of a Molin, these barriers gradually dissipated. They began to cooperate seamlessly, understanding one another with merely a glance or a gesture. Ludwig observed all this quietly. He perceived an extraordinary sense of cohesion surrounding the young lieutenant, who managed to unite individuals of vastly different identities, backgrounds, and ideologies around a common goal. This realization astonished Ludwig even more than the can opener he was soon to create. Chapter 47. The internationalist warriors during the brief respite while waiting for the first batch of castings to cool, the intense work finally experienced a momentary pause. The makeshift workshop was permeated with the scent of metal and sweat, and everyone was exhausted, seeking places to rest. Molin procured a water flask and some dark bread from his orderly, Hans, and distributed them to the chemistry professor and a few skilled workers. Let's first have something to eat, gentlemen. There is much more work ahead. The workers accepted eagerly, devouring the provisions with gusto. The professor graciously expressed his thanks, sipping water delicately. The burly commander of the International Brigade also approached, plopping down beside Molin and producing a dented metal flask from his pocket. Care for a sip? Our local spirit is invigorating. Molin smiled and waved his hand. Thank you, but I refrain from drinking before battle. You truly are a disciplined Saxon, the commander chuckled, taking a hearty swig and exhaling a robust aroma of alcohol. Molin's gaze drifted towards the industrious volunteers of the International Brigade, and he could not resist posing a question that had long lingered in his mind. Andre, I have always wanted to ask, why have you come here? You traveled thousands of miles to Aragon to fight a war that bears no relevance to your own country. Andre exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. For our ideals, Lieutenant Molin, for a world devoid of oppression, where technology serves all. He turned to Molin, his tone laced with an indignation against injustice. Look at those Britannians. They wield their monopoly over magical energy to dominate the world, treating other nations as mere sources of raw materials and dumping grounds for their goods. They relish the benefits of technological advancement, yet refuse to share the bounty. Should they manage to control King Aragon, the consequences would be dire. We are here to dismantle that monopoly. We believe that technology and knowledge should belong to all of humanity. Only by fostering the development of every nation and enhancing the quality of life for ordinary people can this world become a better place. Upon hearing Andre's words, Molin fell silent. He had not anticipated that, although the International Brigade in this world differed in its inception from the one he was familiar with, its ultimate ideals were equally grand. Soon, Molin voiced another lingering doubt. But why would internationalist warriors like you choose to ally with an autocratic empire like Saxony? Andre burst into laughter, though his smile was tinged with helplessness. Because, looking across the globe, only the emperor and generals of your Saxon empire are willing and daring enough to challenge Britannia's hegemony. Only you are prepared to provide us with weapons, resources, and logistical support. Molin replied. So, this is essentially a transaction. Indeed, Lieutenant Molin, we are all acutely aware that this is a transaction. Andre's eyes sharpened as he continued. Your Saxon empire seeks to enlist us to weaken your old rival, the Britannian Empire, and expand your influence on the continent, while we require an opportunity and a battlefield to actualize our ideals. Our common adversary is the antiquated order established by the Britannians, built upon the monopoly of magical technology. We must dismantle it, allowing the fruits of technological progress to be shared worldwide so that every nation's common people can lead better lives. His words were imbued with passion and power, inspiring the resting soldiers of the International Brigade around them. They nodded in agreement, their eyes shimmering with the light of idealism. And one young man exclaimed excitedly, "We shall forge a new world free from oppression and exploitation." Observing these idealistic warriors, Molin felt compelled to voice his next question. I understand your ideals. He organized his thoughts, striving to ensure his inquiry did not come across as offensive. However, even if you assist His Highness Alfonso in winning this war, the Kingdom of Aragon will ultimately remain a monarchy, a sovereign state. This seems at odds with the new world you aspire to create. Andre chuckled once more, then patted Molin's shoulder. My friend, revolution is not a feast that can be consumed in one sitting, but rather a long and winding expedition. We have never expected to achieve our goals in a single leap. He took a swig of liquor and continued. His Highness Alfonso is recognized as an enlightened monarch. He has pledged to implement reforms, improve living conditions, and most importantly, he is open to new ideas and technologies. Under his reign, the people of Aragon will at least experience a life 100 times better than their current one. They will have enough to eat, jobs, and the conveniences brought by technological advancements. That is sufficient, at least for now. Revolution is a tall ladder, not a simple jump, a voice interjected. It was the chemistry professor from West Lusatia, adjusting his glasses as he calmly added, we must climb step by step, first overthrowing the most reactionary and oppressive rule, establishing a relatively enlightened order, and then gradually advancing toward our ultimate ideals. Molin fell silent, realizing he could not immediately counter this pragmatic, stage-based revolutionary theory. He sensed the sincerity and idealism of these individuals. Yet, from the perspective of a time traveler, he recognized the immense historical paradox lurking behind these noble visions. The proliferation of new technologies would indeed enhance productivity, but it would also soon lead to market saturation, followed by the almost inevitable specter of inflation and economic crisis. In this world, reminiscent of the early 20th century he had traversed, the aftermath of a global economic crisis was all too evident. At that time, it was likely that the outcome would not be a more beautiful ideal, but rather a resurgence of extreme nationalism and fascism. These soldiers of the International Brigade were, at this moment, igniting the flames of a technological revolution with their blood and lives. Yet, they might not realize that this spark could equally ignite an unprecedented powder keg. Contemplating these thoughts, Molin was engulfed by an inexplicable heaviness. He decided to shift away from this somber topic and instead inquired about another question that had piqued his curiosity. Professor Andre, you mentioned that you hail from the Westalization Provisional National Government. To be honest, it is my first time hearing that name. The burly commander shrugged. Not surprising. Our government is still merely a makeshift ensemble, even untraceable on maps, Lieutenant Molin. It is perfectly normal that you have not heard of it. I had not heard of it, indeed. In my understanding, your region should be. Molin hesitated, uncertain of the appropriate term in this world. Ludwig, are you referring to the Great Rus Empire? Upon mentioning this name, both Dahuzi and the professor displayed a complex expression, a mixture of disdain and nostalgia. Meanwhile, a long-forgotten notification chimed in Molin's ear. Current information collection level 20. New entries unlocked, chapter 48. Heat the Great Lu Xia Empire? That decayed. Reactionary prison collapsed over a year ago. A rare hint of satisfaction tinged Andrei's tone. Most of the vampires from the Romanov family met their deserved end on the gallows, delivered by the wrathful populace. Molin was taken aback. The Tsarist Russia of this world had crumbled a year prior, and it seemed that the fate of the Romanov family was no better than in his previous life. So, what about present-day Lu Xia? The chemistry professor sighed and took the conversation forward. Present-day Lu Xia is nothing more than a hell engulfed in flames of war. After the fall of the Romanov dynasty, the entire nation shattered, splintering into countless factions, each embroiled in relentless conflict. There are those like us who aspire to establish a communist state, royalists yearning to restore the Tsar's reign, various ethnic groups clamoring for independence, and of course, some regions under the control of lawless warlords. Currently, which faction holds the most power? Andre replied. It is the all-Russian supreme autocratic duchy established by former Imperial Navy Admiral Kolchak and those royalist nobles. They have garnered the support of the Britons, boasting superior weaponry and formidable forces, making them our most potent adversary. Damn, it's the White Army. As Andre continued his description, Molin's ear persisted with notifications of more information being gathered, and he gradually grasped the current state of Lu Xia. In simple terms, it had entered into a prelude of an all-Russian battle royale, a decade ahead of schedule. Presently, the two most powerful warlord factions were those established by former Navy Admiral Kolchak and former Army General Denikin. Moreover, these two factions, supported by the Britons, have been attempting to eliminate the other forces obstructing their path to unify. At this point, Molin thought of an unavoidable figure. Andre, have you come across any renowned proletarian revolutionaries in Lu Xia? Revolutionaries? We have many revolutionaries there. A new one emerges today, and another pops up tomorrow. How about Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov? Does that name ring a bell? No. What about Lenin? No, why are you asking this? Andre looked at Molin with a hint of confusion, unaware of why this lieutenant from the Saxon Empire suddenly expressed such keen interest in matters concerning Lu Xia. Because didn't you just say you wish to establish a communist state? I wanted to understand what kind of leader you have. Oh, you wish to inquire about that? Hey, you Saxons seem quite invested in this. Andre suddenly understood, pausing as if contemplating something before continuing. The initial leadership group, due to Kolchak's duplicity and the royalist interference, mostly perished in the revolution to overthrow the Romanov dynasty. The current leader is a person named, Kerensky. However, this individual evidently lacks the capability to govern, resulting in our economy and production being in utter disarray. The dialogue with Andre further elevated the system's information collection level to 23. It also piqued Molin as curiosity about what might occur when this collection reaches 100. Would he attain omniscience? Simultaneously, the system's map underwent a significant update, revealing several regions in Lucia that had emerged from the Shroud of War, allowing Molin to observe numerous factions, large and small. The geopolitical landscape and revolutionary ecology of this world appeared far more intricate than Molin had anticipated. The man referred to as the Mentor in his previous world seemed to have exited the stage prematurely. Although the Romanov dynasty had ended, the anticipated Red State had yet to be established, and the only faction with any relevance was still led by Kerensky. The entirety of Lucia had devolved into chaos under external interference, and from the current situation, it appeared that no faction could swiftly conclude this tumultuous conflict. Thus, Andrei and his companions opted to pursue an alternative route, hoping that with the assistance of the Saxons, they could hinder the Britons elsewhere or even deal them a significant blow. This would allow them to divert some of Lucia's energy and resources away from the ongoing strife. This also implied that the Kingdom of Aragon was merely a stop along their protracted journey. This world seems exceedingly dark. Is this some sort of DC universe? Molin pondered, attempting to peer into the familiar east on the map, but aside from the thick veil of war, he noticed a small line of text. This area can be explored later. Just as Molin was processing this information, a master worker suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "All right, the hollow cone has been cast." All eyes were instantly drawn to the scene. Molin and Andrei immediately ceased their conversation and hurried over. Before them stood a copper hollow cone, freshly cooled and presented for inspection. Its surface was not particularly smooth, yet the angles of the cone were impeccable, and all measurements aligned with the results calculated by Molin and the chemistry professor. Meanwhile, the artillerymen had separated a dozen yellow explosive shells, neatly arranged in wooden boxes. A worker, who had previously dabbled as a clockmaker, also brought forth a cleverly designed metal gadget composed of springs and firing pins, indicating that he had completed his task. All components were now prepared. Let us begin the final assembly. Molin issued the final command. The subsequent steps would require both skill and courage. Under Molin's guidance, the veteran artillerymen first installed the intricately crafted manual trigger fused deep within the shell of the 105mm artillery round. Then, they added a layer of fabric to insulate the metal, followed by refilling the shell with explosives. However, this time, they left a precisely calculated cavity in front of the warhead instead of filling it to the brim. Finally, the most crucial step was executed. They carefully installed the now-cooled copper cone into the cavity at the front of the shell, with the cone's tip facing inward, directly aligned with the explosive at the shell's base. Once the final component was secured, an oddly shaped artillery shell was born. With a hefty body typical of a 105mm round, yet featuring a funnel-shaped hollowed-out tip. The tail was equipped with a mechanical trigger fuse, extending from a structure secured to several lances bound together after their tips had been removed. Molin glanced at the time. From start to finish, it had taken 1 hour and 30 minutes. This was consistent with his recollection of the efficiency with which the German engineers in another world repaired artillery on the battlefield using similar methods. Ludwig stepped forward, observing the freshly minted weapon with curiosity, feeling skeptical about its reliability. Molin, is this what you referred to as a can opener? Indeed, Molin nodded, accurately describing it as a shaped charge projectile. So, this means it needs to be loaded into the cannon like other ammunition and aimed for firing? Ludwig inquired, circling the device with a mix of curiosity and caution. Molin clarified, no, it needs to be wielded by your armored knights and detonated at close range. Otherwise, do you think I added a pole at the back for no reason? Wait, Ludwig paused. You just said what kind of shell this is. Why must it be detonated manually? Due to my inability to find any other reliable means of delivery, Morin shrugged, and then, as if struck by a sudden realization, turned to Ludwig with a look of shock. Good heavens, esteemed knight of the Teutonic Order, do you truly intend to have the infantry use this with their flesh and blood? Huh? No, I did not mean that. My lord, merely the explosive recoil from this device could incapacitate them. It is a suicidal endeavor, and I lack your ruthlessness. Very well. Let us allow our armored knights to employ it. Now, do enlighten me on its usage, and let us conduct a test. Ludwig ultimately raised his hands in surrender and nimbly dashed to the other side to ascend his steed, intending to carry out the test himself. Before entering the cockpit, he waved his hand, summoning several knightly attendants to bring forth a robust chest armor plate salvaged from the wreckage of the destroyed guard knights. This armor plate leaned against a crumbling wall, still adorned with intricate emblems and the scars of battle. Molin leaned in for a closer inspection. From its cross-section, it appeared not to exceed 35 to 40 millimeters in thickness, a far cry from the 60 to 70 millimeters he had anticipated. This implied that through specialized craftsmanship and arcane arts, this armor plate could achieve a defense enhancement approaching 50. This remarkable sorcery truly possessed some merit. As Molin marveled, Ludwig's armored knight, the Siegfried Eye, approached cautiously, carefully grasping the weapon that Molin had termed the melee-enhancing armor-piercing projectile. So, it merely requires disengaging the safety and activating it toward the target. Ludwig's voice emanated from the armor's depths, tinged with an echoing resonance. Indeed, to ensure penetration effectiveness, I recommend maintaining a distance of approximately 20 centimeters between the projectile and the target. Understood. Everyone step back, Ludwig proclaimed loudly. Once everyone had retreated to a safe distance, he aimed the armor-piercing projectile like a spear. Could this truly work? Doubt filled Ludwig's mind. The object resembled the haphazard creations of third-rate craftsmen in a rural workshop, imbued with wild uncertainty. Nevertheless, he chose to place his faith in Molin and unhesitatingly activated the armor-piercing round. Boom! A dazzling flash erupted from the peculiar projectile's tip, illuminating the entire courtyard instantaneously. The immense force radiated outward, causing the sandbags to tumble from the wall. Everyone instinctively ducked their heads. After a brief moment of thunderous noise, the courtyard fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the idling engine of Ludwig's armored knight, the air now saturated with a pungent odor. Seconds later, the onlookers cautiously peered from their cover. Through the dissipating smoke, they beheld the massive white armor plate standing intact. Failure? This thought surged through the minds of the majority. I knew it. A disheartened artillery officer shook his head in disappointment. What a fanciful notion. Even Andre from the International Brigade, the chemistry professor, and the workers displayed expressions of regret. Only Molin bore no trace of disappointment. Instead, a confident smile graced his face as he heard a familiar notification sound. Technological entry unlocked. Please review promptly. Upon opening the interface of his golden finger, Molin noticed that a previously question mark tab had transformed into a technology category. However, upon clicking it, he found only a broad classification labeled military technology, which currently contained only the hollow charge armor-piercing ammunition. A note beneath read, "Improvable. Colonel, do take a closer look." Morin's voice shattered the silence. Ludwig, still believing in failure from the cockpit, was about to discard the seemingly useless iron lump when he heard Morin's words. Despite his confusion, he descended from the cockpit. Yet, as the smoke gradually cleared, revealing the armor plate's full form, he was utterly astonished. At the center of the seemingly intact armor plate lay a small, unassuming hole, no larger than a copper penny. Its edges remarkably smooth, the surrounding metal appearing to have been melted, and then solidified, still faintly glowing red. What is this? Ludwig felt his mind blank. He instinctively crouched down, cautiously touching the edge of the hole with his gloved finger. A searing heat transmitted through the glove to his fingertips. "Colonel, be careful. It's hot," Molin warned, but Ludwig was too engrossed to heed him, for he had glimpsed the other side of the hole. A beam of light pierced through the small opening. By the gods, it truly penetrated. Ludwig, usually dignified and regarded as a paragon of nobility, could not contain an exclamation. This main armor plate of the Guard Knights had been cleanly perforated by an oddly shaped, handcrafted projectile. How could this be possible? Ludwig whirled around, casting a gaze of incredulity upon Molin, his lips quivering, desperate to articulate words, but finding his throat constricted, voiceless. The onlookers, too, comprehended the wound upon the armor plate. Shock, elation, and disbelief danced across their faces. Moments later, they erupted into jubilant cheers. We succeeded. By the heavens, it truly penetrated. The workers and veteran artillerymen embraced each other, tears of joy mingling with laughter. The chemistry teacher from Silesia adjusted his glasses, murmuring to himself, "Incredible. Indeed, knowledge knows no bounds." Amidst the clamor and jubilation, Ludwig finally regained his voice. He strode purposefully toward Molin, grasping his shoulders with both hands and shaking him vigorously. "By the name of the Emperor, Molin, what sorcery is this? Are you, perchance, a concealed grand sorcerer? As a nobleman of high birth, educated in the most orthodox chivalric traditions, Ludwig's world was constructed upon clear rules. On one side lay the steel and courage of mortals, while on the other resided the arcane magic wielded by sorcerers, requiring talent and lineage. Between the two, there lay an insurmountable chasm. Yet today, Molin and his hastily assembled crew had crafted a weapon capable of threatening even the most formidable magical constructs with a mere assemblage of scrap metal. This utterly shattered his understanding. Molin did not respond to the inquiry. Instead, his gaze transcended Ludwig's shoulder, directed toward the jubilant ordinary people from diverse nations and strata, the Saxon artillerymen, the International Brigade workers, and the Silesian intellectuals. Their faces radiated the same pure joy and hope. They hailed from different origins, held disparate identities, and bore varying beliefs. Yet in this moment, they were indistinguishable, united by a singular emotion: hope. Molin suddenly smiled, a heartfelt and profoundly relaxed smile. Meeting Ludwig's bright eyes, he slowly shook his head. "No, my dear Colonel, this is not magic." Morin's voice, though soft, resonated clearly above the din of the crowd. He extricated himself from Ludwig's grasp, turned around, and gestured towards the group of individuals surrounding the armored plate, expressing their admiration with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. "This is not magic," Molin reiterated. "This is his knowledge." He pointed at the bespectacled chemistry assistant. "It is his technique." He gestured towards the laborers with calloused hands. "It is their diligence and experience." He directed his gaze once more at the relieved veteran artillerymen. Finally, his eyes returned to Ludwig's face, adorned with an unprecedented, radiant smile. "And you, my dear Colonel, possess the courage to embrace risk. This is science. It does not rely on mystical bloodlines nor divine gifts, but is a power accessible to any ordinary individual willing to learn and practice." He paused, allowing each person present ample time to digest the revolutionary implications of his words. Observing the ragged workers, the soiled soldiers, and the scholarly intellectuals, he noticed the dawning of enlightenment upon their faces. "In a sense, I believe it is indeed a form of magic, magic that belongs to all of us." This proclamation resonated like a stone cast into a placid lake, stirring profound waves of emotion within every heart. Ludwig gradually released his grip, his gaze toward Molin having undergone a complete transformation. From initial curiosity, evolving into admiration, then culminating in astonishment. It distilled into a complex emotion mingled with admiration and a hint of barely perceptible fear. He fully comprehended the implications behind Morin's words. This was not merely a weapon. It would alter the nature of warfare and everything in this world. "Ha ha ha! Well said." A hearty, resonant laughter shattered the solemnity of the moment. Andre from the International Brigade strode over, his large hand delivering a hearty slap to Morin's back, causing him to stumble. "What a magic that belongs to everyone. You articulate it wonderfully, Comrade Molin. I adore this notion." His laughter ignited the atmosphere, dispelling the oppressive silence, replaced by a cacophony of cheers and shouts. The soldiers and workers hoisted Molin aloft, tossing him into the air. The despair that had once gripped them evaporated, and in every eye rekindled the flames of hope, burning brighter than ever before. "Quick, mass production. How many shells do we have left? Dismantle all of them. Molds. Make more molds. Everyone get moving." The makeshift workshop transformed once more into a frenzied assembly line, a rudimentary yet efficient production system swiftly organized. With successful experience behind them, their speed increased exponentially. However, time was not in their favor, as the kingdom's forces and the Britannians had granted them little respite. Just as the fervor of production surged, warning sirens blared from every corner of the city, heralding the enemy's new maneuvers. Chapter 50. The urban warfare commences upon hearing the sirens. Molin inhaled deeply. Casting one last glance at the industrious workers and artillerymen, he called out to Andre and Ludwig, "This is now in your hands. Try to produce as much equipment as possible for the remaining armored cavalry." Ludwig nodded gravely, patting his chest. "Do not worry. We shall show those Britannian tin cans what we are made of." Without further delay, Molin turned and sprinted toward the defense zone of his 3rd platoon. Along the way, he marveled at the transformation that had taken place in the city of Sevilla in the mere 2 hours he had been away. The potential that emerges from desperation is astonishing. While he and Ludwig conducted experiments with the can opener, the Saxon soldiers, fighters from the International Brigade, and Aragonese National Army had already begun to put Morin's urban warfare theories into practice under their respective officers. Many once wide streets were now barricaded with overturned carts, damaged furniture, and debris from dismantled doors and stones, creating uneven street fortifications. Some main thoroughfares were heavily fortified with barbed wire, glimmering coldly under the sun. A multitude of citizens, accompanied by their families, guided by the more approachable soldiers from the International Brigade and National Army, retreated toward the relatively safer southern part of the city and the suburbs. A few elderly individuals, reluctant to abandon their homeland, took refuge in their cellars, barricading the entrances with heavy wooden planks. Though many details emphasized by Morin, such as internal building connectivity and camouflage of firing points, had not been fully realized due to time constraints. Sevilla had already begun to take on the rudimentary form of an urban warfare stronghold. Morin felt a sense of reassurance. This tactical approach would be lethal, especially for the soldiers who had yet to endure the brutal trials of urban combat, particularly for the attacking forces. However, he still harbored some uncertainty. Despite the theoretical support for urban warfare, the soldiers had not undergone specialized training, and this would be their first encounter with such combat. Therefore, he could not predict the outcome. He glanced at the system map, where rows of alerts he had fixed read. Saxon Empire Air Force Zeppelin-class armored airship L-30, status, approaching destination, estimated arrival time, 3 hours and 48 minutes, with less than 4 hours remaining. He hoped they could hold out. As Morin breathlessly returned to the temporary camp of the 3rd Platoon, Sergeant Klaus promptly approached him. "Platoon leader, you have returned." Klaus's voice remained steady. During Morin's absence, he had organized the defense zone of the 3rd Platoon with meticulous care. The command has just issued orders. Several depleted squads from Companies 1 and 2 have been disbanded and reassigned to our relatively intact platoon. Morin's spirits lifted at this news. It was indeed fortunate, as the 3rd Platoon had suffered considerable losses in the previous skirmishes. "How many reinforcements did we receive?" Klaus replied, "Quite a few. Not only have we filled our missing ranks, but we also gained 2 additional infantry squads. A heavy machine gun team from the regiment has also been allocated to us." Overjoyed, Morin felt as if he had been offered a pillow just as he was falling asleep. He immediately unfolded the map, pointing to the designated defense zone of the 3rd Platoon, and began issuing commands. Perhaps Major Thomas and the High Command placed particular importance on Morin and the fighting capability of his platoon, for their assigned defense zone was one of the few relatively wide streets in northern Sevilla. This street, Avenida del Sol, was a most likely primary assault direction for the enemy upon entering the city. At this moment, sections of barbed wire had already been laid across the avenue, and at the street's end, 3 main barricades had been constructed using sandbags and bricks. All side alleys were thoroughly obstructed with various debris, leaving only narrow passages for their personnel. This arrangement rendered the enemy's assault direction exceedingly singular, forcing them to advance directly along this street. "Klaus, you and a couple of other sergeants take 1 or 2 squads to wait in the standby area. Once the enemy infantry approach, enter the 2nd and 3rd floors of the buildings I have marked to establish crossfire along this street. Remember to block all doors and windows on the 1st floor. You will enter from the rear." "Understood, platoon leader." The newly assigned squads were to remain in the standby area as reserves, ensuring they remained concealed and did not expose themselves prematurely. Shortly thereafter, more good news arrived. A 77mm field gun and a 105mm howitzer had also been allocated to this defense zone. Morin promptly concealed them behind the heavy machine gun position, with the ammunition being respectively high explosive shells and shrapnel rounds. After deploying the main force, Morin retained a small contingent of 10 individuals by his side, including 2 orderlies. In an era devoid of individual radios, they would relay his commands to every corner during this inevitably chaotic battle. Once this was accomplished, he exhaled a slight sigh of relief and opened the system map. On the map, the red markers representing the enemy had densely appeared around the outskirts of the city, gradually encroaching upon Sevilla. According to the information displayed on those markers, the enemy had indeed received reinforcements of at least 2 regiments, and the Brittany's Northumberland Flintlock Regiment had also added a completely new battalion. The observation posts deployed outside the city were continuously retreating, with their illuminated areas growing increasingly smaller. However, one unit's icon stood out conspicuously. the 52nd Cavalry Regiment, which had previously executed a crucial flanking maneuver on the high ground. Their marker indicated that this roaming unit currently had only 64 soldiers remaining. Yet, the cavalry regiment did not withdraw, like a pack of tireless wolves. They continued to prowl the periphery, attempting to locate high-value targets, such as the enemy command post or artillery positions. "Be cautious, my friends," Molin silently prayed for them. Minutes later, the outermost red markers had already reached the edge of Sevilla. It was uncertain whether the heavily damaged magic crystal cannon positions were to blame. But this round of assault commenced without any preparatory artillery fire from the Royal Army. Before long, the Royal Army and the Brittany's vanguard cautiously stepped into this city, soon to be baptized by the flames of war. Major John, the officer responsible for the frontline observation, was filled with bewilderment. What was happening? Why was there no resistance? He inquired of the Royal Army liaison officer beside him. In his view, since the Saxons had chosen to hold their ground, they should concentrate all forces on the outskirts, relying on fortifications to engage in a proper showdown. This was consistent with the customary conduct of Saxon Empire soldiers, at least as observed in previous conflicts in overseas colonies. Yet now, the outskirts were devoid of any presence, eerily silent. Had they abandoned the city? The Royal Army liaison officer was also uncertain. Had they truly relinquished the city to us? This thought was tempting, yet utterly illogical. Major John furrowed his brow and waved his hand. "Let the Royal Army proceed first. We will follow closely, remaining vigilant." Thus, the first batch of royal soldiers boldly ventured into the streets of Sevilla. They moved slowly and cautiously, their weapons trained anxiously on every potential hiding spot. However, after traversing several dozen meters, they found nothing but scattered debris along the outer streets. Their courage gradually swelled, and the officers moved to the sides to restore a somewhat loose formation. It was only when they reached the center of a main thoroughfare that they discovered the road ahead was obstructed by various haphazard barriers and barbed wire, leaving no place to step. "Damn it, what are these Saxons playing at?" A Royal Army officer cursed, sending a few men to cut open the barbed wire. Several soldiers responded, rushing towards the wire with giant clippers. As they crouched before the barbed wire, a sharp crack of gunfire shattered the silence. A soldier wielding the clippers collapsed, his head bursting in a cloud of blood. Immediately, as if signaling a prelude, gunfire erupted. The entire city of Sevilla came to life. Chapter 51. Welcome to the meat grinder. Daniel was a farmer from the northern mountainous region of Aragon, unmarried, yet enamored with a certain maiden. 3 months prior, he had been seized from the fields by the Royal Army's conscription team, stuffed into ill-fitting military attire, and issued a worn-out rifle with nearly smoothed-out rifling. He had no desire for war. He only wished to return home to cultivate the land and save money to marry Maria from the neighboring village. Yet now, he lay prostrate on Sevilla's cold stone pavement, surrounded by the warm corpses of his comrades, bullets whizzing from all directions, striking the ground and walls, sending up clouds of dust and sparks. Just minutes ago, their commander had assured them that the Saxons and rebels had fled. This was merely an easy armed parade. But when the first gunshot rang out, everyone was dumbfounded. The gunfire cascaded like popping corn, erupting from every window, rooftop, and unseen corner along the streets. Daniel could scarcely discern where the bullets originated, only witnessing his companions fall one by one, issuing cries of agony. Instinctively, he followed the crowd, crouching low, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Take cover. Find somewhere to hide," the officer shouted hoarsely. But where could they conceal themselves? The wide street offered no cover. They were like living targets, exposed to countless gun barrels. "Get inside, quickly, to those buildings." The instinct for survival propelled the soldiers as they scrambled towards the buildings lining the street. Daniel, too, scrambled to his feet, fixing his gaze on the nearest two-story structure, expending every ounce of strength to rush towards it. However, upon reaching the entrance, he despaired to find the ground floor windows and doors had been barricaded with bricks and wooden planks from the inside, rendering entry impossible. He pounded on the door, smashed the window with his rifle, but yet the accursed door would not budge. Meanwhile, the street behind him had transformed into a slaughterhouse. The MG-08 heavy machine gun, lying in ambush at the street's end, finally roared to life. The very weapon Molin had cherished now unleashed its true power as a battlefield harvester. The gunner needed no special aim, as the Royal Army's soldiers were crammed along the street sides. A mere sweep across the densest part of the crowd unleashed scorching bullets that effortlessly tore through flesh, raising clouds of blood. The royal soldiers fell like cut wheat, collapsing in clusters. Daniel, terrified to the core, abandoned his attempts to breach the door and turned to find another entrance. At that moment, he noticed a nearby building with an open door. Grasping onto it like a lifeline, Daniel dashed forward without hesitation. Many others shared his thought. A dozen or more royal soldiers surged frantically into the building. The cramped space filled with people, everyone jostling to seek deeper refuge. No one noticed that the chimney's base had already been hollowed out. Even the metal grate meant to block it had been removed. Daniel found himself wedged in the center, nearly gasping for air. Just then, he heard a strange noise from above, as if something had fallen from the chimney. What was that? Someone asked, looking up. But no one could answer. Only a few soldiers near the chimney witnessed a dark object rolling out from the base. The next moment, a violent explosion occurred. A grenade thrown down the chimney by a lurking Saxon soldier detonated within the crowded room. Then came the second, the third. The deafening roar nearly shattered Daniel's eardrums, as the searing shockwave and flying shrapnel instantly engulfed the entire room. Daniel felt himself slammed to the ground by an overwhelming force, countless bodies crashing down upon him. He was engulfed by the acrid scent of gunpowder and the charred stench of flesh, with anguished screams and moans echoing in his ears. Uncertain of his own injuries, he knew only that he must flee this inferno. Daniel desperately clawed his way through the throng, finally escaping that hellish realm, alongside other bloodied soldiers of the kingdom. He wept and cried for his loved ones as they emerged from the deathly edifice, exposed once more to the streets. Yet, awaiting them were bullets raining from all directions. A deadly welcome. The farmer from the northern mountains of Aragon had scarcely crossed the threshold when he felt a numbing sensation in his thigh, collapsing to the ground. Looking down, he beheld a crimson hole in his trousers, blood gushing forth. Agonizing pain surged through his body. He yearned to crawl away from this dreadful place. But his body betrayed him, refusing to obey. Daniel's vision began to blur. He saw the golden wheat fields of his homeland and Maria smiling at him amidst the grains. Maria, he murmured, before tilting his head and succumbing to unconsciousness. Such scenes unfolded simultaneously on every street in Sevilla. The first wave of attacks by the kingdom's forces and the Bretons failed to advance beyond a mere 100 meters, crashing against the web of crossfire, barricades, and deadly traps, leaving a trail of corpses and groaning wounded in their wake as they retreated in disarray. In the rear, at the makeshift command post, General Jose Sanjurjo of the 24th Division wore a grim expression as he listened to the messenger reporting from the front. "What did you say? The first wave was repulsed?" "Yes, General," replied the messenger, his head bowed, unable to meet the general's gaze. "Our soldiers could not penetrate at all. The casualties were catastrophic. Incompetence. All of them." Sanjurjo kicked over a chair, the atmosphere in the tent thick with tension. He could not comprehend how, despite their numerical superiority and the support from the Bretons, their first assault had ended in such disgrace. What sorcery had the Saxons employed? Had they begun to deploy mages alongside their troops? Grasping his hair in frustration, he resembled a beast in a frenzy. "General, the enemy's tactics are quite peculiar. They abandoned the streets and concentrated their forces within the buildings. Our soldiers faced attacks from all sides upon entering the city, rendering any effective counterattack impossible." Within the buildings? Sanjurjo's brow furrowed in confusion. Though not an exceptional commander, he had spent a lifetime in the Aragonese military and had never encountered such a strategy. To him, warfare was about positioning troops in open fields, coordinating artillery, cavalry, and infantry, with the core objective being to locate and annihilate the enemy's main force in a grand, civilized conflict that spared civilians. But what are the Saxons hiding in their houses? Was that truly warfare? Well, the Bretons, their Northumberland flintlock regiment was supposed to follow behind. What do they have to say? Sanjurjo recalled his allies, but the officer's complexion darkened further. The Bretons, upon witnessing our setbacks, withdrew entirely without engaging. What? Sanjurjo felt his blood pressure surge. He had long been aware of the Bretons' disdain for their kingdom's forces, treating them as mere fodder. But he had not anticipated such utter abandonment. A wave of humiliation and rage surged within him. Were they to accomplish nothing without Breton assistance? "Relay my orders." Sanjurjo's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at the map of Sevilla, shouting, "Launch another assault. All units, push forward." "General, but no buts." Sanherho interrupted harshly. "Have the surviving mage artillery open fire. Bombard the city relentlessly. Flatten those turtle shells." An aide rushed forward to dissuade him. "General, think twice. Firing now will expose our last mage artillery position. The enemy's cavalry still roams outside. It is too perilous. I care not for the risks." Sanherho had lost his reason, consumed by a desire to obliterate the recent disgrace with overwhelming firepower. "Execute the order immediately." Observing the general's madness, everyone fell silent. They understood that the second wave would be even bloodier and more brutal than the first. Yet, military orders were absolute. Soon, the ominous rumble of cannon fire echoed once more, this time targeting the city of Sevilla. Chapter 52. The final ripples of the 52nd Cavalry Regiment boom. The thunderous explosions began to resonate throughout the city of Sevilla. The ground trembled, buildings swayed, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Under the reckless command of General Sanherho, the last remaining mage artillery began indiscriminate fire upon the northern sectors of the city where the enemy had been spotted. Without the need for precision, the apprentice mages did not even participate in the guidance. The gunners merely set a general direction and angle based on the map and coordinates before launching shell after shell. This time, they were using the more powerful mage shells instead of the shrapnel rounds designed primarily for personnel casualties. The explosive force and shockwave of these shells far surpassed conventional artillery. Most of the buildings within Sevilla, being merely ordinary brick and tile constructions, crumbled under the onslaught of the powerful mage shells as though they were made of paper, collapsing one after another into ruins. Had most civilians not already evacuated, the casualties would undoubtedly have been immense. Smoke and dust billowed into the sky, obscuring the heavens. Watching from the rear, General Sanherho observed the rising clouds of thick smoke with a twisted sense of grim satisfaction. "Explode, blow them to pieces," he murmured to himself. "I wonder where you turtles will hide now." He believed that under such apocalyptic bombardment, any solid defense would be annihilated and any resilient spirit crushed. From his previous experiences in siege warfare, he knew that demolishing city defenses with artillery was a common tactic. However, unbeknownst to him, the seemingly grand barrage had inflicted minimal actual casualties on the defending forces. In the initial street combat suggestions provided by Molin, a critical principle had been explicitly stated before the enemy infantry approached. The main forces should remain in the deeper areas of the city or in sturdy basements to avoid the enemy's preparatory artillery fire. Only a few brave and cautious soldiers will be dispatched to elevated positions, such as the bell tower of a church, to serve as observation posts. At that moment, atop the tallest church bell tower in Sevilla, two Saxon soldiers anxiously observed the movements outside the city through their binoculars. The violent explosions echoed in the surrounding districts, causing the bell tower to sway slightly. "Do you see it? The enemy's artillery position." One soldier whispered, "I see it. Over at 11 o'clock, behind that grove." The other replied, "Damn, they're well hidden." Their task was to monitor the enemy's artillery strikes, and once the enemy's fire ceased and the infantry advanced, they were to immediately notify their forces to take their positions. Just as they were nervously observing amidst the cannon fire, the bombardment from outside abruptly came to a halt. "What is going on?" It stopped. "Quick, look. The enemy is coming." Through the telescope, they clearly observed the dark-clad soldiers of the Kingdom Army surging forth like a relentless tide from their positions outside the city, launching a second assault on Sevilla. "Quick, alert the other units." A soldier immediately slid down the ladder of the bell tower, swiftly biting down on the whistle hanging from his neck. The sharp sound of the whistle pierced the air, quickly followed by a series of notes that resonated like a relay from the church to other regions. The once silent city of Sevilla responded to the call. The guards, upon hearing the whistle, hastily navigated through the secret passageways long established within the buildings, rushing to the second line of defenses that remained relatively intact. The soldiers of the Kingdom Army, trembling with fear, traversed the ruins ravaged by cannon fire, and upon realizing they were not under immediate attack, breathed a momentary sigh of relief. "It seems those Saxons and the rebels have been obliterated by the artillery," one officer remarked nonchalantly, raising his command sword to signal the troops to advance deeper into the city. Meanwhile, upon a high ground outside Sevilla, Colonel Braun of the 52nd Cavalry Regiment peered through his telescope, scrutinizing the distant city. His gaze sharpened as he beheld the enemy forces surrounding the city, densely packed like ants. The enemy had launched another assault, this time employing magic crystal cannons. If their cavalry could not devise a means to eliminate the remaining cannon positions, the pressure on the defending forces would escalate. Colonel, we've located them. An excited shout rang out nearby, prompting the cavalry colonel to lower his telescope. A smile gracing his face. Excellent. The enemy's artillery positions have been exposed due to the recent bombardment. Messenger, Braun Belovet. Here, relay the coordinates to the artillery unit, instructing them to proceed to the designated position. We must complete the deployment within 15 minutes. Order the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Battalions to prepare for a charge. Once the artillery unit finishes firing, we will charge immediately. Yes, Colonel. The messenger spurred his steed into action, swiftly disseminating the orders. The cavalry unit's artillery battalion was equipped with 12 77mm field guns. While the caliber was modest, their mobility was commendable. Each gun was drawn by 6 robust horses, allowing for rapid movement across rugged terrain. The gunners, seasoned veterans, swiftly unhitched the horses and the limber upon reaching their positions, transitioning the cannons from transport to combat mode, adjusting the angles and loading shells with seamless efficiency. In less than 15 minutes, 12 77mm field guns had raised their muzzles, aimed at the recently ravaged magic crystal cannon positions. Following the completion of rapid calibration by the first gun, the other 11 artillery crews deftly adjusted their firing parameters. Fire! Commanded the artillery commander, and a continuous roar erupted across the field. The 12 field guns discharged simultaneously, their shells howling through the air, the majority landing amidst the magic crystal cannon positions. Explosions erupted in a cacophony. The inherent weakness of the magic crystal cannon's lack of mobility was laid bare at that moment, despite having undergone calibration when the Saxon artillery shells descended. The cumbersome magic crystal cannons had not yet secured themselves and were unable to relocate in time. The gunners were thrown into chaos, crying out in despair. The entire position was engulfed in flames and confusion. Charge! Colonel Braun raised his lance, pointing forward. For the Emperor and the Empire, the resonant call to charge echoed. The cavalrymen, already prepared, leveled their lances in unison, surging forth like a torrent towards the artillery position shrouded in smoke and fire. The glinting lances, like a forest of steel, swiftly annihilated the troublesome enemy artillerymen. The defenders of the magic crystal cannon positions, having already endured bombardment, were rendered incapable of mounting any effective resistance against the wall-like cavalry charge. However, just as the cavalrymen were in the throes of clearing the position of the remaining obstinate foes, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 3 figures radiating powerful magical energy suddenly soared through the sky towards them at an astonishing speed, led by the high-ranking mage, Eldritch. Upon witnessing the nearly obliterated magic crystal cannon positions, his expression darkened ominously. Colonel Braun, atop his charging steed, also caught sight of the 3 swiftly approaching figures. A sense of foreboding washing over him. Mages, be cautious, he shouted, but it was too late. Eldritch merely raised a hand, uttering a few syllables. In the next moment, the 100 cavalrymen leading the charge, along with their horses, inexplicably floated into the air as though grasped by an invisible hand. They screamed in horror, struggling in vain against the unseen force. Colonel Braun's last awareness was of himself and his comrades being violently slammed to the ground by that ethereal grip. Flesh and bone shattered amidst the carnage. The world descended into darkness. Chapter 53. The darkest day of the Knights of Guard in the northern district of Sevilla. The Kingdom Army's second wave of attack began with fervor but ended in silence, as General Sanjurjo awaited news from the front lines with eager anticipation. He was met instead with a series of disheartening reports. Report to the General. The 124th Regiment has encountered obstacles on Solar Avenue, suffering heavy casualties and requesting withdrawal. 3 companies of the 126th Regiment have been cut off, ambushed by unidentified firepower on their flanks, and have disbanded. General, we still cannot penetrate. Those Saxons are like mice in the fields, emerging from nowhere. We cannot hit them. Listening to the messages relayed by the messengers, Sanjurjo felt a throbbing in his head. He could not comprehend it. Having already plowed the northern area with potent magic crystal shells, why could they not advance? Had not the buildings been demolished? Were those Saxons made of iron, impervious to shell fire? What he did not know was that as the soldiers of the kingdom army trudged through the rubble and ruins, pushing deeper into the streets, the scene they encountered was nearly identical to that of the first wave of attack. The same dense barbed wire, the same bizarre obstacles, and the same deadly bullets raining down from all directions. The Saxons seemed inexhaustible, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the advancing kingdom army from every gap in the ruins and every shattered window. This time, they even added the assault of field artillery. The seasoned veterans and officers of the kingdom army had never anticipated encountering unyielding field guns at the end of the street. When a flash of fire erupted from the gun muzzles, followed by the deafening roar of bombardment, it was already too late. The old-fashioned howitzer seemed to let out a final roar before departing the stage of history. The deadly rain of shells swept across the street like a wall. And this time, the soldiers of the kingdom army would be fortunate to retain even intact corpses. Many soldiers, in a panic, attempted to seek refuge in the buildings. But the rapid rate of fire from the 77mm field guns, utilizing fixed ammunition, quickly made them realize this was a grave mistake. After switching to high-explosive shells, the gunners soon aimed their sights at the windows where soldiers were hiding. With just a second shot, a 77mm high-explosive shell pierced through the window and detonated inside. The second wave of attack ended once more in a disastrous defeat. The kingdom's forces, scattered across various offensive fronts, retreated once more in disarray, leaving behind hundreds of corpses and countless immobile wounded. Within the command tent, General Singerwo paced back and forth like an enraged bull, his mouth spewing curses. Incompetent fools, a multitude of them, and yet they cannot capture a single dilapidated city. The other officers in the tent lowered their heads, afraid to utter a word. Suddenly, the tent flaps were thrust open, allowing a frigid gust of air to sweep in. High Mage Eldritch entered, flanked by two other mages and several officers from Bretonnia, their faces devoid of emotion. Eldritch's gaze pierced through Sangurwo like a dagger. General Sangurwo, I require an explanation as to why our final magical crystal cannon position was assaulted by enemy cavalry. Startled, Sangurwo had not anticipated their swift arrival. The mention of the magical crystal cannon's predicament filled him with dread, for he was oblivious to the fact that his final artillery had been obliterated. My lord, the magical crystal cannon position was meant to be in the rear, was it not? Eldritch replied, his expression unyielding. Indeed, it was in the rear, yet you foolishly commanded them to fire, allowing the Saxon cavalry to seize the opportunity for attack. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sangurwo's forehead as he tried to maintain his composure. My lord Eldritch, this was an unforeseen circumstance. I did not anticipate the enemy's cavalry. Unforeseen? Eldritch interrupted, a hint of derision creeping into his tone. You dispatched all forces to the offensive, leaving not a single soldier to protect our most crucial range firepower. Is that what you call unforeseen? Sangurwo's face flushed with a mixture of anger and humiliation. He longed to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed his obstinacy that led to the downfall of the magical crystal cannon position. Although my companions and I arrived in time to eliminate that cursed cavalry unit, it changes nothing. Eldritch's gaze swept across all the kingdom's officers present, sending shivers down their spines. We have lost our last means of range suppression, which signifies that the ensuing battles will be far more arduous. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable under Eldritch's scrutiny, Sangurwo mustered the courage to respond. My lord, please rest assured that in the next offensive, I will certainly. You? A Bretonian colonel beside Eldritch suddenly scoffed, casting a look of unabashed disdain at Sangurwo. In Bretonian, he remarked to Eldritch, my lord, do not place your hopes on these Aragonian peasants. They are only capable of wasting time and sending men to their deaths. Although he spoke in Bretonian, some officers among the kingdom's ranks understood him, their faces betraying expressions of humiliation and anger. Sangurwo trembled with rage, his fists clenched tightly. Yet, he dared not retaliate, for he knew the colonel spoke the truth. Moreover, he could not afford to offend these Bretonians. Colonel Henry, I advise you to mind your words, Eldritch said coolly, his tone inscrutable. He then turned back to Sangurwo, his voice leaving no room for dissent. General, I believe the next offensive should be led by us. Sangurwo's lips moved, But ultimately, he bowed his head in defeat. Yes, my lord. He recognized that from this moment forth, the command of the battle no longer belonged to him. Colonel only. The Bretonnian smirked with satisfaction and addressed the kingdom's officers behind him in somewhat awkward Aragonian. Watch closely, country bumpkins. You shall witness how true warfare is conducted. With that, he turned and exited the tent. The new offensive commenced swiftly. This time, it was not the soldiers of the kingdom who took the lead, but rather the well-equipped and orderly Northumberland flintlock regiment. Behind them loomed the imposing armored knights of the Jyad Knights, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. The soldiers of the kingdom were relegated to the rear, ostensibly to clean up the battlefield. Squad leader, look, it's the enemy's armored knights. The exclamation of Corporal Hans reached Morin's ears. While observing from a rooftop with the corporal, Morin raised his binoculars to survey the direction indicated. He beheld several white armored knights, leisurely advancing towards their defensive line, accompanied by numerous Bretonnian infantry. The sunlight glinted off their polished armor, reflecting blinding rays. This time, in addition to the standard sword and shield configuration, many armored knights had also donned tower shields and heavy weapons. The very scenario Morin had feared had come to pass. Although his devised urban warfare system proved effective against infantry, it appeared utterly inadequate against these impenetrable steel behemoths. Notify all squads to remain vigilant. Enemy armored units are in sight. Do not engage. Prepare to fall back to the secondary defensive line and leave these foes to our armored knights. Morin slid to the edge of the rooftop and issued commands to the awaiting messenger, who immediately dispersed to notify the various positions. Meanwhile, on Morin's city map, the armored knights of the Jyad Knights advanced along different streets, shielded by surrounding knightly retainers and infantry. Deep within the city, the Teutonic Knights, having received warnings from other sentries, began to mobilize and quickly split into 6 smaller units. However, Morin's orders could not reach every defender, and many soldiers hiding within buildings, upon sighting the armored knights, succumbed to fear and opened fire. Bullets from rifles and machine guns rained down upon the 8 armored knights, yet all was in vain. Countless rounds impacted the armored knights, producing only insignificant sparks, leaving not a single scratch. The armored knights did not activate their blue shields, nor did they slow their advance, maintaining a steady pace as they moved forward. They resembled mythical creatures, impervious to blades and bullets, rendering any mortal weapon laughable in their presence. A sudden boom erupted as an impatient 105mm howitzer fired directly, but the targeted armored knight merely raised its heavy tower shield, protecting itself and the multitude of allies behind it. The shell detonated against the tower's shield, causing no significant damage and instead triggering a counterattack from the knight's other armament, obliterating the artillery position. The Bretonnian soldiers following behind erupted in laughter upon witnessing this spectacle. Did you see that? Is this the Saxon resistance? How pathetic. It's like throwing pebbles at a castle. The Saxon soldiers entrenched in the ruins watched in despair as their bullets failed to penetrate the enemy's armor, while the enemy effortlessly dismantled their shelters. An armored knight approached the first barricade, and without employing any weaponry, simply lifted its massive mechanical leg and delivered a crushing kick. The barricade, composed of wooden planks and masonry, crumbled instantaneously. It then barreled forward, trampling the wire fences and obstacles beneath its feet. Another armored knight advanced towards a 3-story building fortified by the International Brigade, a position held by André after departing from the rear with a contingent of soldiers. The armored knight raised the colossal war hammer in his hand and struck the load-bearing wall of the building with a single blow. A thunderous roar erupted as a massive hole appeared in the wall. Following this, several more strikes ensued, causing the entire structure to groan under the unbearable weight, beginning to sway violently. "Fall back! The building is collapsing," shouted the bearded André from within, his voice hoarse. As the soldiers of the International Brigade fled in panic through the rear exit of the building, scarcely having time to throw incendiary grenades. They had barely made it a short distance when the 3-story edifice, with a resounding crash, completely caved in, entombing several slower soldiers beneath the rubble forever. The relentless advance of the armored knights invigorated the morale of the drivers and the Britannian soldiers behind them. To them, the outcome of this battle was no longer in doubt. Victory was merely a matter of time. Just as the 8 armored knights dispersed to assist the infantry and thoroughly clear the street, silhouettes of armored knights appeared at the other end of the street. These were the armored knights of the Saxon Empire, adorned with the black and white Teutonic cross. Oh, have they finally decided to show themselves? Colonel Marcus, the squad commander of the Jaegers, smirked as he observed the approaching Teutonic knight from the cockpit of his St. George III. He felt no trepidation whatsoever. Having reviewed the previous battle intelligence, he noted that the Saxon Teutonic Order had been reduced to just 6 knights after their last engagement. 8 versus 6. The enemy had lost their significant numerical advantage. More importantly, the narrow city streets here restricted the Teutonic Order's favored siege tactics. As for one-on-one duels, the Jaegers had never feared any challenge from other armored knights. Marcus even believed he could topple those crude iron hulks with one hand. The St. George III, the latest model of pure magical armored knights, far surpassed the Saxons' Siegfried series in terms of armor material, protective enchantments, and magical power cores. Even against the Gallic Charles Martel II, it held a distinct advantage. This was a technological gap that mere courage could not bridge. All units, engage freely and eliminate them. Marcus commanded through the communication stone embedded in the cockpit, a significant and costly improvement that allowed short-range communication among units on the same frequency. Although intelligence suggested that the Saxons were attempting to miniaturize radio transceivers for their armored knights, they had apparently not succeeded yet. Yes, sir. Let them witness the might of the Jaegers. I can hardly wait to dismantle them, came the confident responses from the drivers over the channel. With their spirits high, the armored knights of the Jaegers spread out into various streets, eager to conclude this tedious battle with a resounding victory. However, as they approached, they noticed something unusual. The armored knights of the Teutonic Order seemed to be advancing toward them as well, and rather than wielding their customary maces or battle axes, they brandished a peculiar weapon, a long spear with a strangely concave metallic funnel at its tip. The entire weapon appeared crudely made, exuding the craftsmanship of a local blacksmith's workshop, with even the paint unevenly applied. What is that? A fire poker? I thought it was a manure fork. The Jaegers drivers laughed, unable to suppress their amusement at this apparent affront. Marcus furrowed his brow, filled with confusion, but he dismissed it as a sign of the Saxons' desperation. His vehicle was the first to confront the armored knight piloted by Ludwig. Teutonic Knight, state your name. I do not slay nameless foes. Marcus activated the external communication device of his armored knight, his tone dripping with noble arrogance. Ludwig remained silent, merely raising his shield in front of him. The weapon that Molin referred to as a combat-enhanced armor-piercing round poised beside the shield, seemingly uninterested in engaging Marcus. Foolhardy, Marcus seethed at the indifference shown. He commanded his armored knight to raise its massive armed sword, preparing to cleave the Saxon knight's limbs with his superior swordsmanship. The thunderous footsteps echoed down the street, drawing the attention of all nearby. Just as the two armored knights were about to clash, Marcus struck first with a sweeping sword strike. Ludwig, relying on his experience, deflected the incoming blow with his shield. Following Molin's instructions, he thrust the tip of the armor-piercing round to within approximately 20 centimeters of Marcus's cockpit and seized the opportunity to detonate it. The mechanical fuse triggered the bitter acid explosive within, and though it was not as swift as modern high-grade explosives, the resulting shockwave, exceeding 7,000 meters per second, precisely crushed the copper casing at the projectile's tip. In an instant, the intense heat and pressure transformed the copper casing into a searing metal jet. Due to limitations in explosive energy and the asynchronous ignition of the charge, this jet failed to form the sharpest point, yet at that moment, it effortlessly surpassed 5 times the speed of sound. The emergency shield activated by the armored knight was utterly incapable of withstanding such an intense assault, shattering like a soap bubble. Subsequently, the hypersonic, searing spear struck the front armor plating of the armored knight in a nearly straight trajectory. The tremendous momentum and extreme pressure allowed the jet to penetrate the armor material at the contact point, creating a minuscule hole as easily as a hot knife slices through butter. Boom! A blinding flash erupted between the two armored knights, the violent explosion distorting the surrounding air. The knights and Britannian soldiers trailing Marcus were oblivious to the unfolding events. They only felt a tremendous energy burst between the two armored knights, followed by a collision as both knights charged forward, propelled by inertia. When the Britannian soldiers regained their footing and looked up, they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. The Jaeger's white St. George III armored knight abruptly ceased all activity, its armed sword still poised for a second thrust. Then, to the astonishment of all, this colossal steel construct fell backward like a felled tree. Crash! The heavy body struck the ground, sending dust and debris soaring into the air. The street fell into a profound silence, everyone stunned, their minds blank. What had just occurred? Why had Colonel Marcus's vehicle collapsed? Before they could recover from the shock, the black and white armored knight discarded the peculiar spear and retrieved the iconic massive mace from its back, charging toward the bewildered infantry with an icy intent to kill, enveloping them all in a palpable aura of dread. Chapter 54. Fierce battle. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously on several main roads of Sevilla. The sudden fall of Colonel Marcus's armored knight caught the members of the Jada Knights, who had dispersed to seek one-on-one confrontations on other streets, completely off guard. On another thoroughfare, a confident driver from the Jada Knights adeptly maneuvered his armored knight forward while rhythmically striking a shield with his armed sword, exuding a fervent battle spirit. He even jested through an external device with the infantry surrounding him, proclaiming, "Soldiers, behold, a duel with an armored knight is a rare spectacle." With that, the white St. George III accelerated towards the fray. Like their squad commander Marcus, the drivers of the Jada Knights held their own pride and confidence. A confidence stemming from the formidable battle records of the Order and Brittany's overwhelming superiority in armored knight technology. Each driver of the Jada Knights firmly believed that they would never be defeated in a one-on-one encounter with the enemy. However, at the very moment two iron behemoths were about to collide, the driver observed a dazzling flash erupting from the unassuming end of the opponent's crude weapon. Subsequently, he was engulfed in darkness. The black and white painted Zigfi elegantly sidestepped, avoiding the collision. Meanwhile, the already damaged St. George III, with a new gaping hole in its armor, lurched forward a few paces due to inertia before collapsing weakly to the ground, smoke billowing from the cockpit. Nearby, another driver of a St. George III noticed that the communication channel had suddenly grown eerily silent. Yet, he paid it little mind, focusing intently on the battle at hand. With superior mechanical performance and adept piloting skills, he successfully parried the charge of the Zigfi with his shield, creating an opportunity to strike with his armed sword. Just as he prepared to counterattack, he saw the opponent thrust that peculiar weapon directly against the exterior of his cockpit. What in the world is this? That was his final thought. In a short span, the Jada Knights had lost no less than 4 armored knights to this hastily improvised energy-piercing projectile. These once proud imperial elites never comprehended how they had been vanquished before their demise. As the 4 armored knights crashed to the ground, the accompanying infantry and knight attendants fell into chaos and panic. Their greatest reliance was instantly shattered before them. A dual shock of visual and psychological devastation that was utterly catastrophic. Once the most formidable armored knight threat was neutralized, the drivers of the Teutonic Knights wasted no time, surging over the wreckage of their fallen foes and plunging directly into the infantry ranks, unleashing their fury. Bereft of the armored knight's protection, the accompanying infantry faced brutal losses under the relentless assault of the armored knights. However, the hastily crafted weapons, being purely handmade, evidently had a low success rate. Among the 6 armored knights deployed by the Teutonic Knights, while 4 succeeded in destroying their targets during the initial assault, 2 faced issues with their projectiles. One driver, upon activating his armor-piercing round, was met with a dull yellow flame that erupted forth. The explosion's potency was significantly diminished. Although it left a terrifying dent and traces of molten metal on the enemy's armor, it ultimately failed to penetrate. Damn it, what bad luck. The driver cursed in frustration within the cockpit. Fortunately, his adversary was equally startled by the unexpected turn of events, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. This provided the Teutonic driver a precious moment to breathe. Without a hint of hesitation, he discarded the ineffective weapon and retrieved a replacement energy-piercing round from a makeshift rack on his armor knight's rear. This was a contingency created by Ludwig, who had ordered the workers to produce extra rounds to address possible misfires. "Here we go again," he shouted, steering his armored knight back into the fray. The Jada Knight's driver was filled with uncertainty, oblivious to the nature of the prior attack, yet he sensed the lethal potential of that strange device. As he saw his opponent charging forward with another similar weapon, he dared not underestimate the threat. Raising his shield, and preparing to defend himself. This time, however, the Sci-Fi's movements were swifter and more cunning. The heavy metal behemoth feigned a lurch, deceiving the opponent's shield, and then accurately delivered the armor-piercing round to the side armor. Boom! A dazzling explosion illuminated the scene once more, and this time, fortune did not favor the St. George III. The vehicle emitted a lamenting groan under the strain, the side armor completely breached, and a torrential flow of molten metal obliterated everything within. As the enemy's armored knight lost control and collapsed, the Teutonic driver's momentary relief was short-lived, for heavy footsteps reverberated ominously from the side. Another white St. George III had charged around the corner, blocking his escape. "You won't get away, Saxon barbarian." Although the driver was unaware of the means by which his comrade had been defeated, this St. George III driver was evidently intent on closing in, brandishing his weapon as he advanced. Having exhausted his energy in a one-on-one duel and with his arsenal of energy-piercing rounds emptied, the beleaguered Teutonic knight soon found himself at a disadvantage against the furious and well-rested foe. In just 3 exchanges, he was outmaneuvered by the agile St. George III, which circled behind him and plunged an enchanted armed sword directly into the rear engine compartment. In the context of armored knight skirmishes, this was tantamount to death. Following a brief but brutal clash, only 4 black and white Sci-Fi armored knights and 3 white St. George III remained in the inner city of Sevilla. The balance of armored knights had shifted to 4 against 3, reinstating a numerical advantage for the Teutonic knights. More importantly, Ludwig and his comrades still possessed several energy-piercing rounds at their disposal. In stark contrast, the Jada knights, having witnessed the instantaneous obliteration of 5 armored knights, were evidently demoralized. The remaining 3 drivers no longer exhibited their previous arrogance and bravado. They gazed fearfully at the Teutonic knights, who resembled harbingers of death, and their peculiar long spears, collectively opting to retreat. This marked the day of the most significant losses for the Jada knights since their establishment, coupled with the 2 armored knights previously eliminated by Ludwig's superior forces. They had lost a total of 7 of their latest St. George III armored knights in a single day. For the Jada knights, who had always sailed smoothly and prided themselves as the spear of the empire, this was an unprecedented humiliation. Undoubtedly, this was the darkest day in the history of the order. Following such a devastating blow, the remaining Jada knights no longer recklessly advanced alone. They cautiously accompanied the knight attendants and infantry, employing the distant weaponry they had previously scorned to provide direct fire support for the infantry. The rhythm of battle slowed significantly. News of the heavy losses suffered by the armored knights swiftly reached the command post through messengers. When Ierd Lichi and the other Britannian officers heard the news, disbelief was etched on their faces. "What do you mean? How could we have lost 5 machines so soon?" Colonel Henry of Britannia exclaimed, gripping the messenger's collar, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Yes, Colonel Marcus has also perished." The messenger trembled in response. The air inside the tent seemed to freeze. Meanwhile, Commander Singu Eru of the Kingdom's army, upon learning of the significant losses suffered by the Britannians, briefly displayed an unmistakable glee before quickly masking it with a facade of sorrow and shock. Good heavens! How could this be possible? How could the Saxons achieve such a feat? Upon hearing his voice, Ierd Lichi cast a cold glance in his direction, remaining silent. At this moment, even if Ierd Lichi and Colonel Henry wished to regroup their forces and reorganize an offensive, it was already too late. A large contingent that had entered the city was now thoroughly entangled with the defenders, engaged in fierce combat in the streets. To order a retreat now would only expose their vulnerable flank to the Saxon brutes hiding in the ruins. Thus, it was no surprise that they found themselves in a predicament akin to that of Sangu earlier. "We cannot retreat. Our sacred Britannian Empire's army must never yield before these country bumpkins." Colonel Henry, in a state of distress reminiscent of General Sangu Eru's earlier demeanor, flailed his arms and commanded the reserves to prepare for battle. Ierd Lichi, however, remained wordless and turned to exit the tent, a wave of magical energy emanating from him. He resolved to personally visit the front lines. Chapter 55. Urban Warfare. Mage, all Highland mages, follow me. His icy voice resonated throughout the camp. The other 2 Highland mages and 2 apprentice mages, not daring to lag behind, immediately fell in line behind him. Gazing at the 2 young apprentices, Lichi recalled the one who had perished in the enemy's trap in the small building. These 3 apprentices were all exceptional candidates he had personally selected and had been guiding closely. He believed that, given time, they would achieve accomplishments akin to his own, thereby strengthening his foundation within the Mage Corps. This venture to assist the Kingdom of Aragon in battle was also Lichi's intention to provide his apprentices with valuable experience in overseas combat, which would greatly benefit their advancement within the Highland Mage ranks. However, prior to this, they had not even encountered the enemy before one of their own was lost to an explosion. This was undoubtedly a significant loss for Lichi, who had invested considerable effort in them. With this thought, he turned slightly to his apprentices and cautioned, "Stay vigilant, and be wary not to become careless like that Blad fellow. In emergencies, you are permitted to withdraw from combat. Understand?" "Yes, Mentor." As the 5 Highland mages prepared to set off, the newly reinforced regiment of the Northumberland Flintlock Company, under Colonel Henry's orders, surged forward. The Britannian Expeditionary Force was poised to crush the resistance within Sevilla with overwhelming numerical superiority. Meanwhile, as Molin analyzed the distribution of troop markers on the system map, preparing to tactically eliminate a Britannian squad, a warning unexpectedly flashed on the screen. "Warning, high-threat units approaching. Quantity, 5. He immediately zoomed out the map and noticed 5 new special markers representing spellcasting units approaching among the red enemy markers. One of these icons was marked with a purple high-risk label. "Damn it, Highland Mages. They VE come to the front lines." Morin's worst fears were realized. The Britannians, evidently pushed to desperation by a series of losses, had deployed their spellcasters directly. Before he could react, he witnessed the 5 icons reach the city of Sevilla at an astonishing speed. Among them, the high-risk icon representing Lichi surged almost in a straight line into the heart of Sevilla. Molin immediately deduced that he must have employed the flight spell he had seen outside the city. What is he planning? Molin fixed his gaze on the map, attempting to predict the enemy's next move. In the next moment, he saw Lichi's icon halt near the tallest church in the city center. Shortly thereafter, a squad marker near the church turned gray. Then, a violent explosion and the tremors of the ground resonated from afar. Boom! A soldier on lookout quickly approached Molin, his face filled with terror. "Squad leader, it's bad. The church's bell tower has been destroyed." A massive fireball fell from the sky and flattened it. Indeed, that bell tower was the most crucial vantage point and observation post in the city, overlooking much of the urban area and providing the defenders with vital battlefield intelligence. But now it had been taken out. This high-level mage intended to eliminate the defenders' eyes and ears first. Molin instantly grasped the enemy's intention. With the loss of their observation point, the defender situational awareness within the city would drastically diminish. A flying high-level mage could easily breach multiple layers of defense and deliver devastating blows to the headquarters. Quickly, go to the headquarters. Find a way to inform them that the enemy has a high-level mage attempting to conduct a decapitation operation. They must relocate immediately. Molin commanded the messenger nearby. Yes, the messenger, not daring to delay, dashed away. Meanwhile, on the map, the other 2 Highland mages and the 2 apprentice mages spread out, taking different attack routes. They were evidently prepared to use their magic to support the advance of the ground forces. Although this was not in line with the traditional conduct of the Highland Mage Corps, the battle within Sevilla had escalated to unprecedented intensity. On a street defended by the International Brigade, a Highland mage descended from the sky, landing among the soldiers of the Northumberland Flintlock Company. He did not seek cover, but stood arrogantly in the center of the street. "Open fire. Shoot that robed figure." The soldiers of the International Brigade concealed behind the buildings. Now aware that the Britannian Highland mages were not invincible, boldly concentrated their fire upon him. However, all the bullets were repelled by a semi-transparent blue shield just half a meter from his body, creating ripples in the air. "Damn, that shield again." From a distance, Andre, witnessing this scene through binoculars, angrily slammed his fist against the window frame. The mage, indifferent to the incoming bullets, merely raised his hand and began chanting toward a building under heavy fire. In the next moment, a fireball the size of a human head formed in front of his palm and shot forth with a whoosh. Boom! The windows of a 3-story building exploded instantly, the severe blast and flames engulfing the entire room. A squad of International Brigade soldiers inside had no time to scream before they were consumed by the expanding inferno. On another street, defended by Saxon soldiers, a similar scene unfolded. Two apprentice mages had become the core of the assault forces. The defenders continued to fire from within the buildings, even throwing grenades and Molotov cocktails in an attempt to focus their fire on the two spellcasters. Despite the relentless fall of their comrades around them, the two apprentice mages remained unscathed. Neither the bullets from rifles, nor the shrapnel from grenades, nor the fierce flames of Molotov cocktails could penetrate the seemingly fragile blue shield that protected them. It was evident that in urban warfare, achieving the firepower density of hundreds of rifles firing simultaneously was a formidable challenge, rendering the mage's protective barrier more resilient than before. The apprentice mage from the Highlands cast life sense towards a building from which fiery flashes erupted, calmly relaying the positions of the defenders to the nearby Britannian officer. To the left, 6 on the second floor, 5 on the third. This fundamental spell, developed in ancient times for reconnaissance, had transformed into a formidable asset in the heat of urban combat. Suppressive fire from the riflemen. Heavy infantry prepare to assault, armed with precise intelligence. The Britannian officer swiftly issued commands. The soldiers of the Northumberland Rifle Corps unleashed a torrent of fire upon the windows of that building. Their marksmanship was far superior to that of the previous Royal Army soldiers, though utilizing bolt-action rifles. Their rapid shooting and concentrated barrage rendered the defenders behind the windows utterly suppressed, leaving them without any opportunity to retaliate. The sounds of bullets crashing into the walls filled the room, sending dust and debris flying. The Saxon soldiers, unaccustomed to such a terrifying onslaught, panicked, with several collapsing to the ground, attempting to crawl towards the exit. Seizing the moment, several heavily armored soldiers charged forward, braving sporadic gunfire. Their massive two-handed swords easily shattered the barricaded doors and windows, allowing them to surge into the building alongside the infantry. Soon, the sounds of fierce gunfire and anguished cries echoed within. Meanwhile, another group of heavy infantry pressed forward, disregarding the hail of bullets from other directions, using their tools to forcibly dismantle the barbed wire and obstacles on the street. Witnessing this, a concealed 77mm field gun, hidden among the rubble at the street corner, was wheeled out by the artillery crew. Shielded by the cannon's protective armor against incoming bullets, the crew, albeit nervously, loaded high-explosive shells and immediately fired. The explosion engulfing the area. Several heavy infantry soldiers at work were instantly blown to the ground, lifeless. Yet their demise did not instill fear in their comrades. More cold-eyed heavy infantry soldiers pressed on from behind, continuing their task. They resembled emotionless war machines, using their flesh and blood to clear the path for the advancing troops. For the Britannian soldiers, who had previously shattered the imperial armies with thin red lines, their tactical prowess and fighting spirit were evidently superior to that of the former Royal Army. This escalation in pressure on the defenders was palpable. From the map, Molin observed that several Allied positions around the 3rd Platoon were beginning to forcefully retreat. The defense line was gradually being torn apart. Platoon leader, the International Brigade on the left, is struggling to hold. They request assistance. The 2nd Platoon on the right reported heavy casualties due to a Highland mage. As a messenger continued to relay grim news, Morin's expression grew increasingly grave. He glanced at the map, where the red arrows indicating enemy forces were converging from both sides towards the 3rd Platoon's defenses, forming a pincer movement. If no action was taken, the 3rd Platoon's position would soon become a salient, trapped, and overwhelmed. "We can wait no longer," Molin decisively declared. Grasping his rifle, he shouted to the remaining soldiers of the 2 reserve squads, "Follow me. We are going to extinguish the flames." With that, he led the fewer than 20 soldiers out of their temporary hideout, weaving between buildings towards the most pressured left flank. Chapter 56. Targeting the officers. Molin swiftly navigated the ruins and shadows of buildings with his 2 squads of reserve troops. His strategy was clear, given the demonstrated combat effectiveness of the Britannians. A head-on confrontation would be suicidal. To alleviate the pressure on the flanks, he needed to disrupt the enemy's assault rhythm. The most effective way to achieve this in urban warfare was to attempt to eliminate their commanders. The tendency of officers during this era to advance towards the front lines provided Molin with a prime opportunity. Soon, he and his men arrived at the left flank, where combat had reached a fever pitch. The soldiers of the International Brigade, relying on the remnants of buildings and barricades, were engaged in a desperate struggle against the relentless Northumberland Rifle Corps. Yet, the situation was dire, even with the theoretical advantage of urban warfare. Neither the International Brigade, nor the National Army, nor the Saxon soldiers had received adequate training. Frankly, if it were not for the inherent advantages of the defenders, their performance in urban combat was not significantly superior to that of the enemy. The Britannians had already breached the first line's buildings, and both sides were engaged in fierce room-to-room combat. Molin did not rush to join the direct confrontation. Instead, he led his soldiers stealthily up a side, three-story building. From this vantage point, he could clearly observe the bulk of the Britannian forces below. He raised his rifle, carefully scanning the enemy ranks. Soon, he identified his target, a Britannian officer, distinguished by his tie, wielding a small revolver and shouting commands. In this era, the identity of officers was unmistakable. They typically donned more elaborate uniforms, brandished command sabers or pistols, and were always positioned at the back of the ranks, issuing orders. Taking a deep breath, Molin steadied his aim and squeezed the trigger. The shot rang out, barely audible amidst the cacophony of battle. The Britannian officer commanding the fight staggered, a spray of blood erupting from his chest, incredulously glancing down before collapsing. His surrounding soldiers stood dumbfounded before they could react. Several seasoned veterans beside Molin found their targets and fired in succession. More officers or sergeants stumbled to the ground. The remaining soldiers began firing wildly at any targets they could see. The Britannian forces in this area were thrown into disarray. The relatively rigid military traditions of the Britannians meant their lower-ranking soldiers had significantly less initiative compared to their Saxon counterparts, often relying on direct orders from their superiors to engage in combat. Thus, when several officers fell, the soldiers were momentarily paralyzed, unsure whether to continue their assault or retreat. Frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, the soldiers of the International Brigade began their counterattack, overpowering the bewildered Britannian troops. "Well done. Keep it up. Focus on those with ties," Molin whispered, commanding his small team that resembled a pack of hunters lurking in the shadows, methodically targeting key enemy personnel with precise shots. However, their attacks soon revealed their approximate position to the enemy. A barrage of rifle fire erupted towards their building, bullets chipping away at the walls. After several shots struck the window frame, Molin and the others refrained from exposing themselves. Worse still, the soldiers of the left-wing International Brigade could not withstand the mounting casualties and began to retreat. However, Molin could hardly blame them, for most members of the International Brigade, hailing from diverse corners of the world, had not undergone military training prior to their arrival in the Kingdom of Aragon. They had merely participated in less than 3 months of basic training after receiving their equipment, before being hastily thrust into combat. Thus, aside from their morale and resilience, it was difficult to assert that their combat proficiency significantly surpassed that of the kingdom's conscripts. As they retreated, the once relatively stable defensive zone of the 3rd Platoon was gradually transforming, just as Molin had anticipated, into a salient besieged on 3 sides. This was the situation he dreaded most. Should the enemy act with any greater speed, it was highly likely that the 3rd Platoon would find itself completely encircled. A retreat was imperative. Molin made a decisive choice. He dispatched the last remaining messenger to inform the platoon commander, Klaus, to gather all available squads, including the heavy machine gun positions and field artillery, to abandon their current positions immediately and retreat to the 3rd line of defense deep within the city. "I will find a way to delay the enemy. Go swiftly." The messenger complied and departed. Molin, however, made an even bolder decision. He glanced at the remaining soldiers beside him, which included Sergeant Bowman, who had just joined from a nearby retreat, along with his 2 battered squads, totaling 29 individuals. "Sergeant Bowman, here, platoon leader, are you daring enough to play a high-stakes game with me?" Morin's eyes sparkled with a hint of madness as he regarded him. Sergeant Bowman flashed a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. "Whatever you say, platoon leader, we shall do." "Excellent." Molin clapped his shoulder heartily and then rummaged through the supply bag for a rough map of Sevilla, speaking to him. "We will not retreat. Instead, we shall advance. We will infiltrate behind the enemy's rear and deliver a punishing blow. Then we will maneuver back to our positions." Infiltrate? Although Bowman and his soldiers did not fully comprehend the nature of the infiltration Molin described, excitement coursed through them. After all, they believed that by following Molin, They could deliver an unforgettable lesson to these Britannian foes. Soon, Molin led his small contingent, utilizing their unimpeded panoramic view of the entire map, disappearing into the labyrinthine ruins. Meanwhile, platoon commander Klaus received the messenger's orders. The composed and capable commander furrowed his brow upon hearing Morin's plan. He understood the perilous nature of the platoon leader's decision. Should it fail, that small squad would be lost without a trace. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was currently the only means of buying time for the larger force to retreat. Moreover, he had an instinctive feeling that this dangerous engagement could only be accomplished by Morin himself. Yes, carry out the orders. Klaus did not hesitate for a moment. Promptly organizing his troops, he swiftly relayed the orders to all available squads, instructing them to provide alternating cover as they orderly retreated to the rear. The heavy machine gun team disassembled their weapon and tripod, retreating under the infantry's protection. The two precious cannons, through the efforts of the gunners, were harnessed again and dragged deeper into the city. Although the entire retreat process was tense, under Klaus's seasoned leadership, it proceeded with remarkable order. Chapter 57. Infiltration on the other side. Molin led his squad swiftly through the debris and shadows of the buildings. On the map, the pieces representing both the enemy and their forces intermingled, vividly illustrating the intensity of the conflict. Neither the Britannian soldiers nor the kingdom's troops had engaged in such complex urban warfare before. They lacked sufficient experience and had not considered the necessity of thoroughly controlling the buildings they had cleared. In their perspective, as long as they pushed forward along the streets, annihilating all visible enemies, victory would be theirs. This simplistic and crude tactic might prove effective against conventional field battles, but in urban combat, it revealed fatal weaknesses. They cleared one building and immediately rushed to the next, leaving no reserve forces to solidify their hold over the occupied territory. This oversight provided Molin and his team with an opportunity. Like phantoms, they traversed through areas the enemy mistakenly deemed secure, continuously penetrating towards the rear of the enemy lines. Soon, Molin identified an ideal target on the map. It was a contingent of fewer than 100 Britannian infantry, advancing along a street, seemingly serving as the rear guard for the entire company. This was their chance. Molin assessed the distance between them and other units on the map, and resolved to strike at this isolated force. He swiftly maneuvered his squad to a position ahead of the enemy's advance route, locating a relatively intact cluster of buildings. Sergeant Bowman, here, take your 2 squads, and ambush from the second floors on either side of the street. Once the enemy draws near, open fire for a few rounds, but do not linger. Immediately vacate the buildings and move towards this rendezvous point behind that house. Molin pointed to a location on the paper map as he rapidly assigned the task. I will take the remaining troops and establish an ambush in this row of buildings on the enemy's right flank, creating a long-range side-fire position. This is a classic L-shaped ambush. The short side will provide the primary suppressive fire to draw the enemy's attention, while the long side will deliver a decisive blow from the enemy's flank. Is that clear? Understood. Sergeant Bowman nodded earnestly, leading his soldiers who quickly vanished into the ruins. Amidst the chaotic city, the remnants of various buildings and barricades allowed Bowman and his team to maneuver covertly. Molin, with the remaining soldiers, stealthily slipped into a dilapidated small building on the enemy's flank. The Saxon soldiers, clutching their rifles, nervously edged toward the windows on the first and second floors. They held their breath, even clearly hearing the sound of Britannian soldiers' boots scraping against the gravel outside, along with their raucous conversations. Everyone's hearts raced with anticipation. They awaited a signal. Just then, from the front of the street, Sergeant Bowman and his team opened fire first. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid gunfire erupted from the building where Sergeant Bowman lay in ambush, the lethal bullets instantly claiming the lives of several Britannian soldiers at the forefront. The sudden assault plunged the Britannian unit into chaos. Enemy attack. Up front. Conceal. Find cover quickly. All attention was immediately drawn to the forward firepower. They instinctively raised their weapons to aim ahead while pressing their bodies against the walls on either side of the street, seeking shelter. They were entirely unaware that this instinctive action to seek safety was leading them straight into the embrace of death. At that moment, Molin lifted his rifle. He aimed at an officer within the enemy formation who was waving his arms and shouting. Bang! He used his first shot as a signal, the bullet accurately piercing the officer's chest. Following this, the other soldiers in the building began to fire frantically through the shattered windows at the targets outside. The deadly ambush firepower was instantaneously established. The Britannian soldiers, who were desperately seeking refuge against the walls, had yet to pinpoint the enemy's exact location when bullets suddenly erupted from their sides, knocking them down one by one. They were utterly bewildered. Bullets seemed to rain down from all directions. They attempted to retaliate, but found themselves unable to identify the enemy's precise position. The stark contrast between the dark room and the brightly lit street provided Molin and his squad with a significant advantage, as they operated in the shadows while the enemy remained exposed. The soldiers of Bulitania could only recklessly fire towards the darkened windows, relying on the flickering light of their gun barrels in a futile counterattack. Soon, the Saxon soldiers in the room completed 3 or 4 rounds of firing. Molin, however, was not enamored with the fleeting victories. Upon observing the main enemy forces on the map, which had begun to dispatch reinforcements towards their direction, he promptly issued the order to retreat. Fall back. Had he and his soldiers been equipped with MP-18s or other weapons of greater firepower, he would have sought to achieve more significant results. Regrettably, the infantry of this era was still equipped with monotonous bolt-action rifles, and their grenades were nearly expended. Nevertheless, this posed little concern for Molin, as his objective was not the annihilation of these foes, for the panicked enemies within the town. Casualties were more detrimental to their advance than mere corpses, and dealing with the wounded was far more troublesome. After all, while one could temporarily ignore the dead, the wounded would soon become corpses if left unattended. Strike and flee, never linger in battle. This encapsulated the essence of urban guerrilla warfare. He led his men swiftly out through the rear of the building, vanishing once more into the ruins. The reinforcements, rushing back with great fervor, found nothing but a ground strewn with bodies and wounded, with not a single assailant's shadow in sight. Yet before they could catch their breath, Molin approached them proactively. After reuniting with Corporal Bowman, they quietly circled around to the flank of the returning troops and employed the same tactic once more. The Bulitania soldiers, preoccupied with rushing to support their beleaguered comrades, marched in a tightly packed formation, utterly oblivious to their surroundings. They were then struck down en masse by Molin and his men from the side. The continuous assaults from behind left the Bulitania commander, responsible for the offensive in this area, utterly bewildered. He roared at the other officers beside him. What is happening? How can there be enemies behind us? Have we not cleared this street? Did those Saxons emerge from the ground? He could not fathom how the enemy, previously repelled, had reappeared like phantoms in his rear. Molin's tactical maneuvering, utilizing a comprehensive map to weave through and disrupt the enemy, although not inflicting devastating damage, successfully stalled the advance of several hundred foes. The Bulitania forces were left in uncertainty, unaware of the number of enemies surrounding them. They were compelled to halt their advance, allocating some of their strength to protect and evacuate the wounded, while others initiated a thorough search of the rear, attempting to locate this infernal guerrilla unit. This provided precious time for the main force of the 3rd Platoon to withdraw. However, as the Bulitania began to mobilize more troops to support this area, Molin and his small squad gradually found themselves ensnared in a larger net. At this juncture, Molin recognized that his disruptive tactics had reached their limit. Meanwhile, Platoon Corporal Klaus, leading the main force, counted the numbers after safely retreating to the 3rd defensive line. Originally fully staffed and bolstered by 2 additional infantry squads, the 3rd Platoon now numbered only 36. He was uncertain how many men Molin had with him, but he estimated it could not be too many, and the prolonged absence of his platoon leader left him restless. I must go to assist the platoon leader. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed the other soldiers to hold their positions and personally led a squad towards the direction where Molin was engaged in guerrilla tactics. At that moment, Molin lay ambushed near the corpses and wounded of the recently attacked enemies, preparing to employ the same tactic once more, using the bodies as bait for another round of ambush. After executing this final strike, he would exploit the opening created to break through. Through the system map, he observed a sizable enemy search party approaching their direction. Prepare for battle. We'll strike once they draw near. Molin whispered orders to his comrades, while half-pulling his rifle bolt to check the chamber. All held their weapons tightly, their hearts racing in anticipation. However, just as the enemy was about to enter the ambush zone, Molin noted something amiss among the enemy ranks. Among the ordinary Belytania soldiers were two figures clad in mage robes and two unusually tall, heavily armored soldiers. On the system map, the designation of the two mages was clearly displayed as Highland Mage Apprentice. Had they begun to mix these elite units? The presence of mages introduced variables into his ambush. He was uncertain of the abilities of these mage apprentices, but instinct and experience warned him against engaging in an uncertain ambush. Yet, as Molin prepared to signal a retreat, he noticed the two mage apprentices halt near the wounded and corpses, raising their hands to cast brief spells towards the buildings on either side of the street. One apprentice, facing Morin's position, soon displayed a look of horror. Upon casting Life Sense, he detected a multitude of clear life signatures emerging from the seemingly deserted, dilapidated building ahead. This is bad. There's an ambush. Many of them. He cried out in terror, observing from a distance. Molin realized his intentions had been betrayed the instant he saw the apprentice's expression change and heard his frantic shouts. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action, raising his weapon and pulling the trigger. Bang! The Saxon soldiers hidden within the building unleashed their firepower in unison, responding to Morin's gunfire as a signal. The street became a scene of chaos, as unsuspecting Belytania soldiers were instantly felled in large numbers. However, the two mage apprentices and the two heavily armored soldiers survived, shielded by their mage armor and robust armor. They're in that building. Rush in and kill them. The surviving mage apprentice screamed in both fear and fury, directing the remaining soldiers to launch an assault on the structure where Molin and his men were holed up. The soldiers of the Northumberland Flintlock Company exhibited their elite organization and morale at this moment, although they had just suffered significant losses. Under the commands of their officers and mages, they quickly reformed their ranks and, led by the two heavily armored soldiers, charged towards the interior with grim determination. At that instance, another small team, having stealthily approached the rear of the Belytania troops following the gunfire, was led by Corporal Klaus. The Belytania are attacking that building. Our comrades must be inside, remarked a sergeant alongside him. With most of their allies having retreated, the only one still engaging the enemy at this position must be the platoon leader and his men. Klaus, observing the flickering lights of gunfire from within the building and the enemy storming forward outside, quickly grasped the current situation. Prepare to attack. Let's hit those Belytania from behind. Inside the building, upon seeing the enemy closing in, Molin shouted, "Grenades!" Several grenadiers immediately pulled the pins and hurled the few remaining grenades from the second-floor windows. Boom! 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 3 grenades detonated amidst the charging Belytania soldiers. The searing blast of heat and the shrapnel flying through the air once again felled many. The two heavily armored soldiers at the forefront were also staggered by the shockwave of the explosion, feeling as though their very limbs were numbed. Nevertheless, driven by remarkable tenacity and fortified by their enchanted armor, they pressed on towards the entrance of the building. With a resounding crash, one of the heavy infantrymen kicked open the precariously swaying door, surging in alongside the infantry behind him. However, the moment they entered the structure, regret washed over them. They lamented their decision to heed the commands of the two apprentice mages, for instead of wielding sword and shield, they were burdened with colossal two-handed swords. The confined indoor space rendered their massive blades ineffective for the slaughter of the ordinary infantry they had been accustomed to. Yet, their responses were swift. They quickly reversed their swords, gripping the unsharpened blade and hilt with both hands, employing the crossguard and counterweight for close-quarters combat. Several skilled Saxon archers, concealed behind the corners and furniture of the room, relentlessly unleashed volleys towards the helmets of the two armored soldiers, sparks flying and their heads ringing with each impact. Others frantically targeted the ordinary soldiers who follow behind. At this stage of the battle, strategy had been forsaken. What remained was pure instinctual carnage. Both sides were blinded by rage. The cacophony of battle cries, gunfire, and the screams of William intertwined within the cramped confines. 2 more grenades. Sergeant Bowman bellowed as he retreated to the staircase to reload, promptly tossing 2 grenades into the fray. The violent explosions left even the Saxon soldiers on the first floor momentarily stunned. When the dust settled, not a single Britannian soldier remained standing in the room. The 2 heavy infantrymen, though still alive, stumbled as they moved, their armor riddled with bullet holes and dents. Finish them! A group of Saxon soldiers roared as they charged from behind cover. Their rifles emptied. They had no time to reload and instead affixed bayonets. During earlier debriefings, soldiers who had survived close combat shared tales of how Molin had dispatched heavily armored foes with his bayonet. Thus, these Saxon soldiers, driven by fervor, lunged their bayonets towards the vulnerable gaps in the heavy infantryman's armor, underarms, necks, and other weak points. After barely toppling a few charging Saxons with the counterweights of their massive swords, the valiant heavy infantrymen finally exhausted their last reserves of strength and collapsed. We got them. Yet before the surviving Saxon soldiers could savor their triumph, two fireballs, each the size of a human head, suddenly soared through the window. Watch out! Molin managed to shout a warning, but the next instant, the fireballs detonated violently in the center of the room. The tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the entire first floor, the horrifying heat and shockwave instantaneously consuming all, even collapsing a corner of the second floor. Molin could only witness the icons of his two infantry squads on the system map, stationed on the first floor, turn to gray in an instant. 12 soldiers engaged in the fight on the first floor were lost just like that. Had Sergeant Bowman not fortuitously retreated to the staircase, he too would likely have met the same fate as those soldiers. At this moment, Molin, including himself, counted but 18 remaining. Outside, the two apprentice mages were preparing to cast their spells once more, intent on eradicating the enemies within the building. Just then, a barrage of gunfire erupted behind them. Bang! 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 Klaus, leading his squad, had maneuvered around and launched a surprise assault on the Britannian forces. Several Britannian soldiers, tasked with covering the mages, fell to the ground in response. This sudden turn of events left the two apprentice mages in shock. In a panic, they turned around to see another squad of Saxon soldiers emerging from the ruins, leading them to believe they were encircled. Terrified, the mages attempted to don their protective spells, only to discover that their lifeline of magic had been completely exhausted for the day. Lamenting their earlier choice to waste remaining spells in a fit of anger against already surrendered foes, they realized too late that most of their prepared spells had been depleted in earlier conflicts. Overwhelmed by fear, the words of their mentor echoed in their minds. Retreat. Quickly retreat. They instantly resolved to flee, abandoning any pretense of a fight under the cover of a few remaining soldiers. Molin, unaware that the two apprentice mages had exhausted their spells, recognized this as perhaps their only opportunity in the midst of the frenzied street combat. Should these two mobile artillery-like mages escape, they could wreak untold havoc on their allies. They cannot be allowed to flee. With eyes ablaze, Molin charged down the slope formed by the collapsed second floor. As he led his men out of the building, he shouted in Saxon, "Watch for friendly fire! Watch for friendly fire!" Klaus understood Morin's intent immediately upon hearing his voice. "Everyone, be cautious with your fire. Follow closely to cover the lieutenant." The two squads surged forward, pursuing the fleeing enemies. A grenadier trailing closely behind Molin hurled his last grenade with all his might as they ran. The grenade arced gracefully through the air, landing perfectly behind the enemy and detonating. Boom! The massive explosion sent them sprawling. Before they could regain their footing, Molin and the Saxon soldiers surged forward, rifles equipped with bayonets, embodying the very essence of retribution. Kill. The Saxon soldiers had all mastered the close combat techniques taught by Molin. As they reached the enemy, they refrained from rushing into melee. Instead, they decisively fired off their last remaining rounds. Unorthodox, yet effective. Bang! Bang! At such close range, aiming was unnecessary. The two Britannian soldiers tasked with covering fire fell instantly. What followed was a gruesome display of bayonet combat. The remaining two Britannian soldiers attempted to intercept Molin, who had succumbed to a frenzied state. With a single thrust, he drove his bayonet through the throat of the first soldier. Witnessing his comrade collapse, clutching his throat as blood gushed forth, staining Molin and transforming him into a figure of death, the last soldier's resolve shattered. He bellowed, charging with his rifle in a desperate attempt to trade blows. Yet, he was met with the sight of the bloodied Saxon officer halting in his tracks. Raising his rifle to aim, bang! The soldier, struck in the forehead, fell lifelessly, bewildered as to why this seemingly frenzied figure had suddenly acted with such calm precision. Molin, expressionless, ejected the spent shell and chambered another round, his icy gaze fixed upon the two apprentice mages as if they were already dead. The other Saxon soldiers rushed past him, quickening their pace. This scene was witnessed by the two mages as they glanced back, their fear amplifying in response to Morin's gaze. These two noble apprentices of the Highland Mage Guild had never envisioned a day when they would be confronted at such close quarters by enemy infantry. In their perception, the mage was forever a majestic figure, standing under the protection of countless soldiers, serenely chanting spells and effortlessly annihilating swathes of enemies with a mere wave of their hand. This was not the scene at present, where they found themselves rolling in mud and blood, a far cry from their envisioned elegance and might. Faced with the glinting cold steel of bayonets, panic seized them entirely. Their mage armor had lost its efficacy, and in their frantic state, they could only instinctively conjure the most rudimentary spell, Mage Hand, to push back the two Saxon soldiers charging at them with ferocity. Yet in the next instant, the bayonets of Corporal Molin and Corporal Bowman had brutally pierced their bodies, one from the left and one from the right. The ICS 1898 bayonet effortlessly penetrated their ornate mage robes and fragile flesh. One apprentice mage, in disbelief, looked down at the bayonet lodged in his abdomen, blood gushing forth from his mouth. Molin, with an impassive expression, twisted the rifle, causing the bayonet to churn within the apprentice's body, inflicting maximum damage upon his internal organs. Following suit, Corporal Bowman mimicked the action, and soon these once arrogant apprentice mages breathed their last, collapsing limply to the ground. The remaining Britannian soldiers were swiftly dispatched by the Saxon troops. Breathing heavily after withdrawing the bayonet, Molin surveyed the chaos around him. Understanding that lingering here was not an option, despite his fatigue, he knelt, propping himself up with one hand on his rifle, and quickly rifled through the corpses of the two apprentice mages. Soon, he unearthed two heavy tomes resembling spell notes, along with several vials containing mysterious liquids and powders. Though he heard the notification sound indicating the unlocking of spell entries and the acquisition of the personal training manual, Fundamentals 2, Molin had no time to examine them in detail, hastily stuffing these items into his satchel. Clear the battlefield. Let us see what usable weapons we can find. We must leave at once to regroup with the main force of the 3rd platoon. Molin commanded the surviving soldiers. Before long, this team, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, swiftly vanished into the ravaged streets of Sevilla. Imperial Saxon Air Force Zeppelin-class armored airship L-30. Status: approaching destination. Estimated arrival time: 1 hour 05 minutes. Chapter 59. The moment of reckoning guided by the system map. Molin led his comrades through the streets and buildings, gathering the scattered friendly units. Some were Saxon soldiers from other companies, their platoon decimated and structure obliterated, scurrying through the ruins like headless flies. Others were fighters from the International Brigade and the National Army, the circumstances of their convergence unknown, momentarily surviving amidst the remnants of a crumbled edifice. When Molin encountered these remnants, many soldiers were so tense they could not recognize their allies. Had he not spotted the nearby unit insignia and shouted greetings in Saxon and Aragonese, a friendly fire incident might have easily ensued. As Molin, along with Klaus, Bowman, and this hastily assembled unit, entered the defense zone currently occupied by the 3rd platoon, several Saxon soldiers suddenly emerged from a nearby building, weapons raised. Password. Molin froze, unable to recall the password he had established. Bavarian white sausage. A weary soldier beside him blurted out, "You cannot hear the church bells at noon. Welcome back." The soldiers within the building relaxed, lowering their weapons. However, before they could exchange further words, Klaus beckoned the leading soldier inside. "Come down here." Upon hearing Klaus's command, the soldier rushed out to stand before them. Take a good look at who this is. It was only then that the soldier recognized the grimy-faced individual beside him as his new platoon leader. Yet it was hardly his fault after the recent urban combat. Morin's distinctive helmet had long since vanished, and his hair was caked with dust while his face bore the marks of smoke and soot, obscuring his original appearance. Once the messenger regained his composure, he stood straight and saluted. "Apologies, sir, I did not recognize you." "Not at all, not at all." No need for salutes in a combat zone. Molin hastily lowered the soldier's raised hand and continued walking forward, speaking to Klaus. "It's commendable to maintain discipline. Just remember to inform me of the password next time." "Yes, that was my oversight, sir," Klaus replied. "By the way, what prompted the sudden need for a password?" Molin inquired with curiosity, recalling that in such pre-World War I military contexts, password identification was not commonly practiced. Even if it were, it would typically only be established during field encampments. We encountered other units where soldiers from the Royal Army had stealthily donned the uniforms of our fallen comrades in an attempt to breach our lines. Is that so? Were they attempting to infiltrate for an attack? Not quite. Klaus shook his head, a complex expression crossing his face. According to a few Royal Army soldiers who surrendered after being discovered, they believed they would be executed by their officers if they tried to escape to the rear. Thus, they sought to traverse our defensive zone and flee south from the city. More inside, shaking his head in response. The two continued their conversation, and soon led their men back to a temporarily secure control area. At this moment, Morin finally felt he could take a breath, considering himself fortunate to have survived the urban warfare. Of course, this was also attributable to the era's individual firepower, coupled with the relatively low intensity of the combat here. Had the setting been akin to World War II, he would likely have perished by now. He looked around at the soldiers, covered in smoke and blood, their faces etched with exhaustion and numbness, and felt a wave of complex emotions wash over him. Urban warfare was indeed a veritable meat grinder. Before the battle commenced, his 3rd platoon, bolstered by an enhanced heavy machine gun squad, had numbered over 100. Yet now, even accounting for the stragglers they had gathered along the way, only about 60 soldiers remained capable of taking a breath. This was still under the circumstances that they had the advantage of defense and some theoretical guidance on urban combat. Morin could scarcely fathom the number of corpses left behind by the attacking Royal Army and the Britannians in this city. He opened the system map once more, his gaze sweeping over the blue insignias representing his own forces. Based on the troop statistics from the insignias, he calculated roughly and discovered that the situation for their side was quite dire. Before the conflict began, the combined forces of the Saxon Expeditionary Corps, the International Brigade, and the National Army totaled nearly 20,000 troops. However, following the previous offensives and the recent urban combat, the total number of blue insignias on the map had dwindled to fewer than 12,000. To make matters worse, this remaining force was scattered across several isolated defensive zones within the city, unable to support one another and forced to fight independently. The area where Morin was located was currently the largest and most critical core defense zone within the city, as the headquarters of the 16th Brigade was situated within the city hall in this region. Perhaps the brigade headquarters had received an early warning and made a timely relocation. Or perhaps the high-ranking Mentor Eldridge, after destroying the church bell tower, had not immediately pinpointed the exact location of the headquarters. In any case, for the moment, the command center of the 16th Brigade appeared to remain secure. Morin's gaze shifted to the map's periphery, where the red insignias representing the enemy were densely packed. Having already occupied the vast majority of the urban area of Sevilla, he roughly counted at least 6 battalion-level units insignias, poised to launch an assault on their defensive zone. In contrast, their own side could muster only 3 battered battalions for combat. The situation in his 1st Battalion's 3rd Company was particularly dire. The entire battalion had been fragmented, with the battalion headquarters and other companies seemingly trapped in another area. Thus, only the 1st Company remained in this sector, and aside from his relatively intact 3rd Platoon. The 1st and 2nd Platoons had been nearly decimated in prior skirmishes, with their combined strength dwindling to fewer than 70 men. Sighing, Morin massaged his throbbing temples, forcing himself to regain composure. This was not the time for lamentation. He wandered through the defensive area centered around the city hall and quickly located his company commander, Captain Hauser. The seasoned officer was perspiring profusely as he directed the personnel from the field kitchen and supply unit, loading crates of ammunition and supplies onto the front lines. These soldiers, usually non-combatants, had shouldered rifles, and despite their lack of combat experience, they were prepared to engage due to their military training in critical moments. Upon seeing Morin return safely with his men, a genuine smile broke across Captain Hauser's face. Without hesitation, he enveloped Morin in a bear hug, his strength nearly stealing Morin's breath away. "Good lad, I knew you would return," Captain Hauser exclaimed, patting Morin's back with a mix of relief and sorrow. The commanders of the 1st and 2nd Platoons had perished in combat, and the company had suffered significant losses. Though anticipated, hearing the news left Morin at a loss for words. While he had not known those 2 platoon leaders well, just a few hours prior they had convened to discuss defensive strategies. During the attack on Shung Yasijuo village, one of the platoon leaders had been among the first to support Morin's tactics. "Now, don't you dare think about comforting me with talk of war. Casualties are inevitable." Captain Hauser released him, quickly resuming his tough demeanor. though Molin could tell he was merely concealing his grief. Now the entire 3rd Company is counting on you and me. Your mind is sharp. You must assist me in commanding the upcoming battle, understood? Yes, sir. Molin immediately stood at attention and saluted. Captain Hauser waved his hand, leading Molin to a gathering of other officers in the defensive sector. After a brief introduction to the others, they learned that the urban warfare theory issued by the brigade headquarters had been proposed by this newly graduated 2nd lieutenant. Young minds indeed think quickly. It seems our previous experiences and theories are becoming outdated. Lieutenant Molin, share your thoughts on how we should defend this final line. The mid-level Saxon officers gathered there were surprisingly amenable. Or perhaps, at such a critical juncture, they had cast aside their useless pride, focusing solely on survival. The group soon engaged in intense tactical discussions. Ultimately, at Morin's suggestion, they decided to employ previously proven tactics, discreetly dispersing part of their forces into the buildings flanking the streets, maximizing crossfire to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. This task fell to several Saxon units, including Morin's 3rd Company, which, though appearing small in number, was comparatively intact compared to others that had suffered grievous losses. After finalizing the plan with Captain Hauser, Molin promptly returned to the previous defensive area with a contingent of National Army troops to take over the defense. After relinquishing the position to these more heavily battered units, he regrouped with the 3rd Platoon and the surviving soldiers to join Captain Hauser, then began to infiltrate forward along the buildings. As they neared their position, Molin glimpsed a familiar silhouette through the building's window in a side alley. It was a Siegfried I-armored knight, adorned with a black and white Teutonic cross. However, it was currently lurking in the shadows of the alley, its massive body nearly blocking the entire passage. From the tactical number on its shoulder armor, it was undoubtedly Colonel Ludwig's mount. The Teutonic Knights had attempted to eliminate another enemy armored knight in prior engagements, but had regrettably suffered a failed ambush, losing another Siegfried I in the process. Now, the remaining 3 armored knights were concentrated in this core defensive area, tasked with the crucial duty of protecting the 16th Brigade headquarters. Yet, this also meant that once the enemy discovered the presence of 3 armored knights in this area, they would surely deduce that this was the location of the 16th Brigade headquarters, leading to an even fiercer assault. Just as Molin contemplated whether to seize the opportunity to greet Ludwig and exchange intel, new activity emerged at the end of the street. A dense wave of Britannian and Royal Army soldiers advanced like a human wall toward their position, marking the opening act of what would be a decisive battle. As Molin and the members of the ambush team detected the enemy's approach, the defenders on the core line also became aware of the advancing foes. Enemy sighted. Open fire. A member of the temporary artillery command shouted. The 2 77mm field guns and the lone remaining 105mm howitzer, positioned in front of the City Hall square, quickly unleashed a deafening roar. Over the span of several hundred meters, the gunners had already adjusted their barrels to near horizontal levels and aimed at the densest concentration of enemy troops at the end of the street, pulling the firing lever. 3 high-explosive shells, with a sharp whistle, instantly traversed the distance, plunging into the ranks of the Britannian assault. Boom! 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 The resounding explosions erupted in succession, sending massive plumes of smoke soaring, hurling enemy soldiers and their weapons skyward. The searing shockwave and flying shrapnel radiated outward, instantly clearing a vast area, while the air became thick with the pungent scent of blood and burnt flesh. This sudden bombardment momentarily stymied the first wave of the Britannian charge. Well done, Molin whispered in admiration from behind a second-floor window. He was convinced that if they could deliver a few more rounds like that, no matter how resolute the enemy's will, or how ruthlessly the supervising officers executed deserters, no infantryman could muster the courage to charge down a straight street under such direct artillery fire. After all, not every infantryman could be called a death brigade. However, just as the defending gunners opened the breach to reload, an unforeseen event transpired. 3 white steel giants suddenly burst forth from the smoke and dust. It was the armored knights of the Guard Knights, the 3 St. George III armored knights. Abandoning their previous solitary arrogance, formed a tight, triangular formation. They proactively raised shields emblazoned with the Guard Knights emblem, effectively shielding the infantry behind them, resembling a mobile wall of steel as they charged toward the City Hall square. Perhaps for the first time, these lofty knightly figures actively sought to protect the infantry. It's the armored knights, My God, the knights are shielding us. The Britannian soldiers hiding behind the armored knights, upon witnessing the imposing and sturdy figures standing before them, quickly regained their composure from the earlier panic caused by the bombardment. It should be noted that these noble armored knights had never before exhibited such behavior. They had regarded ordinary infantry merely as expendable resources, much like the Highland mages. Soon, the Britannian infantry displayed renewed fervor and ferocity, chanting "Long live the Guard Knights," as they closely followed the armored knights, rapidly advancing forward. A simple yet effective tactical collaboration, befitting this era, has emerged organically. In Chapter 60, the mindset of the mage undergoes a slight transformation. Quick, keep firing. Do not let them advance. The Saxon officer on the battleground shouted hoarsely, fully aware that allowing the enemy's armored knights and infantry to close in would spell disaster. The gunners of the three artillery units desperately accelerated their loading speed, shoving shells into the chambers once more. Boom, boom, boom. The three cannons fired in unison again. However, this time, they failed to achieve the same results as the initial volley. The armored knights stood like an insurmountable wall, their shields and the blue magical barriers activated by their very constructs forming a dual layer of defense. The high explosive shells detonated against the shields, creating violent ripples of energy and dazzling sparks. Yet they consistently failed to breach that formidable defense. The armored knights pressed on, undeterred by the cannon fire, their heavy metallic footsteps echoing like war drums upon the blood-soaked streets. Just as one could not foresee what worse calamities lay ahead, a more dire mishap occurred at this critical moment when artillery fire was desperately needed to suppress the infantry. That precious 105mm howitzer, perhaps due to the sustained high-intensity firing or an issue with the shells themselves, suddenly emitted a deep, resounding roar after its third shot, followed by the cannon barrel violently bursting apart. Boom! The horrifying misfire instantly consumed the entire crew. Several gunners had no time to scream before being thrown to the ground by the explosion. Scorching metal shrapnel and the shockwave of the blast also affected the two nearby 77mm field guns. One field gun's carriage was directly overturned, while the other, though seemingly intact, saw its crew scattered. The critical long-range, suppressive fire of the Saxon defenders at the town hall was thus completely obliterated in mere seconds. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the Saxon soldiers reflected despair. With the artillery suppression gone, the three St. George III models accelerated their advance, as nothing now stood in their way. The massive metal feet of the white armored knights clanged against the cobblestone streets, accompanied by the thunderous shouts of the Breton infantry, creating a cacophony that suggested the battlefield was on the brink of total collapse. However, one must not forget that Ludwig and his comrades were prepared for an ambush. At the moment the three St. George III models dashed past the alley where the Teutonic Knights lay in wait, Ludwig commanded the armored knight's arm to press down. In this context, that gesture could only mean one thing. Now, action. Immediately, two Siegfried I models, armed with melee-focused anti-armor projectiles and lurking in the shadows of the alley, sprang forth like two poised tigers, one to the left and one to the right. They held their anti-armor projectiles aloft like the lances of knights, targeting the side armor of the two St. George III models. Alarm bells rang. The drivers of the armored knights from the Guard cavalry had already realized that the enemy possessed a weapon capable of annihilating armored knights in an instant. Thus, when adversaries wielding such weapons appeared unexpectedly beside them, panic ensued. It was akin to M4 Shermans encountering enemy soldiers armed with submachine guns in the Pacific Theater. Watch out for the enemies on the sides. They cursed. They attempted to turn their armored knights around and raise their shields to block, but the Teutonic Knights, who had awaited this moment, would not squander such a precious opportunity. Brilliant flames erupted at the alley's mouth. This time, fortune did not favor the Guard cavalry. Two anti-armor projectiles detonated successfully, two streams of superheated metal, traveling at speeds exceeding 5 times the speed of sound, pierced through the seemingly impenetrable armor of the St. George III models. The high-temperature, high-pressure metal streams shattered the delicate magical devices within, turning the cockpit's pilot into an indistinguishable mass of charred remains. Boom! Boom! With two dull explosions, the two St. George III models fell to the ground like giants stripped of their bones. This sudden turn of events left everyone astounded. Captain Morin and Lieutenant Hauser, traversing the right side of the building, happened to witness this breathtaking spectacle through a window. The steel giants collapsed before their eyes, the explosive light and shockwave threatening to shatter the glass. This close-range encounter between armored knights was enough to send adrenaline surging even through the seasoned Morin, who had seen much in his time. True warriors, he mused, are not only about pulling the trigger, but also about piloting their mechas with fervor. Yet, he quickly realized that this was the perfect opportunity to attack. Now, follow me. Without hesitation, he led a portion of his soldiers through a previously breached wall, moving to flank the infantry group behind the armored knights. Fire at will. Grenades. Molotovs. Throw anything you have. A torrential downpour of bullets and explosives rained down like hail upon the unsuspecting Breton infantry, instantly disrupting their formation. The Saxon ambush team, positioned across the street, responded immediately upon witnessing Morin's assault, and gunfire erupted throughout the thoroughfare. The elevated crossfire left the Breton soldiers scrambling for cover, unsure where to hide. Under the command of a recovering officer, the unscathed Breton soldiers bravely attempted to advance into the buildings on either side. However, with most ground floors blocked, they could only assault those structures defended by Saxon soldiers, turning the entrances into veritable death traps. Wave after wave of charging Breton soldiers fell, grenades and Molotovs exploding at the doorways, while bullets flew in all directions, claiming the lives of terrified souls. The Saxon soldiers understood that if the Bretons breached the buildings, they would very likely perish within. Conversely, the Breton soldiers realized that if they could not penetrate the structures, they would likely die on the streets. As the heavy weaponry from the Saxon front line continued to rain fire on their position, with no retreat available, both sides were left to wager their lives for the ultimate victory. Amidst the ranks of the Breton assault, a Highland mage, encircled by soldiers, involuntarily took a step back as he observed the unfolding chaos. Shortly after entering the city to support the troops alongside the high-ranking mentor, this mage regretted his decision. He had never imagined that battle could possess such terrifying facets. Initially, he had utilized various spells to aid the Breton soldiers in swiftly overcoming multiple obstacles and making significant progress into the city. Yet, he soon realized that this was merely the beginning of a nightmare. As the front line advanced, the enemy emerged not only in front of their forces, but from all directions, even from cleared areas behind them. His once plentiful spell slots now felt incredibly precious in the face of skirmishes occurring every 10 minutes or even more frequently. This Highland mage found himself wishing for 100 spell slots more. As the Highland mage prepared his spells today, he found himself running low, having exhausted even 2 third-tier fireballs during the process of clearing the room. For the first time on the battlefield, he experienced a profound sense of helplessness. This feeling, mingled with dread, transformed into sheer terror when he met up with his allies advancing from another street and witnessed a fellow mage, similarly drained of spells and bereft of the protective mage armor, being torn in half by the enemy's heavy machine gun. From that moment on, the Highland mage no longer charged to the front as he had at the outset. Instead, he retreated behind the soldiers. He realized that apart from a few trivial cantrips, he had only one mage armor left to preserve his life. This realization deepened his regret for having hastily expended flight upon entering the city, mirroring the actions of Mentor Aerdirgi in the central battlefield, as 2 St. George III units were obliterated in an instant. The combat among the armored knights shifted to a favorable 3-1 situation. Victory for the Teutonic Knights seemed imminent. Altogether, eliminate the last one, commanded Ludwig, his voice resonating with uncontainable excitement. He maneuvered his vehicle alongside his aide, William, and another Siegfried unit, charging from 3 directions towards the last remaining St. George III. The driver of the Guard Knight unit was utterly bewildered. He watched helplessly as his 2 companions were swiftly annihilated by that bizarre weapon, without even a chance to retaliate. The jarring distortion of his worldview left his mind blank. He could not comprehend why those Saxon fire sticks, which appeared so rudimentary, wielded such terrifying power. Hadn't the Guard Knights maintained an advantage on the battlefield for centuries? Why had everything changed so abruptly? In that fleeting moment of shock, the 3 black and white painted armored vehicles encircled him. With survival instinct and knightly honor compelling him, he issued a final roar from the cockpit. For the glory of the Guard Knights. He raised a shield and swung his armed sword, attempting one last desperate struggle. Yet, under the assault of the three Siegfriedi units, his resistance appeared feeble and ineffective. Ludwig's mace, along with William and another knight's axe, descended upon him from three angles simultaneously. The heavy weapons, accompanied by a whistling wind, struck fiercely against his shield and armor. The clang of metal reverberated, sparks flying. Although the armor of the St. George III was sturdy, it could not withstand such relentless onslaughts. Soon, its surface was marred with horrifying dents and cracks. One arm was severed by William's axe, and its movements grew increasingly sluggish. Meanwhile, on one side of the street, Molin and Captain Hauser soldiers had engaged in close-quarters combat with the enemy. Although the heavy infantry of the Northumberland Flintlock Company had suffered devastating losses during their advance within the city, a final contingent had successfully stormed into the building. They were immediately overwhelmed by a horde of Saxon soldiers pouring down from the second floor, who pressed them to the ground with a fierce, life-for-life strategy, stabbing at their helmets and the gaps in their armor. Nevertheless, this brief window of firepower allowed more Britannian soldiers to rush into the room. They quickly gunned down the Saxon soldiers on the first floor and attempted to advance to the second floor via the narrow staircase. Molotov cocktails! Molotov cocktails! We can't hesitate any longer. Molin, hiding behind the staircase, shouted as he retrieved a fresh bridge clip from his ammunition pouch. Upon hearing his command, the Saxon soldiers inside the building acted without hesitation, igniting two incendiary bottles and hurling them at the entrance. In an instant, a raging fire engulfed the densely packed Britannian soldiers, causing them to writhe in agony. Their actions soon ignited curtains, tablecloths, and other flammable materials within the room. And given that most of the furniture was wooden, the fire rapidly spread throughout the entire first floor. All right, hand me a Molotov cocktail. Everyone else retreat to the adjacent building. A soldier quickly passed Molin a Molotov cocktail, while others fired a few shots down the staircase before following Captain Hauser through the hole they had created in the wall. Molin retrieved a matchbox from his pocket, lit the cloth of the Molotov cocktail, and hurled it into the staircase. Boom! The explosive flames swiftly repelled the Britannian soldiers attempting to ascend the stairs, allowing Molin to take advantage of the chaos and retreat to the adjacent building. He glanced at the countdown timer on his system interface. Less than half an hour remained until the armored airship arrived. Although he was uncertain of the airship's firepower, the fact that the system had issued a countdown suggested it would not disappoint. Just half an hour more to endure. How could they possibly lose against an airship? At that moment, both sides of the conflict felt a chilling surge of magical energy emanating from above. Instinctively, Molin, crouched beneath the window, lifted his gaze, his pupils constricting sharply. There, a figure clad in an ornate mage robe floated gracefully in midair, cold eyes surveying the scene below as if observing a colony of ants. It was the high-ranking mage Aer Dirgi. Chapter 61. Aer Dirgi? Armed helicopter. Aer Dirgi's expression was as dark as a storm cloud, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Clearly, the catastrophic losses suffered by the Holy Britannian Empire Expeditionary Force and the Guard Knights had thoroughly enraged this Highland mage's esteemed mentor. The final straw that broke the camel's back was the discovery of the corpses of his two apprentices, brutally slain by those foot soldiers he regarded as mere ants. This meant he had lost 3 carefully nurtured apprentices in a single day. Even in the Holy Britannian Empire, the number of newborns with magical potential dwindled yearly, let alone promising candidates. To be selected as an apprentice of the Highland Mage Corps was to be among the exceptional few. It was crucial to note that the Highland Mage Corps might only recruit a handful of qualified apprentices every few years. Aer Dirgi had secured these 3 remarkable apprentices through multiple overseas campaigns for the Empire and 2 significant spell enhancements. Given their demonstrated aptitude for magic, coupled with the resources provided by the Highland Mage Corps and Aer Dirgi himself, their future as archmages seemed almost assured, barring any unforeseen circumstances. For Aer Dirgi, the ability to cultivate high-ranking mages would not only elevate his influence, but also enhance his standing within the Highland Mage Corps. Yet now a mishap had occurred, and he had lost them entirely. On the other hand, upon catching sight of this high-ranking mage, Molin felt his heart sink to the depths. Although he had previously succeeded in dispatching 2 apprentice mages, it was due to their lack of combat experience, which had left them flustered in close quarters with infantry. However, The entity before him was a genuine high-ranking mage, certified as a high-risk unit by the system, capable of turning the tide of battle single-handedly. On the battlefield, everyone took note of this unexpected guest. The fierce combat momentarily halted. The Britannian soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers upon seeing Dirji's figure, their morale soaring. The soldiers of Saxony, pallid and trembling, were overtaken by an unmistakable fear. It was merely a single mage, one we had already repelled once before. What was there to fear? Continue the assault. Lieutenant Hauser bellowed, striving to maintain morale. Without hesitation, Molin raised his weapon, aimed, and fired, prompting the soldiers of the third line around him to follow suit, targeting the mage hovering above. Yet, Eldritch seemed indifferent to the infantry below, his gaze firmly fixed on the three Siegfried units engaged in a fierce battle with the last enemy. Although the Highland mages were accustomed to launching area of effect spells from behind layers of protection, neither Eldritch nor any other mage had experience in close combat with armored knights. Nevertheless, this high-ranking mentor, completely consumed by fervor, regarded these metal behemoths as his primary targets. Before he proceeded, he found the gunfire emanating from the nearby buildings somewhat bothersome. Eldritch did not descend, but remained suspended in the air above the street, raising his left hand adorned with several ornate rings. He pointed his finger towards the building where Molin and his comrades were situated. At that moment, the ruby ring upon his finger shimmered, and a spell was instantaneously cast. A fireball, larger than a basketball and ablaze with dark crimson flames, materialized before his fingertip, hurtling towards the very building where Molin and his comrades had just been firing. "Look out! Retreat!" Molin managed to shout a warning. Boom! Surprisingly, perhaps due to Eldritch's lack of precision, the fireball did not crash through the window as anticipated, but instead struck the outer wall of the structure. However, this fireball, conjured by the ring, possessed far greater potency than those cast by apprentice mages. The explosive force instantly blasted a massive hole through the bullet-riddled wall, and the resulting shockwave collapsed half of the roof. Debris rained down like a storm, forcing Molin, Hauser, and the others to retreat in disarray to the adjacent building, relinquishing this hard-won stronghold. Yet this was merely the beginning. After driving Molin and his companions back, Eldritch shifted his focus to the armored knights in the street center. He raised his hand once more, this time clutching a spell scroll he had just extracted from his robe. With a surge of mana to activate it, Eldritch tore open the precious scroll, crafted from the legendary spells of the Highland Mage Guild. In an instant, a colossal sword, composed entirely of a translucent energy field and shimmering with a pale violet glow, materialized before him. Seventh Circle spell, Sword of Duncan, a renowned conjuration created by ancient legendary mages, celebrated among the mage community. "Go!" Eldritch commanded, pointing forward. The energy sword, as if imbued with life, surged forth at astonishing speed towards one of the Siegfried units. The pilot of this armored knight had anticipated such an attack and maneuvered to evade. Regrettably, he had underestimated the remarkable agility of the energy sword conjured by this high-tier spell. "I can dodge artillery shells. Surely I can evade this," flashed through the pilot's mind. However, the pale violet sword traced a graceful arc through the air, slightly altering its trajectory before accelerating towards its target. With a sickening thud, the unadorned thrust pierced the nearest Siegfried unit with brutal force. The pilot, bewildered, did not comprehend what had transpired before the indomitable energy sword impaled both him and the cockpit, creating a transparent hole. The armored knight's actions abruptly ceased before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. "Damn it!" Molin exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration upon witnessing the spectacle. He had to concede that these high-ranking mages were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Was their ability to obliterate armored knights in an instant not a touch excessive? This sudden arrival on the battlefield, hovering and attacking the infantry within buildings, followed by a tracking assault on the armored knight, felt eerily reminiscent of the infamous Hellfire helicopters. Meanwhile, Eldritch, feeling a sense of relief after his successful strike, revealed a cruel smile. After the initial success, he altered his gesture, prompting the hovering energy sword to launch another attack. This time, its target was Ludwig's vehicle. The energy sword completed a final agile spin in midair before descending at an awkward angle to strike. "Colonel, watch out!" William's terrified voice echoed through the external speaker of the armored knight. Ludwig's reaction was swift. Upon realizing that evasion was futile, he raised his shield to block the impending strike. Yet, the sword's sharpness far exceeded his expectations. With a resounding clang, the heavy shield, capable of withstanding cannon fire, was cleaved in two and crashed to the ground. Nonetheless, this block altered the sword's trajectory, and with unrelenting momentum, it struck Ludwig's vehicle on its legs. Clang! Accompanied by the piercing sound of metal fracturing, the robust mechanical legs of Ludwig's Siegfried I unit were severed cleanly. The massive machine lost its balance and toppled backward, crashing down beside the ruins from which Molin and the others had barely escaped, kicking up a cloud of dust. Colonel Ludwig, Molin and Lieutenant Hauser gasped in shock. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The previously overwhelming 3-1 advantage evaporated with Eldritch's intervention, as one Siegfried I unit was annihilated, and Ludwig's vehicle was rendered immobile, having lost its legs. The only remaining unit standing was the Siegfried I piloted by Ludwig's aide, William. "Damn it!" William roared, his eyes ablaze with fury as he witnessed his commander and comrades fall. Overwhelmed by grief and rage, he temporarily forgot his fear of the high-ranking mage. Just as Eldritch prepared to command the hovering Sword of Duncan for a final strike against Ludwig, William made an unexpected move. He abandoned his own beleaguered St. George III unit and took control of his armored knight, charging forward with heavy strides like a frenzied bull, aimed directly at Eldritch. "You damned spellcaster!" Eldritch, taken aback by the audacity of this Saxon tin daring to attack him, displayed a moment of astonishment. "Your two comrades have been dispatched, and yet you still dare to provoke the authority of a high-ranking mage?" He scoffed, preparing to wield the energy sword to eliminate this reckless challenger. However, William's movements were swifter than Eldritch had anticipated. The heavy body of the armored knight erupted with astonishing speed at that moment. As the force-field sword of Ierd-Lequy turned, William's Zeige, Fey, Type 1, surged towards him. The lack of combat experience from this high-ranking mentor led to a grave misjudgment of the situation. Had he elevated his position slightly or attempted to create distance instead of remaining stationary, the outcome of this battle might have been drastically different. Regrettably, Ierd-Lequy, fixated on controlling the force-field sword, foolishly hovered at a height of 3 to 4 meters. William's armored knight charged with a swiftness beyond what he had anticipated. A colossal mechanical fist, imbued with tremendous force, struck Ierd-Lequy before he could evade. A thunderous crash echoed as Ierd-Lequy was sent sprawling, akin to a pedestrian struck by a speeding carriage, his body soaring like a kite with its strings severed. The hovering armed helicopter was elbowed down by the armored knight. The blue mage armor that had been persistently maintained had already sustained damage from the attacks of Morin and others, and now, against the steel fist, it shattered like an eggshell, scattering into motes of blue light that dissolved into the air. Ierd-Lequy traced a chaotic parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily into the rear ranks of the Britannia infantry, toppling a swath of soldiers. A spurt of blood erupted from Ierd-Lequy's mouth. He felt as though his internal organs had been displaced, and every bone in his body felt as if it were on the verge of fracturing. The pain radiating from his chest and abdomen made him acutely aware that he had surely broken several bones. Nevertheless, as a high-ranking mage, his prolonged exposure to magic and magic crystals had fortified his body, rendering him far more resilient than an ordinary person. Though his armor was breached and he was grievously injured, Ierd-Lequy did not succumb immediately, still struggling to rise from the ground. "Well done, Lieutenant William," Morin exclaimed upon witnessing this scene, vigorously shaking his fist before urgently beckoning the soldiers nearby. "Quick, rescue Colonel Ludwig." He and Captain Hauser dashed towards the collapsed Zeige, Fey Type 1, attempting to pry open the cockpit and extract Ludwig from within. However, in their haste, they overlooked another perilous threat on the battlefield, the lone St. George Type 3. The pilot of this armored knight, witnessing the 3 enemies besieging him, was momentarily stunned as his fellow mages dispatched 2 of them. Upon witnessing the last enemy send the high-ranking mentor flying, he hesitated only briefly before raising his armed sword. He paid no mind to Ierd-Lequy's plight, nor did he regard the tenuous relationships between the Britannia Knights and the Highland mages. Thus, his fierce gaze was now fixed upon the motionless Zeige, Fey, Type 1, and the soldiers surrounding it. Die Saxon scum. The driver of the Guard Knights let out a sinister laugh, maneuvering his damaged armored knight, now with only one functioning arm, forward, wielding the immense armed sword as he approached. He aimed to deal a final blow to the cursed Zyge Fey type, one before grinding the bothersome infantry into a pulp. Watch out, the enemy is coming. A Saxon soldier screamed in terror. The defenders at the distant position, upon witnessing this, needed no orders from their officers and immediately unleashed a torrent of fire upon the St. George Type 3. The sound of clattering bullets rang out as countless rounds struck its armor, igniting a flurry of sparks, yet failing to inflict any substantive damage. In that moment, the armored knight's overwhelming dominance over the infantry was starkly evident. Molin observed the approaching iron giant, its surface marred with grease and scratches, as his mind raced to devise a solution to their dire predicament. Rifles? Grenades? Useless. Previous battles had shown that these individual weapons could not inflict effective harm. Just as anxiety gripped him, his peripheral vision caught sight of something. A powerful armor-piercing round that had fallen beside Ludwig's machine when it collapsed. A frenzied thought surged through Morin's mind. Although designed for temporary use by armored knights, he, as the designer, understood that while its weight was considerable for an adult male, it was not entirely unmanageable. If he could bear it and approach the St. George Type 3, detonate it at close range. He glanced at the encroaching armored knight and then at the armor-piercing round on the ground, hesitating momentarily. Why should he risk his life for a nation he had only arrived in 48 hours prior? In that fleeting moment of doubt, a bloodied and muddy hand grasped his collar from behind, dragging him back. It was Captain Hauser. Captain? Molin turned to see a face marred by injuries and blood. Hauser's pallor was alarming, his lips devoid of color from blood loss. Morin's gaze dropped, and he gasped in horror at the sight of a sharp wooden splinter protruding from Hauser's abdomen, blood gushing forth and staining his gray uniform a ghastly crimson. Captain, you're wounded. Quickly, find a place to lie down, Molin exclaimed, panic-stricken, reaching out to support him. Don't mind me. Captain Hauser's voice was weak yet resolute. He thrust a bundle wrapped in cloth into Morin's arms and pushed him towards the interior of a building. You are still young. Survive. These were Captain Hauser's last words to Molin. Resolute, he turned and charged out of the building with a vigor that belied his injuries. His actions captured the attention of two other grievously wounded Saxon veterans who could barely stand. Upon witnessing Hauser's resolve, they exchanged glances and saw the same determination reflected in each other's eyes. The armored knight loomed before them, its armed sword raised high, shimmering with enchanted blue light, preparing to plunge downwards to deliver the final blow to Ludwig's machine. Then, they beheld a sight that sent chills down their spines. 3 infantrymen, seemingly appearing from nowhere, bent low and summoned every ounce of strength to lift the hefty firewood stick from the ground. Not good, flashed through the armored knight driver's mind as he recalled his 2 comrades being obliterated by such a weapon. Alarmed, he abandoned the Zyge Fey Type 1 and immediately redirected his aim, swinging the armed sword down upon the 3 infantrymen wielding the lethal weapon. His shield had long been lost along with his severed left arm in previous combat. Now, the only way to thwart these 3 crazed soldiers was to chop them into pieces before they could detonate that damned weapon. As the massive blade descended upon them, neither Captain Hauser nor the 2 veterans displayed an ounce of fear. They merely lifted their heads, facing the lethal gleam, and summoned the last vestiges of their strength to unleash a deafening roar. The glory of the Saxon Empire shall endure, they roared in fury. And at the same moment, Captain Hauser fumbled to activate the mechanical trigger at the tail of the armor-piercing projectile. Boom! A brilliant flash of fire once again erupted upon the battlefield. The searing metal jet, with an unstoppable force, brutally penetrated the cockpit of the St. George III. The pilot of the Order of Catter, along with his steed, was utterly reduced to a heap of scrap metal in this devastating strike. However, the cost was equally grievous. The tremendous shockwave from the explosion, coupled with the armed sword that continued to descend due to inertia, simultaneously struck the 3 valiant soldiers. Captain Hauser and the 2 veteran soldiers did not even witness the destruction of their adversary before being torn to shreds in the chaos of the explosion and the blade's descent. Crimson blood stained the ravaged earth. Meanwhile, Molin, thrust into the debris, could only watch the scene in horror, his eyes nearly bursting with despair as his nails dug deep into the flesh of his palms, yet he could not muster a sound. On the other side of the battlefield, William, the last standing knight in armor, charged into the disarrayed ranks of the Britannian infantry, initiating a bloody rampage. His objective was clear: to eliminate the gravely wounded mage, Eldridge. According to pre-battle intelligence, despite being a high-ranking sorcerer, Eldridge had limited spells he could cast each day. Today, he had already utilized several high-tier spells, such as Transmute Rock and Sword of Mage Duncan, based on the spell slots available to a mage of his caliber. Unless he resorted to using high-level spell scrolls, he theoretically could not cast any spells that posed a threat to the armored knight. However, high-level spell scrolls were handcrafted and exceedingly rare, only produced by high-ranking archmages, making them strategic assets even in Britannia. Thus, this moment might present the optimal opportunity to eliminate Eldridge. With this thought, William's murderous intent intensified. He maneuvered the Zyge Fei Eye, akin to a tiger among sheep, each swing of his battle axe claiming the lives of several Britannian soldiers who could not escape in time. Soon, he cleared the surrounding obstacles and stood before the struggling Eldridge on the ground, ready to cleave this architect of their catastrophic losses into mere flesh. Just then, with blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, Eldridge leaned on his nearly broken staff and struggled to rise. Gazing at the massive battle axe poised to descend upon him, a ghastly yet frenzied smile crept upon his face. With trembling hands, he retrieved a seemingly unremarkable parchment scroll from his ornate but blood-stained robe. Then, using his teeth, he forcefully broke the spell seal on the scroll. A slender, almost innocuous green ray shot forth from the scroll, silently striking the Zyge Fei Eye that William piloted. 7th tier spell, Disjunction, Chapter 63. Our war behemoth enters the fray. There was no violent explosion, no blinding flash of light. The green ray spread across the armored knight's body like a drop of ink falling into water. Wherever the green light touched, whether it was the sturdy steel armor or the intricate internal machinery, it disintegrated and collapsed at a visibly rapid pace. Within the cockpit, William had no time to utter a cry of astonishment before he and his steed were consumed by the eerie green light. Mere seconds later, as the green glow dissipated, the Zyge Fei Eye, which had been poised for attack, found its entire upper half, including the cockpit and arms, completely vanished. Only 2 broken mechanical legs remained, standing forlornly before crashing to the ground with a clang. The entire battlefield fell into a profound silence once again, the eerie and terrifying scene leaving all present in utter shock. Eldridge, the high-ranking mentor of the Highland Mage Order, had finally eliminated the last unit that posed a significant threat to him, albeit at the cost of his own severe injuries and a priceless forbidden spell scroll. Coughing violently, he spat out another mouthful of blood, then shakily rose to his feet, leaning on his cracked staff. His robe was tattered, stained with blood and dirt, his once luxurious and elegant curls now disheveled, giving him a pitiable appearance. Yet, on his pale face lingered a sickly, mad grin. He surveyed the befuddled Saxon soldiers and the equally stunned Britannian troops around him. Gradually bending down, he picked up a sword that had fallen from an unknown Britannian officer. Gathering all his strength, he pointed the sword forward, directing it toward the Saxon defensive position, and with a hoarse voice, he issued his final battle cry. The enemy has no soldiers left to use. Charge! For the sacred glory of Britannia. Charge! His voice shattered the battlefield silence. The Britannian and royal soldiers, after a brief moment of shock, erupted into a thunderous cheer. Their greatest threat, the Saxon armored knights that had rampaged through the infantry, had been annihilated. Victory appeared to be within reach. Charge! Slay those Saxon barbarians. Under the leadership of their officers, the Britannian soldiers regained their morale and surged forward toward the town hall for a final assault. This time, the royal soldiers originally assigned to clean the battlefield also, under the supervision of their officers, followed behind the Britannians in a charge. In an instant, the entire street was nearly filled with the advancing soldiers. On the other side, the Saxon soldiers, witnessing the enemy's charge, opened fire without needing orders from their officers. Bullets from rifles and the sweeping fire of heavy machine guns rained down upon the charging Britannian troops. Though frontline soldiers fell one after another, the remaining Britannian soldiers pressed on, utilizing some debris and flower beds that had not been cleared as cover to retaliate. The soldiers of the Norsenberg Flintlock Corps believed that as long as they could reach the enemy's position and engage in close combat, they would ultimately secure victory. Molin, amidst the chaos, called to the surviving soldiers within the side buildings, preparing to establish a defensive position and attempt to rescue Ludwig before retreating to their lines. Just then, A system notification suddenly rang in his mind without warning. The Saxon Empire Air Force Zeppelin-class armored airship L-30 has arrived. Please prepare for attack guidance upon hearing the notification. Molin instinctively looked up toward the sky. The heavens remained cloaked in thick, grayish-yellow clouds tainted by gunpowder, obscuring visibility. However, Molin noted a new marker on the mini-map that resembled the icon of a war behemoth from a game he once played. Simultaneously, he discerned a low rumble emanating from above the clouds. The sound grew closer, louder, and clearer, causing the earth to tremble slightly in response. All on the battlefield, whether the charging Britannian and royal soldiers or the despairing Saxon defenders, instinctively raised their heads toward the source of the sound. Even a high-ranking mage, Eldritch, who was engulfed in a frenzied state, furrowed his brow, and the manic laughter on his face froze. Immediately, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the thick gray-yellow clouds were violently torn apart as if by an invisible giant hand. From the rift in the clouds emerged a colossal figure, so immense it obscured the sun. It was a gigantic, rigid airship, resembling the Zeppelins from the world Molin had traversed, yet its size was even more formidable. The primary distinction lay in the singular, integrated gondola beneath the massive envelope. Unlike the three independent gondolas of the Zeppelin in Molin's memory, this airship featured a single gondola nearly two-thirds the length of the envelope itself, resembling the deck of a battleship rather than a traditional gondola. Most astonishing to Molin was the sight of 4 twin-barrel turrets, 2 in the front and 2 in the rear, mounted upon this deck. Although Molin could not discern their exact model, it was evident that these gun barrels, resembling naval artillery, were not of negligible caliber. Additionally, there were several structures akin to machine gun turrets and bomb release hatches. The massive white envelope of the airship was emblazoned with a striking emblem, a resplendent black eagle with outstretched wings, which was none other than the insignia of the Saxon Empire. "It is our airship. It is a Zeppelin. It is a Zeppelin." After a brief silence, the Saxon stronghold erupted into a cacophony of ecstatic and incredulous cheers. Hope. At the moment when despair had consumed everyone, hope descended from the heavens. No, it cannot be. Eldritch gazed upward, dazed by the miraculous apparition of this behemoth, his complexion draining of color. As a senior instructor of the Highland Mage Corps, he was well aware of such war machines employed by the Saxon Empire. Yet, he could not fathom how this armored airship could appear here. Had not the intelligence department reported that the Saxon airships were stationed at the borders, confronting the Gauls? Were they not diligent in gathering intelligence? Meanwhile, as Molin was awestruck by this colossal war beast, Ludwig's armored knight opened its cockpit. Upon witnessing this, Molin immediately signaled the other soldiers for cover fire, then sprang from the ruins to assist Ludwig in climbing out. "Colonel, look, it is our armored airship," Molin exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him, momentarily losing control of his emotions in this life-or-death situation. "Cough, cough, I see it, but be gentle," Ludwig replied, retreating to the opposite side of the armored knight while hissing in pain. He suspected several of his ribs were fractured, rendering him unable to move vigorously for the time being. Once he confirmed his physical condition was dire and that he could not rise, he tightly grasped Molin's hand and said, "Molin, I need you to assist me in executing the final attack guidance." Attack guidance? Yes. It was originally intended to be directed by the armored knight, but as you can see, this knight is incapacitated. However, within the cockpit's storage box, there is a signal pistol and a few signal flares meant for emergency guidance. I need you to retrieve them and fire the signal flares above the heads of the Britons. Molin immediately grasped Ludwig's intent. Although the armored airship appeared to be brimming with vigor, conducting ground support from the air was no simple task, given the current technological standards exhibited in this world. Especially in the chaotic urban combat environment, any misfire could likely result in friendly casualties. Thus, the signal flares Ludwig referred to were likely the key to directing firepower. Chapter 64. The Black Eagle flag flutters over Sevilla, having confirmed that the signal flares were crucial for directing the armored airship's attack. Molin swiftly climbed atop the wreckage of the downed Siegfried I. The narrow cockpit was permeated with a pungent mixture of machine oil and other unidentified gases, devoid of the control sticks or mechanisms Molin had anticipated. Aside from some incomprehensible instruments and magic crystals, 2 glove-like devices hung on either side of the pilot's seat. Searching through the storage box beneath the pilot's seat, Molin soon unearthed a sturdy leather case. Opening it revealed a signal pistol and several specially crafted signal flares. The signal pistol appeared quite ordinary, not differing much from the folding signal pistols in his memory. However, the signal flares were strikingly unusual. Their bodies were far more refined than standard signal flares, and the tips and brass casings were intricately inscribed with myriad tiny runes, suggesting the application of magical engineering. Molin clicked the barrel open, loading a flare from the rear before sealing the chamber again. Cautiously, he peered out from behind the rubble of the damaged armored knight. Witnessing a scene that resembled hell on earth, the Britons and Kingdom troops surged forward like madmen, while the machine guns from the Saxon positions unleashed torrents of fire upon the advancing throngs. Every second, soldiers fell, only to be instantly replaced by those behind them. Molin aimed for the densest part of their ranks. Ludwig urged, leaning against the wreckage of the mech, suppressing his agony to guide Molin's target. Nodding in acknowledgement, Molin elevated the pistol and abruptly pulled the trigger. Bang! With a crisp report, the signal flare arced into the sky, exploding overhead amidst the advancing Britons. Unlike ordinary signal flares that emitted blinding light, this one left behind a shimmering display of translucent, glimmering points, reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night, gradually dissipating. Report to the captain. A targeting beacon for the Teutonic Knights has been identified. On board the L-30 armored airship, an observer, crouched over the transparent observation window, fixated on a massive lens, reported loudly. Through the lens, an area within the smoke-laden city was distinctly encircled by a flickering blue magical marker, standing out remarkably. Calculate firing parameters. Once completed, relay to all gun crews. Open fire at will. The captain, a stern-faced middle-aged officer, promptly issued the attack order. A series of commands swiftly traveled through the brass, speaking tubes of the bridge, reaching the various gun positions on the lower deck of the airship and a small, separate chamber. Within this chamber, several Saxon mages dressed in distinct blue uniforms gathered around a complex apparatus, beginning to calculate the trajectory and firing parameters based on the beacon's location. Intricate and esoteric runes flowed across a crystal panel before them, ultimately forming sets of numbers, which were then transmitted to the various turrets. Firing parameters established. High explosive shells loaded. Commence attack. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of cannon fire rolled like distant thunder from the heavens. The 8 203mm twin-barrel turrets on the lower deck of the armored airship unleashed waves of devastating flames. 16 203mm naval guns unleashed a relentless barrage, their shells whistling through the air with a piercing shriek, striking the street ahead of Molin, now densely packed with Britannian soldiers. The ground trembled violently as the soldiers, who had just been charging forward in reckless abandon, were caught completely unawares, and death descended upon them from the heavens. The ferocious explosions instantly engulfed the entire street, shaking the earth and causing buildings to wail in agony. A searing shockwave, laden with countless shrapnel and debris, formed a tempest of death, tearing everything on the street into fragments. Under such overwhelming firepower, human bodies were as fragile as paper, instantly shredded by the shockwaves and projectiles. With just one volley, the tide of the charge abruptly ceased, transforming the street into a hellscape of blood and fire. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Subsequent volleys, adjusted from various turrets, began to extend their fire deeper into the attacking forces, while armored airships began to slow their descent. As the armored airships lowered in altitude, they eventually hovered several hundred meters above the street. Immediately, a series of bomb hatches opened beneath their decks. Heavy bombs, the size of gas canisters, were continuously released with a mechanical clatter, plummeting into the thick smoke generated by the bombardment below. Boom! Even more violent explosions ensued. The entire city seemed to tremble under the relentless barrage, as colossal mushroom clouds mixed with black smoke ascended into the sky. The stone structures flanking the street collapsed like blocks struck by a giant hammer, burying countless soldiers who had no time to escape beneath the rubble. After the bombardment, the densely packed semi-spherical MG-08 heavy machine gun turrets on the lower deck of the airship commenced their assault. Deadly fire rained down, mercilessly targeting any remaining moving targets on the ground. The Britannian soldiers who had miraculously survived the earlier bombardment were now utterly shattered. They could no longer think of advancing nor hear the screams of their officers. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else, and everyone screamed and cried, recklessly fleeing backward. Morin leaned against the wreckage of an armored knight, supporting Ludwig, as he stared blankly at the war beast in the sky that relentlessly unleashed its firepower. Momentarily lost in thought. Was this thing truly that formidable? Was it not akin to suspending a cruiser in the sky? Was this the strategic weapon of the Saxon Empire? The fusion of industrial might and magical technology had birthed a war machine whose power far exceeded his imagination. Moreover, the carrying capacity of this armored airship was evidently superior to the Zeppelin airships Morin had known before his crossing, not to mention the lower deck fully covered in armor. The 8 203mm twin turrets alone could not be light, let alone the numerous munitions stored in the bomb bay. Simultaneously, the enormous gas bags above, under close scrutiny, exhibited energy fluctuations akin to magical shields, indicating that these gas bags were also protected. Morin finally understood why the Saxon Empire could stand toe-to-toe with the venerable hegemon. The Holy Britannian Empire, despite its lagging magical prowess, as long as the armored airships maintained their altitude, rendering them immune to magical threats. The ground forces seemed to have no effective means to counter these aerial behemoths. These otherworldly Germans truly possessed something remarkable. In contrast, the Germans of Morin's previous world had turned industrial advancement into a farce. The emergence of the armored airship was akin to the final straw that shattered the morale of the Britannian expeditionary forces and the Royal Army. Within the city of Sevilla, the attacking troops on all fronts wavered upon witnessing that colossal behemoth blotting out the sky. Conversely, the morale of the defenders soared, for the armored airship, while launching attacks, also broadcasted the military music of the Saxon Empire through multiple high-powered speakers. As the defenders began their counterattack, the attacking forces faced a comprehensive rout, fleeing in panic from the city that had exacted such a toll on them. The flags of the Saxon Empire, emblazoned with a black eagle on a yellow field, finally rose once more over the various high points in Sevilla. Morin gazed at the fluttering flags, his mouth agape for a moment before murmuring, "This truly is the insignia of the divine realm." After leaving countless corpses in the streets, the enemy, who had launched an assault on the town hall's defenses, finally retreated entirely. The airships ceased their bombardment, merely circling overhead and occasionally firing machine guns at any remaining survivors on the ground. Morin, accompanied by the 20 or so soldiers still under his command, emerged from the rubble. He first dispatched a messenger to the rear positions to notify the medics and stretcher teams to come forward to evacuate Ludwig and other wounded. He then carefully made his way toward the thoroughly ravaged street with Klaus, Bowman, and the others. They needed to secure the battlefield and confirm that no threats remained. More importantly, they sought to ascertain the fate of the high-ranking mage Eldridge. The scene on the street made the seasoned veterans, who had endured an entire day of bloody combat, feel a surge of nausea. The street bore no resemblance to its former self, pockmarked with massive craters and collapsed buildings. The Britannians and royal soldiers had left countless corpses, with almost no intact bodies to be found under the merciless fire coverage of the armored airships. The air was thick with a potent mixture of the scent of blood, the acrid odor of gunpowder, and the nauseating stench of charred flesh, creating a truly repugnant atmosphere. "Squad leader, over here," a soldier suddenly shouted from not far away. Morin and Klaus hurried over to find a pile of charred debris, from which fragments of fabric, still faintly showing their once exquisite patterns, lay scattered. Beside the fabric was a half-burned staff and some indistinguishable body parts. It had to be him. Morin nodded as he gazed at the remnants of the robe. The high-ranking mage who had caused them so much trouble had ultimately failed to survive under such cataclysmic firepower. With the confirmation of Eldridge's demise, Morin and the others breathed a sigh of relief, knowing all too well that the mage's previously displayed combat prowess had been exceedingly formidable. Just as Morin prepared to lead his men away, another soldier approached, clutching a somewhat singed little notebook. "Squad leader." This was found nearby, along with some other fragments of robes. "Please take a look." Chapter 65. Spells. Morin took the little notebook from the soldier, brushed off the ash and grime, and immediately revealed a somewhat tattered cover beneath. Upon opening and flipping through it, Morin discovered that it was similar to the tomes he had previously seized from 2 apprentice mages. It was the spellbook of this high-ranking mage. It contained numerous insights into spell research and casting experiences. As Morin perused the pages, the system timely provided a notification. Incomplete personal training manual, high rank 1. Obtained. This notification prompted Morin to immediately instruct others to search the vicinity for any remaining spoils left by the high-ranking mage, particularly any magical equipment or spell scrolls. Regrettably, aside from this spellbook, no other valuable items were found. The explosion rate was rather unsatisfactory. This level of combat strength could only be considered a minor boss. After expressing his disappointment with a few murmurs, Morin did not linger any longer in the vicinity and soon departed with his comrades. The L-30 Zeppelin of the Zeppelin-class armored airship gracefully circled above the city, akin to a guardian deity watching over the troops below. Massive searchlights on its lower deck swept across the city, resembling a colossal beast patrolling its territory. Should the specially designed red signal flares fired by the Saxon soldiers be detected, the observers would confirm through their telescopes and subsequently provide fire support using the MG-08 machine gun. Compared to the more extensive range of the 203mm naval gun, the machine gun's lethality was easier to manage, thus eliminating the need for specialized magical signal flares for guidance. The scattered forces within the city gradually re-established contact. Healing the wounded, counting prisoners, and regrouping the troops proceeded in an orderly fashion. Morin and his companions carried Lieutenant Colonel Ludwig's stretcher back to the temporary field hospital at the rear. This elite detachment of the Teutonic Knights suffered immense losses in this brutal battle. Of the 12 armored knights of the ziggurat type deployed, only Ludwig survived after 2 rounds of combat. The other pilots, along with their vehicles, remained forever on this foreign soil. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the 16th Brigade quickly established communication with the armored airship via high-power radio. They learned from the airship's captain that the enemy outside the city had completely retreated and would likely be unable to mount an effective offensive in the near future. This news indicated that they could finally take a moment to catch their breath and tend to their wounds. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the sky, Morin, forcing himself to maintain composure while overseeing the soldiers as they accounted for casualties and received ammunition supplies, eventually dragged his weary body to a relatively clean patch of ground at the temporary resting point of the 3rd Platoon. Soldiers were scattered around, either sitting or lying down, their bodies covered in smoke, faces etched with numbness and fatigue. Silence reigned, punctuated only by the muffled groans of lightly wounded soldiers who did not require treatment at the field hospital and the crackling sounds of the campfire. "Hans!" Morin called out instinctively for the orderly, Hans, intending to inquire about the 1st Battalion situation and see if he could re-establish contact for troop consolidation. However, after calling his name, he received no response for a long while. Puzzled, Morin raised his head, about to check if the young orderly had strayed off when Corporal Baumann quietly reminded him, "Platoon leader, Hans was killed in the previous battle." Upon hearing Baumann's words, Morin fell into a profound silence. A wave of immense sorrow and fatigue engulfed him, leaving him seated on the cold ground, feeling utterly drained. After a moment, he retrieved the cloth pouch that Captain Hauser had pressed into his hands before his sacrifice. His trembling hands slowly opened the pouch, revealing a finely crafted wristwatch and a neatly folded note. The back of the watch bore an inscription, "To my beloved." Unfolding the note, he recognized Captain Hauser's bold and powerful handwriting. "If I fall, please give this watch to my wife and tell her I love her." In that instant, the faces of Captain Hauser, Hans, and the countless soldiers who had perished in battle, many of whom he could not even name, flashed through his mind. It was the first time Morin truly grasped the brutality of war, a harsh reality that could never be understood on a training field. The cruelty of war was equally reflected in the losses among officers and soldiers. Following 2 harrowing battles, his entire 3rd Company had been reduced to just himself and a few non-commissioned officers like Klaus and Baumann. The number of combat-ready soldiers was only slightly more than that of a single platoon. Nearly the entire company had been decimated. Forcing himself to regain composure, he sought out the few remaining messengers of the company and instructed them to attempt re-establishing contact with the 1st Battalion headquarters. As communication within Sevilla gradually resumed, the messengers quickly reached the battalion headquarters. After resting for a while longer, Morin gathered the remaining forces of the 3rd Company to rendezvous with the main body of the 1st Battalion. However, upon traversing several streets and arriving at the area where the main body of the 1st Battalion was stationed, he discovered their circumstances were no better. The entire 1st Battalion had also suffered grievously, with casualty estimates reaching 60 to 70%, and over half of the officers had fallen. In the temporary command post of the battalion, Molin encountered Major Thomas, the battalion commander. Fortunately, the major had survived, though his condition was far from good. One arm was suspended in a sling around his neck, and his head was heavily bandaged, leaving only his eyes and mouth visible. Report. Second Lieutenant Molin has led the remnants of the 3rd Company to reassemble. Captain Hauser and the other officers were killed in action. Molin stood at attention, saluting, his voice hoarse as he reported. Major Thomas gazed at the young man before him, his weary eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow, and let out a long sigh. I understand, Second Lieutenant Molin. Thank you for your efforts. You will temporarily take command of the 3rd Company until further orders arrive. For now, take your soldiers to rest properly. Yes, sir. The remaining personnel of the 3rd Company were just slightly more than a full complement, with most being non-combatants from the supply and field kitchen units. Thus, under the assistance of Klaus and Baumann, Morin's command responsibilities were not overly burdensome. This also afforded him time to examine the new spell tab that had emerged on the system panel, which he had overlooked since the onset of battle. As night deepened, the flickering flames in the fireplace of the makeshift encampment illuminated the weary and numb faces around him. Molin sat alone in the room that served as the temporary company headquarters, as there were hardly any personnel left. After Klaus and Baumann went out to patrol, he closed his eyes and delved into his mind, opening the brand-new spell tab. Lines of pale blue text rapidly scrolled across Morin's vision, resembling a record of events. You have slain a Highlands Mage Apprentice, level 5, 3rd Circle Conjurer. You have been contaminated by the spell plague. You have gained spellcasting ability. Spell plague contamination has been cleared. Spell system unlocked. Current spellcasting level, 0. Available spell slots, none. Learn spells, none. You can use the personal training manual to improve experience and level. A cascade of notifications left Molin momentarily stunned. It seemed that after this lengthy unlocking process, he was still a blank slate. He patiently continued reading, discovering a wealth of information within the spell tab, while the information tab also presented entries related to spells, accompanied by detailed explanations. After a swift overview, Molin realized that the mages in this world seemed to follow a classic spell system akin to that of the renowned IP Dungeons & Dragons. Mages could cast a limited number of spells of varying levels each day, depending on their level and available spell slots, which needed to be prepared the night before. The higher the mage's level, the greater the number of spell slots available, thus enabling the casting of higher-level spells. It appeared that he had unlocked this system due to personally slaying the Highlands Mage Apprentice. Yet, it seemed that only he had experienced this transformation, as Corporal Baumann, who had also slain another apprentice alongside him, did not appear to have become a mage. After spending a considerable amount of time perusing information related to spells, Molin felt as though he had gnawed through a rulebook, leaving him with numerous lingering questions. Firstly, in his recollection, the spell slots of D&D mages should be associated with the Weave and the Goddess of Magic. However, according to the current information, it seems that neither of these entities exists in this world. Instead, the concept of spell slots appears to be automatically acquired upon an individual's awakening as a mage, with the methods of utilization having been gradually explored by generations of mages. Secondly, regarding the spell known as the Plague, referenced in the event records, it is noted that ancient mages were able to study spells from diverse schools of magic, marking the peak of their era. However, 243 years ago, an inexplicable plague that only spread among mages emerged from the mana crystal mines. The higher the mastery of a mage, the more severely they were affected by this spell plague, ultimately transforming them into grotesque magical abominations. This wave of the spell plague decimated a significant number of high-ranking mages, leading to a dramatic decline in the collective strength of the mage community. Through the sacrifices of many mages, it was eventually discovered that specializing in a single school of magic could effectively mitigate the plague's effects. It was akin to transitioning from the 5th edition rules to the 3rd edition rules. However, it remains unclear whether this was an outright ban or if opposing schools were rendered unusable, nor is it known if specialization traits still exist. Yet, it seems that his system has directly eradicated the spell plague from him. Could it be that he is able to learn spells from different schools? If he were to acquire spells from each school and simultaneously benefit from specialization traits, this revelation kindled Molin's interest in the spell system even further. His attention swiftly shifted to the 3 tomes, classified by the system as personal training manuals, which he had scavenged from the Mage Apprentice and the Eldritch Corps. Would you like to use the basic personal training manual too? Would you like to use the incomplete advanced personal training manual one? Upon use, you are expected to advance to a level 3 second circle mage. Isn't this akin to experience books in WOD? Has this been woven into the fabric as well? Molin paused momentarily before resolutely affirming in his mind, use. In the next instant, a torrent of information surged into Moreland's consciousness. Techniques regarding meditation, insights into spell structures, and a wealth of knowledge pertinent to the magic of this world were indelibly etched into his memory. Simultaneously, Moreland felt as though his body had transformed into a magnet, drawing in imperceptible particles from the surrounding air, granting him an unprecedented clarity and strength of mind. Usage successful. Spellcaster level increased to 3, capable of casting second circle spells. New spell slots acquired. 4 first circle slots, 2 second circle slots. Please select 3 cantrips from the cantrip list. Please select 10 spells from the spell list. Please choose a specialization. As Moreland slowly opened his eyes, he sensed the remarkable transformation in both his body and spirit. It felt as if the air was infused with previously unnoticed elements, vibrant and subtle particles. Moreover, he perceived a heightened sensitivity to his surroundings. The series of notifications prompted him to immediately focus on the spell tab. According to the system's guidance, upon becoming a mage, he could learn 3 cantrips from a selection of 10. These cantrips had no usage limitations. As long as Moreland wished to cast them, he could do so at will. At level 1, he could select 6 first circle spells from the first circle spell list to inscribe into his spellbook. Each night, he could prepare these learned spells into his spell slots for immediate use the following day, akin to a programmer sealing off packages for instant retrieval. Upon reaching level 2, he could choose a specialization school and learn an additional 2 first circle spells, while at level 3, he could learn 2 spells of either the first or second circle. This means that Moreland could now learn 3 cantrips while inscribing 8 first circle spells and 2 second circle spells into his spellbook. A notable advantage of the system's spell tab is that once Moreland confirmed the spells to be prepared in his slots, the system would autonomously consume time in the background to facilitate the preparation. Regardless of whether Moreland had rested adequately or engaged in nocturnal activities, once the time elapsed, his preparations would be complete, offering a degree of convenience. This prompted a sudden idea in Moreland's mind. If other mages in this world required substantial rest to prepare their spell slots, could he potentially disrupt this process by launching nocturnal assaults on their encampments, thereby preventing them from resting properly, and thus impairing their spell preparations? Having gleaned an understanding of the spell tab's functionalities, Moreland eagerly began to construct his unique build. The first step was to select 3 cantrips, and after perusing the list, he unhesitatingly chose Blade Ward, Message, and Mending. Although Mage Hand is considered a signature skill for low-level mages, Moreland felt it lacked the same priority for him. Previous battles had revealed that ground combat in this world often transitioned into close quarters, making Blade Ward a viable option in melee encounters. The remote communication capabilities afforded by Message would undoubtedly facilitate his command, especially in covert environments without individual radios. As for Mending, according to the system's description, it could be utilized to repair various weapons and tools, including firearms, which would prove invaluable in a field environment to address unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, it was simply a matter of Moreland's reluctance to clean firearms. After selecting his cantrips, Moreland proceeded to choose his specialization school without hesitation, swiftly opting for the School of Abjuration. After all, survival begets output. Concurrently, he acquired a specialization trait named Arcane Ward. Its effect was straightforward and effective. Whenever Moreland cast an abjuration spell of the first circle or higher, he could shield himself, with the effect lasting until he completed his next long rest. Regarding the learning of 8 first circle spells and 2 second circle spells, Moreland quickly made his selections after reviewing the spell list. First circle spells: Shield, Mage Armor, Featherfall, Grease, Disguise Self, Sleep, Detect Life, Find Familiar. Second circle spells: Invisibility, Misty Step. The strategy was primarily to evade when overwhelmed. As for the perceived lack of offensive capabilities, this deficiency could easily be compensated by the conventional weaponry of this realm. Moreland believed that the sustainability of the spellcasting system's spell slots was inherently limited. especially considering the battlefield environment he faced, which was fraught with frequent combat rather than adventure. Furthermore, the majority of enemies he encountered were ordinary infantry. In such scenarios, firearms like pistols, rifles, and machine guns were evidently more effective, offering prolonged output. However, just as Molin intended to inscribe these predetermined spells into a spellbook, a new prompt emerged from the system. As he was about to embark on learning his first spell, he realized that upon completion, it would be recorded in his spellbook. He needed to ensure that the current environment provided ample time for the spell study, as any external disturbances would interrupt his learning progress. Wait, do I really have to learn this myself? I thought I could just click on why didn't he understand, he pondered. Molin was taken aback. Having initially assumed that the system would automatically prepare spells for him, just as it had with the automatic spell preparation feature he had seen earlier. However, it appeared that the system intended to genuinely instruct him. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to proceed with learning the first spell, Hoodoo and Shu, shield spell. Given that the team was currently resting and the night watch had been properly scheduled, he theoretically should not be disturbed. Yet in the next moment, as a complex, three-dimensional spell model materialized before him, surrounded by a multitude of formula-like symbols, he regretted his decision. Molin felt as though he had suddenly found himself in a battlefield, grappling with advanced mathematics and calculus, subjects entirely alien to him, transforming the experience into a torturous ordeal. As the spell model began to morph like an animation, a voice akin to that of a university calculus professor echoed in his ears, calmly elucidating the principles, key points, and construction considerations of the Hoodoo and Shu. Simultaneously, Molin made a more daunting discovery. Despite the animation and background audio playing for over 10 minutes, the progress bar indicating his learning status had not moved a single increment. Was this truly akin to being in a classroom? Suddenly, Molin realized that the system seemed to require him to genuinely absorb knowledge for the progress to register. Learning? What nonsense! Do I really have to continue? Recognizing that the system was not a simplistic or lenient assistant, and that this spell learning would demand considerable mental effort, Molin resolved to temporarily slow his study. He planned to revisit it when the environment was safer or once he returned home, allowing time for systematic learning. However, upon attempting to exit the spell learning state, he discovered that no option to do so was available. Was it truly so absolute? Why did it feel like he was trapped in a room from which he could not escape? After numerous failed attempts to exit the learning state, Molin calmed himself and forced himself to attentively listen to the calm voice imparting knowledge. Thankfully, he was reclining. Otherwise, sitting upright for an entire night would have been exhausting. Completing his final round of night patrol, Klaus, who had temporarily taken on the duties of the sergeant, bid farewell to Corporal Bowman, with the intention of checking whether Molin had managed to rest. If he hadn't, Klaus also intended to share some of his questions and thoughts from the battle with Molin, believing that his platoon leader would surely be able to clarify these combat-related uncertainties. Upon reaching the door of Molin's room, Klaus paused to adjust his clothing and leaned his rifle against the wall. After completing these actions, he gently knocked on the door, only to find it slightly ajar, with a glow emanating from within. It seemed the platoon leader was still awake at this late hour. With that thought, Klaus gently pushed the door open, ready to report, only to find Molin lying peacefully on the bedding, hands resting on his abdomen. In a state of serene repose, his eyes half closed and breathing steady. Platoon leader? Klaus called softly, but received no response. Molin remained in his tranquil slumber. However, Klaus was not surprised. He knew well that Molin had not been resting adequately over the past few days. Klaus himself had managed to sleep a bit longer. It was already feeling the strain. It was no wonder that Molin, burdened with even more worries, was so exhausted. With this in mind, Klaus decided against disturbing his platoon leader, as his questions were not urgent and could wait until the following day. He tiptoed to the edge of Morin's bedding and carefully extinguished the oil lamp on the floor, before slowly exiting the room and gently closing the door behind him. Rest well, platoon leader. Don't go, Klaus. Shake me awake. If Molin had felt a sense of redemption upon realizing Klaus had entered the room, the extinguished oil lamp and the softly closed door abruptly plunged him back into the depths of spell learning. Thus, sometimes, a subordinate's excessive thoughtfulness was not necessarily a boon. Molin remained immersed in his studies throughout the night, and by dawn, the spell learning state finally concluded automatically due to the completion of the allotted study time. Shortly thereafter, Molin sat up from the bedding, his eyes devoid of light. resembling a protagonist trapped in a room from which escape was impossible. Yet, in some aspects, the system exhibited a degree of humanity. Although he had spent the night studying, Molin felt merely mentally fatigued. His body had received adequate rest akin to a regular night's sleep. He glanced at the progress bar for Hudu and Shu, which had risen to 52 after a night of study. Through his overnight endeavor, he had indeed gained a certain understanding of the foundational principles and models of spells in this world. He estimated that with a few more hours of dedicated study, he would be able to fully grasp Hudu and Shu, even to the extent of comprehending the essence of the spell model. After sitting on the bedding for a while to collect his thoughts, Molin took out the pocket watch that Captain Hauser had given him, noting that it was not yet time for the troops to rise and prepare breakfast, standing up to stretch his limbs and hydrate his dry throat. He stepped outside to find a suitable spot to sit and breathe in the fresh air. Simultaneously, he reopened the system interface and switched to the information tab, where, upon activating his mage identity, he discovered an abundance of new red indicators. After a cursory glance, Molin noted a wealth of updated information regarding spells and mages in this world. Among the details, he was particularly intrigued by the information on the mage community of the Holy Britannian Empire. This report resembled the investigative summaries he had encountered in his past life, comprising textual briefs and various pie charts. Current number of mages in the Holy Britannian Empire: 642. 72 are mages of the 3rd ring and below. 25 are 4th to 6th ring mages, and 3 are 7th ring and above. 83 belong to the School of Enchantment, 11 to the School of Transformation, and 6 to other disciplines. After all this, are all the mages in the Highlands from a School of Enchantment? This information surprised Molin. He had not anticipated that this school, known for casting various fireballs, would constitute such a significant proportion of the mage community in Britannia. As he continued to browse through the information regarding Britannia mages, particularly the Highland Mage Corps, Molin speculated on the primary reasons behind this trend. It seemed that this alternate world, with its British influences, had always regarded mages as a kind of glass cannon, especially following the outbreak of the spell plague, which forced mages to focus solely on hiring spells from a single school. The Highland Mage Corps had cultivated a substantial number of enchantment mages to provide spell fire support for the Holy Britannian Empire's expeditionary forces. In conventional combat scenarios, after both sides had arranged their formations, the mages from Britannia would ascend from the rear of the military ranks to the skies, unleashing a few fireballs or other area of effect spells to shatter the enemy's formation and morale, allowing the conventional troops to surge forward with renewed vigor. Given that Britannia was already the nation with the highest mage output, this tactic had proven effective time and again over the years. Whether in the era of cold weapons or the early age of firearms, the Britannians have continually triumphed through their tactical prowess. This explains why the Highland mages that Molin previously encountered displayed a somewhat rigid and inflexible approach to combat. Just as Molin was poised to continue reviewing intelligence, his fellow soldier Klaus, who had risen earlier, approached him with a visibly anxious demeanor. Leaning closer, Klaus whispered in a hushed tone, "Squad leader, there's a troubling rumor from the camp that may or may not be true." "What rumor?" Molin inquired with heightened concern. "It seems Madrid has fallen." Chapter 67. News of victory. Klaus's voice was barely above a whisper, close to Morin's ear, as if afraid of being overheard by those nearby. Molin felt a jolt of shock, instantly sitting up straight. "Is this information reliable? Where did you hear it?" He pressed, hoping against hope that this was merely an unverified rumor. "It's been circulating from the camp. Many are aware of it and discussing it privately," Klaus replied, his anxious expression unwavering. Although the officers have said nothing, their expressions suggest the news might be true. Molin fell silent, recognizing that in such dire times, bad news travels faster than good and is often closer to reality. In his memory, Madrid was the capital of the Kingdom of Aragon and a vital stronghold for the National Army. Until now, it had been defended by the most elite forces of the National Army and the International Brigade, elite in comparison to their own ranks. If they were to lose the capital, the Saxon forces dispatched to assist would find themselves in grave danger. This was a matter of life and death. Molin glanced around at the soldiers, many of whom had just risen and were still basking in a fleeting sense of peace after the chaos. They sat in small groups, either cleaning their weapons or staring vacantly into the campfire, awaiting breakfast. They were oblivious to the brewing storm that loomed ahead. You should return and monitor the situation of the soldiers in Company 3. If anyone inquires, inform them that until we receive formal orders, everything is merely rumor. Discussions of this nature are strictly prohibited, and those who defy this will face military consequences. Molin decisively commanded, prioritizing the need to stabilize his men. Yes, squad leader. Klaus responded promptly, standing at attention before swiftly departing. Once Klaus was gone, Molin sat alone, activating the system map. However, the display remained confined to the vicinity of Sevilla, shrouded in fog beyond the borders of Aragon, including the distant region of Madrid. After a moment's contemplation, Molin resolved to investigate the situation at the camp himself. Regardless of the truth behind the rumors, he needed clarity. The temporary command post was established in a relatively intact civilian dwelling, guarded by sentries, with an atmosphere palpably tenser than that of the ordinary soldier's rest area. Molin refrained from entering recklessly, opting instead to pace nearby, occasionally casting glances inside. Over the past few days, he had become familiar to others and had cultivated relationships with several officers. Thus, he hoped to encounter one or two acquaintances to glean some insights. After several laps, a familiar figure emerged from the command post. It was Major Thomas, the company commander. His arm was still in a sling, and the wound on his head had yet to heal. But his gaze appeared even more fatigued and grave than it had on the battlefield. The commander seemed to have stepped outside for a breath of fresh air, only to spot Molin lurking nearby. "Lieutenant Molin," Major Thomas called out, gesturing for him to approach. "Sir." Morin's heart raced as he hurried over, standing at attention. "What are you doing sneaking around here?" Major Thomas scrutinized him, his tone stern, yet lacking overt reproach. "Had I not recognized you, I would have ordered the sentries to detain you." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Molin scratched his head and offered an awkward smile. "Reporting, sir. I came to inquire about the latest developments." He decided to be straightforward and cautiously asked, "Sir, I've heard some rumors regarding Madrid. I am uncertain of their validity." Upon hearing Morin's question, the gravity of Major Thomas's expression intensified. He did not respond immediately, allowing a moment of silence to linger before meeting Morin's gaze earnestly and nodding solemnly. That single nod caused Morin's heart to plummet. The situation was dire. "The outlook is not promising." Major Thomas's voice was low and grave. It was likely that the situation was far worse than just the fall of Madrid. He then placed a reassuring hand on Morin's shoulder. "Return now, and focus on your duties. Remember, regardless of what transpires, we are soldiers of the Saxon Empire, and we must obey our superiors' commands." "Yes, sir." Molin saluted, promptly turning to leave. Just as he turned, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. "The battle intelligence regarding the Kingdom of Aragon has been updated. The Battle of Madrid has concluded. The main forces of the National Army and the International Brigade have been defeated. The subsequent battle plan of the Kingdom's forces has been fully developed." Once he parted ways with Major Thomas and returned to Company 3's area, Molin eagerly sought out a secluded corner and promptly opened the system interface. The intelligence tab now bore a glaring red dot, and the map interface had undergone a dramatic transformation. Previously, only Sevilla and its surrounding areas were free of the fog of war. Now, the entire map of the Kingdom of Aragon had been illuminated. Besides the situation near Sevilla, Molin could now clearly observe the battle conditions surrounding the capital, Madrid. The massive city icon representing Madrid was entirely engulfed by the red, denoting enemy forces. The blue markers for friendly troops around Madrid were scant, retreating in disarray, many marked with tags indicating routes and heavy casualties. Upon switching to the intelligence interface, Molin was met with a series of clear battle reports outlining the course of this catastrophic defeat. The kingdom's forces and the Britannian Expeditionary Army had amassed overwhelming strength, launching a full assault on Madrid under the command of the newly appointed General Prietwitz. In an effort to preserve their strength, the Saxon Expeditionary Forces had withdrawn their defensive lines. However, whether due to coordination failures or the National Army and International Brigade's unwillingness to retreat, only the latter two remained to defend Madrid. Despite their courageous resistance, the National Army and the International Brigade ultimately crumbled under the sheer disparity in power. What sent shivers down Morin's spine were the arrows of attack projected on the map by the system. After capturing the capital, the kingdom's forces and the Britannians exhibited no signs of halting their advance. Their main forces split into two columns, heading straight for the nearby provinces of Cuenca and Valencia. Should these two territories fall, the entire Saxon Expeditionary Army, deep within the borders of the Kingdom of Aragon, would become isolated and trapped on foreign soil. At that point, the prospect of achieving any strategic objectives would be overshadowed by the grim uncertainty of survival. The situation has escalated dramatically. Molin shut down the system interface and raised his gaze to the overcast sky, feeling a chilling dread within. The only recourse left for him was to fervently pray that the Allied forces, hastily withdrawn from Madrid, could withstand the enemy's onslaught and prevent their encirclement. However, war has never been swayed by personal will. 2 days later, new intelligence circulated among the garrison in Sevilla. The loss of Cunca and Valencia had occurred. The overland supply lines connecting to the Saxon Empire had been completely severed. Chapter 68, Prittwitz is a fool. At the Saxon Empire border, Caliban train station. A military train adorned with the black eagle insignia of the Saxon Empire gradually rolled into the platform, the heavy diesel locomotive exhaling its final plume of black smoke. Emitting a long, mournful whistle, the doors in the middle of the train opened, and the sprightly General August von Mackensen, flanked by his staff, descended from the train. A group of waiting officers immediately approached him. "Welcome back, General. You have worked hard, General." Mackensen, with a stoic expression, nodded slightly to the crowd before inquiring, "How has the counteroffensive at Prittwitz fared?" When Madrid fell, this general, a living relic of the imperial army, had originally intended to stay behind to command the ensuing battles. However, under Prittwitz's insistence and the council of other officers, he ultimately had no choice but to comply with the Emperor and the General Staff's order to return home. The train he boarded did not carry a radio transmission car. Thus Mackensen remained unaware of the situation in the Kingdom of Aragon during the journey. Upon hearing his question, a staff officer who had been waiting on the platform approached him with a grave expression, presenting an urgent telegram just received. "General, an urgent message from the Aragon front." Mackensen took the telegram with some trepidation, and his expression seemed to freeze. As he read the words regarding the fall of Cunca, Valencia, the encirclement of the expeditionary forces, and the severed supply lines, this seasoned veteran felt darkness envelop him, his body swaying as if he might faint on the spot. "General," his aide reacted swiftly, catching him. "I am fine." Mackensen waved his hand, taking several deep breaths to steady himself. His complexion turned ashen, and the hand gripping the telegram trembled slightly from exertion. When Mackensen had relinquished command at the expeditionary headquarters to his successor, General Prittwitz, he had repeatedly emphasized that the forthcoming battles must not be overly cautious. They could not constantly ponder a solid defensive counterattack. After all, the fighting strength of the Allied Popular Army and the International Brigade was limited, and they could not be expected to endure prolonged pressure until the moment for defense and counterattack arrived. Yet it seemed that the wretched Prittwitz had evidently not heeded a single word. As the situation worsened, he ordered the expeditionary forces to withdraw voluntarily, aiming to consolidate strength and await the enemy's decline before executing his textbook defensive strategy. This decision was utterly foolish. The retreat of the Saxon expeditionary forces directly exposed the flanks of their allies, causing the entire defensive structure to collapse instantaneously. The coalition's forces were severely scattered, ultimately falling prey to the Kingdom's army and the Bretons, who picked them off one by one. Fool! Prittwitz is a complete fool. Unable to contain his inner fury any longer, Mackensen erupted in front of all the officers and dignitaries on the platform. His roar echoed across the vast station, silencing all around him, and the general staff, who approved this appointment, who proposed handing command to such a short-sighted imbecile who merely regurgitates doctrine. No one dared to answer his queries. Mackensen paced back and forth on the platform, his chest heaving violently. He understood that losing his temper would resolve nothing. The paramount concern was to devise a means to reclaim Cunca and Valencia and restore contact with the main body of the expeditionary forces. Suddenly halting, he addressed the officer who had delivered the telegram. "Prepare the telegraph machine immediately. I must send a message to the general staff." "Yes, General." Minutes later, in the temporary communications room at the station, Mackensen personally dictated a telegram, urging the telegraph operator to send it to the general staff with utmost speed. The message was simple, yet every word reflected the urgency and determination of the seasoned general. He strongly requested authorization from the general staff and His Majesty the Emperor to personally command the immediate mobilization of 12 infantry divisions that had completed assembly and were battle-ready at the border. They were to cross the border into the Kingdom of Aragon at all costs, to relieve the besieged expeditionary forces. Meanwhile, at the Saxon Empire General Staff, the atmosphere was tense as they scrutinized the operational map, with the chief of the Imperial Army General Staff, Xiao Maoqi, and a group of officers fixated on the situation in the Aragon region. Red arrows of attack encircled the units representing the Saxon expeditionary forces and other allies. Everyone was stunned. None had anticipated that what was initially predicted to be a relatively straightforward military operation would swiftly devolve into this dire predicament within mere days. At that moment, a staff officer hurriedly entered the operations room, handing a telegram to Xiao Maoqi. "Chief, a telegram from General Mackensen." Xiao Maoqi took the telegram and quickly skimmed it. Upon seeing Mackensen's request, his furrowed brow remained tense. He recognized that Mackensen's plan was currently the only and fastest means to alleviate the crisis facing the expeditionary forces. Yet he also understood the implications of such a decision. This would mean that the Saxon Empire would fully abandon its pretense, transitioning from limited intervention to full-scale involvement, which was tantamount to declaring war against the Holy Breton Empire. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Maoqi made his decision. "Prepare a vehicle. I must meet with His Majesty the Emperor at once." This decision must be made by the Emperor himself. In Dresden, at a royal palace of the Saxon dynasty, in a resplendent audience chamber, Emperor Albert II of the Saxon Empire listened in stunned disbelief to the report from Chief of General Staff Xiao Maoqi. "What did you say? The expeditionary forces are encircled?" Albert II's voice wavered in shock as he questioned whether he had misheard. Just 2 days prior, he had received reports from the General Staff indicating that everything was proceeding smoothly and the primary strategic objective of Sevilla was firmly under the control of the expeditionary forces. How had the situation so rapidly transformed from auspicious to perilous? What had transpired in the interim? "Yes, Your Majesty," Xiao Maoqi replied gravely, his head lowered. "Due to a significant miscalculation in command decisions by General Prittwitz, our forces became disconnected from our allies and the enemy seized the opportunity to cut off our retreat." Albert II slumped in his massive oak chair behind his desk, feeling as if the world was spinning around him. He did not immediately erupt in anger, for he understood that this was not the time to hold Prittwitz accountable. The pressing concern was to find a solution to the challenges facing the Kingdom of Aragon. Does the General Staff have any countermeasures? Albert II forced himself to regain his composure as he looked at Xiao Maoqi. Upon hearing the Emperor's inquiry, Xiao Maoqi seized the opportunity to convey General Mackensen's request. "Your Majesty, General Mackensen requests to personally command the 12 divisions that have already assembled at the border, to immediately launch an attack into the territory of Aragon and relieve the expeditionary forces. The General Staff believes this is indeed the quickest and most effective course of action at this moment." General Mackensen, Albert II mused, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. He was well aware of Mackensen's capabilities. The seasoned general was one of the most aggressive leaders in the Empire's military. Entrusting him with this task would likely lead to success. However, Albert II expressed his concerns. Would this escalate the military operation in Aragon into a full-scale war with the Bretons? Xiao Maoqi paused for a moment, then raised his head, gazing directly into the Emperor's eyes, and spoke deliberately. "Your Majesty, there is indeed such a risk. However, if we do not find a way to rescue the expeditionary forces now, we will be at an even greater disadvantage in the unfolding situation. At that point, even if we wish to avoid conflict, the Bretons will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to pursue us." Xiao Maoqi's words plunged Albert II into hesitation. Although he frequently proclaimed in public that Saxony required land under the sun and expressed his willingness to engage the Bretons to achieve this goal, and vigorously promoted military development, especially the expansion of the navy, he and the entire Saxon Empire were, truthfully, not prepared for a full-scale war against the world's foremost power. The Empire's economic transformation had yet to reach completion. The total size of the navy still lagged behind that of the Bretons, and the colonies had only just begun to show signs of contributing back to the homeland. From a rational perspective, the timing for war was not yet ripe. Yet, from an emotional standpoint, to hesitate now would be sheer cowardice. "Helmet," Albert II fixed a serious gaze upon the chief of the Army General Staff. "Tell me, is the army prepared for a full-scale war?" Xiao Maoqi's response was somewhat unexpected. "Your Majesty, the mission of the Saxon Imperial Army since its inception has been to enter the battlefield when the Empire is in need, not to wait until fully prepared. Therefore, as soon as Your Majesty gives the command, the General Staff will immediately begin drafting a detailed offensive plan, and all soldiers of the Empire will resolutely fight to the end for the Emperor and the Empire. His words resonated with a profound sincerity, embodying the unique, unwavering loyalty and determination of Saxon soldiers. Of course, this perspective stemmed from the higher echelons of the General Staff. Albert II regarded the steadfast chief of the Army General Staff before him, deep in thought. Xiao Maoqi's response had evaded his inquiry, and it was evident that the army was not truly prepared. Yet at this juncture, there was no turning back. To falter now would inexorably plunge both him and the entire empire into the abyss. The efforts and strategies cultivated by the Saxon people for their resurgence over the years would be rendered futile. Eventually, Albert II slowly rose from his chair and approached the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery of Dresden outside. "I concur with General Mackinson's request," he declared, his back to Xiao Maoqi, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Dispatch General Mackinson immediately to lead the assembled troops, ensuring contact with the expeditionary forces is re-established in the shortest possible time." "Yes, Your Majesty." Albert II paused momentarily, then summoned the attendant outside. "Gather the Minister of the Navy, the Minister of the Air Force, as well as the Chief of Naval Staff and the Chief of Air Staff. Additionally, summon the Imperial Chancellor and the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs." Half an hour later, in a large reception room of the Dresden Royal Palace, the atmosphere was tense. The military and political elite of the Saxon Empire had congregated here. The Imperial Chancellor, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, ministers of the three armies, and chiefs of staff had all received prior information, their faces marked by solemnity. Xiao Maoqi began by succinctly outlining the dire situation facing the Kingdom of Aragon and General Mackinson's plan for relief. Upon hearing that the entire expeditionary force was at risk of annihilation, the expressions of the Empire's high-ranking officials shifted dramatically. How could this be possible? Was it not the General Staff that assured us before the expedition that this would merely be a low-intensity, armed intervention? The Imperial Chancellor looked astonished at Xiao Maoqi, as if he were not the one who had persuaded the Emperor alongside the Chief of Army General Staff. Xiao Maoqi chose to ignore the Chancellor's query, not only out of habit, but also because he recognized that this was not the time for mutual blame. Instead, he calmly directed his gaze towards the Emperor seated at the head of the room. Albert II cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. He surveyed the assembly before fixing his gaze on Admiral Tirpitz, the Chief of Naval Staff, and General Schubert, the Chief of Air Staff. Admiral Tirpitz, General Schubert. The Emperor's tone was calm, devoid of the initial panic that had accompanied the receipt of the grim news. Is the Imperial Navy and Air Force prepared for a full-scale war against the Bretons? Upon hearing Albert II's question, Admiral Tirpitz, the Chief of Naval Staff and the architect of both the High Seas Fleet and the Mediterranean Fleet, stood. He stroked his characteristic forked beard and replied solemnly, "As long as Your Majesty gives the command, the Imperial Navy will sail into the ocean without hesitation. This is the very purpose of our existence." General Schubert, the Chief of Air Staff, quickly followed suit. "Your Majesty, the armored airships can be mobilized at any time, except for a few retained at the border with the Gallic Republic. By the end of this month, 2 armored airships equipped with new naval guns will also be completed." The responses of these military leaders mirrored that of Xiao Maoqi earlier. They all conveyed the unwavering determination of soldiers to obey orders while skillfully evading the core question of their preparedness. Albert II understood that, like the army, the Navy and Air Force had not fully prepared for a comprehensive war, but that was no longer of consequence. After careful consideration, he finally issued his decisive command. "Very well. I order the 3 branches to immediately enter a state of readiness, preparing for all-out war with the Bretons. At the very least, we must demonstrate our resolve to fight to the Bretons. As for the army, General Mackinson's plan is to be executed without delay. I authorize him to command the 12 infantry divisions at the border to cross the national boundary and engage in battle within the Kingdom of Aragon, swiftly alleviating the crisis faced by the expeditionary forces. In terms of the Navy, the Mediterranean Fleet and the High Seas Fleet shall set sail immediately. Begin combat patrols to showcase our strength to the Bretons. As for the Air Force, all armored airship units shall enter a state of heightened readiness. with the Air Force General Staff drafting a mobilization plan for the armored airships, prepared to support the operations of other branches. A series of commands flowed from the Emperor's lips. The atmosphere in the conference room ignited instantly. Despite the current crisis and the Saxon Empire's lack of readiness for a direct confrontation with the Bretons, the eyes of the military leaders still sparkled with excitement and fervor. However, after issuing the orders for war preparations, Albert II turned his attention to Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs Gottlieb von Jagow. Always maintain contact with the Britannia side and prepare for negotiations. Once the other party shows any willingness to communicate, it is imperative to follow up promptly, striving for the most advantageous conditions for the Empire. War should always be the last resort. Understood, Your Majesty. As this impromptu meeting concluded, encrypted telegrams flew from the General Staff of the Armed Forces like snowflakes to the combat units across the Empire. Along the border where the Saxon Empire meets the Kingdom of Aragon, 12 infantry divisions, fully prepared for battle, crossed the border into the Kingdom of Aragon under the personal command of General Mackensen. They would disembark at their frontline positions and swiftly launch an assault on the enemy forces in Cuenca and Valencia. More infantry divisions within the Empire began mobilizing, gradually assembling near the border. Some conscription orders for the army reserves had already been issued, and Chief of General Staff Xiao Maoqi had drafted a comprehensive mobilization order, awaiting the Emperor's final signature. Chapter 70. Fleet deployment. On a misty morning in Montagne Port, the sun had yet to fully rise, and a thick sea fog enveloped the entire harbor, rendering the distant lighthouses glow somewhat indistinct. Along the dock, massive black silhouettes stood silently, the slumbering steel behemoths of the Saxon Empire's Mediterranean fleet. The port was eerily silent, with only the rhythmic sound of cold waves lapping against the steel hulls and the monotonous, regular chimes of the distant lighthouse breaking the stillness. On the bridge of the flagship, the Maoqi-class battlecruiser Goeben, Lieutenant Muller leaned against cup after cup of steaming coffee to ward off the fatigue from his overnight watch. He lost count of how many cups it had been. However, that was of little consequence. Gazing through the porthole at the vast whiteness outside, he calculated that in just over an hour, he would be able to hand over his watch and enjoy a good sleep. Suddenly, the voice pipe behind him emitted a sharp buzz, and Muller instantly became alert, briskly walking over to grab the receiver. "Bridge, please respond." A voice on the other end, stifling a tense tone, replied, "This is the radio room. Urgent telegram from the Naval General Staff received. Confirm the sender's authentication code." Muller felt a rush of anxiety. Under normal circumstances, the Naval General Staff's messages were directed to the Mediterranean Fleet headquarters. The direct communication to the ship typically indicated that the fleet commander was aboard, and the General Staff was eager to reach him. At this moment, the Mediterranean Fleet commander, Admiral Spee, indeed rested aboard this newly assigned flagship. A personal habit of his to stay on the new ship for some time after the change. The authentication code has been verified. It is confirmed to be issued directly from the operations department of the Dresden Naval General Staff, the officer in the radio room responded. "I will send someone down immediately." "No, wait." Lieutenant Muller changed his mind. "I will come down personally." After placing the receiver down, Muller turned to a duty sailor on the bridge. "Please summon Colonel Richter to the bridge immediately and inform him that we have received an urgent telegram from the Naval General Staff." The sailor promptly accepted the order and went to inform the Mediterranean Fleet Staff officer to come to the bridge. Meanwhile, Muller swiftly made his way to the radio room below the bridge. The tense atmosphere in this confined space was almost palpable, as two radio operators collaborated with the duty officer, whose fingers moved swiftly over the codebook, converting numerical groups into text. Sweat trickled down the forehead of the duty officer responsible for translating the telegram, but he remained oblivious. "How much longer?" "Müller inquirt." "The final group, Lieutenant." The duty officer replied without lifting his head, his pencil racing across the specially designed telegram paper. As the last word was inscribed, the duty officer took a deep breath and solemnly handed the telegram to Muller. "Top secret, urgent, to the commander of the Mediterranean Fleet. The situation regarding the Kingdom of Aragon has changed. With His Majesty's authorization, the Mediterranean Fleet is to depart immediately for combat patrol, awaiting further instructions. Chief of Naval General Staff Alfred von Tirpitz, 0500 hours, February 11th, 1914. Upon reading the telegram, Muller felt as if he could hear his own heartbeat clearly. He turned and dashed out of the radio room, racing back to the bridge. Fleet Staff Officer Colonel Richter had already arrived, appearing drowsy yet alert. Muller approached him silently and handed him the telegram. Richter's pupils constricted sharply as he read, and after a moment, he let out a barely audible gasp. Oh my God. After rereading the telegram, Richter looked up at Muller. Is the commander still resting? Yes. At this hour, he should be in his cabin, Colonel. Richter nodded and then spoke to his sailor, who promptly turned and left. Before long, the young Lieutenant Hassel, the aide to Admiral Spee, appeared on the bridge, his uniform impeccably neat as if he had never taken it off. Hassel received the telegram from Richter. Urgent telegram from the Naval General Staff. It must be delivered to the commander immediately. Hassel accepted the telegram, placing it in his folder, and nodded solemnly. Understood, Colonel. The corridor from the bridge to the commander's cabin felt longer than usual. Hassel could hear his footsteps echoing in the hallway. The sailor standing guard outside the commander's cabin saw the telegram folder in his hands and silently stepped aside, gently knocking on the cabin door. However, there was no response. Hassel exchanged glances with the sailor and stepped forward to knock again, this time with greater determination. A muffled voice inquired from within. What is it? Commander, I apologize for the interruption, but we have received an urgent telegram from the Naval General Staff. Hassel entered, switching on a small light by the door. Admiral Maximilian von Spee, commander of the Saxon Empire's Mediterranean fleet, had already sat up in bed, his graying hair slightly disheveled, but his eyes were fully alert. He asked no questions, reached out for the telegram, and with a glance in the dim light of the cabin, abruptly stood up. Sound the emergency way anchor alarm. Signal flags up the main mast. Summon all captains for a meeting on the flagship. At the same time, notify all ships to commence boiler pressurization immediately. A series of commands flowed clearly and decisively from his lips. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Hassel immediately saluted and swiftly turned, running toward the bridge to relay the fleet commander's orders. Soon, the shrill sound of the ship's whistle pierced the harbor's tranquility, rousing the entire slumbering fleet from its dreams. In one of the hammocks aboard the armored cruiser SMS Scharnhorst, Chief Engineer Karl Borg was emitting thunderous snores. When the piercing emergency way anchor alarm reached his ears, he instinctively leaped from his hammock, his body crashing heavily onto the cold deck. The chief engineer had yet to fully awaken, yet his hands were already fumbling to put on his boots. Damn it, what is happening? He muttered, though his actions did not cease. All hands, stand by. Boiler pressurization. All engineers, report to your stations immediately. He bellowed, rushing down the narrow ladder into the labyrinthine depths of the warship. As he entered the engine room, a wave of heat hit him. Only the explosion-proof lights cast a dim glow through the swirling oil mist and dust. Massive steam pipes, wrapped in thick asbestos insulation, snaked across the ceiling and walls like enormous serpents. Despite using heavy oil boilers, the Saxon Empire's warships were still burning a mix of fuels with duty firemen, working in pairs, roughly pulling open the doors of each boiler. The intense red glow instantly illuminated their sweat-soaked faces, glistening with the dust of the shining ore. They wielded shovels, fervently casting processed hui jing ore into the partially extinguished furnaces. Beyond utilizing the crude oil distilled from hui jing ore, the ore itself, following crushing and washing processes, could be directly employed as fuel, enabling the boilers to reach peak pressure in an exceedingly brief span. What is the current pressure? Bog asked the machinist operating a valve. Reporting, sir. It is only 50, just enough to maintain the ship's basic power generation. A machinist hoarsely replied, his voice somewhat muffled by the din of machinery. I need 300. You must achieve that within an hour. Bog was acutely aware that, under normal circumstances, it would take over 4 hours to transition from a coal boiler to full pressure. However, according to the Imperial Navy's regulations, unless undergoing maintenance or major repairs, warships docked in port were never permitted to extinguish their boilers completely to prepare for situations such as this. Thus, he had faith in his crew and the formidable vessel beneath them. On the battleship's deck, a similarly bustling scene unfolded. A boisterous boatswain, his voice louder than the steam whistles, directed the sailors as they operated the immense anchor machinery. The heavy iron chains clanked loudly as they were drawn from the balmy Mediterranean waters, bringing up swathes of seaweed and silt. Hurry, you sluggish snails. His Majesty the Emperor is watching us. Concurrently, in the flagship Jevons operations room, Admiral Spee stood before a vast nautical chart. The captains of the Mediterranean fleet had arrived in succession via transport boats and now gathered solemnly around him. Outside the porthole, plumes of black smoke and white steam began to billow from the warship's funnels, akin to awakening behemoths, hastily drawing breath. "Gentlemen," Admiral Spee's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. "We have just received orders from the Naval General Staff and His Majesty the Emperor to urgently set sail." He gestured toward the telegram's content, which mentioned the conflict in the Kingdom of Aragon. "My personal assessment is that His Majesty wishes us, the Saxon Navy, to display a stance to the Britannians through a combat cruise." He pivoted his gaze, his expression sharpening. "However, should the Britannians act impulsively, it could very well escalate into a genuine war." The captains exchanged glances, and soon, the captain of the Machi-class battlecruiser, the flagship Machi, spoke up. "Commander, if we enter combat cruise, not only will the Britannians react, but the Gauls and even the Pope's fleet will respond too." An officer promptly added, "The Austro-Hungarian Navy would also mobilize under the Mutual Defense Treaty." "Indeed," Admiral Spee nodded, continuing, although Marshal Tirpitz did not explicitly state it in the telegram. "I have grasped his intent. As long as we in the high seas fleet adopt a firm posture, stirring the waters further, the Britannians will have to carefully consider the risks of war. After all, the Gauls would be more than willing to stab them in the back," interjected a captain of an armored cruiser. This remark elicited barely contained smiles among those present in the operations room. If the prior Moroccan crisis had instilled a sense of precariousness among Saxon naval officers due to the cooperation between the Britannians and Gauls, the past 2 years had seen that friendships sink at an observable rate due to conflicts over overseas colonial interests. Consequently, the pressure on the Saxon side had significantly diminished, while the Gauls had energetically begun to undermine the Britannians, even visiting Saxon ports multiple times. After discussing further details, Admiral Spee pointed with his pointer to a route on the nautical chart. "I hereby command. The reconnaissance fleet will serve as the vanguard, departing first and proceeding along this route to conduct enemy reconnaissance. The main fleet will follow in a 3-column formation, joining the reconnaissance fleet at the designated waterway." The captains quickly noted the orders in their notebooks, with no one raising any questions. Years of rigorous training and countless drills had rendered them intimately familiar with this protocol. "All right, gentlemen, return to your warships," Admiral Spee concluded. "1 hour from now, I expect to see the last vessel of the fleet depart this port. May God bless Saxony." "Yes, Commander." The captains saluted in unison before swiftly turning to board their transport boats and return to their respective warships. An hour later, the morning fog over the port gradually dissipated. Emerging from a mist, the Saxon Empire's Mediterranean fleet, like a colossal iron beast awakening, departed Montagna port amidst the thunderous blasts of steam whistles. The port's Marine Corps imposed no restrictions on the surroundings, and the warships made no attempts to conceal their movements as they boldly sailed into the Mediterranean. Chapter 71. Eternal Victoria. This scene at Montagna port did not escape the notice of the nearby populace. Among the crowd, a man clad in ordinary work attire silently observed the fleet vanish over the horizon, his gaze flickering uncertainly. He, like those around him, expressed astonishment and engaged in discussions with a few acquaintances. However, after a time, the man quietly slipped away from the crowd, turning into a dim alley. After winding through the alley, he finally arrived at what appeared to be an abandoned residence. The man cautiously surveyed his surroundings, confirming that no one was following him before he pushed open the creaking wooden door and slipped inside. He adeptly ascended to the 2nd floor of the residence, moving aside a dilapidated wardrobe to reveal a small hidden compartment behind it. Inside the compartment, a radio transmitter lay quietly on the table. The following day, in the capital of the Holy Britannian Empire, London, within the grand audience chamber of Buckingham Palace, a solemn atmosphere prevailed. The 94-year-old Queen Victoria sat regally upon her throne, a seat crafted from gold and magical crystal, radiating visible arcane luminescence that accentuated the presence of this eternal monarch. Her visage and posture exhibited none of the frailty typical of a woman of her age. Rather, she astonishingly retained the vitality of her 18-year-old self at the time of her ascension. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly coiled at the back of her head, her skin smooth and taut, and her eyes clear and piercing, as if time had entirely lost its hold upon her. Beneath the throne, the Prime Minister, Ministers of the army, navy, and colonial affairs, along with several heads of military intelligence, stood solemnly with hands clasped. Your Majesty, the Saxon army is undergoing partial mobilization. However, according to our latest intelligence, their 12 infantry divisions have crossed the border into the Kingdom of Aragon. Our expeditionary forces in Cuenca and Valencia are preparing for defense. But the disparity in troop strength is concerning, began the Army Intelligence Minister, his voice echoing in the vast hall, tinged with urgency. On the naval front, both the Saxon High Seas Fleet and Mediterranean Fleet have set sail, Your Majesty, the Navy Intelligence Minister added. Their Mediterranean Fleet is moving toward Gibraltar, while the High Seas Fleet has entered the North Sea. This is a very clear signal. The Saxons are adopting a hardline stance. As soon as he finished speaking, the Navy Minister stepped forward. Your Majesty, the Royal Navy must respond in kind. The Home Fleet and Mediterranean Fleet must set sail immediately to demonstrate the Empire's resolve to the Saxons. After speaking, he cast a glance at the Minister of the Army, who, with a grave countenance, remarked, The army equally requires reinforcements. The Saxons share a border with the Kingdom of Aragon, and their ground forces can continuously pour into the battlefield via railways, while our expeditionary forces must traverse the ocean, with each soldier and each shell requiring maritime transport. Before the reinforcements arrive, our troops in Aragon will face a significant disadvantage in numbers. The urgency in the voices of both military ministers was palpable. The evolving situation in the Kingdom of Aragon had, to be frank, exceeded the expectations of both them and the entire leadership of Britannia. In the initial projections, it was anticipated that the elite forces in Sevilla would be the first to be deployed. Subsequently, it was expected to control the southwestern ports of Sevilla and the Aragonese navy within the port, including other directions such as Madrid, mainly to create a diversion. Yet, no one anticipated that the target of the campaign, Sevilla, would remain unconquered, while Madrid was inexplicably captured. Although the expeditionary forces managed to reach the Mediterranean, tactically speaking, they had indeed wrapped themselves in a conundrum. Strategically, they had ensnared themselves. We cannot stand idly by as the expeditionary forces face annihilation. The Minister of the Army continued. Thus, we must by all means bolster our forces in the Kingdom of Aragon, and on a grand scale. As the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Colonial Affairs exchanged glances, and the former rose to speak. Gentlemen, before deciding whether to plunge the Empire into a new war, we ought to first comprehend the current losses. The Prime Minister surveyed the assembly, then continued, I trust that everyone present has perused the frontline reports. We have suffered grievous losses in Sevilla. The elite Northumberland Flanagan Regiment has seen its 3 main battalions nearly disbanded, requiring substantial reinforcements from the rear to restore combat effectiveness. The detachment from the Order of the Garter has been completely annihilated. At this moment, a high-ranking tutor representing the Highland Mage Corps, who had remained silent, also spoke, including His Excellency, the senior tutor Eldritch of the Highland Mage Corps. 5 Highland mages have perished in Sevilla. The sole survivor has suffered immense psychological trauma and is currently en route back to the homeland. This information was already known to those present. However, hearing it reiterated still evoked a sense of disbelief, as if they were ensnared in a nightmare. The loss of 5 mages in a single day was unprecedented in the history of the Highland Mage Corps. Even during the rampant magic plague of yore, such a degree of single-day losses had never been witnessed. These circumstances elucidate one point. The Prime Minister summarized. Our assessment of the military strength of the Saxon Empire has been severely flawed. He paused, casting his gaze upon everyone present. Moreover, our relations with the Gallic Republic remain tenuous. If we recklessly engage in a full-scale war with the Saxons at this moment, who can assure us that the Gauls will not strike us from behind? The Prime Minister's words cast a pall of silence over the hall. Though the ministers of the Navy and Army felt discontent, they found themselves unable to retort. Yet, as representatives of the military hardliners, they understood well that failing to respond decisively would severely undermine the Empire's prestige, allowing the Saxons to become increasingly audacious. Your Excellency, do you mean to suggest that we simply stand by, allow the Saxons to have their way in Aragon? The Minister of the Army could not help but challenge, asserting that it would undoubtedly signal weakness to the world. I do not mean that. The Prime Minister shook his head, turning to the 2 military heads with an abruptly stern tone. I merely wish to remind you not to repeat past mistakes. It seems you military personnel never learn your lessons. He emphasized, word by word. Wasn't the Boer War conducted under your military's vigorous promotion? And what was the outcome? The empire paid a heavy price to barely achieve a so-called hollow victory. The resources, money, and lives we sacrificed bore no proportion to the benefits we gained. The Prime Minister's voice reverberated in the hall, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of the two military ministers. Tell me, he stepped forward, glaring at the Minister of the Army, do you wish to see another Boer War plunge our great empire into the abyss? The Prime Minister's sharp and direct inquiry made the Minister of the Army's face flush with indignation, yet he could find no powerful retort. The shadow of the Boer War still looms over the hearts of many Britanniats. That seemingly winnable conflict ultimately devolved into a quagmire of attrition, severely damaging the empire's finances and prestige. Your Excellency, this moment is different from the last. The Minister of the Navy, a fellow member of Her Majesty's highest war council, attempted to defend his colleague. The threat posed by the Saxons now is far greater than that of the Boers, whom they covertly supported back then. If we retreat now, the price we pay in the future will be far greater. Just as both sides were locked in a deadlock, the Minister of Colonial Affairs, who had remained silent until now, also stepped forward, adding new weight to the Prime Minister's argument. Your Majesty, Your Excellency, he first saluted the Queen and the Prime Minister, then turned to the others, his face etched with concern. While the situation in the Kingdom of Aragon is indeed worrisome, we must not overlook issues elsewhere within the Empire, particularly in North America. He raised a document he had held for some time, proclaiming, in recent months, I have received dozens of urgent telegrams from His Royal Highness, the Governor of the Principality of America. The situation in the North American colonies is far more unstable than we had imagined. Signs of insurrection have emerged in numerous regions, although they have yet to coalesce into a significant threat, merely small-scale disturbances and attacks. This trend is extremely perilous. His Royal Highness has repeatedly telegraphed London, requesting additional troops and supplies to stabilize the local situation. The words of the Minister of Colonial Affairs intensified the already fraught atmosphere. He emphasized, gentlemen, we must be clear on one point. Compared to the yet unproductive Kingdom of Aragon, the North American colonies are the most resplendent jewel in our sacred Britannian Empire's crown. Their impact on the Empire's economy and strategic position is far more direct and crucial. If we were to engage in a prolonged war with the Saxons while facing turmoil in the North American colonies, the consequences would be unimaginable. We could find ourselves in the dire predicament of fighting on multiple fronts. This cold splash of reality served to temper the fervor of the pro-war military personnel. The Empire's strength is not infinite, not to mention the long-standing disputes with the Gauls over colonial territories in Africa, which have already tied down a significant amount of military resources. Now, with the escalation of conflict on the Iberian Peninsula, should North America also falter, the Empire's global strategic deployment would be thrown into disarray. This is sheer folly. The Minister of the Army continued to argue. The insurgents in North America are merely a rabble. The forces at the disposal of His Royal Highness are more than sufficient to handle them. We cannot abandon our interests on the Iberian Peninsula due to uncertain risks. A rabble? The Minister of Colonial Affairs scoffed, his tone becoming less courteous. Were not those who waged the so-called War of Independence in North America also considered a rabble by the military at that time? And what was the outcome? Had it not been for Benedict Arnold betraying Washington to us, who knows what the North American colonies would be like now? The Minister of the Army was left speechless. As it seemed the cabinet was on the verge of a complete rupture before the Queen, the Prime Minister once again interjected, attempting to quell the dispute. Enough, let us all speak less. He waved his hand, signaling the Minister of Colonial Affairs to remain calm, and continued, your concerns are all valid, yet this is not the time for mutual blame. What we require is a plan that can ensure the Empire's safety through this crisis. The debate between the two factions momentarily ceased, though neither could persuade the other. The military insisted on a firm response to preserve the Empire's dignity and interests in Aragon, while the faction led by the Prime Minister argued for caution to avoid being ensnared in the quagmire of war, prioritizing the stabilization of the more critical North American colonies. The argument persisted for a considerable time, with various proposals being put forth and subsequently dismissed. The audience chamber was filled with tension and anxiety. Ultimately, all gazes converged on the silent figure of the eternal Queen seated upon the throne. regardless of the intensity of their debate. The ultimate authority rested with this monarch who had ruled the empire for nearly a century. The countenance of Queen Victoria revealed no emotional fluctuation. Her deep-set eyes scanned each individual present, seemingly able to penetrate the depths of their thoughts. A pin drop could be heard in the hall. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the Queen's final judgment. At last, the Queen spoke slowly. Her voice was not loud, yet it carried an innate authority that resonated in every ear. You all present valid points, but she shifted her tone, becoming incisive. I concur with the military's perspective. In addressing the Saxon Empire, we, the Holy Britannia Empire, must not exhibit the slightest weakness. My troublesome grandson wishes to see our retreat and hesitation. The more we concede, the more he will take advantage of it. This, as his grandmother, I understand better than any of you. Queen Victoria rose gracefully from her throne, stepping down to the stairs, gazing down at the enormous world map that adorned the floor of the audience chamber. Therefore, we must project strength. She looked up at the assembly, her gaze fierce, issuing unwavering commands. I approve the troop increase plan. The Army Ministry is to formulate a plan immediately, reallocating forces from the homeland in North Africa, preparing for immediate maritime deployment to Aragon. The Navy Ministry order the Home Fleet and the Mediterranean Fleet to set sail without delay. I care not whether you are embarking on combat patrols or military exercises. In any case, I want the Saxon fleet to constantly see the Royal Navy's flag. Yes, Your Majesty. The two military ministers responded in unison, their voices brimming with excitement and vigor. The decision of Victoria I aligned almost perfectly with the thoughts of her grandson, Albert II of the Saxon Empire. She believed that irrespective of whether full-scale war would ultimately erupt, it was imperative that Britannia never be perceived as retreating. After issuing the military orders, the Eternal Queen turned her gaze toward the Foreign Minister, Sir Edward Grey. Yes, Your Majesty, he replied, stepping forward from his corner, appearing unassuming yet resolute. The Queen's tones softened slightly. As the fleet departs, maintain constant communication with the Saxons and prepare for negotiations. War is merely an extension of politics, not the sole means. I require each of you to secure the Empire's greatest interests, both on the battlefield and at the negotiating table. This statement echoed the sentiments expressed by Albert II to his diplomatic secretary far away in Dresden. As you wish, Your Majesty, the foreign minister respectfully replied. Chapter 72. Am I truly a sorcerous genius? Amidst the tumult of the entire European continent, where two great empires stood on the brink of conflict, those at the epicenter in Sevilla, including Molin and others, found themselves unexpectedly devoid of combat assignments. According to reconnaissance from armored airships circling overhead, the kingdom's forces and the Britannic Expeditionary Army, having suffered a devastating defeat, had completely abandoned any plans for a renewed offensive. The kingdom's 24th Infantry Division, which had sustained heavy losses in urban warfare, along with the Britannic Expeditionary Troops, had retreated over 40 kilometers in one breath. With the absence of hostilities for consecutive days, the residents of Sevilla, who had fled at the onset of battle, gradually began to return to their city. However, upon their return to familiar homes, they were met with a harrowing sight. Numerous buildings lay in ruins, streets were strewn with collapsed walls and charred debris. The city was now teeming with coalition soldiers and their hastily erected fortifications, transforming what was once a tranquil environment into one filled with an air of foreboding. Meanwhile, Molin and the surviving officers received a new assignment, one they were all reluctant to undertake, yet had no choice but to fulfill, leading their soldiers and willing citizens to clear the city of the remains of both friend and foe. The death of a soldier in battle may only take mere seconds, yet the time and effort required to clear their bodies is several times, even hundreds of times, greater. Countless carts and wagons were requisitioned for the task. Stiff and cold corpses were retrieved from ruins, fortifications, and waterlogged craters, piled onto carts, and slowly transported along the streets of Sevilla to designated mass graves outside the city. Despite the February temperatures in Sevilla not exceeding 12 degrees Celsius, the stench of decay permeated the air as time passed. Molin and his surviving soldiers mechanically repeated the processes of transporting, stacking, and moving the bodies, their faces devoid of any relief from survival, replaced instead by numbness and exhaustion. In the city center, The priest of a church took the initiative to organize citizens for a series of grand collective funerals outside the city for the fallen from both sides. The priest, with solemnity and compassion, prayed for the departed souls. In that moment, on this blood-soaked land, distinctions between enemies and friends vanished, leaving only the living and the dearly departed. Perhaps, for those soldiers who perished in pain and fear, death was a form of liberation. Meanwhile, the living must bear the weight of it all and continue onward. The collective funeral took place in an open area on the city outskirts. The freshly dug massive pit seemed endless, its edges piled high with the recently transported corpses. A truly chilling sight. Whether clad in the gray uniforms of Saxon soldiers, the red attire of Britannic troops, or the diverse garb of the Aragonese forces and the International Brigade, they now lay together in silence, beyond the capacity to inflict harm upon one another. A priest reportedly appointed directly by the Vatican stood at the edge of the pit, holding a hefty Bible, reciting eulogies in multiple languages. His voice, though weary and aged, bore a power capable of soothing the soul. Dust to dust, earth to earth, may the Lord receive their souls, regardless of the nations they belonged to or the ideologies they espoused. On this land, they are but lost lambs. May they find eternal peace in the heavens. Molin stood at the back of the crowd, silently observing all that transpired. Unlike those around him who prayed, he simply watched as volunteers worked together to push one body after another into the deep pit, the soil gradually covering them. A tumult of emotions swirled within him. The brutality of war was far more direct and raw than he had ever imagined. In the military simulations he had engaged in at both the schools he attended before and after his journey, soldiers were merely cold numbers and pieces on a chessboard. Yet here, each lost life had once been a living person, with families, friends, dreams, and hopes. Now, however, everything is turned to ashes. Klaus stands beside Molin, this soldier of remarkable valor on the battlefield. Yet at this moment, he resembles a child, repeatedly wiping the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand. A friend from his hometown had perished in the recent urban combat, and his body had only just been discovered. Following the conclusion of the funeral, the soldiers commenced yet another round of cleanup. The number of corpses in the city was overwhelming, and this task could extend for several more days. Molin forced himself to suppress those heavy thoughts, dedicating all his energy to the work at hand. He personally led the team into the partially collapsed buildings, overturning fallen walls in search of comrades who might be buried beneath the rubble. Each time, he uncovered a Saxon soldier's body. He meticulously examined their identification tag and instructed the clerk to record the details with solemnity. This was the only action he could take for those fallen comrades with whom he had shared the burden of arms, albeit briefly, before their untimely departure. As night fell, the weary soldiers returned to the temporary camp after undergoing disinfection. The campfire was rekindled, yet the atmosphere was even more somber than in previous days. No one engaged in grandiloquent discussions, nor did anyone boast of their achievements. They merely dined in silence, their gazes vacant as they stared into the flickering flames. Molin, too, lacked an appetite. He sipped only a few mouthfuls of hot soup before retreating to the room assigned to him. The harrowing scenes of the day replayed incessantly in his mind. He suddenly realized that his previous understanding of this world might have been overly simplistic. This was not merely a stage upon which he could display his prowess and achieve greatness. Here lay a realm that was both real and cruel. The notion that death follows violence was no longer a mere jest. Survive? Molin murmured to himself, recognizing that only by continuing to live could he earn the right to ponder other matters. It was only through possessing sufficient strength that he could safeguard himself or alter the things he found intolerable. With this realization, the confusion in Morin's heart gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented resolve. He could no longer wallow in sorrow and uncertainty. He had to grow stronger, at the very least. He needed the power to ensure his own safety. As night deepened, with the entire camp enveloped in slumber and only the footsteps of the patrol echoing through the silent streets, Molin once again delved into the study of spells. This time, his heart was intensely focused. He no longer perceived the study of magic as a torment, but regarded it as an essential path to self-improvement. Outside, the moonlight flowed like water, quietly bathing the battle-worn city. Beneath this tranquil moonlight, a soul from another world was quietly gathering the strength necessary for survival and the future. By day, he cleared the ruins, transported corpses, and soothed the emotions of the soldiers. By night, he toiled tirelessly, studying spell models and memorizing intricate runic structures. This existence of laboring by day and learning magic by night constituted a dual torment of both mind and body for any ordinary individual. Yet perhaps due to the resilience of the soul of a traveler, or perhaps because the stimuli of war awakened the latent potential within him, Molin persevered. He discovered that he possessed a certain aptitude for the study of spells. The shield spell, which had previously caused him excruciating headaches, akin to the agony of grappling with calculus, was mastered after just one night of intensive study. By the second night, he had grasped the essence of its spell model in merely 2 to 3 hours. When the system notified him that the shield spell had been successfully recorded in his spellbook, Molin even experienced a fleeting illusion of having completed a calculus simulation exam. With this success behind him, the learning of the second spell, Mage Armor, proceeded much more smoothly. The spells of the School of Magic were evidently interconnected. Molin applied the foundational knowledge he had gleaned about the structure of protective spells from learning Shield Spell to his new study. Consequently, he succeeded in mastering Mage Armor in just one night. Oh no, could it be that I am truly a genius? Gazing at the 2 illuminated icons in his spellbook, Molin promptly allocated his 4 first-level spell slots and 2 second-level spell slots equally between these 2 life-preserving spells, 3 shield spells, and 3 mage armors. As his intentions solidified, the system backend began to automatically fill the spell slots. A pale blue progress bar appeared beneath the spell icons, indicating it would be ready by the following dawn. Upon completing this task, Molin let out a long sigh of relief, a sense of unprecedented security flooding over him. Although he currently possessed no offensive spells, mastering these 2 protective spells would significantly enhance his survival capabilities in any imminent close-quarters combat. However, in the midst of his excitement, a new worry arose. He could not conceal the fact that he had learned spells forever. Especially in the upcoming battles, should circumstances become dire, he would instinctively resort to using spells for self-preservation. At that moment, a seemingly ordinary infantry lieutenant would suddenly transform into a spell-casting mage. Such a transformation would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. He needed a strategy, someone knowledgeable to consult. Just then, as Molin pondered who around him might possess such expertise, a gentle knock echoed at his door. "Molin, are you asleep?" came the deliberately subdued voice of Ludwig from outside. Molin rose to open the door, revealing the Teutonic knight clad in a plain hospital gown, cautiously peeking in. "Colonel, how did you manage to come out? Aren't you still recovering?" Molin exclaimed in surprise. "Shoo!" Ludwig gestured for silence, then sidled in, closing the door behind him. He limped over to the table and, after surveying the room, looked at Molin with eager eyes, whispering, "Good brother, do you have any alcohol?" Molin quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that this fellow was craving a drink, otherwise he would not have suddenly referred to him as good brother. As a patient, Ludwig was strictly prohibited from alcohol in the field hospital. The diligent medical officers had undoubtedly confiscated his ration of spirits, leaving him yearning for a taste over the past few days. Thus, he had set his sights on Molin, a familiar face. After all, according to the logistics regulations of the Saxon army, officers were allotted a weekly ration of alcohol, albeit meager, sufficient to satisfy cravings. Molin himself abstained from drinking in the field, so his share was surely intact. "Colonel, the doctor said you cannot drink. It will hinder your recovery." Molin replied with a serious tone, firmly declining. "Nonsense. I know my own body." Ludwig slammed the table, only to wince in pain as it aggravated his rib injury. He caught his breath, then donned a pleading smile, leaning closer to Molin and putting his arm around his shoulder. "Molin, just a sip. I promise, just a sip. Trust me, when we survive and return home, I will ensure an opportunity for you and my sister Patricia to meet. I will personally arrange it." In pursuit of a drink, this Teutonic knight colonel was even willing to barter his own sister. Molin found Ludwig's antics amusing, as if he were suggesting that being with his sister would somehow benefit him. "Of course, if this works out, it would indeed be a boon for you." Ludwig puffed out his chest proudly, proclaiming, "Our family, the Seckert family, is quite distinguished in Dresden. If you truly become my brother-in-law, your future career will undoubtedly soar with ease." He scrutinized Molin from head to toe, expressing his astonishment. "Truth be told, Molin, you have truly impressed me this time. The person you are now is entirely different from the frivolous dandy I once knew, who only chased after women at ballroom dances. Ludwig's expression turned serious. It seems the battlefield can indeed transform a person. If I previously harbored deep-seated reservations about my sister associating with someone like you, my perspective has certainly shifted now. Oh, I must thank the colonel for his kind words. Molin grumbled as he retrieved a bottle of gin from his military backpack and picked up a glass from the table. He poured a half glass for Ludwig and a little for himself. Just this one drink. If the medics discover it, I shall not take the blame for you. How generous. Ludwig's eyes lit up at the sight of the liquor, and he eagerly lifted his glass, cautiously taking a sip, his face revealing immense satisfaction. This is truly the flavor from home. He exhaled deeply, as if he had consumed something extraordinary. Observing his intoxicated demeanor, Molin shook his head and raised his own glass for a sip. The spicy liquid coursed down his throat, invigorating him. The two men drank in silence, the atmosphere in the room turning momentarily tranquil. Beneath the dim oil lamp, these two survivors of the battlefield savored the fleeting peace. Speaking of which, our survival this time is largely thanks to you. Ludwig set down his glass, breaking the silence. If it weren't for your invention of that energy-penetrating, armor-piercing shell, we would have surely perished. The Knights of the Order of the Holy Grail would never have imagined such a day would come. That was also a sacrifice made by those knights, Captain Hauser, and the other fallen soldiers. Molin's mood dampened slightly. Indeed, Ludwig sighed, but isn't that the nature of war? Their sacrifices will not be in vain. Regardless of the brigade commander, the staff officers, or myself, we will report these achievements. He took another sip of his drink, then looked at Molin as if suddenly recalling something. By the way, speaking of that energy-penetrating armor-piercing shell, once we return home, you must remember to visit the Imperial Patent Office to file for a patent. File for a patent? Molin was momentarily stunned. Of course. Ludwig looked at him with an expression that conveyed disbelief. This is your invention, your intellectual property. Once you secure the patent, you will receive royalties for every shell produced, which amounts to a substantial sum. Is there such a benefit? Molin's eyes brightened. It was merely a desperate measure for survival at the time. I never anticipated it could yield financial returns. So, once I register, can I apply for retirement and simply count my money? As long as the armored knights exist, I will have no trouble selling this armor-piercing shell. Molin smiled at Ludwig. Ludwig, hearing Molin's words, gazed at him in disbelief and finally could only utter, "You, my friend, truly remain unchanged. However, don't rejoice too soon." Ludwig's tone shifted, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. Your energy-penetrating, armor-piercing shell differs from ordinary weapon inventions. It may very well revolutionize the future combat methods of armored knights. Thus, this patent will likely be classified as a state secret. Classified patent? What does that mean? Molin inquired. It means this technology can only be mastered and utilized by the military and cannot be commercialized in any form. In other words, you cannot sell it to other nations or private entities for profit. Molin felt a wave of disappointment. Then my royalties are gone? The royalties may be lost, but the Imperial Patent Office will provide you with a lump sum compensation. Ludwig reminisced briefly before responding. However, the exact amount you receive will depend on how you pursue it. Pursue? How do I pursue it? A lawsuit. Ludwig uttered a term that left Molin dumbfounded. A lawsuit? Molin questioned, incredulous. Against whom? Against the Imperial Patent Office and the military. Ludwig replied calmly, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. Chapter 74. I have a friend at this point. Molin was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom that he would have to sue the Imperial Patent Office for patent compensation. Wait, Colonel, are you joking? I am to sue the Imperial Patent Office and the military? Molin appeared incredulous. Who told you to sue them yourself? Ludwig shot him a glare and took another sip of his drink. Of course, you need to hire a lawyer to file the suit. Do you think compensation from the Imperial Patent Office is easy to obtain? Their initial offer will undoubtedly be minimized. At that moment, you will need a professional lawyer to advocate for you and secure the best possible outcome. You simply have not encountered this before. This is quite common in the Empire. Inventors will go to great lengths to demonstrate the immense value of their inventions, while the government will strive to reduce costs. Lawyers from both sides will engage in fierce debates in a closed court, ultimately resulting in a judge determining a final compensation amount based on the actual value and impact of the patent. This ensures the protection of the inventor's interests while preventing the loss of state assets. It is quite fair. After listening to Ludwig's explanation, Molin vaguely recalled that in the world before his journey, there had indeed been cases of compensation paid for classified inventions, such as the Enigma machine and certain gases. All right, I think I understand. Molin nodded, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Rest assured, I am well versed in this matter. Ludwig patted his shoulder, confidently asserting, once we return to Dresden, I will help you find a competent lawyer. I guarantee you will extract a significant sum from those tight-fisted bureaucrats. Thank you, Colonel. What else could Molin say? Although he was uncertain why Ludwig was suddenly so generous towards him, he still raised his glass in a toast, despite initially permitting Ludwig only one drink. Once the drinking began, the pace often spiraled out of control. Ludwig, unbeknownst to him, had already poured himself a second glass. Just as Molin was about to say something upon realizing what had happened, Ludwig suddenly spoke in a serious tone. You have changed a great deal, Molin. I always thought that your attendance at military school and enlistment were solely due to General Markinson's pressure. Molin, wait, how do you know so much? Upon hearing Molin's question, Ludwig shrugged, as if it were an obvious matter. This is not a secret among the nobility in Dresden, and my father is also quite familiar with General Markinson. Ignoring Molin's speechlessness, Ludwig continued. Regardless, I now see in you the true qualities of a soldier, brave, decisive, and intelligent. Ludwig's words stirred something within Molin. Through their conversation, Molin recognized that Ludwig, as a member of a distinguished Teutonic knight family, possessed insights far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Furthermore, their shared experience on the battlefield had fostered a trust that transcended ordinary camaraderie. Seeking his counsel on matters concerning mages seemed a prudent choice at this juncture. Colonel, I actually have a question I would like to consult you about. Molin set down his glass, casually broaching the subject. Oh, do tell. Ludwig's interest was piqued. Molin organized his thoughts and began his probing with a classic opening. It is as follows. I have a friend. You, a flamboyant dandy, have a friend? Ludwig interrupted him directly, teasingly incredulous. A female friend? Well, that opening remark was tragically interrupted. Coughing, Molin was momentarily taken aback, but he steeled himself to continue. I truly have a friend who has recently encountered some troubles. Ludwig gazed at Molin with keen interest, his eyes seeming to peer right through him. Is that friend of yours identical to you? Also named Molin, and holding the rank of lieutenant? All right, Colonel, I concede. Molin raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Indeed, that person is me. I suddenly realized that I have become a spellcaster. He admitted with a straightforwardness that caused the smile on Ludwig's face to freeze. Wait, what did you just say? I discovered that I have become a spellcaster, right after the battle a few days ago. Ludwig retorted, is it that my compliments have made you lightheaded? Or has your tolerance for alcohol diminished to the point where one drink gets you tipsy and you start rambling? Colonel, I am serious. Very well then. Show me something to enlighten me. Ludwig set his glass down on the table, his excitement palpable. Perform some trick or another. Let me see if you're merely boasting. Hearing Ludwig's words, Molin ceased to hide his abilities. He dragged a damaged-back chair from the room to the space between them and executed a repair spell. The cracked area of a chair's back seemed to shimmer with magical light before reverting to its original state. Oh my God, Molin, you are serious? Ludwig sprang to his feet, astonished, scrutinizing Molin from head to toe. After a moment, he returned to his seat, pouring himself another glass of wine, downing it in one go, seemingly to calm his surprise. Colonel, I suspect you are using this as an opportunity to indulge in more wine. Ludwig raised his hand to halt Molin's words, then continued, do not divert the topic. Let us return to the matter at hand. How did you suddenly become a mage? For this question, Molin had nothing to conceal, so he recounted how he had captured 2 apprentice mages during the battle, and later discovered spell notes on the body of the high-level mage Eldritch. I was simply curious, so I perused them several times, and suddenly felt as if I could perform the spells written in those notes. Although this explanation seemed somewhat implausible, it was the most reasonable account he could provide. He certainly could not say he achieved this through a system upgrade with a single button. After listening, Ludwig looked at Molin, astonished. Your luck is truly unparalleled. He shook his head, his tone filled with awe and a hint of indescribable envy. Highland mages, being the pinnacle of spellcasters, possess spell notes that are exceedingly precious. I never imagined you would manage to gather three, with one being from a high-ranking instructor. Even more astonishing is that you merely glanced at them a few times and managed to teach yourself. Ludwig's reaction was not the kind of fear that Molin had worried about. Rather, it resembled the thrill of discovering a new world. At this point, the Teutonic Knight paused and remember to submit the spell manuals to the Ministry tomorrow. They are significant spoils of war. However, I suspect you might also be able to keep one of the apprentices. Regarding the submission of spoils, Molin had little reaction. After all, these 3 volumes have been classified by the system as personal training manuals, and he had already absorbed their experience. The knowledge contained within had been forcefully imprinted in his mind by the system, so relinquishing them was of little consequence. I will submit these 3 manuals, but Colonel, you get to tell me if my situation is serious. Molin once again posed his most pressing concern. Serious? Was serious about it. Ludwig looked at him incredulously. Do you think you are the first person to awaken magical talent after adulthood? It's just that you have been immersed in a world of frivolity and have not paid attention to these matters. Seeing Molin's puzzled expression, he began to explain. Although the mage community in our Saxony Empire cannot compare in number or quality to that of Britannia or Gaul, this land still naturally gives rise to individuals endowed with magical talent. Many of them discover their spell-casting abilities only after reaching adulthood, often due to some fortuitous circumstance. While rare, such instances are not without precedent. The Empire has specialized institutions that register and guide these individuals, and those who perform exceptionally may even be recruited to serve in the military or government. Ludwig's words completely dispelled Molin's lingering concerns. However, Ludwig's tone shifted as he regarded Molin with a complex expression. It's the first time I've heard of someone like you, who has never displayed magical talent, suddenly becoming a mage just by glancing at a few study notes. He stroked his chin as if appraising a rare treasure. Molin, your talent for spellcasting is likely far greater than you realize. Ludwig suddenly slapped his thigh, his expression brimming with excitement. This indicates that you and my sister Patricia are simply a match made in heaven. Molin? He was utterly unable to keep pace with the colonel's train of thought. What did his newfound ability to cast spells have to do with his sister? Listen while I analyze this for you. Ludwig began his lengthy discourse, counting on his fingers. You are now considered a combat hero. When the 16th Brigade returns to the rear for rest after the chain of guard, the brigade's staff will report the various battle records up the chain of command. And your promotion is practically a foregone conclusion. Wait a moment. How does that lead to a promotion? Ludwig raised an eyebrow. Brother, you may have been in the unit for less than a month, and you might be promoted to lieutenant. If that happens, you will break the record for the fastest promotion in the army. Do you know how long a normal promotion takes? I don't know. Oh, having just graduated from military school, you may not be aware. Under normal circumstances, it starts at 3 years. The requirements for promotion from lieutenant to captain are even stricter. The rank of captain is the endpoint for 99 Saxon officers, you know? So I have also risked my life this time. And, according to what you said, I am merely promoted 1 level to a junior officer. Colonel, you don't look much older than me, and you're already a senior officer. The armored knights and infantry are not the same, you know? Seeing Molin's discontented expression, Ludwig continued, Do not rush. The 16th Brigade has suffered significant casualties this time, and many positions for officers will be vacated. When it comes time to fill those vacancies, the original officers from the brigade will certainly be prioritized. Even if your rank does not increase, you can still be an acting officer. It's only a matter of time. Moreover, you have developed the energy-piercing shells, which have the potential to transform the battlefield ecology, and now you have become an endlessly promising spellcaster. With these 3 identities combined, what do you have to worry about? Am I Sister Patricia? A renowned genius in magical engineering from Dresden, she is both beautiful and intelligent, the jewel of our Sackett family. If you two were to come together, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Ludwig grew increasingly animated, as if he could already envision a grand wedding between Molin and his sister. In that case, with our family supporting you, perhaps General Mackinson would also lend a hand. Coupled with your own talents and abilities, you would become a rising star in the Saxon Empire's army. Molin was momentarily stunned. He felt as though he were conversing not with a military colonel, but with a seasoned matchmaker. Colonel, are we perhaps straying a bit off topic? He attempted to steer the conversation back. Whether we can return alive is still an issue. Pa. Speak not of such dismal things. Regarding the promotion issue, I initially hesitated to speak, but due to persistent inquiries, I shall respond. This narrative is inherently a slow-burn tale. It is unrealistic to expect a character to ascend to the rank of a senior officer within a mere 100 or 200 chapters. Furthermore, I fail to comprehend how a military academy student could be promoted from second lieutenant to lieutenant within less than a month of joining a unit. Even if one embodies the archetype of a dragon soaring through the skies, there must be limits to such extraordinary feats. Lacking experience, how could one effectively command a couple of hundred valiant soldiers in battle? Prior to the transmigration, the protagonist was merely an ungraduated cadet, and even after the transition, he has only just graduated. Is it plausible for him to possess the capability to lead hundreds of troops? Managing the logistics and coordination of such a large group is no small feat. Consider the chaos that ensues when organizing a simple school outing or a corporate team-building event. How often do participants go missing? Or how frequently do people fail to gather in time before departure? Warfare is not as simple as clicking a mouse to execute commands. Without military credentials, how can one expect to command seasoned veterans who have served for 7 or 8 years? I strongly recommend interested readers to examine Bingong, where one will find that Rommel's accomplishments in the initial months of warfare are not inferior to those of our protagonist. This includes, but is not limited to, capturing dozens of French soldiers with a single squad and single-handedly riding into the fray to observe artillery attacks across the front line. However, he merely received medals, not immediate promotions. Now, on to Chapter 75, titled The Rescue. Ludwig hummed an off-key tune from Saxony while pouring himself another half-glass of gin, the liquid level in the bottle visibly diminishing. Enough, Colonel. If you continue to drink, the medical officer will surely come looking for me tomorrow, Molin exclaimed, snatching the bottle and tightly sealing it. Although originating from Flanders and flourishing in Britannia, this beverage, known for its gin, is particularly popular in Saxony, especially in the northern regions. Alongside brandy and Cohen wine, it is one of the options available for officers' rations. However, Molin simply cannot appreciate this drink. Ludwig rolled his eyes, downing the remaining liquid in his glass. Savoring the aftertaste, as if yearning for more, he rose to stretch, feeling a twinge of pain from his rib injury, causing him to grimace slightly. Molin, you have truly opened my eyes this time. As Ludwig approached the door, he turned back to wink at Molin. Your future is indeed bright. I can't even see your shadow yet, Colonel, Molin replied, exasperated yet amused. It's only a matter of time, mark my words, Ludwig declared, then opened the door to peek outside. Once assured that no one was around, he limped into the darkness. Molin observed his retreating figure, shaking his head, but feeling reassured by Ludwig's words. At least the prospect of becoming a spellcaster seemed devoid of peril, appearing instead as a promising lottery ticket in life. Early the next morning, Molin, armed with 3 spell manuals brimming with acquired knowledge, prepared to submit them to the brigade headquarters. However, as he passed through the tent area of the field hospital, he stumbled upon an amusing scene. Several medical officers surrounded Ludwig, their stern expressions and animated gestures conveying their concern. Colonel, we are looking out for your health. Did you sneak in another drink last night? We can smell the alcohol on you. If this continues, we may have to tie you to your bed. Ludwig, chastised like a rookie, hung his head in silence. When he caught sight of Molin passing by, he shot him a furious glare, prompting the medical officers to shift their attention as well. Sensing the scrutiny, Molin hurried his pace and discreetly made his exit. He had no desire to incur the wrath of those formidable medical officers, who were among the most essential personnel in the ranks. Since the onset of urban warfare, the temporary brigade headquarters of the 16th Brigade has been established within the relatively intact municipal building. After signing in at the entrance, Molin was escorted to an aide-de-camp. Upon placing the 3 manuals, still emanating a faint aura of magic, on the table, the aide's brows furrowed in confusion upon hearing that Molin had important items to submit, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Is this the spellbook of a Highland mage? The aide, clearly knowledgeable, gingerly picked up 1 volume and flipped through a few pages, his hands trembling slightly. And 3 volumes? We thought the Highland mages left nothing behind. My apologies. We hadn't previously confiscated such items and were unaware they needed to be submitted, Molin said sheepishly, scratching his head with an innocent smile. I only heard others mention it, so I hurried to bring these for submission. News of Morin's acquisition of the Highland Mages notes quickly ascended through the ranks. Soon, the entire brigade was aware that he had become a spellcaster on the battlefield, with Brigadier General Paul even requesting a private meeting. Upon realizing the authenticity of the claims, General Paul reacted similarly to Ludwig, marveling at Morin's seemingly limitless potential. This news spread like wildfire, reaching even the adjacent resting National Army allies. A spellcaster has emerged from the Saxon ranks. I hear he is a second lieutenant who made a significant contribution in the Battle of Sevilla. Is that true? Aren't the Saxon mages stationed in the rear with the Royal Guard? Absolutely. I witnessed him take flight. Indeed, he can even breathe fire. He is remarkably formidable. In no time, Friedrich Morin became the most discussed name among the Allied forces stationed in Sevilla, with tales of his exploits in previous battles being woven together, embellished into various versions. Among these renditions, the most outlandish claimed that Morin had dropped grenades from above, striking down 3 Highland mages. Every day, curious visitors flocked to the temporary quarters of the 3rd Company, eager to catch a glimpse of the newly minted spellcaster. Some were genuinely intrigued, wishing to see firsthand what a mage looked like, particularly since spellcasters are relatively rare for the Saxons and the International Brigade volunteers alike. According to the entries Morin updated through the Intelligence tab, the number and ranks of mages in the Saxon Empire pale in comparison to those in Britannia, with a significant scarcity of high-ranking spellcasters. In addition to the curious onlookers, some surviving Saxon officers sought to befriend this promising individual. The entrance of the 3rd Company's temporary quarters became a bustling hub, busier than the administrative headquarters, forcing Klaus and Bowman to temporarily assume the role of doormen, exhausting themselves from merely turning away visitors. Amid this unexpected enthusiasm, Morin found himself rather bemused by the attention. He felt less like a spellcaster and more akin to a rare panda on display at a zoo. During these days of being treated as a spectacle, the situation on the battlefield in the Kingdom of Aragon finally took a turn for the better. This time, Morin's ominous predictions seemed to have lost their potency, as the conflict did not spiral into further chaos. With General August von Mackensen personally commanding 12 fully staffed Saxon infantry divisions, the advance towards Cuenca and Valencia began with fervor. The previously unstoppable Kingdom and Britannian expeditionary forces, having swept through to the coast, suddenly felt the weight of impending doom. Their offensive against the enemy forces in Cuenca and Valencia consisted of only 5 divisions, with more than half being relatively weak Kingdom troops. These forces, relying on their numerical superiority, could manage against the national army, yet when confronted with the regular troops of the Saxon Empire, it was akin to an egg striking a stone. With minimal resistance, the enemy forces entrenched in these 2 provinces commenced a large-scale retreat. Their commander was well aware that if they did not flee at this moment, they would face the grim fate of being ground to dust by the formidable Saxon army. During this process, the Britannia Expeditionary Force exhibited remarkable tactical prowess. Although dispersed across various positions along the front lines, they swiftly executed a withdrawal to Madrid. However, many of the slower and less organized Kingdom troops became mere scapegoats. As the enemy retreated, the severed railway lines were reopened, allowing the besieged Saxon Expeditionary Force in the heart of Aragon to finally emerge from encirclement. Upon receiving the news in Sevilla, the Saxon troops stationed there erupted in jubilation. The tension and despair that had lingered for days dissipated, replaced by euphoric sense of survival. Soldiers cheered and embraced one another, tossing their pointed helmets into the air. This time, no one intervened to halt their celebration. Although the officers maintained their composure, their flushed cheeks and gleaming eyes betrayed their inner excitement. Morin also exhaled a long sigh of relief, as the heavy weight that had pressed upon his heart for several days finally lifted. It was truly a blessing to be alive. Chapter 76. Reunion with Mackensen. The Expeditionary Forces Command Post, now under the direction of General Mackensen, swiftly issued new orders. Units that had suffered heavy losses in the defense of Sevilla were to be rotated and rested. 2 well-organized and high-spirited Saxon infantry divisions, along with a contingent of National Army troops, marched through military transports into Sevilla, taking over the defense from the 16th Brigade and Allied forces. The 16th Infantry Brigade, having sustained over half of its strength and casualties, was granted a precious opportunity for respite. With Sevilla firmly under their control and the railways clear, Molin and his men spared themselves the arduous journey. They could board military trains directly from the train station within Sevilla. Meanwhile, the intelligence tab refreshed with an update. The Zeppelin-class armored airship L-30 departed Sevilla, heading toward the Atlantic Ocean. In completing a new round of maritime resupply, it would also rendezvous with the Mediterranean fleet passing through the Strait of Gibraltar. Was Gaul stirring the pot? Molin raised an eyebrow at this information, for in this world, both the Strait of Gibraltar and North Africa lay under Gaul's control. Although the Holy Britannia Empire had long suppressed the continent with one hand, the Gauls and Saxon had not maintained a friendly relationship under such external pressures, particularly after losing Alsace, Lorraine, and the Mediterranean exit during the Saxon-Gaul War. The relationship between the Saxon Empire and the Gaul Republic had become one of bitter enmity. Hence, many predicted that a great conflict between the two was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. Alas, the affairs of old Europe are perpetually chaotic. On the platform, the incoming troops for the rotation crossed paths with the departing officers of the 16th Brigade. The newcomers, full of vigor and impeccably uniformed, curiously surveyed the battle-weary soldiers and the city behind them that had recently endured a bloody conflict. In contrast, the 16th Brigade personnel appeared largely exhausted, their uniforms still marked with indelible traces of gunpowder and dust. While their ranks remained orderly, many companies had lost nearly half their numbers, rendering the vacant spaces particularly striking. Nevertheless, the soldiers of the 16th Infantry Brigade stood tall, their spines straight. Having been tempered by the crucible of battle, these survivors exuded a newfound steadiness and resolve. The train slowly departed, carrying the weary members of the 16th Brigade toward their rear base. Molin sat by the window, watching the scenery of Sevilla retreat rapidly behind him, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Here, he had endured the most brutal battle of his life, and also experienced a rebirth. Simultaneously, he mourned the loss of many comrades, but gained invaluable combat experience and forged bonds with trustworthy allies that could not be acquired in military academies. Commander, have some hot water. Molin's fondness for hot water was well known among his subordinates. Bowman, uncertain how he managed to procure hot water on the train, handed a flask to Molin. This sergeant, who had served for many years and was previously somewhat shy when smiling, now bore a hint of weariness on his face. Thank you. Molin took the flask and took a sip. The carriage was quiet, as most soldiers leaned back in their seats, soundly asleep. The relentless battles and subsequent cleanup operations had drained their every ounce of energy. At last, they could temporarily set aside their burdens and enjoy a well-deserved rest. The military train carrying Molin and his fellow soldiers ultimately came to a halt in a rear area close to the Saxon Empire's border. Here, a new rear base had been established by the expeditionary force, supported by a small town, with numerous temporary barracks and warehouses springing up. Soldiers bustled about, and military vehicles moved to and fro. The 16th Brigade was allocated a sizable encampment. According to information Molin had gleaned from the brigade headquarters in Ludwig, who had sneaked out to drink with him, other units of the 8th Infantry Division, affiliated with the 16th Brigade, would soon be dispatched from the homeland. At that time, the 16th Brigade would be reconstituted and supplemented through a reserve camp to replace the personnel and equipment lost in the Battle of Sevilla. This meant that for the foreseeable future, they would not have to return to the battlefield, as replenishing personnel also required acclimatization and training. This news was a tremendous boon for everyone. However, the volunteers of the International Brigade did not rest long in the rear. After replenishing personnel and equipment, they again set out toward the front lines via the railway. For them, as long as the Kingdom Army remained intact and the Britannians were not driven into the sea, the war would not cease. Upon receiving the news, Molin hurried to the station after settling his troops, coincidentally encountering André and the others boarding the train. Upon seeing Molin, the bearded André was somewhat surprised, yet also felt a twinge of emotion. Although they had fought together for a relatively short time, he could sense sincere feelings in Molin, a stark contrast to the polite demeanor of other Saxon officers. Thus, André, having already boarded the train, returned to the platform and enveloped Molin in a hearty embrace. Those around them, whether fellow volunteers of the International Brigade awaiting their turn to board or some Saxon soldiers on duty, instinctively paused to observe the scene. Many recalled their own experiences fighting alongside these allies of diverse backgrounds. In that moment, the camaraderie forged on the battlefield transcended nationality and identity, materializing at this station. foreign to both men. Lieutenant Molin, you're the first Saxon officer I have found so agreeable. If fate permits, we shall meet again. Molin replied with a smile, then turned to the chemist peering out from the train window and the other workers. You too. When we meet next, I shall treat you to Saxon beer. Although I am not much of a drinker, it is a promise. The chemist smiled, and the other workers nodded in cheerful agreement. The steam locomotive began to emit white smoke, and the whistle sounded upon the platform. Andre bid farewell to Molin, nimbly leaping onto the slowly departing train. He waved at Molin, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. Lieutenant Molin, I hope we shall not meet again on the battlefield. The following day, after the 16th Brigade had settled into the camp, while Molin and Klaus were inspecting the 3rd Company S encampment and mentally strategizing the upcoming training once they received troop reinforcements, a messenger from the Expeditionary Corps Command approached him. Excuse me, are you Lieutenant Friedrich Molin? The messenger jogged over, saluted, and inquired. Indeed, that is I, Molin replied, somewhat perplexed. Lieutenant, General Mackinson wishes to see you. Please accompany me to the Expeditionary Corps Command at once. The messenger handed him a written order. General Mackinson? Molin took the order, a hint of uncertainty rising within him. He had fully ascertained the identity of the esteemed General Mackinson, who had a profound connection to the original owner of this body. In the world before his crossing, he was a renowned field marshal of the German Empire, celebrated for his remarkable feats during the war, particularly his sweeping conquests across the Balkan Peninsula. His swift and decisive offensive tactics had earned him the moniker the Advancing Marshal. Such a legendary figure, coupled with the complex relationship he shared with the original owner of this body, left Molin feeling somewhat anxious. Why is he summoning me at this moment? Molin pondered, yet he dared not neglect the summons. He briefed Klaus and then followed the messenger into a waiting vehicle, speeding towards the headquarters of the Expeditionary Corps. The headquarters of the Saxon Imperial Army within the Kingdom of Aragon was established in a manner that had been requisitioned temporarily. The perimeter was secured with barbed wire, and numerous guard posts were stationed every few steps, creating an atmosphere of stern vigilance. Under the guidance of the messenger, Molin navigated through multiple security checks, with his identity badge and the written order being meticulously verified before he was finally granted entry. He followed the messenger across the courtyard to an independent courtyard in front of the main building of the manor, the residence and office of General Mackinson. At the entrance stood 2 imposing guards, clad in heavy armor, resembling statues. Their sharp gazes and the great swords they held firmly against the ground exuded an aura of lethal seriousness. After escorting Molin to this point, the messenger turned and departed. Taking a deep breath, Molin straightened his military uniform and knocked on the door. Shortly, the door swung open, revealing the aide-de-camp of General Mackinson. Ah, it is Lieutenant Molin. Please come in. The general has been awaiting your arrival. The aide greeted warmly upon recognizing Molin, ushering him inside. The courtyard was tranquil. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. The aide guided him to the door of the main building, opened it for him, gestured for him to enter, and then remained at the threshold, not following him in. Molin steeled himself and stepped into the room. The interior was quite simple, featuring a massive oak desk, several chairs, and a large military map of the Kingdom of Aragon adorning the wall. General Mackinson was seated at the desk, engrossed in reviewing a document. He wore a sharply pressed general's uniform, his grizzled hair meticulously styled, and his signature beard neatly trimmed. Though he had surpassed 60 years of age, he maintained an upright posture, exuding the commanding presence characteristic of a seasoned veteran. Lieutenant Friedrich Molin, reporting as ordered. Molin stood at attention, saluting sharply, his voice resonating with clarity. General Mackinson, merely lifting his gaze from the document, gave a slight nod, indicating for him to take a seat without uttering a single word. A chill ran through Molin. The atmosphere felt ominous. He cautiously settled into the chair across from the desk, instinctively perching on the edge. General Mackinson continued his silent scrutiny of the document. The room was enveloped in a disquieting silence, punctuated only by the monotonous ticking of the clock and the soft scratching of the General's pen against the paper. As time dragged on, Molin felt increasingly uneasy. He refrained from shifting or speaking, striving to maintain a steady breath. The weight of the silence bore down upon him more heavily than a reprimand would have. He could feel beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Perhaps it was the original owner of this body's deep-seated apprehension towards General Mackinson that had been transmitted to Molin. He perceived the old general as a silent volcano, unpredictable and capable of erupting at any moment. Finally, as Molin felt he might suffocate from the tension, General Mackensen concluded his review of the document. He signed his name at the bottom, neatly setting the document aside. Only then did he finally raise his gaze, fixing his attention on the fidgeting Molin. "Why are you not speaking?" The general's voice was calm, devoid of discernible emotion. This question left Molin filled with confusion. General Mackensen was a lieutenant general, a respected elder, and was engrossed in a document. Though Molin had not been a public servant before his crossing, he understood that it was ill-advised to disturb a superior at such a moment. Noticing Morin's conflicted expression, General Mackensen continued, "I am not some ferocious beast. Why do you fear me so?" This time, Molin did not hesitate, nodding earnestly. "Indeed, General." Unexpectedly, his straightforward reply seemed to provoke a faint smile from General Mackensen. Your courage has certainly increased." The general's voice carried a subtle hint of amusement. "Had it been the you of the past, you would have been too frightened to utter a word, even if I had addressed you." Molin, upon hearing this, felt a surge of disdain for the original owner of this body. Goodness, how timid was he in the past? However, he consoled himself, "I am timid as well." The room lapsed into silence once more. It appeared that the military truly was a place of personal growth. General Mackensen suddenly remarked, then reached for another document beside him, glancing at it before handing it to Molin. "Take a look." Molin accepted the document with some confusion. Upon opening it, he realized it was an attachment to a combat report submitted by the staff of the 16th Brigade. The content detailed the commendable performances of officers and soldiers during the defense of Sevilla, as reported by various battalions, companies, and squads. The page General Mackensen handed him contained Morin's very own combat record. It meticulously chronicled his every engagement since assuming command of his squad, including reconnaissance missions, machine gun placements, hand-to-hand combat on high ground, organizing urban warfare, and leading men to breach enemy armor. As Molin absorbed the details of the report, General Mackensen's voice resounded once more. "To be honest, when I first read this combat record, my immediate reaction was..." The old general paused, leaning slightly forward, locking eyes with Molin. "Are you the scoundrel who is riding on my coattails, mingling with Paul and the staff of the 16th Brigade, concocting false reports of valor to embellish your own reputation?" This statement left Molin momentarily speechless. He could hardly fathom the depths of the original owner's past misdeeds that had left such an indelible impression on the venerable general. General Mackensen promptly added, "Thus, I have meticulously cross-referenced your battle report, the documents that I specifically instructed to be submitted by that rascal from the Seckert family, along with the combat records obtained from the International Brigade." His fingers gently tapped on another document on the table. The three reports, though containing slight discrepancies in detail, astonishingly conveyed the same core narrative of the battle from diverse perspectives. If it were merely Ludwig's account, I would remain skeptical, considering your prior acquaintance. After all, that lad might have been swayed by a few drinks you provided. However, the corroboration from the International Brigade diverges significantly from the Saxon nobility. Your social tactics at those soirees would not suffice to endear you to them. It was only then that I dared to accept the authenticity of these seemingly identical battle records. At this juncture, Mackensen let out a prolonged sigh, his voice imbued with a blend of satisfaction, astonishment, and a hint of regret. "Ah, Friedrich, I find myself regretting not having thrust you into the army sooner. Had I done so earlier, you would not have squandered so much of your precious youth at the Dresden Ball." This unexpected commendation left Molin somewhat bewildered, while Mackensen continued his discourse. What surprised me further was Mackensen's tone, which shifted back to incredulity, as he remarked, "You have even become a spellcaster." He gestured towards another document on the table, a special report from Brigadier Paul regarding Morin's submission of a spell book and the awakening of his magical abilities. "Just how many surprises do you conceal from me?" Faced with the general's cascade of sentiments and inquiries, Molin found himself at a loss for words and opted for the most prudent course of action: silence. Thus, he sat quietly in his chair, allowing Mackensen to scrutinize him. This reaction, in turn, earned him Mackensen's approval. "You see, when luck arrives, it cannot be obstructed. Indeed, you become notably more composed." Mackensen nodded in satisfaction. Knowing what to say and what to withhold is a commendable habit. In the military, sometimes silence speaks louder than any words. Following this exchange, The atmosphere in the room lifted, and Mackenzie seemed to have uncharacteristically opened up. Share with me the tactical details reported in the battle records, particularly regarding that energy-penetrating projectile. How did you conceive of such strategies? The old general inquired with genuine interest. I have reviewed your records from the Richterfeld Central Military Academy, and your performance in tactical courses was merely above average. These concepts were not part of the curriculum. Sir, Molin pondered his choice of words before responding. The armor-piercing shell originated purely from an inadvertent discovery. At the time, I did not think much of it, but I had not anticipated it would prove so invaluable in this battle. However, the primary credit goes to the chemistry professor within the International Brigade, along with the assistance of skilled workers. As for the tactical details, General, my sole intention was to survive. Oh, Mackenzie raised an eyebrow. Molin continued. During the first battle at Shung-Isi de Luo village, I witnessed our Saxon soldiers, arranged in a neat and dense formation, valiantly charge the enemy's position. His voice grew somber as harrowing images flooded his mind. Then, like harvested wheat, they fell in droves under the enemy's machine gun fire. I did not wish to meet a similar fate on the charge. Such valor is commendable but utterly meaningless. Thus, I contemplated whether alternative strategies could minimize casualties while accomplishing our objectives. And so you devised those tactics involving alternating cover and rapid advances by squads. Mackenzie probed further. Indeed, General, Molin nodded, recognizing Mackenzie's evident understanding of the matter. He elaborated, I believe that in an era where machine guns and rapid-fire artillery are ubiquitous, traditional linear infantry tactics have become obsolete. The lives of soldiers should not be so readily expended. As Molin articulated these thoughts, Mackenzie fell into deep contemplation. The sharp glint in his eyes gradually reflected a complex spectrum of emotions. As a seasoned veteran, he was acutely aware that the times had shifted. The emergence of machine guns, breech-loading rapid-fire cannons, and larger-caliber heavy artillery had irrevocably altered the nature of warfare. Traditional linear infantry tactics, in the face of these increasingly specialized instruments of death, resembled nothing short of collective suicide. The Saxon army, and indeed armies worldwide, were in desperate need of a tactical revolution. Yet, the challenge remained. The entire imperial army was founded upon this tactical framework. From soldier training to officer command, a deeply entrenched system had taken root. Effecting change would be no simple feat. It necessitated a comprehensive military ideological revolution from top to bottom. Not wishing to die, Mackenzie murmured, repeating those 3 words, his gaze growing increasingly profound. Perhaps the impetus for change lay hidden within this most fundamental instinct for survival. Chapter 78, Army Reform. After a brief moment of reflection, General Mackenzie redirected the conversation. His countenance had regained its customary calm, yet his eyes bore an inscrutable depth that Molin could not decipher. What I am about to share with you, you must not laugh upon hearing. Mackenzie's statement left Molin somewhat perplexed, though he nodded in agreement. Due to the pressure from the recent defeat in the Madrid campaign, the general staff was under considerable strain. His Majesty the Emperor expressed notable dissatisfaction with the army's performance. Mackenzie spoke in a neutral tone, as if recounting an event detached from himself. However, in a certain light, the defeat in Madrid had little bearing on him. Nevertheless, in terms of the ultimate outcome, despite our heavy losses, we managed to defend the crucial city of Seville and significantly cripple the elite forces of the Brittany. This holds substantial value for internal propaganda. Molin nodded, understanding the implications. A defeat necessitates scapegoats, such as the former expedition commander Prittwitz, which, in his case, was a deserved burden. Following Mackenzie's return, Prittwitz had been dismissed and sent back to the homeland. One could only wonder what connections he possessed, as he merely faced dismissal for causing such a monumental blunder. In another timeline, this man, dubbed the worst German general of World War I for his retreat from East Prussia, also faced only dismissal for his actions. Victories, on the other hand, would undoubtedly be trumpeted to bolster morale and public support. Thus, the general staff sought to cultivate war heroes from this victory to serve as exemplars of the imperial soldiers' valor and prowess. At this juncture, the typically stern old General Mackenzie could no longer suppress a peculiar expression, half smiling and half restrained. He cleared his throat and continued. I conveyed the general staff's directive not only to other combat units, but also to the 16th Brigade. Then he paused, as if organizing his thoughts or reminiscing about the emotions he felt upon reading the report. Among those heralded as battle heroes from the 16th Infantry Brigade, one of them is you, Second Lieutenant Friedrich Morin. Upon uttering this statement, Mackensen could no longer maintain his composure, and an involuntary smile crept onto his lips. It is difficult to imagine the expression on the face of the stern and humorless veteran from Saxon upon witnessing the transformation of a once troublesome junior, whom he regarded as the quintessential scion of privilege, into a combat hero endorsed by the army. The scene must have been quite remarkable. Morin was also taken aback. Although he indeed played a certain role in the battle, he felt that Captain Hauser and the brave soldiers who sacrificed their lives were far more deserving of the title of combat hero. "What's the matter? Don't you believe in yourself?" Mackensen teased, observing Morin's expression. "Report, General. I merely feel unworthy of such recognition, without the valor of other soldiers. My tactical concepts were merely idle talk," Morin candidly replied. "There is no need for such modesty, though humility is commendable. You should have joined the military sooner." Mackensen waved his hand dismissively, continuing, "However, this is the unanimous decision of the 16th Brigade staff and all surviving officers. Your achievements stand as undeniable evidence of your merit. Moreover, you're now a spellcaster." General Mackensen added, "A spellcaster awakened on the battlefield is inherently filled with a legendary aura." Quite appealing to the propaganda department of the Imperial Army. A silence enveloped the two. After a moment, Mackensen's smile faded, and his demeanor turned serious. "Morin, the 16th Brigade has suffered significant casualties, particularly among junior officers, with more than two-thirds fallen, leaving many command positions vacant." Morin's heart began to race. He knew the inevitable had finally arrived. "Therefore, in light of your achievements, and to assist with the propaganda and fill the officer vacancies," Mackensen stated, enunciating each word carefully, "you will be promoted to second lieutenant in the Army and simultaneously take command of Company 1, 1st Battalion, 32nd Infantry Regiment." Morin, having anticipated this, maintained a stoic expression and continued to listen quietly. The swift promotion from a freshly graduated second lieutenant to lieutenant in just 21 days was itself an excellent propaganda point. Mackensen added, "The Army's propaganda department hopes to use your example to inspire more young officers, particularly those from military aristocratic backgrounds, to ignite their fighting spirit and contribute to the empire." Morin curiously inquired, "Is there really a need to stimulate their fighting spirit? Do you think the debonair youths from places like Dresden, Potsdam, and Munich are unique to you?" Mackensen continued, "The current situation grows increasingly volatile by the day. All of Europa has become a powder keg, and no one knows when the next full-scale war will erupt. However, since the last victory against the Gauls, the younger generation of the empire has begun to relax, which is a very dangerous sign." The old general, having seemingly found a conversational partner, shared a wealth of information about the current state of affairs. Morin listened attentively, refraining from voicing any opinions, merely observing the gradual rise of the system's information collection. After some time of conversing like ordinary elder and junior, General Mackensen suddenly shifted the topic. "There is another matter I am uncertain whether to disclose." "Why?" Morin asked, puzzled. "Because I fear that upon learning, you may become conceited and revert to the reckless youth you once were," Mackensen stated bluntly. Morin was momentarily speechless, and observing his visibly restrained demeanor, Mackensen ultimately relented. Forget it. You are now an officer who has experienced life and death. I believe you can maintain the right mindset." The old general sighed and lowered his voice. "His Highness the Crown Prince has taken notice of you." "His Highness the Crown Prince?" Morin was taken aback. "Yes," Mackensen nodded, his expression becoming exceptionally grave. "His Highness seeks to leverage this opportunity to promote a reform in tactical thinking within the Army." "Tactical reform?" Morin began to grasp the implications. "The vulnerability of dense formations against modern firearms, which you previously mentioned, has been noted by some insightful individuals in the general staff since the heavy toll paid by the Britannians during the Boer War," Mackensen explained. At that time, the general staff attempted some small-scale trials of tactical reform, but due to their radical departure from traditional infantry tactics and the absence of compelling case studies, they ultimately came to naught. However, following your report from Sevilla, many details of the battles have garnered the approval of His Highness and several young reformist officers. They believe this may represent a potential direction for the future development of Army tactics. Mackinson regarded Molin with hopeful eyes. Thus, His Highness desires to use the 16th Infantry Brigade as a pilot to gradually implement new tactical ideas. However, as of now, there's only the battle at Sevilla, so the persuasiveness is still insufficient. Do you understand my meaning? Upon hearing Mackinson's words, Molin nodded, fully comprehending the old general's intent. This fight is not over. Do not think of resting, Mackinson asserted. Your exceptional promotion is not only a reward for your accomplishments, but also a signal from His Highness to the entire army, a signal supporting reform and encouraging innovation. Molin finally understood that his promotion was not solely due to his achievements and status as a spellcaster, but that he had inadvertently become a banner for the Crown Prince's push for military reform. However, Molin interjected, I must clarify that I do not seek rewards, but since word has reached His Highness, does this promotion not seem a touch stingy? Hearing Morin's words, Mackinson burst into laughter. Huh, are you suggesting His Highness should have you promoted directly to a senior officer, and then in the next battle, watch you lead a battalion charging into the enemy's fire? That would not be the case, Molin replied. Suddenly, General Mackinson called Morin's name with a serious tone, Friedrich Molin. The latter instinctively sprang to attention from his seat. Do not let a single commendable battle lead you to raise your tail to the sky. This is merely your first battle. The road ahead is long. Mackinson's tone turned exceedingly grave, and, at that moment, the weight of a lieutenant general in the army was once again fully unleashed. I hope you do not disappoint His Highness's expectations, nor those comrades who sacrificed their lives in Sevilla. Set aside your past reckless nature, stay grounded, and become a true Saxon officer worthy of this uniform. Chapter 79. Promotion and reinforcement. On the very day Molin met with Mackinson, his promotion order was officially relayed to the 16th Brigade alongside other commands from the division headquarters. Hereby appointed, Army 2nd Lieutenant Friedrich Molin is promoted to Army Lieutenant and reassigned as Company Commander of Company 1, 1st Battalion, 32nd Infantry Regiment of the Imperial Army's 4th Army, 8th Infantry Division, 16th Infantry Brigade. This order shall take effect. The good news was that, as the first numbered company, according to tradition, it would typically be the main force of the battalion, receiving priority in equipment and personnel reinforcements. The bad news was that the main force also often meant taking on the first wave of assault during offensives, leading to typically higher casualties. On the same day, the remaining troops of the 8th Infantry Division, carrying a large contingent of reinforcements for the 16th Brigade, arrived successively by several military trains. The entire camp became lively instantly, filled with new faces and the clamor of voices, as Morin's Company 1 received a substantial influx of soldiers. According to the officer in charge of the handover, these reserve soldiers were adequately trained, having passed assessments in drills and shooting. In fact, many soldiers had even earned commendations for their marksmanship. The sole drawback lies in the fact that I have never witnessed a battlefield where bullets fly and blood spills. In the previous skirmishes, 3 of the 4 company commanders from the 1st Battalion of the 32nd G-Way, Cow Infantry Regiment, including Captain Hauser, have perished. This time, in addition to Molin's promotion to the commander of the 1st Company. The 2 remaining company commander positions are filled by personnel transferred from several reserve battalions, training new recruits within the 8th Infantry Division. The similarly high casualty rate has also claimed the lives of platoon leaders, who are likewise drawn from the reserve battalions. The 3 newly assigned second lieutenants under Molin are fortuitously his classmates from the Central Military Academy. Unlike Molin, who was immediately dispatched to the front lines by General Mackinson upon graduation, these 3 second lieutenants were assigned to the domestic reserve battalion. While training new recruits, they themselves were also undergoing a period of novice training. Initially, they felt a sense of pride of being assigned to a position as platoon leaders under a main force battalion, viewing it as a recognition of their capabilities by superiors. This optimistic sentiment persisted until they completed their reporting and were escorted before Molin by Major Thomas, at which point it vanished without trace. Lieutenant Molin. Here are the 3 platoon leaders assigned to the 1st Company. The orderly, bearing a respectful demeanor, saluted Molin. Beyond his battle achievements, Molin is well known within the 1st Battalion for his amicable disposition, treating both officers and soldiers with equal regard, which has garnered him significant popularity. Thus, when these orderlies encountered Molin in a non-combat setting, they approached with a reverence akin to that of an admirer meeting an idol. Molin nodded in acknowledgement, and after the orderly introduced the new arrivals, he departed from the location of the first company, leaving the three newly promoted second lieutenants in a state of bewilderment. Upon seeing Moreland's familiar visage, they were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom encountering him again under such circumstances. After all, were they not contemporaries? How could it be that within less than a month of graduating from the academy, he had ascended to their superior? They could not comprehend how the playboy, once perceived as a frivolous womanizer and an ne'er-do-well in their eyes, could transform into such a formidable figure on the battlefield. However, upon noticing the sergeant major behind Molin, who emanated a palpable aura of lethal intent, they immediately regained their composure, standing at attention and saluting Molin without hesitation. "Sir, Second Lieutenant Khan, Balak, Ram, reporting for duty. The first company welcomes your arrival. We are in dire need of your presence." Molin reciprocated the salute, exchanged pleasantries, and subsequently summoned key personnel from the company headquarters for introductions. Finally, he instructed the three platoon sergeants to escort their new platoon leaders back, much like Captain Hauser had done previously. At present, the first company under Moreland's command, apart from the three newly transferred platoon leaders, is comprised mainly of seasoned soldiers who emerged from the hellish urban warfare of Sevilla. These veterans, having followed Molin out of the crucible of combat, have also seen promotions in rank and position. The former platoon sergeant Klaus is now the sergeant major of the company, while non-commissioned officers such as Baumann have ascended to the ranks of platoon sergeants. Numerous valiant soldiers have also been elevated to sergeant positions, filling the roles vacated by Baumann and others. After receiving his three former classmates, Molin initially worried about their ability to integrate with veterans like Klaus and Baumann. However, it soon became evident that his concerns were unfounded. New recruits, lacking true battlefield experience, could not possibly match the commanding presence of those veterans who had clawed their way out of the horrific carnage of Sevilla. As Moreland's old classmates observed even the company clerks, kitchen staff, and supply troops seemingly exuding an aura of bloodlust, they fell into line, meek and compliant, hardly daring to breathe. They followed Moreland's commands with unwavering obedience, executing orders with remarkable efficiency. As for the reserve battalion soldiers assigned to the first company, despite their inexperience in combat, they possess certain advantages. Their training has been relatively recent, allowing them to remain malleable in their combat mindset and training methods, which enables Moreland to mold and instruct them according to his vision. Prior to the next battle, Moreland aspires for his company to exhibit greater adaptability. He does not wish to witness these young soldiers marching in formation toward enemy machine gun positions. Meanwhile, the seasoned veterans, having endured the rigors of urban combat, serve as invaluable allies in implementing new training methodologies. Sergeant Major Klaus, along with the platoon sergeants and other non-commissioned officers, diligently execute every command from Molin without exception. Before long, the supplemental soldiers of the first company recognized that they were undergoing a training regimen starkly different from that of the rear echelons. The Saxon army has consistently emphasized discipline and formation training, leading these reserve battalion soldiers to adhere to the 1906 edition of the Infantry Training Manual for their drills. This manual is now outdated by 8 years. In fact, the formation techniques outlined in this version bear little difference from those in the regulations of 1812 and regulations of 1847. In their routine training, a significant portion of time is allocated to aesthetically pleasing formation transitions, synchronized marches, turns, and executing precise volley fire and charges in accordance with the commander's beat and flag signals. However, Moreland drastically condenses these traditional training components, retaining only the essential formation drills necessary for maintaining organization and discipline. He eliminates any formation transitions that would prove impractical under enemy fire. In addition to the conventional basic formations, shooting, and bayonet training, the soldiers of the first company focus heavily on physical fitness, particularly long-distance marches with full equipment. Within the traditional Saxon Imperial Army, physical conditioning has always held considerable weight, and fully equipped marches are quite common. The primary objective of these exercises is to ensure the unit's foundational marching speed and field maneuverability. However, in the first company, alongside basic physical fitness, there is an abundance of more intense and combat-relevant tactical maneuver training, especially involving short-distance sprints, prone positions, and crawling maneuvers executed by squads, two sections, and platoons. These movements, etched into Moreland's mind, are meticulously broken down step by step and he has his two clerks draft detailed diagrams based on his actions, which are then transcribed for the non-commissioned officers responsible for training the company. In his perspective, the foundational military proficiency of Saxon soldiers, particularly their shooting accuracy with rifles, ranks among the finest across the European continent, even serving as a model to be emulated. However, their combat strategies and formations remain firmly rooted in outdated practices. The approach of advancing toward enemy machine gun positions in dense formations is, in future engagements, a recipe for high-efficiency self-destruction. Recognizing the Crown Prince's desire for reform, Molin resolves to initiate change within his own company. He instructs the unit to operate in platoon formations during combat, ensuring that the three platoons do not cluster tightly as before, but instead maintain a strategic distance for mutual support. Within each platoon, they rehearse coordination and covering fire between squads repeatedly. He urges the soldiers to abandon the pursuit of perfect uniformity during charges and to utilize all available terrain and cover to engage and eliminate the enemy with expedience. This training regimen places exceptionally rigorous demands on the soldiers' physical capabilities. Often, a single training session requires them to engage in continuous, high-intensity sprints of 50 meters, 100 meters, or even longer while fully equipped. The daily intensity is geared toward exhausting every last ounce of strength from the soldiers' bodies. On the training grounds, the various ranks of non-commissioned officers within the company vociferously shout commands, repeatedly drilling tactical movements. Faster, faster. Your speed is slower than my grandmother's. Drop. All of you, place your backsides on the ground. Do you wish to be shredded by machine gun fire on the battlefield with such high postures? Third platoon, where is your fire support? Why is the assault team already charging ahead while you are still maneuvering? Chapter 80. New recruits are easy to train. For Company 1, undergoing such high-intensity training, the veterans who had previously fought under Molin's command executed their orders without hesitation. They had personally endured the brutal reality of heavy machine gun suppression and urban warfare, understanding that these seemingly torturous drills could save lives on the battlefield. The sergeants of each platoon held their subordinates to strict standards during training. They were far from gentle like Molin. Any misstep would earn a merciless reprimand or even a kick. Conversely, the newly assigned soldiers, including the three platoon leaders, found this training method completely unmanageable. After each day of training, they collapsed like exhausted dogs, too drained to even move in their beds. Many new recruits even succumbed to exhaustion and vomited during training. Yet, they dared not voice any complaints. Each day, the company commander appeared on the training grounds, enduring the same or even greater intensity. In light of the commander's tireless efforts, they felt it inappropriate to complain or lament. They simply forged ahead. As for the three new platoon leaders, former classmates of Molin, they initially thought to leverage their camaraderie to bargain for a reduction in training intensity. However, after just the first day of training, their spirits were utterly crushed. Observing Molin's seemingly tireless figure, they could only grit their teeth and persist, unable to utter a word of dissent. Could they truly be outdone by a dandy? During a training break, Sergeant Klaus approached Molin with concern. Commander, do you think this training intensity is excessive? I fear the new recruits may not withstand it. Klaus handed Molin a water bottle. His brow furrowed as he observed the new recruits sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. I understand your concerns, Klaus, Molin replied, taking a few gulps from the bottle. He knew that such indulgence in hydration was unhealthy, but he could not resist. However, we can only conduct this high-intensity training while the troops are in the rear, enjoying ample logistical support and unaltered rations. Molin's decision to enforce such rigorous training was not arbitrary. Prior to the formal drills, he had confirmed with the supply and logistics units, as well as the division's bakery, that the rear units currently received the most abundant supplies. As he mentioned, the troops stationed in the rear were well supplied. Each soldier's daily rations typically included 750 grams of bread, 500 grams of field biscuits, and 400 grams of egg biscuits, alternating among these staples. Meat consisted of either 375 grams of fresh meat or 200 grams of salted meat. Vegetables were rotated among 1,500 grams of potatoes, 125 to 250 grams of fresh vegetables, and 60 grams of dehydrated vegetables, along with 25 grams of coffee, 3 grams of tea, 20 grams of sugar beets, and 25 grams of salt. Tobacco and beer are not worth mentioning here. In short, when supplies are plentiful, the meals of the Saxon Empire's army may lack in flavor, but they are certainly generous in quantity. The daily caloric intake for soldiers exceeds 4,000 calories, which is essential to sustain their high-intensity training. Returning the water bottle to Klaus, Molin continued, only by pushing their physical and mental limits will these drills yield results, and they will have a greater chance of surviving on the battlefield. Klaus, when the time comes to execute combat missions, the supplies will not be as abundant as they are now. They will be gnawing on dark bread and drinking thick soup while trudging through the mud, and there will be no opportunity to train like this again. After hearing this, the company's sergeant fell silent, becoming even stricter in his training regimen. The training ground of Company 1 soon became the most captivating sight in the entire camp. Initially, only a few officers from the 16th Brigade, who had also participated in the Battle of Sevilla, would come by to observe during their own unit's training. Most were battalion or company commanders who had witnessed the ineffectiveness of traditional tactics in that hellish battle. Now, as they observed the new tactical maneuvers being practiced by Company 1, they began to ponder, and a new tactical mindset quietly took root in their minds. Whenever the training break whistle sounded, several captains and lieutenants from other companies would gather around. Lieutenant Montaklin, what is the rationale behind having the soldiers advance in groups of a few rather than charging as an entire platoon? Asked a captain from another battalion of the 32nd Regiment, known for his valor in urban warfare. Captain, my intention is to minimize our exposure time in open terrain, Molin explained, picking up a twig to sketch a simple diagram in the dirt. During this process, a portion of the personnel suppresses the enemy, while another part maneuvers to a more advantageous position. Fire suppression and covering maneuvers. The captain pondered these terms, nodding in agreement. Indeed, we have been forced to do this in the city, especially when crossing streets, but the execution was chaotic and lacked structure. That is precisely why systematic training is necessary, Molin replied. His words resonated with the other participating officers, prompting them to join the discussion, turning the area into an impromptu tactical seminar. These officers, who had clawed their way out of piles of corpses, quickly grasped the essence of the matter, and their inquiries grew increasingly profound. The news of Lieutenant Friedrich Molin hosting a tactical seminar for veterans of the Battle of Sevilla on the training ground spread quickly within the 16th Brigade. Before long, officers from the recently mobilized reserve forces, lacking combat experience, could no longer sit still. While they might not yet grasp the concept of tactical reform, they were not foolish. The fact that those who had endured brutal battles flocked to Company 1's training ground daily indicated that there was something of value to be gained. Consequently, the following day, the number of observing officers at Company 1's training ground doubled. A few days later, officers from the 8th Infantry Division, newly arrived from the homeland, also rushed to witness the proceedings. This influx of observers placed immense pressure on the newly appointed platoon leaders, Khan, Barak, and Ram. The training intensity had already been high, and now a line of seasoned officers, including even field-grade officers, stood on the sidelines watching. Thus, they could only muster all their energy to focus on commanding their platoons to complete the tactical maneuvers, fearful of making mistakes that would bring disgrace to their unit. Sergeant Klaus, however, reveled in the situation. He straightened his posture, his voice booming with commands louder than ever, as if to showcase the spirit of Company 1 to all present. Everyone, stay sharp. Haven't you eaten? Move faster. The entire division is watching us. During the days of rest for the 16th Brigade, the 12 infantry divisions brought over by Major General Mackensen from the Saxon territory, in conjunction with the International Brigade and the National Army, successfully stabilized the front lines. Meanwhile, the Britannians, having suffered significant losses in Sevilla, became somewhat conservative, no longer recklessly deploying mages and armored knights to the front lines. Although Madrid remained under the control of the Royal Army, the cautious Major General Mackensen did not rush to reclaim this symbolically significant city. After all, Sevilla was now under their control, and the Mediterranean fleet was conducting combat patrols in the southwestern waters of the Iberian Peninsula to prevent the Britannians from landing in the area. This also indicated that the primary objective of this military operation had been achieved, and the focus would now shift to countering the Britannians' responses. Meanwhile, a new piece of news began to circulate slowly within the encampment. It was reported that the Gallic Republic, which had remained neutral until now, was starting to mediate between the Saxon Empire and the Holy Britannian Empire regarding their conflict. Diplomats from both sides seemed to have traveled to the Gallic capital, Paris, in preparation for negotiations. This local war, which had erupted suddenly due to the Aragonese Civil War, appeared to have a glimmer of hope for a peaceful resolution. Although Molin was uncertain of the Gallic intentions behind this sudden shift, the news nonetheless brought a sigh of relief to others. After all, not everyone relishes the thought of war, nor does anyone wish to engage in a full-scale conflict with the world's foremost superpower. Furthermore, there was another more pressing piece of news. Crown Prince George of the Saxon Empire would personally visit the front lines of the Kingdom of Aragon within the next 2 days. One of his purposes was to personally award medals to the valiant soldiers who had distinguished themselves in the Aragonese conflict. The 32nd Tvikau Infantry Regiment's 1st Battalion was the unit selected for inspection by His Highness the Crown Prince. According to tradition, the 1st Company, being the foremost in the regiment's attack sequence, would serve as the honor guard at the front. This unexpected additional duty left Molin feeling quite overwhelmed. After all, he had not been trained in the intricacies of ceremonial drill. While it may seem simple at first glance, there were numerous details that required careful attention. Fortunately, in matters of hosting dignitaries, most nations strive to present a polished image, particularly when it involves receiving a crown prince. The 8th Division's headquarters also sent an officer experienced in such affairs to assist with guidance. Thus, in the days that followed, Molin found himself occupied not only with patrolling the camp, managing the daily affairs of the company, procuring supplies from the quartermaster, participating in tactical physical training, and convening daily training summary meetings, but also with the preparations for the Crown Prince's inspection. He was nearly overwhelmed with the sheer volume of tasks at hand. On the 3rd day after the announcement, the Crown Prince's special train arrived at the camp. Upon receiving the news of the Crown Prince's impending inspection, Molin was engaged in training the soldiers of the 1st Company in earthworks. The Saxon army, as well as other armies, had already begun to adopt the concept of trench digging, though most trenches were shallow, allowing soldiers to lie at an angle. The tradition of military engineering has existed since time immemorial. However, the current efforts lacked thoroughness and systematic planning. Molin was teaching the soldiers the vital techniques of rapidly assessing terrain and soil type, as well as how to dig prone, kneeling, and standing positions for rifle pits under enemy fire. Once they had mastered the art of creating individual pits, it would be a natural progression to connect them into a trench line. Such demonstrations by the company commander were a novelty for most Saxon soldiers, who observed with keen interest. After Molin concluded his demonstration, the platoons, under the direction of their leaders and non-commissioned officers, divided into designated areas to begin practice. However, the Saxon infantry had not yet been issued engineer shovels on a large scale. These tools were primarily allocated to supply and artillery units. To facilitate this training, Molin made several trips to the quartermaster's office to procure a batch of engineer shovels. Additionally, he managed to retrieve several surplus artillery Model P08 pistols, which had suffered casualties during urban combat, along with their accompanying tools and ammunition. He had hoped to acquire a few renowned C96 pistols, but regrettably, this weapon had not yet been widely issued within the Saxon army, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain, even in the world prior to his crossing over. Mass production of the 9mm version of the famous Big Red 9 only began once the trench warfare had reached a stalemate. After receiving word from the advising officer at the division headquarters, Molin called off the day's training, granting the soldiers a rare half-day of respite. However, this break meant a reduction in tactical training rather than a true rest, as the 1st Company soldiers were expected to use the time to attend to another matter. Is there a mushroom growing on your uniform? Can you not see all this mud? Clean your boots. I can scrape a pound of dirt off them. Klaus and Baumann, the newly minted non-commissioned officers, had transformed into the sternest of overseers, their eyes scanning the ranks as they bellowed commands. Under the watchful eyes of their superiors, the soldiers scrubbed vigorously at their uniforms, removing the caked mud and suspicious stains. In addition to cleaning their military attire, they were required to polish other items as well. Helmets, rifles, bayonets, belts, ammunition pouches, water bottles, and all leather and metal items had to be rendered as spotless as possible. The camp was filled with the sounds of scrubbing and the hushed murmurs of soldiers. Whether new recruits or seasoned veterans, everyone felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety. For witnessing the Crown Prince in person was a momentous occasion for them. Molin was not idle. As the newly appointed company commander, he too needed to tidy up his own gear. He meticulously polished a command sword provided by the headquarters while listening to the discussions among the soldiers nearby, sensing the vitality that fresh energy had infused into the company. After all, after a few battles, such vigor would inevitably fade into a numb routine. At the crack of dawn the following day, as the first light of day broke, the platoon leaders roused everyone from their slumber. All soldiers were required to shave, wash their faces, and ensure that each visage was smooth and devoid of stubble or dirt. The requirements for the temporary honor guard were far more stringent than those for the usual inspections back home, where soldiers merely bore rifles and bayonets. The experienced officer sent by the headquarters emphasized that the Crown Prince wished to see the appearance of a combat-ready force, not a mere display of pomp. Therefore, everyone, including Molin, was required to don their complete combat gear. Backpacks, water bottles, ammunition pouches, and bayonets, all items were to be worn. The engineer's shovels were not considered standard infantry equipment. Otherwise, the officer would have likely insisted they carry those as well. Once the soldiers were fully equipped, each felt the weight of their gear, reminiscent of the days spent on rigorous field exercises. Having gathered in the makeshift inspection area, Molin and Klaus made final adjustments to the formation. "What about the first few rows, Commander?" Klaus whispered. "Select the tiddiest, older soldiers and place them in the front row." Molin decided without hesitation. This choice was not solely for aesthetics. New recruits tend to falter under pressure in such grand settings. The seasoned veterans, having encountered many situations, possessed greater psychological resilience and composure. Placing them at the front honored their experience while also serving as a reliable safeguard. The selected veterans stood tall, their postures straight, and though their expressions were neutral, the slight lift of their chins betrayed their inner pride. Once the formation was complete, Molin positioned himself at the front of the company and reiterated the importance of discipline. "Listen well. When the inspection begins, everyone must remain absolutely still and silent. Eyes forward. No whispering or glancing about. Without permission, do not engage in conversation with the Crown Prince or accompanying officers unless they address you first. Is that clear?" "Yes, Commander." The resounding affirmation echoed over the inspection ground. With that done, all that remained was the long and torturous wait. As the sun gradually ascended, its rays cascaded upon the soldiers' pointed helmets, reflecting shimmering flecks of gold. Time passed steadily, and numerous war correspondents, cameras in hand, arrived early at the review grounds. Their presence signified that today's inspection would soon adorn the pages of the Empire's major newspapers. The soldiers of Company 1 became increasingly exhilarated, their legs no longer weary, their feet devoid of numbness, standing straight without the need for correction from their sergeants. While Molin pondered whether all royal heirs and leaders were this meticulous, a procession of figures atop majestic steeds finally emerged on the distant road. The Crown Prince of the Empire, George Albert Friedrich August Johann Maria von Wettin, had arrived. The sound of hooves grew nearer, and Molin, positioned at the forefront of the ranks, discreetly stole a glance with the corner of his eye. Leading the procession was a young man clad in a splendid hussar uniform, undoubtedly the Crown Prince George. Behind him trailed a throng of officers adorned with stars. General Mackensen, commander of the 8th Division, along with the leaders of 2 infantry brigades and a field artillery brigade, as well as several battalion commanders, both known